New developments this morning, nearly 2 weeks after that train derailment and toxic chemical spill in East Palestine, Ohio. EPA Administrator Michael Regan is set to travel to the affected town today, while calls are heating up for a congressional investigation into the incident. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from Washington with more. Bree, good morning. So what else can you tell us about what might happen today?
Good morning, Philip. Well, since the train derailment on February 3rd, the residents of East Palestine have struggled to get concrete answers about whether it's safe to return to the town that they were forced to evacuate or the health risk posed by the fire and chemical spill. Now, EPA Administrator Michael Regan will travel to East Palestine today to assess the ongoing response to the crisis.
We understand some of the anxiety of the community, but we are with the community. We're going to hold this company accountable, and we're going to be here until this problem is cleaned up. For the homes that have had their water tested by the state, and if they have been cleared, I would drink the water. If my home had not been tested, I would have concerns, and I would reach out to the state and the federal government and get my home tested.
Meanwhile, lawmakers from both sides of the aisle are demanding more information about the cause and lasting effects of this crisis. Several senators, including Sherrod Brown and J.D. Vance of Ohio, are calling for an investigation into the derailment. It remains to be seen whether a potential hearing would focus on the actions of rail operator Norfolk Southern or the federal government's response to the incident. Vance also sent a letter to the CEO of Norfolk Southern on Wednesday. In it, the senator asked that the company expand its financial reimbursement area to include all of the residents of East Palestine rather than just the 1 mile area of the evacuation perimeter. Philip.
All right, Bree Jackson starting us off from Washington this morning. Bree, thank you.
Breaking news. The El Paso community mourns another tragedy. One person is dead and 3 others injured after a shooting inside the Cielo Vista Mall. The chaos erupted around 5 p.m. with police getting calls of an active shooter from inside the mall's food court. The shots sent shoppers scrambling. 2 of those injured are in critical condition. The shooting happened right next to the Walmart where a gunman killed 23 people in 2019. Police have 2 suspects in custody, including a suspected shooter. A motive so far is unknown.
Emotions ran high inside a Buffalo courtroom where the shooter who killed 10 black people at a top supermarket was sentenced to life in prison. The families of the victims addressing the 19-year-old, one man even lunging at him. From our New York station, Miles Miller has the latest.
Chaos in a Buffalo courtroom during the sentencing of Peyton Gendron, a family member charging at the 19-year-old, having to be restrained. Police and sheriffs rushing the suspect out of the courtroom. The dramatic moment came as the sister of victim Catherine Massey addressed the shooter.
You killed my sister. And you said you don't like black people. Man, you don't know a damn thing about black people. We're human.
Survivors and family members summoned the courage to face Gendron, to tell him about the 10 lives he took and the pain they live with every day.
I watched you kill my mom.
You destroyed our lives forever.
Gendron drove 3 hours to Buffalo, specifically targeting black shoppers and workers in the May 14th attack at Top Supermarket. He wore bullet-resistant armor and live-streamed the assault, hoping it would, quote, help preserve the white power, end quote. Gendron spoke briefly before he was sentenced, never once looking up at the victims.
I did a terrible thing that day. I shot and killed people because they were black.
Reaction in court was swift. An emotional Judge Susan Egan thanking the families for their courage, then giving Gendron a tongue lashing before sentencing him to life without parole.
There is no place for you or your ignorant, hateful, and evil ideologies in a civilized society. You will never see the light of day as a free man ever again.
All right, thanks to Miles for that report.
Tributes are pouring in for the 3 students shot and killed and the 5 others wounded at Michigan State University. Police are expected to give an update on the investigation at a press conference scheduled for 10 a.m. Eastern. Here's Maggie Vespa.
Amid devastating loss, students at Michigan State University returning to the student union for the first time. Escorted by the FBI, they recover belongings left as they ran for their lives Monday night when a lone gunman terrorized campus, claiming 3 lives.
Were things left there like as they were that night?
Yeah, my bag and my coat right here were exactly where I left it, and all my friends' stuff was exactly where they left it too.
This as tributes pour in for the 8 victims, 5 still in critical condition and 3 killed. Ariel Anderson, who dreamed of becoming a surgeon, Brian Frazier, chapter president of his fraternity, and Alex Verner, a high school athlete known for her kindness. And a possible lead on motive and what may have prompted the alleged shooter, 43-year-old Anthony McRae, who investigators say took his own life after the rampage, to target MSU.
It's being investigated that he may have applied for a position here.
Yes, we're trying to establish any potential connectivity.
Can you tell us how that came to light?
Just part of the investigation itself.
Also part of that investigation, how he obtained the gun, as well as McRae's criminal background, including a guilty plea to a misdemeanor weapons charge in 2019.
I want an education.
Meanwhile, miles away at Michigan State's capital, pain turning to anger. Students demanding stricter gun laws and background checks.
When is enough enough?
On campus, the fear palpable. Someone spray painting a rock, allow us to defend ourselves and carry on campus. Students painting back over it, honoring the classmates they lost.
The vigils continue. Classes are canceled here through the week. Back to you.
Hey, Maggie, thank you.
More trouble for Long Island Congressman George Santos. The Federal Election Commission warning that he could be banned from fundraising or receiving any kind of donations unless he appoints a treasurer. Santos's former treasurer, Nancy Marks, resigned last month. The campaign filed an amended list naming Thomas Datweiler, but his lawyer says he denies ever taking the job. Santos has until next Tuesday to respond.
President Biden could deliver a speech today on unidentified flying objects. 3 people familiar with the matter tell NBC News that the president plans to deliver his most extensive remarks yet about the objects the U.S. military has been shooting out of the sky. He is also expected to explain how his administration is forming new rules to deal with similar objects in the future. The exact timing has not been settled, but those remarks could come as soon as today. Meanwhile, former Trump officials were briefed last night on China's surveillance program to address spy balloons that entered U.S. airspace during that administration, but were only discovered after President Biden took office.
All right, we could be in for a cold snap along with some snow and rain. To tell us where, here's NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman. Morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. And we're going to add to that some severe storms, too. So busy for the eastern half of the country over the next day or so. We have this system that's working through, already prompting severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado watches, tornado warnings. And these are all going to be on the table here as we go through the rest of our day, specifically into the afternoon hours. But we also have snow stretching from the Four Corners into parts of the Midwest. There's those watches and warnings up now as far as the strong storms are concerned. And there's the 29 million people that are currently under winter alerts. This is where we'll see the snow, the ice, the wintry mix that will be a little difficult if you're going to be out on the roads through the day today. Meanwhile, there's that severe threat. It's quite expansive, stretching into parts of the Ohio Valley and all the way down to the Gulf Coast. We do have the potential to see some strong tornadoes where it looks like this is going to be the best chance for that. And you're going to want to stay alert with this through at least the evening hours. We could potentially see some of these strong storms well after dark. So staying alert with that is going to be a must through the day today. We also will see heavy amounts of rain stretching up into parts of the Tennessee Valley, and not to mention some of that snow. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. In the south, we're tracking some storms potentially for places like Jackson and up into Montgomery. Meanwhile, in the northeast, spring continues. 66 degrees for New York. Meanwhile, in Detroit, though, 39 degrees and dealing with some snow showers. And the spring weather for the east is going to continue for a little while longer, but that same storm system going to bring a brief cool down. We'll talk about when that is coming up in just a bit, guys.
All right, Angie, could not believe it. I mean, it was 10 degrees warmer here than in Phoenix, Arizona. Blew my mind.
Crazy.
All right, if you got a sweet tooth, here's a new collab that's sure to give you a sugar rush. Pepsi announcing they are teaming up with Peeps to bring back their marshmallow-flavored soda. They originally released 2 years ago as a limited edition deal. They went for hundreds of dollars on resale websites, but now you can grab them once again at stores across the country.
All right, when we come back, new details on a deadly Black Hawk crash in Alabama.
And the shocking allegations of blackface at a Miami daycare. We're back in 1 minute.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
What's the latest film? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
Leading the news, the Tennessee National Guard says 2 of its members were killed in a helicopter crash. A local doorbell camera capturing the moment the Black Hawk helicopter went down near Huntsville, Alabama during a training mission flight. The 2 guardsmen were the only ones on board. Nobody on the ground was hurt. The chopper crashed along a highway, and as the investigation gets underway, the local sheriff says heavy traffic delays are expected well into the day.
Shocking allegations at a Miami daycare. Parents are claiming that toddlers were dressed up in blackface for Black History Month. NBC's Stephen Romo has more on the stirring controversy.
Parents outraged at a Miami daycare after toddlers were allegedly seen in blackface for a Black History Month celebration. One mother telling NBC South Florida she got a call from a fellow parent.
She's like, you won't believe the photos that were sent to me from this classroom.
WTVJ reporting the pictures shared over the school's messaging app appear to show the children in costumes with their faces painted black.
I was angry that somehow fell through the crack, and like I said, I wasn't sure how this came about and who decided to do this, but it seemed like it was multiple failures on the school's part.
Courtney Politis says she contacted the daycare's owner.
When I sent it to the owner and director, it was like, I'm sorry, with a question mark. I don't understand what's racist. We don't use those words. Was her response to me. And the first response is the real response.
Politis says the teacher apologized to her and told her painting the children's faces is a cultural tradition in her country of Argentina.
It's not an accident. You know better than especially being an educator.
After the incident, the couple decided to pull their children out of that daycare.
What do you make of a claim that this may be just more appropriate or just different altogether in a country like Argentina?
I mean, it's absolutely not appropriate, right? It is inspired, it is an imitation of U.S. minstrelsy.
The racist history of blackface in the United States is well documented, but the offensive practice persists. Philadelphia's Mummers Parade on New Year's Day has for years included some participants in blackface.
I talked to black people. They told me, what are you talking about? You can wear whatever you want. That ain't discriminating me. That ain't racist to me.
Up until 2020, when those offenders were tossed out of the parade by the mayor. And last year, there was another similar incident with students at a Montessori school in Newton, Massachusetts. A teacher planned and carried out an activity that involved black masks to celebrate Black History Month, according to NBC Boston.
Having children participate
in an activity in which they draw black faces is shameful.
That Massachusetts daycare temporarily closed its doors due to rumors of protests, and that staff member was released from her employment, according to a sign posted on that school's window. We asked the owner of the Miami daycare if the educator at the center of this year's incident was still employed there. She declined to comment, but did add, quote, "The truth is going to come out sooner or later."
Our thanks to Stephen for that mind-blowing report.
All right, when we return, we'll look back on the incredible life of Raquel Welch.
And still to come, the White House honors the legacy of Emmett Till.
The lynching of my son has shown me that what happens to any of us, anyway.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. What kind of training? How you doing, Lester?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
and around the world,
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
and ways you can take care of your health
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
and your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the
like.
latest development? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
And that cupcake on the wall. Let's ask her. Maybe she knows. What say you there, Fuzzy Britches? Feel like talking? Guess not.
You know, if it weren't for Raquel Welch, Andy Dufresne might still be in prison. Her iconic poster allowed the hero of Shawshank Redemption to tunnel to freedom and peace.
And the iconic Welch just passed away after a brief illness, according to her management. The Golden Globe winner appeared in more than 30 movies and 50 TV shows. Kristen Dahlgren has a look back at her life.
Raquel Welch's step to stardom was in the 1966 film 1 Million Years BC, a prehistoric fantasy film. Welch's costume catapulted her onto the international stage. That fur bikini cemented her status as a sex symbol.
The sex symbol image was a kind of a thing that you couldn't really embrace and you couldn't really push it away.
Welch supported U.S. troops as part of Bob Hope's USO tours in Vietnam.
Make me feel so.
In 1975, she won the Golden Globe for Best Actress in a Comedy as a stunning but klutzy maiden in The Three Musketeers. Through her 50-year career, she acted in more than 30 films and countless television shows.
Isn't that Raquel Welch behind those Foster Grant sunglasses?
It certainly is.
She's also known for being the face of Foster Grant and launched her own line of wigs.
In a perfect world, love would always be in bloom, and we'd all have the hair we dream of.
Her magnetism was timeless in films like Legally Blonde and How to Be a Latin Lover. Hollywood icon Raquel Welch was 82. Kristen Dahlgren, NBC News.
All right, Angie's got an eye out for a weekend forecast next.
And still to come, a schoolhouse rocking to a new home, the piece of history that's on the move.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. What kind of training? How you doing, Lester?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
and around the world,
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
and ways you can take care of your health
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
and your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Spring continues in the east. We're going to see that winter chill stay behind this front that's going to pop up some strong storms through the day today. But meanwhile, in the northeast, we're going to see if we can break some of these record highs. Places like Boston, Salisbury, Norfolk, all could potentially see some of these records broken with temperatures reaching upper 70s in some spots. Lexington at 68 degrees, close to that record high. As we get into tomorrow, still some warm temperatures left over in the northeast, but you see that cold air starting to work into parts of the Midwest. It eventually will work its way to the east a little farther. It does change up our temperatures just a bit, but even 43 on Saturday, not bad for New York. And guess what? We go right back up to the 50s by Sunday, and mid-50s we return to by the time the early part of our next week.
Things are going to start blooming if we go at this rate.
I think
That's
so.
crazy. Thank you. After the break, the amazing look at a property on the waterfront that's linked to the Underground Railroad.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels
From the
like.
storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle.
New numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
We begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet?
More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others?
Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state, state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The lynching of my son has shown me that what happens to any of us, anywhere in the world, had better be the business of us all. I noticed when I became a mother.
Later today, President Biden will showcase the movie Till at the White House to remember the story of Emmett Till and the civil rights legacy of his mother's fight for justice.
The Colonial Williamsburg Museum is honoring a 263-year-old landmark. The Bray School is the country's oldest schoolhouse for black children. It was moved a half-mile from its plot to its new home at the museum. Built in 1760 at the direction of Benjamin Franklin, the Bray School taught freed and enslaved black children over the years.
Now to a riverfront property on the same track as an important piece of black history, a black-owned marina with ties to the Underground Railroad. From our Chicago station, here's Leanne Trotter.
This whole area is all wooded in.
Ronald Gaines is the owner of Chicago's finest marina, located on the Little Calumet River. It's the oldest black-owned marina in the Chicagoland area.
Well, we host 24 boat slips here. We rent them out.
He bought the property in 2005. What he did not know at that time, in the mid-1850s, a Dutch couple owned a farm on this property.
They used their farm as a holding site for enslaved folks who were seeking freedom.
In 2019, this stop on the Underground Railroad was officially recognized by the National Park Service. Now, Gaines hopes to redevelop the property for public use.
I'm, honored to have that distinction and whatnot, especially being a black man and owning a piece of, the black history that we have.
The Times were among a group of abolitionists on the southern edges of Chicago, helping enslaved people make their way to Canada. The other historic site along the Little Calumet River related to the Underground Railroad is the Indiana Avenue Bridge, which stands close to where the Dalton Ferry operated.
That's the holy ground.
Larry McClellan is professor emeritus of sociology and community studies at Governors State University. He's been researching the Underground Railroad for 20 years.
There are very few places where I can say right here, 500 to 800 people walked for their freedom, right at this site.
It's all information you can learn while touring the African American Heritage Water Trail, sponsored by Open Lands. You will also learn about cycling champ Major Taylor. His legacy is memorialized on this bridge over the Little Calumet River.
It is important to remember the sacrifices that our foreparents went through so that we can appreciate what we have today.
It's a fascinating piece of history. Thanks to Leanne for that report.
And thanks for waking up with Early Today. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. See you tomorrow. Breaking overnight, terror at a Texas mall. A deadly shooting sends crowds running for safety in El Paso. What police have learned at the scene.
And emotions spill into the courtroom in Buffalo. The shocking moment, the brother of a victim rushes the supermarket shooter at his sentencing. The judge also condemning the gunman.
Addressing fears of toxic fallout, the head of the EPA in Ohio today, amid growing concerns about contamination from that fiery train derailment.
Answers to questions still up in the air. President Biden prepares to give his most in-depth remarks yet on the object shot down by the military. Plus, our exclusive interview with the defense secretary on protecting our skies.
And still breaking records years after retirement. Michael Jordan's slam dunk donation to the Make-A-Wish Foundation. We're tipping off Thursday. Early Today starts right now.
Good morning. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. We begin with breaking news, tragedy in El Paso. One person is dead and 3 others injured after a shooting inside Cielo Vista Mall. The chaos erupted around 5 p.m. with police getting calls of an active shooter from inside the mall's food court. The shots sent shoppers scrambling. 2 of those injured are in critical condition. The shooting happened right next to the Walmart where a gunman killed 23 people in 2019. Police have 2 suspects in custody, including the suspected shooter. A motive is unknown.
Just days after the deadly shooting at Michigan State University, students returned to the scene to recover belongings they left when they ran for their lives Monday. Tributes poured in for the 3 students killed. Ariel Anderson, who dreamed of becoming a surgeon, Brian Frazier, chapter president of his fraternity, and Alex Werner, a high school athlete known for her kindness. 5 others are still in critical condition. Hundreds of students gathered to protest gun violence at Michigan's Capitol Wednesday.
And the sad part is I only feel protected to come here today because I know there are important people here. Why can't I feel that safe? Regardless, it's only getting worse. It won't get better unless we start changing. That starts with you. It doesn't start with me. I can't do anything. I'm 20 and I'm broke. I can vote, exactly. I can vote. But my vote won't matter if you guys don't do anything about me putting you there.
Later this morning, police are expected to hold a press conference on the ongoing investigation.
Not in New York, where the man responsible for a hate-filled rampage that claimed the lives of 10 black people at a Buffalo supermarket was sentenced to life in prison. Inside the courtroom, emotions were running high. Here's Raheem Ellis.
My brother was one of the victims of this senseless massacre.
In the courtroom, victims' families facing down a convicted racist gunman, showing grace.
Do I hate you? No. Do I want you to die? No.
But also pain.
You have shattered a lot of lives here, sir.
Thank y'all for protecting.
There was anger.
I will hurt you so bad.
And rage too overwhelming to bear. This was the moment the sister of 72-year-old Catherine Massey got up to speak.
You don't know a damn thing about black people. We're human. We like our kids to go to good schools. We love our kids. We never go in no neighborhoods and take people out. Don't do it.
Her brother charged at the gunman. Guards quickly subdued him, while Peyton Gendron was ushered out of the courtroom for a few minutes. Massey was a woman devoted to family and community. She wrote about the need for gun safety 1 year before her own life was stolen by gun violence. Gendron, the white supremacist gunman, was convicted of killing 10 people in a hate crime targeting African Americans in a Buffalo supermarket. He apologized.
I did a terrible thing that day. I shot and killed people because they were black.
The judge was not moved.
There is no place for you or your ignorant, hateful, and evil ideologies in a civilized society.
The gunman was given 10 life sentences, 1 for each of his victims. Now, if convicted of federal hate crimes, he could get the death penalty. Back to you.
All right, Rahima, thank you.
New developments this morning, nearly 2 weeks after that train derailment and toxic chemical spill in East Palestine, Ohio. EPA Administrator Michael Regan is set to travel to the affected town today, while calls are heating up for a congressional investigation into the incident. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from Washington with more. And Bree, what can we expect from these latest actions by the federal government?
Good morning, Francis. Well, since the train derailment on February 3rd, the residents of East Palestine have struggled to get concrete answers about whether it's safe to return to the town that they were forced to evacuate or the health risks posed by the fire and the chemical spill. Now, EPA Administrator Michael Regan will travel to East Palestine today to assess the ongoing response to the crisis.
We understand some of the anxiety of the community
but we are with the community. We're going to hold this company accountable, and we're going to be here until this problem is cleaned up. For the homes that have had their water tested by the state, and if they have been cleared, I would drink the water. If my home had not been tested, I would have concerns, and I would reach out to the state and the federal government and get my home tested.
Meanwhile, lawmakers from both sides of the aisle are demanding more information about the cause and lasting effects of this crisis. Several senators, including Sherrod Brown and J.D. Vance of Ohio, are calling for an investigation into the derailment. It remains to be seen whether a potential hearing would focus on the actions of rail operator Norfolk Southern or the federal government's response to the incident. Vance also sent a letter to the CEO of Norfolk Southern on Wednesday. In it, the senator asked that the company expand its financial reimbursement area to include all residents of East Palestine rather than just the 1 mile area of the evacuation perimeter. Francis.
Okay, Bree Jackson for us. Bree, thank you.
The Tennessee National Guard says 2 of its members were killed in a helicopter crash. A doorbell camera capturing the moment the Black Hawk helicopter went down near Huntsville, Alabama during a training mission flight. The chopper crashed along a highway. The 2 guardsmen were the only ones on board. No one on the ground was hurt.
We may soon get more clarity on those mysterious objects being blasted out of the sky. 3 people familiar with the matter tell NBC News that President Biden plans to deliver his most extensive remarks yet about the high-flying objects the military recently shot down. He is also expected to explain how his administration is forming new rules to deal with similar objects in the future. The exact timing has not been set, but those remarks could come as soon as today. Meanwhile, the Defense Secretary discussed this issue in an exclusive interview with NBC's Courtney Cuby.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin sitting down for his first interview since the U.S. shot down a Chinese spy balloon and then 3 other flying objects over North America.
Has anyone claimed ownership of the last 3?
No, they haven't.
The intelligence community now believes those 3 objects were not hostile, but Austin defended the recommendation to take them out.
The safety and security of the American people is always foremost in our minds.
The decision, he says, made because the objects threatened commercial aviation and may have been collecting intelligence. Objects like these likely over U.S. skies for years, but going undetected.
Is this something that the American people have been potentially in danger from for years and just not known it?
We don't know if, how frequently these things may or may not have appeared in our airspace. We're learning a lot more about that.
The fact that the U.S. military didn't know about these until recently, is that an intelligence failure? Was that a military failure?
No, it's how you use your radars. They recently made some adjustments on their radars and opened up the aperture, and they're analyzing the data a bit differently. We typically are focused on things that are moving fast, so it's a bit more difficult to collect on slow-moving objects like a balloon.
China again insisting that its balloon flew over the U.S. accidentally and that in response to new U.S. sanctions, it will, quote, take countermeasures against relevant U.S. entities. Austin acknowledged recent tensions with China have halted communications with his military counterpart.
When something happens, they somehow tend to shut down their military channels of communication. I think that's dangerous, but it won't stop me from continuing to encourage them to open up the lines of communication. I think that's the right thing to do.
As to whether the U.S. could end up shooting down more objects, Austin said the government needs more information about what the first 3 targets were.
And our thanks to Courtney for that report.
All right, here to track some more severe weather is NBC meteorologist Angie Lessman. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. We had a couple of reports of hail, strong winds, maybe some wind damage across parts of the south here over the past 24 hours, and we potentially could see more of that through the day today as this storm system works its way to the east. We have snow draped across parts of the Midwest and stretching towards the Four Corners. We have these storms that have already fired up some of these watches and warnings already this morning, and these likely are going to be something we'll see through the day today. 29 million people impacted by winter alerts, so there will be some snow, a couple of inches of it. That could mean that travel will be a little difficult, stretching again from parts of the Four Corners to the Midwest. Right now, though, we're watching the parts of the south and extending up into much of the Midwest to be dealing with the potential for some strong to even severe storms. The impacts will remain tornadoes, hail, and damaging winds through the evening hours tonight. Let's look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. In the south, temperatures will be in the upper 70s in Montgomery, but that's where we'll watch for the potential for some strong storms later this afternoon. Meanwhile, still spring across parts of the northeast, but back into the Midwest, Chicago ending up at 34 degrees today with some snow showers. And that system, guys, is going to eventually work its way to the east and bring just a brief cool down. I know it's been so nice across the northeast, but we'll have a bit of a break from that here. I'll tell you when coming up.
Okay, I'm ready for it to be cold. It's kind of getting a little bit old.
Look, if it's not going to snow, might as well be pleasant outside, right?
There you go.
Thank you, Angie. Still ahead here, Michael Jordan breaks another record as he celebrates turning 60.
And the moment Alec Murdaugh realizes he is a murder suspect, the latest dramatic turn in the South Carolina trial.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
How many of you were up there?
At least 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Join Hoda Kotb for Season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Leading the news, another dramatic day in the trial of Alec Murdaugh. Prosecutors showing video of a police interrogation and the moment Murdaugh realizes that he is the sole suspect in his wife and son's murder. NBC's Katie Beck is following the trial.
On Wednesday, jurors watched the dramatic moment Alec Murdaugh first learns he's the only known suspect in his wife and son's murders.
Did you kill Maggie? No. Did I kill my wife? Yes, sir. No, David. Do you know who did? No, I do not know who did. Did you kill Paul? No, I did not kill Paul. Do you know who did? No, sir, I do not know who did.
The interview with a SLED investigator took place at a SLED office 2 months after the murders. Investigators informed Murdaugh they believe guns owned by the family were used to commit the murders. Murdaugh offers no visible response. Murdaugh also confronted about his alibi story, whether he was in or near the crime scene after dinner, which he again denies.
At 9 o'clock? Yes, sir. No, sir. Not if my times are right.
Also on tape, emotional moments as Murdaugh asked for details about whether his wife and son suffered and who was killed first.
Did either one of them live after they were shot first time? Not long. What's that mean? The shooting happened very quickly. Very quickly. Is this one person, two persons, three persons?
On cross, the defense attacking points made in the video, calling out missteps in the investigation, such as no DNA tests done on Maggie and Paul's clothing, that Murdaugh's mother's house where he went that night wasn't searched by police for weapons or evidence until 3 months after the crime.
Would you agree that was an opportunity missed?
For Almeida, yes.
And the admission that investigators used deception tactics on Murdoch in the voluntary August interview, even giving misstatements to the grand jury that indicted him.
I'm allowed to use trickery to elicit a response. Yes.
Okay. And you're allowed to do it, and you did it.
Yes.
SLED investigators say Murdoch's inconsistent statements about his alibi put him at the center of their case. They had no other credible leads.
Do you think I killed Maggie?
I have to go where the evidence and the fact takes me.
Inside the courtroom, tensions between the state and defense attorneys reaching a high point in the trial so far. Prosecutors say they plan to wrap their case sometime on Thursday. The defense eager to present their first witness on Friday.
All right, thanks to Katie for that report.
All right, still to come, he is known for smashing NBA titles, and now Michael Jordan breaks another record with a massive charitable donation.
But first, we'll go under the sea, a new look at the live-action Little Mermaid movie.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest developments. The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
Part of that
I've been waiting for this, so we just got a new look under the sea at the upcoming live-action Little Mermaid. The sneak peek sees glimpses of Haley Bailey's Ariel, Prince Eric, and even Melissa McCarthy cackling, you heard that, as the villainous Ursula. It splashes in the theaters May 26th.
No, visuals there. It looks pretty good. I feel like we've been talking about that movie coming
for a long
years
time.
and years.
Yeah.
Right, instead of asking for gifts on his 60th birthday, Michael Jordan is giving a massive one to charity. Jordan announced he's donating a record $10 million to the Make-A-Wish Foundation. The NBA legend, who turns 60 years old tomorrow, has granted hundreds of wishes for the program. and has supported Make-A-Wish since 1989. It's still settling with me that he's 60 years old.
But in that time, can you imagine all the kids, all the families where he's made such a major, huge difference now? Wow, amazing, and more to come. All right, Angie's got your weekend forecast. That's coming up next.
And ahead, what Kia and Hyundai are doing to stop a dangerous TikTok trend.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle?
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Maple syrup production may be tapping out before farm owners really tap in. The Maple Syrup Producers Association of Connecticut says the sticky truth is a mild winter changed the natural sugar and sap production cycle.
The sap production has been sort of up and down because of the lack of some of these freezing nights are sort of hurting us.
So experts also say that the lack of the freezing temps have brought about an early start to syrup season. They add that daytime temperatures in the 40s and evenings in the 20s bring about the production. So that literally is the trickle-down effect of this entire thing of it being milder in some spots.
I learned a lot there. I had no idea there was a syrup season.
Yeah.
You know? For better or worse, the record warmth ain't going anywhere. Let's check back in with Angie.
Guys, I'm not surprised by that, and there's numerous implications when we have these really warm winters, agricultural, with things like mosquitoes, they hatch earlier, so we're going to continue to see these spring-like temperatures lasting a little while longer for parts of the east, but there is some cooler air on the way with that system that's working through the midsection of the country. So by the time Saturday rolls around, you'll wake up to a chilly morning in much of the Northeast and the Midwest. Meanwhile, it'll be sunny, mild, great conditions across much of the Southeast and into parts of Florida. Back towards the west, great conditions as well for Saturday. We keep that going for Sunday, warmer in parts of the Southeast, and just a gorgeous day as we head into the next upcoming work week.
Okay, we'll look forward to it. Thank you. She is shining bright like a diamond. Super Bowl headliner Rihanna takes over British Vogue.
This is what it looks and feels
From the
like.
storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle.
New numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here,
There certainly are.
And we begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Down to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet? More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others?
Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
Following a dangerous TikTok trend, Hyundai and Kia have a fix for over 8 million drivers. The automakers are releasing a free anti-theft alarm software update for owners after the challenge led to thousands of stolen vehicles, causing 14 reported crashes and 8 deaths. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is encouraging drivers to call this toll-free number, either of them there, for Hyundai and Kia to learn more about installing the update.
Model and actress Raquel Welch has died at the age of 82. She was catapulted to stardom by the fantasy film 1 Million Years BC in 1966. A publicity photograph of her in a fur bikini became especially popular, and in the film Shawshank Redemption, it was the poster that allowed the imprisoned hero to tunnel out of his cell undetected by guards. Our Kristen Dahlgren has the story about Welch's big breakthrough and everything that followed.
Raquel Welch's step to stardom was in the 1966 film 1 Million Years BC, a prehistoric fantasy film. Welch's costume catapulted her onto the international stage. That fur bikini cemented her status as a sex symbol.
The sex symbol image was a kind of a thing that you couldn't really embrace and you couldn't really push it away.
Welch supported U.S. troops as part of Bob Hope's USO tours in Vietnam.
Me feel so.
In 1975, she won the Golden Globe for Best Actress in a Comedy as a stunning but klutzy maiden in The Three Musketeers. Through her 50-year career, she acted in more than 30 films and countless television shows.
Isn't that Raquel Welch behind those Foster Grant sunglasses?
It certainly is.
She's also known for being the face of Foster Grant and launched her own line of wigs.
In a perfect world, love would always be in bloom, and we'd all have the hair we dream of.
Her magnetism was timeless in films like Legally Blonde and How to Be a Latin Lover. Hollywood icon Raquel Welch was 82. Kristen Dahlgren, NBC News.
Well, it is a family affair. Just days after her Super Bowl halftime show performance, Rihanna and A$AP Rocky graced the cover of British Vogue's March issue with their new Bundle of Joy, making his magazine debut. Rihanna has yet to reveal her son's name, but she did open up about motherhood and welcoming her first child, calling it legendary. So we don't know the son's name, and we don't really know when she's due, do we, for the next one?
No, I mean, we may find out after, the baby comes, but so much going on for her. Kudos, so much to celebrate for her, too.
Exciting times, yeah. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Francis Rivera. Coming up on the Today Show, Craig Melvin's network exclusive interview with Nikki Haley talking about our 2024 bid to the White House.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Stephen Romo in for Savannah Sellers today. Right now on Morning News Now, widening the search. New developments this morning in the investigation into President Biden's handling of classified documents. What we're learning about not one, but two new FBI searches, this time at the president's alma mater. Also this morning, President Biden expected to address those unidentified objects shot down over North America. We'll bring you the latest. And sorrow and outrage at Michigan State as students are allowed back on campus where 3 students were shot and killed earlier this week. Now the community coming together to call for change.
I'm just so freaking furious. A terrible situation that is going to change the lives of our young people forever. They will never be the same because of it.
Plus, new developments in the investigation. What we're learning about the gunman's potential motive. Retail rebound. New numbers signaling some progress for the economy. Consumer spending is up after 2 months of decline and despite an increase in inflation. We'll break down the numbers and what it all means for you. And remembering an icon. This morning, Hollywood paying tribute to legendary actress Raquel Welch, who died yesterday at the age of 82. We'll take a look back at her decades-long career and her lasting legacy as an international star and sex symbol. So many films and TV shows she was in, I did not quite realize.
Yeah, she was a groundbreaker without a doubt.
Absolutely. We'll talk more about that. But we do begin this morning with the latest on President Biden's handling of classified materials during his time as vice president of the Obama White House.
According to 2 senior law enforcement officials familiar with the investigation, the FBI has conducted 2 searches in recent weeks at the University of Delaware. It is part of the ongoing probe into classified documents that have been found in other locations, documents that have been tied to President Biden. For the latest, let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa. Ali, good morning to you. So first of all, what do we know about this latest search, and where do things stand when it comes to the special counsel's investigation?
Yeah, guys, good morning. Well, we know that recently the FBI, on behalf of the special counsel investigating these classified documents, has researched several locations where they have already found classified documents. These are places like President Biden's Wilmington home, his private office in Washington, D.C. We know that they've researched his Rehoboth Beach home as well. So this was a search, really a part of a check off of the to-do list of special counsel Robert Hur, checking to see if there were any classified documents in these nearly 2,000 boxes that President Biden donated to his alma mater, the University of Delaware, back in 2012, to make sure that any classified documents that could be there during his over 30 years in the Senate, whether they are there when they shouldn't be there. It's still unclear whether there were any classified documents seized from this search as a result of this search. But we do know that those documents that were donated were not visible to the public during the time that they were at the University of Delaware. So if there was anything classified in those boxes, it wasn't made publicly available during that time. So definitely a significant layer in all of this, adding more questions that we already have for this White House in this special counsel probe, guys.
Ali, let's talk about another issue that's on the president's mind, and that's those unidentified objects that were shot down by the U.S. military. President Biden is planning to address that as early as today, according to our sources. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, this is coming after major pressure from lawmakers, really from both parties on Capitol Hill, some of whom have received classified briefings about these unidentified objects that have been shot out of the sky. And they say that the American people and they deserve more answers and more information from President Biden directly after we saw just last weekend 3 unidentified objects shot down in as many days out of the sky as a result of this. So this is happening, as I said, after major pressure. We expect President Biden to talk about how his administration plans to handle these unidentified objects possibly being discovered in the future. Remember, on Monday, we heard the White House announce the creation of this interagency task force to better communicate and coordinate between military government departments, as well as the leaders of allied countries who we now know, since all of this news broke, have also experienced surveillance balloons flying over their country. So right now, we don't know exactly when this will happen, if it does happen, but this would definitely definitely mark a significant shift in how the White House has been responding to these different discoveries and takedowns of these unidentified objects.
And Allie, very quickly, one more note on the presidential beat, and that's his annual physical exam today. What should we know about it?
So this is something we've consistently been asking the White House about after this was supposed to get done by the end of last month. The White House officials saying that this was delayed because of some travel that was added to the president's schedule. It's significant because, they're with President Biden, currently the oldest sitting president in our country's history at 80 years old. There are consistently questions being raised of his mental and physical fitness, whether he is fit for a possible next presidential term if he decides to run again in 2024. We expect this to take several hours today. The results will be released publicly. Worth noting, his last physical was back in November, and his doctor gave him a clean bill of health to continue his presidential duties. Right. So we are looking forward to seeing the results of this next physical.
All right, Ali Rafa, thank you.
Well, we're learning new details this morning about those unidentified objects the U.S. military has been shooting out of North American skies. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby sat down with Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin during his trip to Brussels on Wednesday to discuss many of these ongoing questions.
Secretary Austin saying there's still been no claim of ownership for any of those 3 unidentified objects. He's here in Brussels to meet with the Ukraine Defense Contact Group and his fellow defense ministers from NATO. They're here to discuss more aid in the form of equipment and weapons for Ukraine, what they desperately need for the coming counteroffensive against Russia in the spring. Secretary Austin said that even though the U.S. will continue to provide more equipment in the future, the U.S. is not getting more directly involved in the conflict in Ukraine. Here's what he had to say. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin sitting down for his first interview since the U.S. shot down a Chinese spy balloon and then 3 other flying objects over North America. Has anyone claimed ownership of the last 3?
No, they haven't.
The intelligence community now believes those 3 objects were not hostile, but Austin defended the recommendation to take them out.
The safety and security of the American people is always foremost in our minds.
The decision, he says, made because the objects threatened commercial aviation and may have been collecting intelligence. Objects like these likely over U.S. skies for years, but going undetected. Is this something that the American people have been potentially in danger from for years and just not known it?
We don't know if, how frequently these things may or may not have appeared in our airspace. We're learning a lot more about that.
The fact that the U.S. military didn't know about these until recently, is that an intelligence failure? Was it a military failure?
No, it's how you use your radars. They recently made some adjustments on their radars and opened up the aperture, and they're analyzing the data a bit differently. We typically are focused on things that are moving fast, so it's a bit more difficult to collect on slow-moving objects like a balloon.
China today again insisting that its balloon flew over the U.S. accidentally and that in response to new U.S. sanctions, it will, quote, take countermeasures against relevant U.S. entities. Austin acknowledged recent tensions with China have halted communications with his military counterpart.
When something happens, they somehow tend to shut down their military channels of communication. I think that's dangerous. But it won't stop me from continuing to encourage them to open up the lines of communication. I think that's the right thing to do.
On the eve of the anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the U.S. is still providing weapons, including ones they once considered escalatory. And we now know the U.S. is also helping Ukraine with their targeting for some of these longer-range systems. Back to you.
Courtney Kuby, thanks so much.
Today, for the first time, the public will get a look at some of the results of a Georgia grand jury's criminal investigation into former President Donald Trump.
Yeah, a judge is allowing 3 parts of the Fulton County Special Grand Jury report to be made public. You might remember the district attorney's office convened the special purpose grand jury to investigate whether or not Trump and his allies interfered with the results of the 2020 election in Georgia. For more, we're joined by NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. So, Vaughn, thanks for being here this morning.
Good morning, guys.
What do we know about those portions that are set to be released?
Right. There's a lot of anticipation for when the partial special grand jury report comes out because it could provide some indication about whether charges will be brought in Fulton County, Georgia, against Donald Trump, but also potential other targets. Fani Willis, the district attorney, has already said that there are 18 individuals who are targets of this investigation. So this goes well beyond Donald Trump. But we are going to find out three parts from this: the introduction, the conclusion, in a part in which the special grand jury outlines, according to the judge, that there are witnesses who the special grand jury believe lied as part of their testimony here. What we will not find out are specific names of individuals who are included in this report, and we will also not find out the recommended charges from the special grand jury. But when you go through a report, despite the black ink that we anticipate seeing, there's probably going to be a lot of tea leaves that we're going to be able to extract to see just what sort of case the district attorney is going to be presenting so soon.
Why is it 3 sections and not the entire report?
Right. It was actually the defense and the prosecution that were both arguing that the report should be private and it should be secret. And that was because there was scared on the part of the prosecution, there was fear that it would taint the due process rights of the potential defendants here, and they did not want anything to get in the way of the case that they plan to make here in the months ahead against any of these potentially indicted defendants here. But ultimately, a judge who heard arguments from multiple news organizations saying that it was in the public interest to have this report be made public, and over the last 3 weeks, they've evaluated that report, and then today is what we're going to get out of that result.
So you mentioned District Attorney Fani Willis. The decision on indictments is going to be up to her. Do we know what she's saying about this?
Fani Willis has said that every step of the way, she talked about a year ago with our Blaine Alexander down in Georgia in an exclusive interview, and she outlined that as part of this investigation, she was going to use the full extent of the law to hold everybody to account, and that celebrity status, the fact that they work in politics, that was not going to keep anybody from facing the justice system in Fulton County that she came in to oversee. And so that is the question. These are state charges here that we are talking about as well, and all of this stems from efforts to overturn the 2020 election. There were more than 75 witnesses over the course of this 2 years of the investigation. And so all of this is mounting to potential state charges, which, if we're looking down the road, the president, you can't pardon state charges here. So there is a lot on the line in this case.
Indeed. We should find out more later today. Vaughn Hilliard, thank you.
Yes.
Speaking of politics, let's talk about the 2024 presidential race. Former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley held her first rally yesterday. She kicked off her campaign in her home state of South Carolina just a day after announcing she was running. Haley is now the first GOP challenger to go against former President Trump. She says she wants to provide a new direction for the Republican Party and says that starts with trust.
And I have a particular message for my fellow Republicans. We've lost the popular vote in 7 of the last 8 presidential elections. Our cause is right, but we have failed to win the confidence of a majority of Americans. Well, that ends today.
Haley is set to appear in another key primary state. She'll be speaking to New Hampshire voters during a town hall later today. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now from Charleston, South Carolina. Ali, good morning. First, let's talk about, any big takeaways from Haley's campaign announcement yesterday where you are. We heard just a little bit from her. What was her overall message, and what can we expect at that town hall in New Hampshire now later today?
Yeah, Joe, it's clear that she's shadowboxing with the only other person who's technically and officially in this race, which is her former boss, Donald Trump. She didn't mention him by name yesterday, but you watched the way that she tried to go one-on-one against President Biden, going after him on things like him being a leader of the past and stale leadership of the past as well. And look, if you were to substitute in many of those cases, as she was talking about the need for generational change and new faces of leadership, you could almost substitute Trump's name for Biden's at various points in that. So it's clear that while she's not yet willing to go directly at her former boss, this is the way that she's going to do it, going at him on things that he absolutely can't change, which is the fact that he is in his 70s and she is a new face to this national Republican Party in her 50s. It allows her to sort of do this delicate dance that, frankly, everyone is going to have to do in this field, but especially the people who served in the Trump administration, like the former Vice President Mike Pence, like the former Secretary of State Mike Mike Pompeo, but also Florida Governor Ron DeSantis came up through Florida and national politics because in large part of Trump's endorsement. So all of these people are going to have to find the right way to maneuver around Trump, not alienating him so much that his voters don't want them, but also making it so that they can potentially pick up those voters as well. I would note, in this case, it's not helping Haley immensely. Trump came out immediately, his campaign, marking the ways that she had said previously that she wouldn't run in 2024 if he were running. That is clearly where we are now, so things have changed. She has to offer explanations for why she's made that decision, but this is really going to be tough as a lot of these candidates thread the needle, Joe.
So we know Haley is the first woman of color to run for the GOP presidential nomination. She mentioned gender during her campaign speech. Let's take a listen to what she had to say.
This is not about identity politics. I don't believe in that. And I don't believe in glass ceilings either. I believe in creating a country where anyone can do anything and achieve their own American dream.
So this is your area of expertise. You wrote the book on this topic. I mean, how does this compare to how Democrats deal with gender on the campaign trail?
Yeah, you know that this was the thing that I was looking for, knowing that Nikki Haley is only the 5th woman to run on the Republican side of the ticket, and coming off of 2020, where we had more than 6 women run on the Democratic side. On its face, the fact that Haley is running just sort of helps to expand the paradigm of what female executive leadership can look like. That's really important when you put it in the larger canon of getting to this goal of having a female president at some point, just a more reflective democracy. But the ways that Republicans and Democrats deal with gender are completely different. Of course, candidates show up to the podium as they show up. It's clear that she is a woman of color. She spoke to that and has made certain nods to that over the course of the video that she used to announce, but then also in that campaign speech yesterday, noting the fact that she has been someone who has broken the glass ceilings that she doesn't believe in. For example, here in South Carolina, when she was elected governor, she's using this argument, though, to say that while she is those things, that's not what she wants to base and steep her candidacy in. That's in large part because if you look at the polling, this is not something that conservative and Republican voters are really looking towards. They're not picking their candidates based on race and gender. That's true on the Democratic side as well, though voters there tend to be a little bit more vocal about, hey, I want to look to the women candidates. I want to look to the candidates of color for leadership. On the Republican side, that is not the metric. They're looking more at policy and ideology. And clearly, Haley was bringing that in spades yesterday as well, kind of a return to the past Republican politics, arguing over lower taxes, immigration reform, actual policy proposals.
All right, Ali Vitale on the campaign trail in February 2023. Thanks, Ali.
Well, this morning, millions of Americans are at risk for tornadoes and damaging winds.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us now with more on this developing storm system. Hey, Angie.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, we've got a couple of things that could be impactful through the day today, and it's for a large swath of the country. You can see snow falling in parts of Nebraska, Iowa, and stretching into parts of the Midwest here through the early morning hours today. We're going to continue to see these storms ramping up and the potential for some of these strong and even severe storms throughout the day. Here's those watches and warnings that have been in effect. We've seen tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings and watches, and this is likely what sets the stage for us to continue seeing these through the rest of your day. We also have 31 million people that are impacted by these winter alerts, so winter weather advisories and winter storm warnings. Those are going to be on the table because we are expecting snow and a wintry mix, some of which I just showed you on satellite and radar. But this is what I really want you to focus in on. We have that, again, a potential for some strong to even severe storms. We dealt with this yesterday from this same system, and it went into the overnight hours. Today, we're likely going to see that again, more people impacted, 26 million, basically from Cleveland to New Orleans. We'll have the potential to see strong winds up to 70 miles per hour, some tornadoes, a couple of those could be intense, and damaging winds up to an inch. Here's where we have the best chance to see some of those stronger tornadoes. That means EF2 or higher. You see it includes places like Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hattiesburg, all on the table for you, and this goes into the evening hours. So remember, nocturnal tornadoes are much more dangerous than when they're during the daytime. We also have plenty of rain on the way with this system, up to 3 inches possible, stretched across places, really the whole eastern half of the country. And then we deal with the snow, 2 to 4 inches, up to 8 inches in parts of northern Maine. So that will be something that will cause a little bit of difficulty on the roadways. How about those temperatures, though? Is it February, guys, or is it May? Yesterday, I had to check and make sure I wasn't dreaming. It was 67 degrees in New York, and it was delightful, I've got gotta say. 66 today, 69 in Washington, D.C. We'll take a run at some records for places like Boston that were set back in the early 1900s.
With the only thing we were talking about yesterday was like, oh gosh, do we have to prepare to go back to colder weather again because it's still winter?
Kind of. On Saturday, low 40s in some spots, but that's normal, right? And then it goes right back up. So
don't put the coats away
warm.
just yet.
Exactly.
Exactly. Well, now to some dramatic and emotional moments in a Buffalo courtroom yesterday as the gunman who killed 10 people at a grocery store in a predominantly black neighborhood was sentenced to life in prison. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis has those details.
My brother was one of the victims of this senseless massacre.
In the courtroom, victims' families facing down a convicted racist gunman, showing grace.
Do I hate you? No. Do I want you to die? No.
But also pain.
You have shattered a lot of lives here, sir.
Thank y'all for protecting.
There was anger.
Because I will hurt you so bad.
And rage too overwhelming to bear. This was the moment the sister of 72-year-old Catherine Massey got up to speak.
You don't know a damn thing about black people. We're human. We like our kids to go to good schools. We love our kids. We never go in no neighborhoods and take people out. Don't do it.
Her brother charged at the gunman. Guards quickly subdued him, while Peyton Gendron was ushered out of the courtroom for a few minutes. Massey was a woman devoted to family and community. She wrote about the need for gun safety 1 year before her own life was stolen by gun violence. Gendron, the white supremacist gunman, was convicted of killing 10 people in a hate crime targeting African Americans in a Buffalo supermarket.
I did a terrible thing that day. I shot and killed people because they were black.
The judge was not moved.
There is no place for you or your ignorant, hateful, and evil ideologies in a civilized society.
The gunman was given 10 life sentences, one for each of his victims. Now, if convicted of federal hate crimes, he could get the death penalty. Back to you.
Rahima Ellis, thank you.
Coming up, a somber return for students at Michigan State as the campus reopens after Monday's deadly mass shooting. We're going to take you there as the community mourns, plus what investigators are saying about the gunman's possible motive.
Also, first a train derailment, then a toxic threat. Now federal officials are heading to Ohio as concerns grow over contaminated air. You're watching Morning News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Michigan State University community is mourning the students who lost their lives in Monday night's shooting.
Yeah, friends, family, and the East Lansing community came together on campus last night for a vigil at The Rock. Many taking the time to talk about and honor the memory of those 3 victims, Brian Frazier, Alexandria Verner, and Ariel Anderson.
We shouldn't have to live like this. We shouldn't have to subconsciously scan every room for an exit, go through the grim exercise of figuring out who our last call would be to. Our campuses, churches, classrooms, and communities should not be battlefields.
NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from East Lansing. And Jesse, wanted to get the latest on that investigation. There was talk about a lead on a potential motive here. What do we know about that?
Yeah, so we know that police here, Stephen, are still trying to pin down what might have been the impetus behind this shooting. It's something that we do not have an answer to at this point. We were asking police about this yesterday. We know at least one of the things that they will be looking into, according to the police chief here, is the possibility of the suspect having applied for a job here at the university. But at this point, we have no official word on any nexus, any connection between the suspect and this community. We are going to get an update from officials at a press briefing that is expected just a few hours from now.
You know, Jesse, classes are not going to resume till Monday, but the FBI has been helping students, faculty, staff reclaim items that were left behind during the chaos. How are students feeling as they go back to the scene, and is the university looking at any security upgrades now?
Yeah, and Joe, that will continue later today. This is Berkey Hall, one of the scenes of the shooting, according to officials. And just a few hours from now, students are going to be allowed back in here with the help of the FBI to collect what they left behind as they ran for their lives. And we talked with law enforcement officials yesterday, and one official telling me that the items that students left behind are being left exactly where they were when the students fled, which means people are returning to pick things up right as they left them. And I asked one student about this yesterday, and he said it almost brought him back to that night. So you can imagine how traumatic, even days later, coming back here and collecting what was left behind might be. We asked the university police chief about the possibility of security upgrades. He says he does expect that there will be changes here on campus, but he wants to make clear that they need to stick to their core mission here, and that is learning.
All right, Jesse, also wanted to ask that we talked about that vigil that happened last night on campus. What were some of the themes? Was this more of a memorial, or was there a call to action here, or maybe a bit of both?
Yeah, and the governor was there, by the way, so obviously there were political figures there as well as community members. There was not any really direct calls for action from the stage, nothing like that. This was more of a coming together event. There have been people who have been making calls for changes to gun laws, and also some people even calling for an expansion of gun use on this campus as well over the last 48 hours. So that debate, as we often see, is going on, but that event was really more about memorializing the people who lost their lives, and there was some song and some prayer. We heard from several speakers, including the head coach for the men's basketball team here, Tom Izzo. Obviously, this basketball team, a focal point for this community. And we did speak with some people who attended, and a couple of the people we talked to said that something needed to change. And people have various ideas about it. And one father I spoke with, an alum himself, his daughter, a student here right now, said that he thinks something has to change because even just one life is too many to be losing. But that man also did say to me that this is what this community does, is they come together. When you see thousands of people coming together, he said that's what this place is about, guys.
So heartbreaking to see it, but such a familiar sight at this point, unfortunately. Jesse, thanks so much. Well, EPA Administrator Michael Regan is heading to Ohio today to discuss the fallout and ongoing response related to the tragic train derailment that happened there earlier this month. He's expected to learn more about the health and safety effects of that massive fire that sparked when the 150-car train carrying hazardous chemicals went off the rails. The agency says it's continuing to monitor air quality in that area and has helped screen hundreds of homes for any potential contaminants. Meanwhile, a standing room only town hall held last night became heated as officials tried to address the concerns of people living in that community. The derailment has led to bipartisan calls for a Senate investigation into that incident. A letter was sent yesterday to the chair of the NTSB highlighting some of those rail safety concerns. Well, coming up, dramatic developments in the Alex Murdaugh trial. When we come back, video evidence showing his response when asked if he killed his own wife and son. Stay with us. This is Morning News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. It was yet another dramatic day in court for the Alex Murdaugh trial. The jury, for the first time, seeing video the moments state investigators asked the former attorney if he killed his own wife and son. This new video released on the heels of the prosecution resting its case. Joining us now is NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. So Danny, good morning. Thanks for being with us. So the jury finally got to see that video when Alex Murdaugh heard that he was the suspect, and one of the agents who was there at the time actually testified. Walk us through that testimony.
The agent essentially authenticates the video, but the video speaks for itself. And Stephen, this is why two things are true. Defense attorneys like me say over and over again, never, ever, ever sit down for an interview or interrogation, as we call it. And point two, as much as we say that, people still do it, including an educated lawyer who should probably know better. And what a lot of folks don't realize, and what came out in this video, that not only can the police be coercive, they can even lie and deceive in order to try and extract a confession out of you. And that is exactly what the jury saw in this case, and the defense capitalized on it in cross-examination. But anytime you see a video like this, it's usually really, really bad for the defense.
Yeah, surprising, especially considering he is an attorney. And Danny, the judge ruling against allowing testimony about the roadside shooting that took place after those murders. Let's listen.
I grant the motion to exclude this evidence at this time. Of course, as we have seen, things change, and who knows.
So has the judge given any reason why he ruled against using this evidence? And do we know why the prosecution wanted that evidence?
It's not excluded, Stephen. Late breaking news in the morning. The judge excluded this evidence, but sometime during the day, the defense stepped on a ticking time bomb. It opened the door, according to the judge. And I disagree with this ruling. But late in the day, the judge ruled that because the defense cross-examined about some of the financial issues and uttered the words Cousin Eddie, when Cousin Eddie was the person who allegedly came and set up this assisted suicide, whatever you want to call it, allegedly. But because the defense uttered that name in cross-examination, the judge determined that this evidence, which was previously out, was now in because the defense did something called opening the door. And this is something that defense attorneys like me live in abject fear of, why we tiptoe around cross-examination. But I got to tell you, this was something that probably surprised the defense. They had to go after the financial evidence. They had to question about that stuff, including the Cousin Eddie and payments to Cousin Eddie. But what the prosecution did, and they're clever, they said, whoa, whoa, whoa. As soon as you mention Cousin Eddie, you open the door. Now we get to bring in all of this attempted suicide evidence. And by the way, last thing, they will get now a jury instruction that they can consider that as evidence of guilt. Blockbuster, really bad, and otherwise good day for the defense.
Such a shift just from the words Cousin Eddie. That's incredible.
Amazing.
It is a lot to follow. Danny Savalos, thanks for helping us break all that down. All right, turning now to those shocking claims against the largest for-profit hospital company in America. After a group of North Carolina nurses said HCA Healthcare was putting profits before patients, a neurosurgeon at one HCA hospital contacted us with some shocking claims of his own. NBC News senior investigative and legal correspondent Cynthia McFadden brings us that story.
Hello. Well, HCA Healthcare is the largest for-profit hospital corporation in the country. They own over 170 hospitals coast to coast. Last month, we did a story about one hospital that they own in North Carolina, where a group of nurses said that the corporation was valuing profits over patients. Well, in the wake of that reporting, we heard from a neurosurgeon in Florida who also works for an HCA hospital. He had his own story. Take a look. Stunning claims accusing HCA's Bayonet Point Hospital outside Tampa, Florida, of putting profits over patients. Have lives been lost, in your opinion, due to the behavior of HCA?
Absolutely, yes.
That's a very serious allegation.
It sure is.
Sounding the alarm, Dr. George Giannakopoulos, who's been a neurosurgeon at the Level 2 Trauma Center for 29 years, elected the chief of staff there 10 times.
I love Bayonet Point. It's my home.
But since the pandemic, he says the for-profit company HCA has been cutting staff and corners. For example, firing the anesthesiology team and replacing them with what he says are generally less competent people, leading to many errors, including one of his patients waking up during brain surgery.
The patient was on head pins, which are very sharp instruments that put into the skull.
To hold the head steady?
To hold the head steady. And I was just shaving the head when the patient tried to get up. So you can imagine that could have been tragic.
So, I mean, that sounds like rank incompetence on the part of the anesthesiologist.
It sure is.
At an emergency meeting with hospital leadership in December of 2021, 4 doctors who were present say more than a dozen surgeons expressed widespread concern.
I asked the question, do you feel this hospital is safe? And it was a unanimous vote from the surgeons that it was not. Then I asked him another question. Is the hospital dangerous? And that was, again, a unanimous vote that the hospital was dangerous.
Neither the hospital nor HCA would agree to an interview, but they told us they take quality issues very seriously, that the hospital is appropriately staffed for the safety of patients, and that they are continually looking for ways to improve. But according to Dr. Giannakopoulos and 3 other doctors who spoke to NBC News, things continued to get worse.
In January of 2022, we had 18 near misses in the operating room.
Which means these patients, their lives were put at risk by mistakes being made in the operating room.
Absolutely.
As for the ICU, documents from state regulators show an insufficient number of nurses. 2 doctors told us they believe such staffing issues led to the unnecessary death of a man who came in with a headache, later diagnosed as an aneurysm. Unattended by nurses, he died before it could be repaired.
When we look at the notes, there was absolutely not a single nursing note for 12 hours.
Well, that's malpractice, isn't it?
It's beyond malpractice. This should not happen.
And there's more. These photographs provided to NBC by doctors show a shocking lack of cleanliness, from leaks in the ceiling, bloody and backed up sinks, to...
There have been many sightings of cockroaches. One of the cockroaches was alive, coming out of a tray that was presented to us from the sterile processing department.
And the problems are not just at Bayonet. According to the most recent federal data, 70% of HCA's 37 rated hospitals in Florida have a below average rating. It's not that HCA doesn't have money.
HCA has generated $16.4 billion in profits over the last 3 years. And its CEO has received $78 million in compensation during that period.
I don't have a problem with a good business making profits and prospering. But when patients are dying because of your policies, I get a huge problem with that.
If someone at home right now about to be admitted to Bayonet Point, what would you say to them?
There are other choices. Go somewhere else.
Dr. Giannakopoulos is still employed at the hospital. He is still doing surgeries there, though he tells us he believes the hospital is doing its best to shut him up and push him out. Back to you.
Dramatic story, Cynthia McFadden. Thank you. And coming up on Morning News Now, encouraging economic news. Retail spending is bouncing back after months of decline. We'll break down the numbers and what it could signal for the months ahead.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with a look at the economy and call it a comeback. A new report from the Department of Commerce showing a major spike in consumer spending. According to that report, following a bit of a slump around the holidays, Americans more than made up for it in the new year. Last month, U.S. sales surpassed economist expectations, increasing by 3%, marking the largest one-month increase in almost 2 years. Joining us now is Investopedia Editor-in-Chief Caleb Silver. Caleb, good morning. Thanks for being here. So what do you think this says about the current state of our economy here?
Yeah, well, there was a big comeback in spending. LL Cool J said, don't call it a comeback. But in this case, a lot of the December softness was pushed into January, where we saw a lot of spending. We also saw a lot of gift card spending, which shows us that maybe people got gift cards and maybe spent them in January. But don't forget the fact that inflation is still pretty hot right now. So are we spending more, buying less? There's a little of that, but when you look across the categories, they're pretty good. Restaurant spending was good. Car dealerships were good. Department stores, which have been super soft, very good last month. In furniture stores, people are buying furniture again. So you can't ignore the resilience and the bounce back in spending, but a lot of it is because maybe we weren't spending as much in December. We pulled a lot of sales forward in October and November with those pre-holiday sales.
Interesting. And are they getting the bang for their buck? And PNC Chief Economist Gus Fauché actually wrote a bit about this, saying, quote, the increase in retail sales combined with the very strong January jobs report reduce concerns that recession is imminent. So what are your thoughts on that? Does this make us feel better about the outlook for that recession?
Yeah, and you got to look at the categories and the items we look at when we look at a recession. So retail sales through personal consumption expenditures, that's what we spend. Those are holding up. Those are pretty strong. Industrial production, kind of flat right now. Unemployment, as you know, very, very low. And manufacturing input, that increased last month as well. So you have some indicators that are really strong right now and some that are kind of soft. So maybe there is a soft landing, maybe there's no recession, but recessions are felt very personally. You lose your job, your company goes out of business, something happens in your family, you feel a personal recession. Around the economy, it kind of feels like maybe we won't fall into one, or it's just going to be some weakness. Maybe we'll see one down the road.
And the Fed saying as recently as Tuesday, though, they're not done with these hikes, that more needs to be done to combat inflation. What effect would that have, and is that having on consumer spending moving forward?
Well, we know that it's pushing credit card APRs up to record highs. They're about 19% right now on average, a little bit higher than that. So as those rise, it pushes people into debt. We know that December spending, payments for household and credit cards rose 5.1% last month as well. So we're spending more. We're also going deeper into debt. The average debt per borrower right around $5,000 to $6,000 right now. That's pretty high. With those high APRs, that could stretch the consumer. So the Fed's going to keep raising rates because all those other factors I showed you about the economy right now, they're strong enough where the Fed's like, we can keep doing this to keep pushing inflation down. Expect another rate hike next month, maybe another one in May.
Oh, they keep coming. All right. Caleb, thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, well, this morning we're remembering Raquel Welch. The legendary actress helped redefine what it meant to be a Hollywood star with her roles in 1 Million BC and Fantastic Voyage. In a statement, her family said the 82-year-old icon died early Wednesday morning after a brief illness. Joining us now with a look at her just so impressive career is entertainment journalist and pop culture expert Brian Balthazar. Brian, good morning. Thanks for being with us this morning. So Raquel Welch's career just spanned more than 50 years. She had so many major moments. I can just remember so many random TV shows that she would turn up in. Lois and Clark, Sabrina the Teenage Witch, just such a legacy. Talk to us about that.
It's really interesting you say that, too, because she was one of those actresses that people wanted to see. And it started out with one of her breakout roles. You talked about 1 Million Years BC, a film that she really only had 3 lines in, but the strikingness of her image on that film poster, that iconic movie poster, is part of what made her burst out. It was kind of a defining moment for her. She had done some roles before, and including a much larger speaking role just prior to that in The Fantastic Voyage. But this was one of those moments in the pop culture zeitgeist that kind of defined her as a bombshell. And this was an image that she would carry with her throughout her career. She did, I will say, explore comedy. She went on to receive a Golden Globe Award in 1973 for The Three Musketeers, but she always leaned into that bombshell status because in her words, you can't fight an image like that. It is what she looked like. She was unmistakably and undeniably beautiful.
A career that spanned 50 years, Brian, here, and she really sort of redefined what it meant to be a sex symbol in Hollywood. You mentioned she did comedy. She went on to be funny, had all of these roles. What kind of impact is she leaving behind here?
Well, I have to say, we live in an age now where, as we all know, we love to talk about how people look, particularly as they age. And Raquel Welch is one of those people who looked pretty breathtaking and maintained that bombshell status for eternity. She kept that going. I mean, look at her right there. I don't know how old she is there, but she remained a sexy bombshell of a woman to the very last moment. I think there's some interesting things about her that people probably don't know. She was born Jo Tejada. She changed her name to Welch after her first husband. They kind of wanted to Americanize her name at the time because they thought it would be difficult. They also tried to change the name Raquel to Debbie, which that was where she drew the line. She didn't want to be a Debbie. She said, do I look like a Debbie, right? And she also was incredibly talented musically. She went on to be on Broadway and have a Vegas show. So I think she's a testament to endurance. She's a testament to beauty and being that Hollywood bombshell. She'll always have that as part of her legacy.
Yes, so much that goes into her legacy. I was just looking up online about all the things she's been in. It's hard to list them all. Brian Balthazar, thanks so much for helping us remember Raquel Welch.
Thank you.
All right, more financial news now. Twitter shifts its prohibitions on cannabis ads, allowing companies to advertise. CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us now with that and other news. Good morning, Bertha.
Hey, good morning. We know that Elon Musk is fond of marijuana himself. He's often joked about it, but maybe that's why Twitter has made this shift. It's going to be the first social media platform to allow cannabis companies to advertise on the site in the U.S. Twitter has previously only allowed ads for CBD topical products. Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok still don't allow ads as pot remains illegal at the federal level. But, more states now allow the sale of recreational marijuana. So Twitter is going to allow companies to advertise as long as they have the proper license, and they can only target areas where they are allowed to operate, and as long as they also do not target people under 21. Meantime, Fidelity is hiring 4,000 people for new roles by mid-year. This bucks a trend of rival asset managers like BlackRock who are actually cutting jobs. Bloomberg says the positions will focus on customer service and technology. It follows a year of record hiring already that has pushed Fidelity's headcount to 68,000. And if you're waiting for that Apple VR headset that gives you reality, well, it's pushing it back. The unveiling of that anticipated mixed reality headset from April to June, according to Bloomberg. The report says it's now scheduled to debut at the company's annual Worldwide Developers Conference. Product testing has found that there's still room for improvement on both the hardware and the software side. Apple has been working on the headset for years now, and it's been delayed several times. So we'll see if it actually does come out this year. Apple hasn't had a major product launch since it launched the AirPods way back in 2016. So a lot of anticipation for that, although I'm not a headset wearer.
Right, and it is supposed to be a little pricey, right? Is that sort of the theory, that it's going to be a little more expensive, probably than AirPods, I'm guessing?
Well, I mean, that's usually, Apple usually things are more expensive, but that's why I think they've really been trying to refine it, because they want to get it right. No one's going to want to spend $2,000, for example, for something that isn't really spectacular.
Get it perfect. All right.
Yeah. Bertha, thanks so much. Well, coming up, some rare footage offering a new perspective on the world's most famous shipwreck.
After the break, the never-before-seen video of the Titanic from the ocean floor. This is Morning News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back. Rihanna continues to put in the work after her massive Super Bowl halftime show performance. The singer saw an almost 400% increase in digital song sales, along with millions more earned from her makeup brand and clothing line. But the music world is not the only thing she's dominating. After revealing she's pregnant with baby number 2 at the big game, Rihanna is placing her role as mother in the spotlight. She, along with boyfriend A$AP Rocky and their son, who was born back in May, are the cover stars for the March issue of British Vogue. You can grab that issue as soon as it hits newsstands February 21st. Those digital song sales, Joe, I know it's because all of those hits we kept hearing, some of them I had kind of forgotten about, came back with a vengeance.
Yeah, no kidding. You're just such a great catalog. And Rihanna, work, 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 work. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Stephen. We close this hour with new images from the ocean floor, giving us a rare look at the remains of the Titanic. The footage was actually taken nearly 40 years ago, but we're just seeing it for the first time now, taking us inside the storied ship in a way we haven't seen before. This morning, rare footage from the depths of the ocean, bringing a spectacular new view of the Titanic to the surface. The never-before-seen video was captured back in 1986, documenting the first manned voyage to the wreckage. The research crew making its way through the sunken vessel on the floor of the Atlantic for the very first time, discovering the bow, railings, and inside of the luxury liner. The ship's ill-fated journey was brought to life by James Cameron's 1997 Oscar-winning blockbuster.
I'm flying.
But the real story of the thought-to-be unsinkable steamship was almost never uncovered after the vessel struck a massive iceberg on its maiden voyage from Southampton, England to New York. It took nearly 75 years to find the Titanic's final resting place, 2.5 miles below the surface. Robert Ballard led the team that first discovered the wreckage.
I must say, to literally land on the deck of the Titanic was quite amazing. Almost just hard to believe.
More than 1,500 people died in the Titanic's catastrophic collision. While their remains are no longer present, signs of early 20th century life can be seen throughout.
It's sort of like their tombstone. And to see a mother's shoes and next to her, her baby's shoes. That's pretty powerful.
The newly released footage captures the ship in the best condition human eyes have seen since it sank in 1912. Recently, scientists have discovered metal-eating bacteria rapidly turning the Titanic's remnants into dust. Last year, high-definition cameras were able to capture the deteriorating watery ruins. The famed captain's bathtub now barely visible. But the video captured by Ballard's crew rewinds the clock nearly 4 decades.
It was really literally entering a preserved museum, and the deeper you got into the ship, the more preserved it was.
Now, this newest look at the 110-year-old ship is fascinating the world once again, allowing us all to join in on the discovery of a lifetime. And this footage was released in honor of the 25th anniversary of the movie Titanic. Ballard says the footage actually inspired James Cameron to make the film. Cameron even set up a private screening for the Explorer before it premiered as a thank you. When Ballard saw it, he said he was surprised to see how accurate the movie was and that he felt like he was getting to see the ship that sailed. Pretty cool stuff.
Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah.
I love that. Metal-eating bacteria. Who knew?
That's a little scary. But
Yeah, definitely.
All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Stephen Romo, in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, back on campus. Michigan State University students are being allowed back on campus this morning to collect belongings left at the scene of Monday's shooting. This as the school mourns the loss of 3 students, while 5 others fight for their lives in the hospital. We are at Michigan State this morning, where students are grappling with the loss. Also this morning, one-on-one. NBC's Craig Melvin sits down with now presidential candidate Nikki Haley in her first network interview since announcing her candidacy. She is the first Republican to challenge her former boss, former President Trump.
It is time for a new generation of leaders. You shouldn't have to be 80 years old to get to Washington.
Why she says she did not want to back Trump, plus what we know about the phone call she had with him leading up to her campaign announcement. In the hot seat, lawmakers question the head of the FAA following a series of close calls on airport runways and in the skies. What's being done to avoid another close call, plus what the FAA is now saying about the computer failure that grounded all flights nationwide last month. Plus, the best places to work. Forbes is out with its new list of the best employers. So did yours make the cut? We'll show you the big companies that are topping the list and what workers told the magazine about their bosses. Of course, we know we already work for the best company.
That's true.
So.
Yeah, in case they're watching and also
right.
in reality.
Just want to make sure we put that on the record. All right. We'll get to that in a little bit. We do want to begin this morning in Michigan as students at Michigan State return to campus in the wake of the deadly shooting there earlier this week.
Yeah, classes are canceled until Monday, but the FBI is actually helping students collect belongings they left behind during the chaos of Monday night's violence. This as the East Lansing community came together on campus to honor those students who were killed. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is in East Lansing with the latest.
Stephen and Joe, good morning. Just moments ago, we had a group of people going into this building behind me, Berkey Hall, among them at least one person with an FBI marking on their clothing. This group will be helping students just hours from now who are going to be returning here to collect what they left behind as they ran for their lives. This is happening as we're learning more about the suspect, including getting a look at newly obtained police body camera footage. It was edited before NBC News received it, but it appears to show the suspect during an arrest in 2019.
As Michigan State grieves the loss of 3 promising young lives, this morning demands for change are growing.
Do you feel safe? No!
Dozens rallied outside the nearby State House Wednesday, calling for tighter gun laws.
Nobody should ever have to go through this. It needs to stop now.
Meanwhile, survivors are returning to where gunfire erupted Monday night. The FBI helping students retrieve items like phones, laptops, and backpacks left exactly where they were when their owners fled for their lives. Connor Dunn says he escaped the student union, eventually hiding in a nearby ice cream shop after the suspect allegedly accessed 2 different campus buildings.
What was that like to essentially go back to that moment in time?
It was hard because I remember I almost relived the whole thing.
MSU's police chief telling me this school of more than 50,000 students may get a security overhaul.
I think there have to be adjustments that we made, but we can't lose focus on what the purpose of an academic institution is. It's for learning.
This is new police body camera footage obtained by NBC affiliate Wood TV appears to show the suspected shooter during a 2019 arrest for carrying a concealed weapon. The footage was edited before NBC News received it. Late Wednesday, the campus community coming together by the thousands. Men's basketball coach Tom Izzo among them.
But as a Spartan, we always get through it together. We're Spartan tough, Spartan strong.
That's the university. That's what we do. So we support each other.
Amid that grief, this community will try to move forward. The university resumes normal operations today. However, classes will remain canceled until Monday. We are expecting more investigative details from authorities at a press briefing with university police. That is just a few hours from now. Stephen and Joe, back to you.
All right, Jesse, thanks so much. And turning now to the 2024 presidential race, former U.S. ambassador to the UN and South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley has officially thrown her hat into the ring for the GOP nomination, making her the first candidate to challenge former President Donald Trump. Haley held her first campaign rally in her home state yesterday, laying out her vision for the Republican Party. She sat down for an exclusive interview with our very own Craig Melvin to discuss her plan for a path to the White House.
Less than a year ago, you said that if former President Trump was going to run, you wouldn't run. It's been reported that a couple weeks ago, you called your former boss, you asked for his blessing to run, and he said that you called him the greatest president. If that's true, then why run against him?
I'm going to keep that phone call personal. I didn't ask. I told that I thought that we needed to go in a new direction. But when I first said I wouldn't run against him, Afghanistan hadn't fallen. We didn't see the rise in inflation like we've seen. We didn't see what was happening in our schools the way it was. And we didn't see the results of the midterms that we just had. It is time for a new generation of leaders. You shouldn't have to be 80 years old to get to Washington. And we've got to start righting the ship. We need new blood because we have some serious challenges.
After the insurrection, you said Trump, quote, will be judged harshly by history. He went down a path he shouldn't have, and we shouldn't have followed him. And then later that same year, you said, quote, he has the ability to get strong people elected. We need him in the Republican Party. Can both of those things be true?
Yes, except for the media, because the thing is...
So he can be partially responsible for the insurrection, but still be an essential part of the party.
I have said January 6th was a terrible day. I criticized him for that, and I stand by that criticism. I have said he was a good president in the way that he lifted up so many people economically, and he did real good in this country. That can be true, too. When I see something right, I praise it. When I see something wrong, I criticize it.
As you know, the immediate past president still maintains that the election was rigged, it was stolen. He's not alone. There's this recent Monmouth poll that found that 61% of Republicans said that President Biden won because of voter fraud. How do you navigate that?
I don't have to navigate anything. We saw a lot of things happen during COVID that wouldn't normally happen, that created some mischief that shouldn't have been there. Is Joe Biden the president? Yes. Joe Biden is the president. We shouldn't question that. Do I think that everybody needs voter ID like what we did in South Carolina so that we know that everybody's vote is valid? Yes.
But you know election denialism has become a pretty significant part of...
There's going to be a percentage of people who don't think Joe Biden's president.
But 61%?
I don't think it's 61%. I think you have 61% who are saying, look, we need to have trust in our elections, and we need it to be as transparent as possible.
In your speech, you said of China that China will end up on the ash heap of history if you're elected. That's pretty strong. And a few months ago, you said that China was closer than ever to invading Taiwan. If China does invade Taiwan, should there be a military response from the United States?
Republicans and Democrats for too long thought that if we were nice to China, they would want to be like us. They don't want to be like us. They want to destroy the West. We need to change the way we look at them. And so that means we should have a strong military. And for God's sake, we should not have Americans look up at the sky and see a spy balloon from China looking back down on us. And if we do those things, Craig, there won't be an issue in Taiwan. Because if you are strong and China knows that we mean business, they're not going to make that move.
If they do invade, should there be a military response?
I think we have to look at that when that happens. But what we do is we have the backs of our allies.
Let's talk Ukraine for a moment. The former president, your former boss, has said that he would stop supporting the Ukrainians if he's elected. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has said that the Ukrainians shouldn't get a blank check. Where do you stand?
The war in Ukraine and Russia is not about Ukraine. It's about freedom. And it's a war we have to win. Because if Ukraine doesn't win this, Russia will go on to Poland and the Baltics, and then we'll have a world war. What we need to do, and what Biden should have done, was give them what they needed to win early. We're not putting troops on the ground. We are not writing blank checks. But when they need the ammunition to win, we should give it to them.
President Zelensky's asked for F-16s. Should we give those to him?
I think we give him what he needs to win, not money, but equipment.
And you recognize there's some daylight between you and the other declared candidate for the Republican nomination on that front.
There's some daylight between me and Joe Biden, because Joe Biden was slow to the tape.
But to be fair, Madam Ambassador, you have to win the primary. You're talking about President Biden a lot, but there are only two candidates in the Republican primary right now. It's you and your former boss.
No, and you guys are obsessed with me talking about him. But what I'll tell you,
there are only two candidates.
It's okay. I don't kick sideways. I kick forward. And what I'm telling you is Joe Biden has not led.
Let's talk about the primary field. Back in 2016, a lot of folks believed that one of the major reasons Donald Trump won was because the field was so crowded. How real is the worry that the same thing happens this time around?
I don't care about any of that. What I care about is going straight to New Hampshire, going to Iowa, talking to the people in South Carolina, and getting our message out to America.
The only other contender in this race, he's been known to say some pretty dirty and nasty things about his opponents, been known to give him nicknames. Does that concern you at all?
Not at all, not one bit. I have worked with him. He's known for doing that. I got a job to do.
Are you going to kick back?
Whenever I'm kicked, I always kick back, and he knows that.
And our thanks to Craig Melvin for that report.
Fears of a potential environmental crisis are growing in a rural Ohio community. Nearly 2 weeks ago, a train derailment there led to the release of toxic chemicals in the area. Now calls for action are growing louder. Even Congress wants answers. NBC News correspondent George Solis is in East Palestine, Ohio, with the latest. George, good morning.
Joe, good morning. Some residents have returned home, but others are choosing to stay far, far away, citing health concerns. And right now, many are saying that despite repeated statement from officials that water and air quality is safe, many do not believe that is accurate. Overnight, tempers flaring at a heated town hall. It's been nearly 2 weeks since a train operated by Norfolk Southern carrying hazardous chemicals derailed and caught fire.
We're being railroaded by the railroad.
People worried about their health point to the death of thousands of fish in local waters and what they call a frustrating lack of answers. This morning, federal EPA Administrator Michael Regan is traveling to the site.
We are with the community. We're going to hold this company accountable, and we're going to be here until this problem is cleaned up.
While state officials say the air is safe, they suggest drinking bottled water, especially in homes that have wells.
I have been waiting for a phone call for my well testing, and I'm not getting one.
Some evacuated locals who were told it was safe to return home now say they're suffering from burning eyes, headaches, and nausea. Norfolk Southern did not attend the packed meeting, saying it might not be safe for its employees. But it did say in a statement to NBC News, "We are not going anywhere. We are committed to East Palestine and will continue to respond to community concerns."
It's just been an absolute nightmare, really. A lot on the nerves for everybody.
Carol Policaro and her cousin Ashley McCullum evacuated and say their families have experienced significant symptoms they attribute to the derailment. Carol has since returned home, while Ashley and her children are staying with her mom in Pennsylvania.
It's just so friendly, and now it's completely opposite. Everyone's terrified. No one wants to really go outside.
Joe, and a bipartisan group of senators has sent a letter to the EPA with their own concerns, making sure that the agency ensure that Norfolk Southern pay for things like cleanup compensation of employees, of residents out here, as well as future plans for any air and water quality monitoring. As for the visit from the EPA administrator, well, he's expected to sit down with residents inside of their homes, as well as state and local leaders. Joe?
All right, George Solis. Thank you, George.
Well, we're tracking another threat of severe weather from the Midwest to the Gulf Coast.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us with the latest. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Good morning. We're nearing the weekend, and things are going to be quite nice in a lot of places. But today, a large part of the country is going to be dealing with some bumpy weather. The first thing on the table is these 31 million people that are now under these winter weather alerts. We see winter storm warnings and winter weather advisories stretching into parts of the Midwest, and a whole lot of thunderstorm activity as well. This is from that same system that's prompting these winter weather advisories Those are in the areas that we're seeing snow falling right now, but we will see that extended into portions of Michigan and even eventually into the New England area as the snow works its way there. But these thunderstorms, they've been going since overnight, and we have another chance to see some of these strong storms developing through the day today. What you see in the pink right there, that's a tornado watch that'll be in effect. It does include places like Memphis, and those are one of the spots, the hot spots really, that we could see some of these storms developing and becoming intense. The best chance of that is going to be basically from Cincinnati down towards Mobile. That's where we have a higher likelihood of seeing some of these impacts, which include tornadoes, some of which could be strong winds up to 70 miles per hour and even up to an inch in hail across the area. Last night, we didn't get a whole lot of tornado reports, so that's good news, but we did get plenty of wind and hail reports. And today, 26 million people are looking at the potential to see that. Here's the best chance for where we could see those stronger tornadoes. So we're talking EF2 or higher. It does include Hattiesburg, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Selma, all of these locations that could potentially see some of these strong thunderstorms developing into stronger tornadoes here as we get through the day today. So just be aware this does go into the afternoon and evening hours and lasting late into the evening hours. So we know those nocturnal tornadoes are very dangerous. Also dealing with rain. This system's going to bring up to 3 inches possible up into portions of the Tennessee Valley. Meanwhile, in the Midwest, 2 to 4 inches more likely. Some spots going to get up to 6 inches, but you look at northern Maine and up to 8 inches as we get through the end of the week. And how about those temperatures? I'm sure this got everybody's attention if you live in the East over the past day or so, or if you've just been visiting. 69 degrees in Washington, D.C. today, 66 in New York. These temperatures are way above normal, and some spots could be record-breaking today.
Wow. All right. Well, we'll enjoy it. Maybe get a suntan. Is that maybe?
It's time.
All right. Thanks, Angie. Appreciate it. Coming up, why are we seeing more close calls in the skies?
Yeah, it's a question lawmakers asked the head of the FAA what he told Congress about the recent incidents. Coming up next. You're watching Morning News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. if you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back. The FAA faced tough questions from Congress yesterday as part of an investigation into the computer system failure that led to that nationwide ground stop last month.
Yeah, the agency is under intense pressure to address passenger safety after a series of close calls on the nation's major runways as well. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us now from Washington with a recap of that hearing. Tom, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. So, you know, commercial planes can carry up to 300 passengers, so close calls involve people's lives. And the NTSB says it's now investigating yet another close call, this one in Honolulu on January 23rd, a United plane that crossed a runway just as a small Cessna was coming in for a landing. That would now be the third case just this year, and that brought the FAA chief to Capitol Hill.
Southwest aboard. FedEx is on the go.
Animation presented as evidence in Congress depicting a very close call in Austin, Texas this month when a Southwest plane was cleared to take off just as a FedEx plane was about to land on the same runway. The planes coming within 100 feet of each other. It follows the runway close call at JFK Airport last month and that United 777 that went into a steep nosedive off Hawaii in December, coming within just 800 feet of slamming into the ocean. Ohio realtor Rod Williams and his family were on board.
You could see everybody's head was just planted in the back of their headrests, and there were, again, shouts, gasps. You could hear prayers out loud.
Now, with another runway close call reported in Honolulu, the FAA chief, himself a veteran pilot, has ordered a nationwide safety review. Pilots, controllers, airlines, unions, and regulators.
We will partner with labor, with the industry leaders on the safety side, and in March we'll have a safety summit.
The FAA looking for evidence of common problems. Are you worried that any sense of complacency is now a problem?
No, I'm not worried about that. We have the safest, most efficient, and most complex airspace in the world.
Billy Nolan answering tough bipartisan questions about those close calls and the FAA NOTAM computer system that crashed in January, forcing the first nationwide ground stop since 9/11. For years, Congress has provided the money to update its 30-year-old system, but the FAA says that won't be completed until 2025.
Is there redundancy being built into it, or can a single screw-up ground air traffic nationwide?
Could I sit here today and tell you there will never be another issue on the NOTAM system? No, sir, I cannot.
I want to get an answer within a week about the NOTAM system having a separate backup, totally separate backup that could be used.
Yeah, let's make the point. Both Democrats and Republicans here are demanding answers. The FAA says it will be done, upgrading and overhauling that system, as we said, in 2025. The problem isn't money. Congress has given money to the FAA to do this. It's that this is a 30-year-old system. Pilots use it every single day, and you can't simply flip a switch and make it happen overnight when it's in use constantly. So they've got to do it incrementally. That takes time. And the problem was the last time it went down, the backup system also crashed. Guys, back to you.
All right, Tom Costello. Thank you, Tom.
Yep. All right, to international headlines now. And breaking news out of Turkey this morning, a teenage girl has been pulled alive from the rubble 10 days after that massive earthquake that's killed tens of thousands of people.
NBC's Josh Letterman joins us now from London with that and other world news. Josh, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. A dramatic rescue. The 17-year-old was rescued from the rubble of a collapsed building some 248 hours after the earthquake. The rescue caught on camera by a Turkish state broadcaster. The successful rescue comes as hopes of finding more survivors alive in the rubble have been dimming as those search and rescue efforts wind down. Meanwhile, the earthquake's death toll in Turkey and Syria has climbed above 40,000. Now to the war in Ukraine, with Russia bombarding the country overnight with a barrage of 32 missiles, according to Ukraine's Air Force, as NATO warns a new Russian offensive may already be underway. Ukraine says it shot down only half of the missiles, which is a lower success rate than normal. Russian attacks, though, have been increasing ahead of the one-year anniversary of the start of the war next week. And finally to Peru, where Machu Picchu has just reopened after being closed for nearly a month due to anti-government protests that killed 60 people. The 15th century stone citadel built by the Incas is one of South America's most iconic tourist attractions. Local authorities struck a deal with social organizations to allow visitors to return, which I think means it's time for an NBC field trip. You guys in?
Yeah, seriously, so beautiful.
Josh is writing up his pitch now. All right.
That's right.
Thank you, Josh.
All right, coming up this morning, we're learning about the moment high-profile attorney Alex Murdaugh learned he was a suspect in the murders of his wife and youngest son. We'll take you inside the South Carolina courtroom as we learn more.
Also this morning, a Georgia judge could release documents today in the investigation into former President Trump. What we know about that potential release next.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest film? The bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. The jury in the trial of Alex Murdaugh got to see the exact moment when the prominent former attorney learned he was the only suspect in the murder of his wife and youngest son. That moment revealed in a taped interview with South Carolina investigators that took place just 2 months after those murders. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck has been following this case for us. She joins us now from outside the courthouse in South Carolina. Katie, good morning.
Good morning. Murdaugh had been called to a field office to get an update on the case, but as it turned out, investigators had serious questions about his alibi. He would soon learn he was their sole suspect. Just 2 months after his wife and son were murdered, Alex Murdaugh agrees to answer a few questions for investigators.
You can do this? I can do it.
But it didn't take long for investigators to cut to the chase.
Did you kill Maggie? No. Did I kill my wife? Yes, sir. No, David. Do you know who did? No, I do not know who did. Did you kill Paul? No, I did not kill Paul.
South Carolina Law Enforcement Division investigator David Owen took the stand Wednesday to testify about that interview and what he calls inconsistencies in Murdaugh's timeline.
It wasn't one inconsistency, it was several inconsistencies over a period of time that were repeated.
Owen also revealing in that interview he's confident Murdaugh family guns were used in the crime. Information the investigator says didn't shake Alex.
Did you just ask him, we've established family guns were used?
Yes, I did.
What was his response? Would nothing be the answer?
Correct.
At other times during the interview, Murdaugh emotional, asking investigators for details about what Maggie and Paul felt before they died.
Neither one of them suffered very long.
A matter of seconds did that.
On cross-examination, the defense pinpointing what they call missteps in the investigation, like never testing Maggie and Paul's clothing for DNA and waiting 3 months to search Murdoch's mother's house, where he went the night of the murders. The defense also questioned whether Owen lied to Murdoch during the interview.
So you lied to him? I'm allowed to use trickery to elicit a response. Yes.
And you're allowed to do it, and you did it?
Yes.
But Owen says when Murdoch's story kept changing, he became the primary suspect.
So does that mean that I am a suspect?
With everything that we've talked about, with the family guns, the ammunition, nobody else's DNA, I have to put my beliefs aside and go with the facts.
In another twist, the judge says he will allow evidence in of that alleged roadside suicide plot that Murdoch and his cousin orchestrated. He said the defense opened the door to that in testimony yesterday. Now the question becomes, will cousin Eddie, the alleged hitman, take the stand? Guys?
All right, Katie Beck, thank you.
Today, the public will get new insight into a special grand jury report on former President Trump's possible meddling in the 2020 election in Georgia. Earlier this week, a judge ordered 3 sections of the report should be released today. They include the introduction, the conclusion, and a section where jurors express concerns that some witnesses may have lied under oath. For more on this, we are joined by NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander in Atlanta. So, Blaine, first of all, what should we know about this limited release? What could be the biggest revelation today?
Well, Joe, it's good to see you. So first question, what should we know about this release? It is very limited, to your point. In the span of the entire report, we know that we're only getting 3 sections: the introduction, the conclusion, and then that one section somewhere in the body where the special grand jurors discuss concerns that some of the witnesses may have lied under oath. Now, as for what we could learn from this, I think taken in its totality, the really remarkable thing about this is this will be the first time that we're getting any sort of a glimpse, any sort of an insight into what this process looked like and into perhaps the mindset of the special grand jurors. We know that we're going to look at the introduction and the conclusion. I think what I'm going to focus, though, on specifically what many people are going to watch is that section where they discuss why they believe some people may have lied under oath, what that conversation looked like, and what founded those concerns, Joe.
So we mentioned this is 3 sections, not the whole thing. Why not the whole thing? When could we see all of it?
So why not? It's something that the DA really strongly argued against. She made the case in front of the judge a couple of weeks ago that essentially she believed that it could deprive future defendants of due process. She said that it wouldn't be fair to have all of this information out, and essentially she's asking for it to wait until after she's done what she needs to do, go through, make her charging decisions, and then she says once that process is over and done, her office has no problem making it public. Now, the argument to the against that was that there is a compelling public interest and that really kind of transparency demand that this be made public. The judge really kind of sided more so with the DA on this. Said, yes, there is public interest. That's why I'm putting out a small part of it. But it is important to maintain due process and protect due process for any potential future defendants, Joe.
So, Blaine, does this release suggest we are getting at all closer to a charging decision, or does this have nothing to do with that decision?
I think if we want to read into anything, I think what we read into is what the DA said when she was making that argument. The 3 words that everybody's been focused on: decisions are imminent. So she's made it clear that she's close to making some decisions. In fact, there's really nothing to say that she isn't already going before a separate grand jury and presenting charges and trying to bring indictments. So I think that's one thing that we're going to be watching closely. I think the other thing is, as both the DA and the judge said, they talked about the notion of future defendants. We do know that there were recommendations made in this report from the special grand jurors, the people who spent 7 months listening to witness testimony from 75 people. They made recommendations as to what they think should happen here. The question is, will the DA follow those recommendations, and when will we find out about it, Joe?
All right, Blaine Alexander, we know you'll be keeping an eye on this throughout the day. Thank you, Blaine.
And coming up this morning, remembering the Rosewood Massacre.
It has been 100 years since a predominantly black town in Florida was overtaken by a racist mob. We're going to share the stories from that town next. This is Morning News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. In honor of Black History Month, we're remembering the Rosewood Massacre this morning.
Last month marked 100 years since the town of Rosewood, Florida was overtaken by a racist mob. It happened in 1923. The deadly violence lasted for a week, leaving the thriving and predominantly African-American town completely decimated. Families were forced to separate and leave their homes, their land, and their businesses behind as they fled to safety. Today, we are telling Rosewood's story. Joining us now to help us do that is Dr. Maxine Jones, professor of history at Florida State University. Dr. Jones, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Tell us about the massacre and the effect, the trauma of that week has had on the Black community, even now, 100 years later.
Good morning, and thank you for having me, and thank you for remembering Rosewood. First week of January 1923, a white woman said that she was assaulted by an unidentified Black man. A white mob went in search of that man, and in the process, destroyed a thriving Black community. At the end of the week, 6 Black people were dead, the only 6 that we could document, and along with 2 whites. Family members claimed that there was a mass grave, which we were never able to find or to document. But you're right, it destroyed a community, it separated families, and they lived in fear and silence for about 70 years until it was revealed in 1993, 1994.
It's striking just how many similarities there are to the Tulsa Race Massacre, which happened just a couple years before this. And it's similar to that case. For so long, people didn't talk about it. They just lived in silence with this pain. Why do you think it just took so long for this to come out into the open like it is?
Well, I know for the Rosewood descendants, that fear was very powerful. I think they understood the reach of powerful whites. And they were always looking over their shoulder. So family members basically took a vow of silence. They wouldn't talk about it outside of the family. And one of the matriarchs of the family insisted that they never do. And it was only after she died in 1992, 1993, that the family felt they could come forward with their story.
Dr. Jones, you were the lead researcher on what's known as the Rosewood reparations case. The state of Florida passed a bill back in 1994 to compensate survivors and their descendants. Why was this so important to pursue reparations, and is there still more work to be done with that?
Well, we never used the word reparations. We used compensation. These people were law-abiding citizens. They paid their taxes. A few of them had even served in World War I, and their lives were destroyed. And it was only right that the state of Florida acknowledge that it had failed to protect all of its citizens. And so I think Governor Childs was right to do what he did in 1994. And I think it maybe set a model for other states to follow. Racial violence wasn't limited to Florida. It wasn't limited to the South. And people lost a lot. They couldn't pass on their property to their children and their children's children. So the acknowledgement was important. And also, the survivors finally had a voice. They got to tell their story.
There's so much power in just being acknowledged, acknowledging what actually happened. And to that point, Dr. Jones, why do you think it's just so important to keep these conversations going about Rosewood?
Well, It's our history. We shouldn't try to sweep it under the rug. And I think when you understand the past, it helps you to understand the future better. And I also think we can make sure that these things never, ever happen again.
Very important indeed. Dr. Maxine Jones, thanks so much for your time this morning.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Time now for some financial headlines. We've got an update on Ford's sudden production halt of their electric F-150 Lightning pickups.
CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us now with that and other news. Good morning, Bertha.
Hey, Steve and Joe. Ford is suspending production of the F-150 Lightning electric pickup until at least the end of next week now. Move comes after a battery fire involving one of the vehicles earlier this month during testing. Ford says one truck caught fire during a pre-delivery quality inspection in a holding lot, and it spread to a nearby truck. Ford believes it's identified the root cause, but they expect to wrap up that investigation next week and apply the findings to the production of the battery. TikTok, meantime, is working on more shopping features because that's what we all need, more ways to shop, just as rival Instagram is pulling back. An Ad Age report says TikTok has quietly launched a checkout tool that lets brands sell products directly within the app. The initial brands include PacSun and beauty brand Kimchi Chic. Brands will have a small bag icon on their profile where users can explore a catalog with images, videos, descriptions, and of course prices. And you can now build your own K-pop boy band from scratch. Lego showing off a new set featuring the 7 members of global superstars BTS. It replaces the music video for their smash hit Dynamite. The nearly 750-piece set is based on an idea submitted by 2 BTS and Lego fans. It will go on sale next month for $99.99. And I gotta tell you, with that BTS army, I hope they can keep up with production.
Yeah, no kidding.
Those folks are devoted.
They are. They are very dedicated fans, the Army. And I like the blue-haired one. That's like that's my favorite one. So.
The crossover we didn't know we needed.
Thank you, Bertha. Appreciate it. Forbes has released its list of America's best large employers.
Yeah, the list is made from feedback from thousands of employees across the U.S. who say their companies are the best to work for. Based on their answers, Forbes then compiled a list of the top 500 employers that received the most recommendations. So, who made that cut? Joining us now to discuss is senior editor for Forbes, Alan Schwartz. Alan, good morning. Thanks for being here. And before we get into exactly who's on that list, talk to us a bit about the questions behind this and what the criteria was here.
Well, like you said, this is something where we try very hard to speak to actual employees. You know, it's not based necessarily on, you know, layoffs and salaries and things like that, which of course are important, but we're talking directly to people who work there and people who know people who work there to say, hey, is it a good place to work? And we believe that these other metrics are going to be a part of their ultimate recommendation.
All right, so let's get right to it. Based on your findings, what were some of the top large companies people found were the best to work for?
Well, I'll just read off the top 5 real quick, but then I want to get into some themes. In the large employers, which is employers 5,000 or more employees, number 1 was MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, who, you know, is used to being number 1 in the world at certain things, but best employers as well, interesting. Houston Methodist, Mayo Clinic, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Tennessee, and what you see there are healthcare providers. I mean, Houston Methodist, their hospitals and whatnot. We've heard over the past several years how much healthcare workers have really borne the brunt of the pandemic, the heroes, the people whose lives have been turned upside down, terrible shifts, you know, health risks, things like that. And yet they rave, a lot of them rave about their employers. And it's nice to see that, you know, behind the scenes, a lot of healthcare employers are taking care of their employees and making sure that they don't lose their focus on the patients. And we also have a list of best mid-sized employers, which is 1,000 to 5,000. Once again, you see education dominate. And it's not just, for example, Caltech, another engineering school, come to think of it, but you also had a local board of education, Olathe Public Schools in Kansas. There, you hear about teachers also, partly because of the pandemic and partly just because of the direction of education in this country. Some teachers are really appreciating where they work. And that's one of the themes also that our lists evidenced.
Wow, lots of surprises there for me personally. So I was curious, what are some of the responses people gave about what makes their employer so great?
Well, a lot of it has to do with workplace environment. I think that, I don't have necessarily the questions right now, but a lot of them ask about workplace environment. Is it inclusive? Is it nurturing? Does my boss appreciate my work? Are there advancement opportunities? You, of course, have our section on compensation, because that matters too. And we also printed the top 20 in the compensation category, so you want to check that out too. And so it really is that wide range of what is it like to work at a company? Okay, do they promote remote work when possible? I mean, all these things that are shifting for American employees, we're keeping up with that and making sure that our investigations reflect that movement.
Alan, seeing healthcare companies and tech companies do so well being at the top of the list, I mean, is that a new thing, something we've seen recently, or has that kind of been the case for a long time?
Fantastic question. It has been a trend, which frankly I find absolutely fascinating. Our partner in researching this, Statista, okay, what they've found, like I said, is a lot of these education companies or institutions really moving up. Now, of course, one has to wonder in the list biz, does that mean others are moving down?
Yeah.
Of course, we don't really know that, to be fair, and I just thought of that here live. So you never know what you're going to get here on NBC. But I do think that, of course, being a professor at a university can be comfortable. You have tenure, et cetera, so that's good. But nonetheless, you hear about the infighting. You hear about whether it's the AP course in Florida for high school teachers, or the inclusivity and the admissions, everything happening in colleges, and the affirmative action and the precarious state of that. It's fascinating to see that in general, a lot of institutions are keeping their employees happy. And by the way, it's not just professors. Mm-hmm. You can be a janitor too.
Good point.
And so, it's interesting in that way too. We're not just talking about professors. It's everybody who works there.
Yeah, still fascinating. Educators and healthcare professionals, a lot of them like their employers. I would not have guessed that. Alan Schwartz, thanks so much.
My pleasure. Anytime.
Coming up, all those hours of playing Rainbow Road, well, they are about to pay off big time.
Yeah, new rides at Universal Hollywood, taking fans inside the world of Mario, Luigi, and Princess Peach. We have a sneak peek, including the Mario Kart ride. That's coming up next.
the day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. We've got some good news for you if you are a lover of dogs, movies about dogs, or if you just want to make some easy extra cash. You could be a cool $1,000 richer by becoming a Chief Doggy Flick Officer. That's right, getting paid to watch movies about dogs. Applications are now open at PetTable.com, a company that helps people certify pets as emotional support animals. The position requires you to watch 10 hours of dog movies, and you've got to write a review of each one. Movies like Scooby-Doo, My Dog Skip, and Snoopy Come Home are on the list. It's all in honor of National Love Your Pet Day, which is coming up on February 20th.
Very cool. And you get to say that your job is Chief Doggy Flick Officer.
There you go.
Can't beat that.
Very cool.
Love it. All right, well, this morning we're also remembering Hollywood icon Raquel Welch. The sultry actress was probably best known for her role in the 1966 film 1 Million Years BC. Today, show anchor Chanel Jones has a look back at her extraordinary career that spans more than 50 years.
On the big screen, Raquel Welch was the ultimate bombshell, rising to fame with her breakout role as Cora Peterson in the 1966 sci-fi film Fantastic Voyage. But it was her transformation into a sexy cave woman later that year in the campy British movie 1 Million Years BC that made her an overnight sensation. While her character was short on dialogue, the movie's iconic pinup poster showing the actress in a fur bikini made her an international sex symbol and catapulted her to superstardom, which she discussed during one of her many appearances here on Today.
The sex symbol image was a kind of a thing that you couldn't really embrace and you couldn't really push it away.
But behind all that glamour was the real Raquel, writing in her 2010 autobiography, "The irony of it all is that even though people thought of me as a sex symbol, in reality, I was a single mother of 2 small children."
My Raquelness is that image, whatever it is that people expect, the sex symbol thing. Then there's the real me, which is like a kind of hardworking, kind of down-to-earth kind of a person.
Just like the strong female characters she portrayed on screen, Welch preserved in Hollywood and proved she had range, acting alongside Burt Reynolds in the 1969 Western 100 Rifles. And playing a klutzy 17th century seamstress opposite Michael York in the 1973 film The Three Musketeers, which earned her a Golden Globe.
Can I tell you? Can I trust you?
A consummate performer, Welch starred on Broadway,
Makes me feel so young.
entertained American troops with Bob Hope during the Vietnam War, and even sang with Cher.
When you build your life on the surface, you know, you wonder if anybody will even pay you any mind, you know, once that surface starts to fade.
Through it all, she remained a prominent leading lady, appearing in over 30 films.
Haven't you seen The Cabana Boy?
And more than 50 TV shows.
Miss Welch.
Who are you?
This morning, generations of fans remembering the timeless beauty and her legendary career.
I forgot about that Seinfeld appearance. Legendary. That was Chanel Jones reporting. A spokesperson for Raquel Welch says the 82-year-old actress passed away peacefully after a brief illness. She's survived by a son and a daughter. And we end this hour with one moment Nintendo fans have been waiting for years. Tomorrow marks the opening of Super Nintendo World at Universal Studios Hollywood, a division of our parent company, NBC Universal. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz joins us now from Universal Studios Hollywood with what I'm going to say is definitely this morning's coolest assignment. I wish I was there, Gotti.
Yeah, Stephen, I don't know about you, but I spent a lot of time going through little green tunnels just like this when I was growing up in the video game. To get to do it in real life and to get to do some of it in augmented reality to boot, it is indescribable, but we're going to try really hard to do it anyway. Take a look.
Super Mario, the video games beloved by millions over 4 decades, now brought to life in vivid reality.
When you guys came through the castle and you saw this, what'd you think?
Amazing.
Amazing.
I think I'm really in the game.
This is Super Nintendo World at Universal Studios Hollywood. Opening to the general public on Friday, it immerses Super Mario fans in a real-life mushroom kingdom and sweeps them into a 360-degree world with Mario, Luigi, and Princess Peach as they take on the evil Bowser and compete with fellow players for victory.
Who is this for?
You know, it's really for everybody. I mean, it's been really rewarding. I've seen kids come out at 6 years old and they come out in the land and they scream, and I've seen 50-year-olds come out and scream.
And here we are, the main event, Mario Kart Bowser's Challenge, with tech so advanced it has never been seen before at a U.S. theme park until now. Oh my God, if 10-year-old Gotti could see me right now inside of Bowser's castle, let's go!
We got an exclusive peek of the Mario Kart ride. Its augmented reality goggles beaming interactive characters from the game right into my path. All right, taking me underwater and through the clouds as I tried to beat Bowser and win the Golden Cup.
Let's go again.
Universal Studios says the ride is designed for people of all sizes, and to ensure a comfy fit, you can sample a test seat beforehand. And if you want enhanced access to the experience, you can buy a special power-up band that syncs with the park's free app and keeps score like in the game.
Mamma mia!
And gives you elevated conversations with life-sized characters.
Luigi time!
Luigi time!
Luigi time!
You look super cool.
You look super cool, Luigi. I forgot my overalls.
At the Toadstool Cafe, these fan favorites are even molded into the food. And of course, the Mario Burger comes complete with his signature stash.
You want to know how to wear a burger mustache? Watch this.
This land a treat for Super Mario fans of all ages.
Like, my mind is blown. Like, I recognize so much things.
So it's almost like you've been here before, but you've never been here before.
A magical world where players literally become part of the game.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Mario. Bye-bye, Luigi. Yeah! And the best part about that ride that I got to do twice, it keeps score. So the first time I scored like a 92. The second time I scored 122. So, Steven, when you come out here, it's on. Let's go.
Okay. Mamma mia. I love that. And the hat. Gotti Schwartz. Thanks so much.
It's a Mario time.
Thanks. We appreciate it. Can't beat that. And that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. But your news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Stephen Romo, in for Savannah Sellers today. Right now on Morning News Now, widening the search. New developments this morning in the investigation into President Biden's handling of classified documents. What we're learning about not one, but 2 new FBI searches, this time at the president's alma mater. Also this morning, President Biden expected to address those unidentified objects shot down over North America. We'll bring you the latest. And sorrow and outrage at Michigan State as students are allowed back on campus where 3 students were shot and killed earlier this week. Now the community coming together to call for change.
I'm just so freaking furious. A terrible situation that is going to change the lives of our young people forever. They will never be the same because of it.
Plus, new developments in the investigation. What we're learning about the gunman's potential motive. Retail rebound. New numbers signaling some progress for the economy. Consumer spending is up after 2 months of decline and despite an increase in inflation. We'll break down the numbers and what it all means for you. And remembering an icon. This morning, Hollywood paying tribute to legendary actress Raquel Welch, who died yesterday at the age of 82. We'll take a look back at her decades-long career and her lasting legacy as an international star and sex symbol. So many films and TV shows she was in, I did not quite realize.
Yeah, she was a groundbreaker, without a doubt.
Absolutely. We'll talk more about that. But we do begin this morning with the latest on President Biden's handling of classified materials during his time as vice president of the Obama White House.
According to two senior law enforcement officials familiar with the investigation, the FBI has conducted two searches in recent weeks at the University of Delaware. It is part of the ongoing probe into classified documents that have been found in other locations, documents that have been tied to President Biden. For the latest, let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa. Ali, good morning to you. So first of all, what do we know about this latest search, and where do things stand when it comes to the special counsel's investigation?
Yeah, guys, good morning. Well, we know that recently the FBI, on behalf of the special counsel investigating these classified documents, has researched several locations where they have already found classified documents. These are places like President Biden's Wilmington home, his private office in Washington, D.C. We know that they've researched his Rehoboth Beach home as well. So this was a search, really a part of a check off of the to-do list of special counsel Robert Hur, checking to see if there were any classified documents in these nearly 2,000 boxes that President Biden donated to his alma mater, the University of Delaware, back in 2012, to make sure that any classified documents that could be there during his over 30 years in the Senate, whether they are there when they shouldn't be there. It's still unclear whether there were any classified documents seized from this search as a result of this search. But we do know that those documents that were donated were not visible to the public during the time that they were at the University of Delaware. So if there was anything classified in those boxes, it wasn't made publicly available during that time. So definitely a significant layer in all of this, adding more questions that we already have for this White House in this special counsel probe, guys.
Ali, let's talk about another issue that's on the president's mind, and that's those unidentified objects that were shot down by the U.S. military. President Biden is planning to address that as early as today, according to our sources. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, this is coming after major pressure from lawmakers, really from both parties on Capitol Hill, some of whom have received classified briefings about these unidentified objects that have been shot out of the sky. And they say that the American people and they deserve more answers and more information from President Biden directly after we saw just last weekend 3 unidentified objects shot down in as many days out of the sky as a result of this. So this is happening, as I said, after major pressure. We expect President Biden to talk about how his administration plans to handle these unidentified objects possibly being discovered in the future. Remember, on Monday, we heard the White House announce the creation of this interagency task force to better communicate and coordinate between military government departments, as well as the leaders of allied countries, who we now know, since all of this news broke, have also experienced surveillance balloons flying over their countries. So right now, we don't know exactly when this will happen, if it does happen, but this would definitely mark a significant shift in how the White House has been responding to these different discoveries and takedowns of these unidentified objects.
And Ali, very quickly, one more note on the presidential beat, and that's his annual physical exam today. What should we know about it?
So this is something we've consistently been asking the White House about after this was supposed to get done by the end of last month. The White House officials saying that this was delayed because of some travel that was added to the president's schedule. It's significant because, they're with President Biden, currently the oldest sitting president in our country's history at 80 years old. There are consistently questions being raised of his mental and physical fitness, whether he is fit for a possible next presidential term if he decides to run again in 2024. We expect this to take several hours today. The results will be released publicly. Worth noting, his last physical was back in November, and his doctor gave him a clean bill of health to continue his presidential duties. Right. So we are looking forward to seeing the results of this next physical.
All right, Ali Rafa, thank you.
Well, we're learning new details this morning about those unidentified objects the U.S. military has been shooting out of North American skies. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby sat down with Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin during his trip to Brussels on Wednesday to discuss many of these ongoing questions.
Secretary Austin saying there's still been no claim of ownership for any of those 3 unidentified objects. He's here in Brussels to meet with the Ukraine Defense Contact Group and his fellow defense ministers from NATO. They're here to discuss more aid in the form of equipment and weapons for Ukraine, what they desperately need for the coming counteroffensive against Russia in the spring. Secretary Austin said that even though the U.S. will continue to provide more equipment in the future, the U.S. is not getting more directly involved in the conflict in Ukraine. Here's what he had to say. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin sitting down for his first interview since the U.S. shot down a Chinese spy balloon and then 3 other flying objects over North America. Has anyone claimed ownership of the last 3?
No, they haven't.
The intelligence community now believes those 3 objects were not hostile, but Austin defended the recommendation to take them out.
The safety and security of the American people is always foremost in our minds.
The decision, he says, made because the objects threatened commercial aviation and may have been collecting intelligence. Objects like these likely over U.S. skies for years, but going undetected. Is this something that the American people have been potentially in danger from for years and just not known it?
We don't know if, how frequently these things may or may not have appeared in our airspace. We're learning a lot more about that.
The fact that the U.S. military didn't know about these until recently, is that an intelligence failure? Was that a military failure?
No, it's how you use your radars. They recently made some adjustments on their radars and opened up the aperture, and they're analyzing the data a bit differently. We typically are focused on things that are moving fast, so it's a bit more difficult to collect on slow-moving objects like a balloon.
China today again insisting that its balloon flew over the U.S. accidentally and that in response to new U.S. sanctions, it will, quote, take countermeasures against relevant U.S. entities. Austin acknowledged recent tensions with China have halted communications with his military counterpart.
When something happens, they somehow tend to shut down their military channels of communication. I think that's dangerous. But it won't stop me from continuing to encourage them to open up the lines of communication. I think that's the right thing to do.
On the eve of the anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the U.S. is still providing weapons, including ones they once considered escalatory. And we now know the U.S. is also helping Ukraine with their targeting for some of these longer range systems. Back to you.
Courtney Kuby, thanks so much.
Today, for the first time, the public will get a look at some of the results of a Georgia grand jury's criminal investigation into former President Donald Trump.
Yeah, a judge is allowing 3 parts of the Fulton County Special Grand Jury report to be made public. You might remember the district attorney's office convened the special purpose grand jury to investigate whether or not Trump and his allies interfered with the results of the 2020 election in Georgia. For more, we're joined by NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. So, Vaughn, thanks for being here this morning.
Good morning, guys.
What do we know about those portions that are set to be released?
Right. There's a lot of anticipation for when the partial special grand jury report comes out, because it could provide some indication about whether charges will be brought in Fulton County, Georgia, against Donald Trump, but also potential other targets. Fani Willis, the district attorney, has already said that there are 18 individuals who are targets of this investigation. So this goes well beyond Donald Trump. But we are going to find out 3 parts from this: the introduction, the conclusion, in a part in which the special grand jury outlines, according to the judge, that there are witnesses who the special grand jury believe lied as part of their testimony here. What we will not find out are specific names of individuals who are included in this report, and we will also not find out the recommended charges from the special grand jury. But when you go through a report, despite the black ink that we anticipate seeing, there's probably going to be a lot of tea leaves that we're going to be able to extract to see just what sort of case the district attorney is going to be presenting so soon.
Why is it 3 sections and not the entire report?
Right. It was actually the defense and the prosecution that were both arguing that the report should be private and it should be secret. And that was because there was scared on the part of the prosecution, there was fear that it would taint the due process rights of the potential defendants here, and they did not want anything to get in the way of the case that they plan to make here in the months ahead against any of these potentially indicted defendants here. But ultimately, a judge who heard arguments from multiple news organizations saying that it was in the public interest to have this report be made public, and over the last 3 weeks, they've evaluated that report, and then today is what we're going to get out of that result.
So you mentioned District Attorney Fani Willis. The decision on indictments is going to be up to her. Do we know what she's saying about this?
Fani Willis has said that every step of the way, she talked about a year ago with our Blaine Alexander down in Georgia in an exclusive interview, and she outlined that as part of this investigation, she was going to use the full extent of the law to hold everybody to account, and that celebrity status, the fact that they work in politics, that was not going to keep anybody from facing the justice system in Fulton County that she came in to oversee. And so that is the question. These are state charges here that we are talking about as well, and all of this stems from efforts to overturn the 2020 election. There were more than 75 witnesses over the course of this 2 years of the investigation. And so all of this is mounting to potential state charges, which, if we're looking down the road, a president, you can't pardon state charges here. So there is a lot on the line in this case.
Indeed. We should find out more later today. Von Hilliard, thank you.
Yes.
Speaking of politics, let's talk about the 2024 presidential race. Former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley held her first rally yesterday. She kicked off her campaign in her home state of South Carolina just a day after announcing she was running. Haley is now the first GOP challenger to go against former President Trump. She says she wants to provide a new direction for the Republican Party and says that starts with trust.
And I have a particular message for my fellow Republicans. We've lost the popular vote in 7 of the last 8 presidential elections. Our cause is right, but we have failed to win the confidence of a majority of Americans. Well, that ends today.
Haley is set to appear in another key primary state. She'll be speaking to New Hampshire voters during a town hall later today. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now from Charleston, South Carolina. Ali, good morning. First, let's talk about, any big takeaways from Haley's campaign announcement yesterday where you are. We heard just a little bit from her. What was her overall message, and what can we expect at that town hall in New Hampshire now later today?
Yeah, Joe, it's clear that she's shadowboxing with the only other person who's technically and officially in this race, which is her former boss, Donald Trump. She didn't mention him by name yesterday, but you watched the way that she tried to go one-on-one against President Biden, going after him on things like him being a leader of the past and stale leadership of the past as well. And look, if you were to substitute in many of those cases, as she was talking about the need for generational change and new faces of leadership, you could almost substitute Trump's name for Biden's at various points in that. So it's clear that while she's not yet willing to go directly at her former boss, this is the way that she's going to do it, going at him on things that he absolutely can't change, which is the fact that he is in his 70s and she is a new face to this national Republican Party in her 50s. It allows her to sort of do this delicate dance that, frankly, everyone is going to have to do in this field, but especially the people who served in the Trump administration, like the former Vice President Mike Pence, like the former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, but also Florida Governor Ron DeSantis came up through Florida and national politics because, in large part, of Trump's endorsement. So all of these people are going to have to find the right way to maneuver around Trump, not alienating him so much that his voters don't want them, but also making it so that they can potentially pick up those voters as well. I would note, in this case, it's not helping Haley immensely. Trump came out immediately, his campaign, marking the ways that she had said previously that she wouldn't run in 2024 if he were running. That is clearly where we are now, so things have changed. She has to offer explanations for why she's made that decision, but this is really going to be tough as a lot of these candidates thread the needle, Joe.
So we know Haley is the first woman of color to run for the GOP presidential nomination. She mentioned gender during her campaign speech. Let's take a listen to what she had to say.
This is not about identity politics. I don't believe in that. And I don't believe in glass ceilings either. I believe in creating a country where anyone can do anything and achieve their own American dream.
This is your area of expertise. You wrote the book on this topic. I mean, how does this compare to how Democrats deal with gender on the campaign trail?
Yeah, you know that this was the thing that I was looking for, knowing that Nikki Haley is only the 5th woman to run on the Republican side of the ticket, and coming off of 2020, where we had more than 6 women run on the Democratic side. On its face, the fact that Haley is running just sort of helps to expand the paradigm of what female executive leadership can look like. That's really important when you put it in the larger canon of getting to this goal of having a female president at some point, just a more reflective democracy. But the ways that Republicans and Democrats deal with gender are completely different. Of course, candidates show up to the podium as they show up. It's clear that she is a woman of color. She spoke to that and has made certain nods to that over the course of the video that she used to announce, but then also in that campaign speech yesterday, noting the fact that she has been someone who has broken the glass ceilings that she doesn't believe in. For example, here in South Carolina, when she was elected governor, she's using this argument, though, to say that while she is those things, that's not what she wants to base and steep her candidacy in. That's in large part because if you look at the polling, this is not something that conservative and Republican voters are really looking towards. They're not picking their candidates based on race and gender. That's true on the Democratic side as well, though voters there tend to be a little bit more vocal about, hey, I want to look to the women candidates. I want to look to the candidates of color for leadership. On the Republican side, that is not the metric. They're looking more at policy and ideology. And clearly, Haley was bringing that in spades yesterday as well, kind of a return to the past Republican politics, arguing over lower taxes, immigration reform, actual policy proposals.
All right, Ali Vitale on the campaign trail in February 2023. Thanks, Ali.
Well, this morning, millions of Americans are at risk for tornadoes and damaging winds.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us now with more on this developing storm system. Hey, Angie.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, we've got a couple of things that could be impactful through the day today, and it's for a large swath of the country. You can see snow falling in parts of Nebraska, Iowa, and stretching into parts of the Midwest here through the early morning hours today. We're going to continue to see these storms ramping up and the potential for some of these strong and even severe storms throughout the day. Here's those watches and warnings that have been in effect. We've seen tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings and watches, and this is likely what sets the stage for us to continue seeing these through the rest of your day. We also have 31 million people that are impacted by these winter alerts, so winter weather advisories and winter storm warnings. Those are going to be on the table because we are expecting snow and a wintry mix, some of which I just showed you on satellite and radar. But this is what I really want you to focus in on. We have that, again, a potential for some strong to even severe storms. We dealt with this yesterday from this same system, and it went into the overnight hours. Today, we're likely going to see that again, more people impacted, 26 million, basically from Cleveland to New Orleans. We'll have the potential to see strong winds up to 70 miles per hour, some tornadoes, a couple of those could be intense, and damaging winds up to an inch. Here's where we have the best chance to see some of those stronger tornadoes. That means EF2 or higher. You see it includes places like Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hattiesburg, all on the table for you, and this goes into the evening hours. So remember, nocturnal tornadoes are much more dangerous than when they're during the daytime. We also have plenty of rain on the way with this system, up to 3 inches possible, stretched across places, really the whole eastern half of the country. And then we deal with the snow, 2 to 4 inches, up to 8 inches in parts of northern Maine. So that will be something that will cause a little bit of difficulty on the roadways. How about those temperatures, though? Is it February, guys, or is it May? Yesterday, I had to check and make sure I wasn't dreaming. It was 67 degrees in New York, and it was delightful, I've got to say. 66 today, 69 in Washington, D.C. We'll take a run at some records for places like Boston that were set back in the early 1900s.
With the only thing we were talking about yesterday was like, oh gosh, do we have to prepare to go back to colder weather again because it's still winter?
Kind of. On Saturday, low 40s in some spots, but that's normal, right? And then it goes right back up. So
don't put the coats away just yet.
Exactly.
Exactly. Well, now to some dramatic and emotional moments in a Buffalo courtroom yesterday as the gunman who killed 10 people at a grocery store in a predominantly black neighborhood was sentenced to life in prison. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis has those details.
My brother was one of the victims of this senseless massacre.
In the courtroom, victims' families facing down a convicted racist gunman, showing grace.
Do I hate you? No. Do I want you to die? No.
But also pain.
You have shattered a lot of lives here, sir.
Thank y'all for protecting.
There was anger.
Because I will hurt you so bad.
And rage too overwhelming to bear. This was the moment the sister of 72-year-old Catherine Massey got up to speak.
You don't know a damn thing about black people. We're human. We're like like our kids to go to good schools. We love our kids. We never go in no neighborhoods and take people out. Don't do it.
Her brother charged at the gunman. Guards quickly subdued him, while Peyton Gendron was ushered out of the courtroom for a few minutes. Massey was a woman devoted to family and community. She wrote about the need for gun safety 1 year before her own life was stolen by gun violence. Gendron, the white supremacist gunman, was convicted of killing 10 people in a hate crime targeting African Americans in a Buffalo supermarket.
I did a terrible thing that day. I shot and killed people because they were black.
The judge was not moved.
There is no place for you or your ignorant, hateful, and evil ideologies in a civilized society.
The gunman was given 10 life sentences, one for each of his victims. Now, if convicted of federal hate crimes, he could get the death penalty. Back to you.
Graham Ellis, thank you.
Coming up, a somber return for students at Michigan State as the campus reopens after Monday's deadly mass shooting. We're going to take you there as the community mourns, plus what investigators are saying about the gunman's possible motive.
Also, first a train derailment, then a toxic threat. Now federal officials are heading to Ohio as concerns grow over contaminated air. You're watching Morning News Now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now. Streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now. Streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now. Streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The Michigan State University community is mourning the students who lost their lives in Monday night's shooting.
Yeah, friends, family, and the East Lansing community came together on campus last night for a vigil at the Rock. Many taking the time to talk about and honor the memory of those three victims: Brian Frazier, Alexandria Verner, and Ariel Anderson.
We shouldn't have to live like this. We shouldn't have to subconsciously scan every room for an exit, go through the grim exercise of figuring out who our last call would be to. Our campuses, churches, classrooms, and communities should not be battlefields.
NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from East Lansing. And Jesse, wanted to get the latest on that investigation. There was talk about a lead on a potential motive here. What do we know about that?
Yeah, so we know that police here, Stephen, are still trying to pin down what might have been the impetus behind this shooting. It's something that we do not have an answer to at this point. We were asking police about this yesterday. We know at least one of the things that they will be looking into, according to the police chief here, is the possibility of the suspect having applied for a job here at the university. But at this point, we have no official word on any nexus, any connection between the suspect and this community. We are going to get an update from officials at a press briefing that is expected just a few hours from now.
You know, Jesse, classes are not going to resume till Monday, but the FBI has been helping students, faculty, staff reclaim items that were left behind during the chaos. How are students feeling as they go back to the scene, and is the university looking at any security upgrades now?
Yeah, and Joe, that will continue later today. This is Berkey Hall, one of the scenes of the shooting, according to officials. And just a few hours from now, students are going to be allowed back in here with the help of the FBI to collect what they left behind as they ran for their lives. And we talked with law enforcement officials yesterday, and one official telling me that the items that students left behind are being left exactly where they were when the students fled, which means people are returning to pick things up right as they left them. And I asked one student about this yesterday, and he said it almost brought him back to that night. So you can imagine how traumatic, even days later, coming back here and collecting what was left behind might be. We asked the university police chief about the possibility of security upgrades. He says he does expect that there will be changes here on campus, but he wants to make clear that they need to stick to their core mission here, and that is learning.
All right, Jesse, also wanted to ask that we talked about that vigil that happened last night on campus. What were some of the themes? Was this more of a memorial, or was there a call to action here, or maybe a bit of both?
Yeah, and the governor was there, by the way, so obviously there were political figures there as well as community members. There was not any really direct calls for action from the stage, nothing like that. This was more of a coming together event. There have been people who have been making calls for changes to gun laws, and also some people even calling for an expansion of gun use on this campus as well over the last 48 hours. So that debate, as we often see, is going on, but that event was really more about memorializing the people who lost their lives, and there was some song and some prayer. We heard from several speakers, including the head coach for the men's basketball team here, Tom Izzo. Obviously, this basketball team a focal point for this community, and we did speak with some people who attended, and a couple of the people we talked to said that something needed to change, and people have various ideas about it. And one father I spoke with, an alum himself, his daughter, a student here right now, said that he thinks something has to change, because even just one life is too many to be losing. But that man also did say to me that this is what this community does, is they come together. When you see thousands of people coming together, he said that's what this place is about, guys.
So heartbreaking to see it, but such a familiar sight at this point, unfortunately. Jesse, thanks so much. Well, EPA Administrator Michael Regan is heading to Ohio today to discuss the fallout and ongoing response related to the tragic train derailment that happened there earlier this month. He's expected to learn more about the health and safety effects of that massive fire that sparked when the 150-car train carrying hazardous chemicals went off the rails. The agency says it's continuing to monitor air quality in that area and has helped screen hundreds of homes for any potential contaminants. Meanwhile, a standing room only town hall held last night became heated as officials tried to address the concerns of people living in that community. The derailment has led to bipartisan calls for a Senate investigation into that incident. A letter was sent yesterday to the chair of the NTSB highlighting some of those rail safety concerns. Well, coming up, dramatic developments in the Alex Murdaugh trial. When we come back, video evidence showing his response when asked if he killed his own wife and son. Stay with us. This is Morning News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest
like.
The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. It was yet another dramatic day in court for the Alex Murdaugh trial. The jury, for the first time, seeing video the moment state investigators asked the former attorney if he killed his own wife and son. This new video released on the heels of the prosecution resting its case. Joining us now is NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. So, Danny, good morning. Thanks for being with us. So the jury finally got to see that video when Alex Murdaugh heard that he was the suspect, and one of the agents who was there at the time actually testified. Walk us through that testimony.
The agent essentially authenticates the video, but the video speaks for itself. And, Stephen, this is why two things are true. Defense attorneys like me say over and over again, never, ever, ever sit down for an interview or interrogation, as we call it. And point two, as much as we say that, people still do it, including an educated lawyer who should probably know better. And what a lot of folks don't realize, and what came out in this video, that not only can the police be coercive, they can even lie and deceive in order to try and extract a confession out of you. And that is exactly what the jury saw in this case, and the defense capitalized on it in cross-examination. But anytime you see a video like this, it's usually really, really bad for the defense.
Yeah, surprising, especially considering he is an attorney. And, Danny, the judge ruling against allowing testimony about the roadside shooting that took place after those murders. Let's listen.
I grant the motion to exclude this evidence at this time. Of course, as we have seen, things change, and who knows.
So has the judge given any reason why he ruled against using this evidence? And do we know why the prosecution wanted that evidence?
It's not excluded, Stephen. Late breaking news in the morning. The judge excluded this evidence, but sometime during the day, the defense stepped on a ticking time bomb. It opened the door, according to the judge. And I disagree with this ruling. But late in the day, the judge ruled that because the defense cross-examined about some of the financial issues and uttered the words, Cousin Eddie, when Cousin Eddie was the person who allegedly came and set up this assisted suicide, whatever you want to call it, allegedly. But because the defense uttered that name in cross-examination, the judge determined that this evidence, which was previously out, was now in because the defense did something called opening the door. And this is something that defense attorneys like me live in abject fear of, why we tiptoe around cross-examination. But I got to tell you, this was something that probably surprised the defense. They had to go after the financial evidence. They had to question about that stuff, including the Cousin Eddie and payments to Cousin Eddie. But what the prosecution did, and they're clever, they said, whoa, whoa, whoa. As soon as you mention Cousin Eddie, you open the door. Now we get to bring in all of this attempted suicide evidence. And by the way, last thing, they will get now a jury instruction that they can consider that as evidence of guilt. Blockbuster, really bad, and otherwise good day for the defense.
Such a shift just from the words Cousin Eddie. That's incredible.
Amazing.
Wow. It is a lot to follow. Danny Savalos, thanks for helping us break all that down. All right, turning now to those shocking claims against the largest for-profit hospital company in America. After a group of North Carolina nurses said HCA Healthcare was putting profits before patients, a neurosurgeon at one HCA hospital contacted us with some shocking claims of his own. NBC News senior investigative and legal correspondent Cynthia McFadden brings us that story.
Hello. Well, HCA Healthcare is the largest for-profit hospital corporation in the country. They own over 170 hospitals coast to coast. Last month, we did a story about one hospital that they own in North Carolina, where a group of nurses said that the corporation was valuing profits over patients. Well, in the wake of that reporting, we heard from a neurosurgeon in Florida who also works for an HCA hospital. He had his own story. Take a look. Stunning claims accusing HCA's Bayonet Point Hospital outside Tampa, Florida, of putting profits over patients. Have lives been lost, in your opinion, due to the behavior of HCA?
Absolutely, yes.
That's a very serious allegation.
It sure is.
Sounding the alarm, Dr. George Giannakopoulos, who's been a neurosurgeon at the Level 2 Trauma Center for 29 years, elected the chief of staff there 10 times.
I love Bayonet Point. It's my home.
But since the pandemic, he says the for-profit company HCA has been cutting staff and corners. For example, firing the anesthesiology team and replacing them with what he says are generally less competent people, leading to many errors, including one of his patients waking up during brain surgery.
The patient was on headpins, which are very sharp instruments that put into the skull.
To hold the head steady?
To hold the head steady. And I was just shaving the head when the patient tried to get up. So you can imagine that could have been tragic.
So, I mean, that sounds like rank incompetence on the part of the anesthesiologist.
It sure is.
At an emergency meeting with hospital leadership in December of 2021, 4 doctors who were present say more than a dozen surgeons expressed widespread concern.
I asked the question, do you feel this hospital is safe? And it was a unanimous vote from the surgeons that it was not. Then I asked him another question. Is the hospital dangerous? And that was, again, a unanimous vote that the hospital was dangerous.
Neither the hospital nor HCA would agree to an interview, but they told us they take quality issues very seriously, that the hospital is appropriately staffed for the safety of patients, and that they are continually looking for ways to improve. But according to Dr. Giannakopoulos and 3 other doctors who spoke to NBC News, things continued to get worse.
In January of 2022, we had 18 near misses in the operating room.
Which means these patients, their lives were put at risk by mistakes being made in the operating room.
Absolutely.
As for the ICU, documents from state regulators show an insufficient number of nurses. 2 doctors told us they believe such staffing issues led to the unnecessary death of a man who came in with a headache, later diagnosed as an aneurysm. Unattended by nurses, he died before it could be repaired.
When we look at the notes, there was absolutely not a single nursing note for 12 hours.
Well, that's malpractice, isn't it?
It's beyond malpractice. This should not happen.
And there's more. These photographs provided to NBC by doctors show a shocking lack of cleanliness, from leaks in the ceiling, bloody and backed up sinks, to...
There have been many sightings of cockroaches. One of the cockroaches was alive, coming out of a tray that was presented to us from the sterile processing department.
And the problems are not just at Bayonet. According to the most recent federal data, 70% of HCA's 37 rated hospitals in Florida have a below-average rating. It's not that HCA doesn't have money. HCA has generated $16.4 billion in profits over the last 3 years. And its CEO has received $78 million in compensation during that period.
I don't have a problem with a good business making profits and prospering. But when patients are dying because of your policies, I got a huge problem with that.
If someone at home right now about to be admitted to Bayonet Point, what would you say to them?
There are other choices. go somewhere else.
Dr. Giannakopoulos is still employed at the hospital. He is still doing surgeries there, though he tells us he believes the hospital is doing its best to shut him up and push him out. Back to you.
Dramatic story, Cynthia McFadden. Thank you. And coming up on Morning News Now, encouraging economic news. Retail spending is bouncing back after months of decline. We'll break down the numbers and what it could signal for the months ahead.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? But our top story tonight. You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
This is what it looks and feels
From the
like.
storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle, new numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
And we begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet?
More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others? Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state, state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now with a look at the economy and call it a comeback. A new report from the Department of Commerce showing a major spike in consumer spending. According to that report, following a bit of a slump around the holidays, Americans more than made up for it in the new year. Last month, U.S. sales surpassed economist expectations, increasing by 3%, marking the largest one-month increase in almost 2 years. Joining us now is Investopedia Editor-in-Chief Caleb Silver. Caleb, good morning. Thanks for being here. So what do you think this says about the current state of our economy here?
Yeah, well, there was a big comeback in spending. LL Cool J said, don't call it a comeback. But in this case, a lot of the December softness was pushed into January, where we saw a lot of spending. We also saw a lot of gift card spending, which shows us that maybe people got gift cards and maybe spent them in January. But don't forget the fact that inflation is still pretty hot right now. So are we spending more, buying less? There's a little of that. But when you look across the categories, they're pretty good. Restaurant spending was good. Car dealerships were good. Department stores, which have been super soft, very good last month. And furniture stores, people are buying furniture again. So you can't ignore the resilience and the bounce back in spending. But a lot of it is because maybe we weren't spending as much in December. We pulled a lot of sales forward in October and November with those pre-holiday sales.
Interesting. And are they getting the bang for their buck? And PNC Chief Economist Gus Fauché actually wrote a bit about this, saying saying, quote, the increase in retail sales combined with the very strong January jobs report reduce concerns that recession is imminent. So what are your thoughts on that? Does this make us feel better about the outlook for that recession?
Yeah, and you got to look at the categories and the items we look at when we look at a recession. So retail sales through personal consumption expenditures, that's what we spend. Those are holding up. Those are pretty strong. Industrial production, kind of flat right now. Unemployment, as you know, very, very low. And manufacturing input, that increased last month as well. So you have some indicators that are really strong right now and some that are kind of soft. So maybe there is a soft landing, maybe there's no recession, but recessions are felt very personally. You lose your job, your company goes out of business, something happens in your family, you feel a personal recession. Around the economy, it kind of feels like maybe we won't fall into one, or it's just going to be some weakness. Maybe we'll see one down the road.
And the Fed is saying as recently as Tuesday, though, they're not done with these hikes, that more needs to be done to combat inflation. What effect would that have, and is that having on consumer spending moving forward?
Well, we know that it's pushing credit card APRs up to record highs. They're about 19% right now on average, a little bit higher than that. So as those rise, it pushes people into debt. We know that December spending payments for household and credit cards rose 5.1% last month as well. So we're spending more. We're also going deeper into debt. The average debt per borrower right around $5,000 to $6,000 right now. That's pretty high. With those high APRs, that could stretch the consumer. So the Fed's going to keep raising rates because all those other factors I showed you about the economy right now, they're strong enough where the Fed's like, we can keep doing this to keep pushing inflation down. Expect another rate hike next month, maybe another one in May.
Oh, they keep coming. All right. Caleb, thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, well, this morning we're remembering Raquel Welch. The legendary actress helped redefine what it meant to be a Hollywood star with her roles in 1 Million BC and Fantastic Voyage. In a statement, her family said the 82-year-old icon died early Wednesday morning after a brief illness. Joining us now with a look at her just so impressive career is entertainment journalist and pop culture expert Brian Balthazar. Brian, good morning. Thanks for being with us this morning. So Raquel Welch's career just spanned more than 50 years. She had so many major moments. I can just remember so many random TV shows that she would turn up in. Lois and Clark, Sabrina the Teenage Witch, just such a legacy. Talk to us about that.
It's really interesting you say that, too, because she was one of those actresses that people wanted to see. And it started out with one of her breakout roles. You talked about 1 Million Years BC, a film that she really only had 3 lines in, but the strikingness of her image on that film poster, that iconic movie poster, is part of what made her burst out. It was kind of a defining moment for her. She had done some roles before, and including a much larger speaking role just prior to that in The Fantastic Voyage. But this was one of those moments in the pop culture zeitgeist that kind of defined her as a bombshell. And this was an image that she would carry with her throughout her career. She did, I will say, explore comedy. She went on to receive a Golden Globe Award in 1973 for The Three Musketeers, but she always leaned into that bombshell status because in her words, you can't fight an image like that. It is what she looked like. She was unmistakably and undeniably beautiful.
A career that spanned 50 years, Brian, here, and she really sort of redefined what it meant to be a sex symbol in Hollywood. You mentioned she did comedy. She went on to be funny, had all of these roles. What kind of impact is she leaving behind here?
Well, I have to say, we live in an age now where, as we all know, we love to talk about how people look, particularly as they age. And Raquel Welch is one of those people who looked pretty breathtaking and maintained that bombshell status for eternity. She kept that going. I mean, look at her right there. I don't know how old she is there, but she remained a sexy bombshell of a woman to the very last moment. I think there's some interesting things about her that people probably don't know. She was born Jo Tejada. She changed her name to Welch after her first husband. They kind of wanted to Americanize her name at the time because they thought it would be difficult. They also tried to change the name Raquel to Debbie, which that was where she drew the line. She didn't want to be a Debbie. She said, do I look like a Debbie, right? And she also was incredibly talented musically. She went on to be on Broadway and have a Vegas show. So I think she's a testament to endurance. She's a testament to beauty and being that Hollywood bombshell. She'll always have that as part of her legacy.
Yes, so much that goes into her legacy. I was just looking up online about all the things she's been in. It's hard to list them all. Brian Balthazar, thanks so much for helping us remember Raquel Welch.
Thank you.
All right, more financial news now. Twitter shifts its prohibitions on cannabis ads, allowing companies to advertise. CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us now with that and other news. Good morning, Bertha.
Hey, good morning. You know, we know that Elon Musk is fond of marijuana himself. He's often joked about it, but maybe that's why Twitter has made this shift. It's going to be the first social media platform to allow cannabis companies to advertise on the site in the U.S. Twitter has previously only allowed ads for CBD topical products. Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok still don't allow ads as pot remains illegal at the federal level. But, you know, more states now allow the sale of recreational marijuana. So Twitter is going to allow companies to advertise as long as they have the proper license, and they can only target areas where they are allowed to operate, and as long as they also do not target people under 21. Meantime, Fidelity is hiring 4,000 people for new roles by mid-year. This bucks a trend of rival asset managers like BlackRock, who are actually cutting jobs. Bloomberg says the positions will focus on customer service and technology. It follows a year of record hiring already that has pushed Fidelity's headcount to 68,000. And if you're waiting for that Apple VR headset that gives you reality, well, it's pushing it back. The unveiling of that anticipated mixed reality headset from April to June, according to Bloomberg. The report says it's now scheduled to debut at the company's annual Worldwide Developers Conference. Product testing has found that there's still room for improvement on both the hardware and the software side. Apple has been working on the headset for years now, and it's been delayed several times, so we'll see if it actually does come out this year. Apple hasn't had a major product launch since it launched the AirPods way back in 2016. So a lot of anticipation for that, although I'm not a headset wearer.
Right, and it is supposed to be a little pricey, right? Is that sort of the theory, that it's going to be a little more expensive, probably than AirPods, I'm guessing?
Well, I mean, that's usually, Apple usually things are more expensive, but that's why I think they've really been trying to refine it, because they want to get it right. You know, no one's going to want to spend $2,000, for example, for something that isn't really spectacular.
Get it perfect. All right.
Yeah. Bertha, thanks so much. Well, coming up, some rare footage offering a new perspective on the world's most famous shipwreck.
After the break, the never-before-seen video of the Titanic from the ocean floor. This is Morning News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere?
Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest film? The bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball?
Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Welcome back. Rihanna continues to put in the work after her massive Super Bowl halftime show performance. The singer saw an almost 400% increase in digital song sales, along with millions more earned from her makeup brand and clothing line. But the music world is not the only thing she's dominating. After revealing she's pregnant with baby number 2 at the big game, Rihanna is placing her role as mother in the spotlight. She, along with boyfriend A$AP Rocky and their son, who was born back in May, are the cover stars for the March issue of British Vogue. You can grab that issue as soon as it hits newsstands February 21st. Those digital song sales, Joe, I know it's because all of those hits we kept hearing, some of them I had kind of forgotten about, came back with a vengeance.
Yeah, no kidding. You're just such a great catalog. And Rihanna, work, 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 work.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Stephen. We close this hour with new images from the ocean floor, giving us a rare look at the remains of the Titanic. The footage was actually taken nearly 40 years ago, but we're just seeing it for the first time now, taking us inside the storied ship in a way we haven't seen before. This morning, rare footage from the depths of the ocean, bringing a spectacular new view of the Titanic to the surface. The never-before-seen video was captured back in 1986, documenting the first manned voyage to the wreckage. The research crew making its way through the sunken vessel on the floor of the Atlantic for the very first time, discovering the bow, railings, and inside of the luxury liner. The ship's ill-fated journey was brought to life by James Cameron's 1997 Oscar-winning blockbuster.
I'm flying!
But the real story of the thought-to-be unsinkable steamship was almost never uncovered after the vessel struck a massive iceberg on its maiden voyage from Southampton, England to New York. It took nearly 75 years to find the Titanic's final resting place 2.5 miles below the surface. Robert Ballard led the team that first discovered the wreckage.
I must say, to literally land on the deck of the Titanic was quite amazing. Almost just hard to believe.
More than 1,500 people died in the Titanic's catastrophic collision. While their remains are no longer present, signs of early 20th century life can be seen throughout.
It's sort of like their tombstone. And to see a mother's shoes and next to her, her baby's shoes. That's pretty powerful.
The newly released footage captures the ship in the best condition human eyes have seen since it sank in 1912. Recently, scientists have discovered metal-eating bacteria rapidly turning the Titanic's remnants into dust. Last year, high-definition cameras were able to capture the deteriorating watery ruins. The famed captain's bathtub now barely visible. But the video captured by Ballard's crew rewinds the clock nearly 4 decades.
It was really literally entering a preserved museum, and the deeper you got into the ship, the more preserved it was.
Now, this newest look at the 110-year-old ship is fascinating the world once again, allowing us all to join in on the discovery of a lifetime. And this footage was released in honor of the 25th anniversary of the movie Titanic. Ballard says the footage actually inspired James Cameron to make the film. Cameron even set up a private screening for the Explorer before it premiered as a thank you. When Ballard saw it, he said he was surprised to see how accurate the movie was and that he felt like he was getting to see the ship that sailed. Pretty cool stuff.
Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah.
I love that. Metal-eating bacteria. Who knew?
That's a little scary. But
yeah, definitely.
All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Stephen Romo, in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, back on campus. Michigan State University students are being allowed back on campus this morning to collect belongings left at the scene of Monday's shooting. This as the school mourns the loss of 3 students, while 5 others fight for their lives in the hospital. We are at Michigan State this morning, where students are grappling with the loss. Also this morning, one-on-one. NBC's Craig Melvin sits down with now presidential candidate Nikki Haley in her first network interview since announcing her candidacy. She is the first Republican to challenge her former boss, former President Trump.
It is time for a new generation of leaders. You shouldn't have to be 80 years old to get to Washington.
Why she says she did not want to back Trump, plus what we know about the phone call she had with him leading up to her campaign announcement. In the hot seat, lawmakers question the head of the FAA following a series of close calls on airport runways and in the skies. What's being done to avoid another close call? Plus, what the FAA is now saying about the computer failure that grounded all flights nationwide last month. Plus, the best places to work. Forbes is out with its new list of the best employers. So did yours make the cut? We'll show you the big companies that are topping the list and what workers told the magazine about their bosses. Of course, we know we already work for the best company.
That's true.
So.
Yeah. In case they're watching and also
right.
in reality.
Just want to make sure we put that on the record. Yeah. All right. We'll get to that in a little bit. We do want to begin this morning in Michigan as students at Michigan State return to campus in the wake of the deadly shooting there earlier this week.
Yeah, classes are canceled until Monday, but the FBI is actually helping students collect belongings they left behind during the chaos of Monday night's violence. This as the East Lansing community came together on campus to honor those students who were killed. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is in East Lansing with the latest.
Stephen and Joe, good morning. Just moments ago, we had a group of people going into this building behind me, Berkey Hall, among them at least one person with an FBI marking on their clothing. This group will be helping students just hours from now who are going to be returning here to collect what they left behind as they ran for their lives. This is happening as we're learning more about the suspect, including getting a look at newly obtained police body camera footage. It was edited before NBC News received it, but it appears to show the suspect during an arrest in 2019.
As Michigan State grieves the loss of 3 promising young lives, this morning demands for change are growing.
Do you feel safe? No!
Dozens rallied outside the nearby State House Wednesday, calling for tighter gun laws.
Nobody should ever have to go through this. It needs to stop now.
Meanwhile, survivors are returning to where gunfire erupted Monday night. The FBI helping students retrieve items like phones, laptops, and backpacks left exactly where they were when their owners fled for their lives. Connor Dunn says he escaped the student union, eventually hiding in a nearby ice cream shop after the suspect allegedly accessed 2 different campus buildings.
What was that like to essentially go back to that moment in time?
It was hard because I remember I almost relived the whole thing.
MSU's police chief telling me this school of more than 50,000 students may get a security overhaul.
I think there have to be adjustments that we made, but we can't lose focus on what the purpose of an academic institution is. It's for learning.
This is new police body camera footage obtained by NBC affiliate Wood TV appears to show the suspected shooter during a 2019 arrest for carrying a concealed weapon. The footage was edited before NBC News received it. Late Wednesday, the campus community coming together by the thousands. Men's basketball coach Tom Izzo among them.
But as a Spartan, we always get through it together. We're Spartan tough, Spartan strong.
That's the university. That's what we do. That's all. We support each other.
Amid that grief, this community will try to move forward. The university resumes normal operations today. However, classes will remain canceled until Monday. We are expecting more investigative details from authorities at a press briefing with university police. That is just a few hours from now. Stephen and Joe, back to you.
All right, Jesse, thanks so much. And turning now to the 2024 presidential race, former U.S. ambassador to the UN and South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley has officially thrown her hat into the ring for the GOP nomination, making her the first candidate to challenge former President Donald Trump. Haley held her first campaign rally in her home state yesterday, laying out her vision for the Republican Party. She sat down for an exclusive interview with our very own Craig Melvin to discuss her plan for a path to the White House.
Less than a year ago, you said that if former President Trump was going to run, you wouldn't run. It's been reported that a couple weeks ago, you called your former boss, you asked for his blessing to run, and he said that you called him the greatest president. If that's true, then why run against him?
I'm going to keep that phone call personal. I didn't ask. I told that I thought that we needed to go in a new direction. But when I first said I wouldn't run against him, Afghanistan hadn't fallen. We didn't see the rise in inflation like we've seen. We didn't see what was happening in our schools the way it was, and we didn't see the results of the midterms that we just had. It is time for a new generation of leaders. You shouldn't have to be 80 years old to get to Washington. And we've got to start righting the ship. We need new blood because we have some serious challenges.
After the insurrection, you said Trump, quote, will be judged harshly by history. He went down a path he shouldn't have, and we shouldn't have followed him. And then later that same year, you said, quote, he has the ability to get strong people elected. We need him in the Republican Party. Can both of those things be true?
Yes, except for the media, because the thing is...
So he can be partially responsible for the insurrection, but still be an essential part of the party.
I have said January 6th was a terrible day. I criticized him for that, and I stand by that criticism. I have said he was a good president in the way that he lifted up so many people economically, and he did real good in this country. That can be true, too. When I see something right, I praise it. When I see something wrong, I criticize it.
As you know, the immediate past president still maintains that the election was rigged, it was stolen. He's not alone. There's this recent Monmouth poll that found that 61% of Republicans said that President Biden won because of voter fraud. How do you navigate that?
I don't have to navigate anything. We saw a lot of things happen during COVID that wouldn't normally happen, that created some mischief that shouldn't have been there. Is Joe Biden the president? Yes. Joe Biden is the president. We shouldn't question that. Do I think that everybody needs voter ID like what we did in South Carolina so that we know that everybody's vote is valid? Yes.
But you know election denialism has become a pretty significant part of...
There's going to be a percentage of people who don't think Joe Biden's president.
But 61%?
I don't think it's 61%. I think you have 61% who are saying, look, we need to have trust in our elections, and we need it to be as transparent as possible.
In your speech, you said of China that China will end up on the ash heap of history if you're elected. That's pretty strong. And a few months ago, you said that China was closer than ever to invading Taiwan. If China does invade Taiwan, should there be a military response from the United States?
Republicans and Democrats for too long thought that if we were nice to China, they would want to be like us. They don't want to be like us. They want to destroy the West. We need to change the way we look at them. And so that means we should have a strong military. And for God's sake, we should not have Americans look up at the sky and see a spy balloon from China looking back down on us. And if we do those things, Craig, there won't be an issue in Taiwan. Because if you are strong and China knows that we mean business, they're not going to make that move.
If they do invade, should there be a military response?
I think we have to look at that when that happens. But what we do is we have the backs of our allies.
Let's talk Ukraine for a moment. The former president, your former boss, has said that he would stop supporting the Ukrainians if he's elected. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has said that the Ukrainians shouldn't get a blank check. Where do you stand?
The war in Ukraine and Russia is not about Ukraine. It's about freedom. And it's a war we have to win. Because if Ukraine doesn't win this, Russia will go on to Poland and the Baltics, and then we'll have a world war. What we need to do, and what Biden should have done, was give them what they needed to win early. We're not putting troops on the ground. We are not writing blank checks. But when they need the ammunition to win, we should give it to them.
President Zelensky's asked for F-16s. Should we give those to him?
I think we give him what he needs to win, not money, but equipment.
And you recognize there's some daylight between you and the other declared candidate for the Republican nomination on that front.
There's some daylight between me and Joe Biden because Joe Biden was slow to the tape.
But to be fair, Madam Ambassador, you have to win the primary. You're talking about President Biden a lot, but there are only two candidates in the Republican primary right now. It's you and your former boss.
No, and you guys are obsessed with me talking about him. But what I'll tell you,
there are only two candidates.
It's okay. I don't kick sideways. I kick forward. And what I'm telling you is Joe Biden has not led.
Let's talk about the primary field. Back in 2016, a lot of folks believed that one of the major reasons Donald Trump won was because the field was so crowded. How real is the worry that the same thing happens this time around?
I don't care about any of that. What I care about is going straight to New Hampshire, going to Iowa, talking to the people in South Carolina, and getting our message out to America.
The only other contender in this race, he's been known to say some pretty dirty and nasty things about his opponents, been known to give them nicknames. Does that concern you at all?
Not at all, not one bit. I have worked with him. He's known for doing that. I got a job to do.
Are you going to kick back?
Whenever I'm kicked, I always kick back, and he knows that.
And our thanks to Craig Melvin for that report.
Fears of a potential environmental crisis are growing in a rural Ohio community. Nearly 2 weeks ago, a train derailment there led to the release of toxic chemicals in the area. Now calls for action are growing louder. Even Congress wants answers. NBC News correspondent George Solis is in East Palestine, Ohio with the latest. George, good morning.
Joe, good morning. Some residents have returned home, but others are choosing to stay far, far away, citing health concerns. And right now, many are saying that despite repeated statement from officials that water and air quality is safe, many do not believe that is accurate. Overnight, tempers flaring at a heated town hall. It's been nearly 2 weeks since a train operated by Norfolk Southern carrying hazardous chemicals derailed and caught fire.
We're being railroaded by the railroad.
People worried about their health point to the death of thousands of fish in local waters and what they call a frustrating lack of answers. This morning, federal EPA Administrator Michael Regan is traveling to the site.
We are with the community. We're going to hold this company accountable, and we're going to be here until this problem is cleaned up.
While state officials say the air is safe, they suggest drinking bottled water, especially in homes that have wells.
I have been waiting for a phone call for my well testing, and I'm not getting one.
Some evacuated locals who were told it was safe to return home now say they're suffering from burning eyes, headaches, and nausea. Norfolk Southern did not attend the packed meeting, saying it might not be safe for its employees, but it did say in a statement to NBC News, "We are not going anywhere. We are committed to East Palestine and will continue to respond to community concerns."
It's just been an absolute nightmare, really. A lot on the nerves for everybody.
Carol Policaro and her cousin Ashley McCullum evacuated and say their families have experienced significant symptoms they attribute to the derailment. Carol has since returned home, while Ashley and her children are staying with her mom in Pennsylvania.
It's just so friendly, and now it's completely opposite. Everyone's terrified. No one wants to really go outside.
Joe, and a bipartisan group of senators has sent a letter to the EPA with their own concerns, making sure that the agency ensure that Norfolk Southern pay for things like cleanup compensation of of residents out here, as well as future plans for any air and water quality monitoring. As for the visit from the EPA administrator, well, he's expected to sit down with residents inside of their homes, as well as state and local leaders. Joe?
All right, George Solis. Thank you, George.
Well, we're tracking another threat of severe weather from the Midwest to the Gulf Coast.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us with the latest. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Good morning. We're nearing the weekend, and things are going to be quite nice in a lot of places. But today, a large part of the country is going to be dealing with some bumpy weather. The first thing on the table is these 31 million people that are now under these winter weather alerts. We see winter storm warnings and winter weather advisories stretching into parts of the Midwest, and a whole lot of thunderstorm activity as well. This is from that same system that's prompting these winter weather advisories. Those are in the areas that we're seeing snow falling right now, but we will see that extended into portions of Michigan and even eventually into the New England area as the snow works its way there. But these thunderstorms, they've been going since overnight, and we have another chance to see some of these strong storms developing through the day today. What you see in the pink right there, that's a tornado watch that'll be in effect. It does include places like Memphis, and those are one of the spots, the hot spots really, that we could see some of these storms developing and becoming intense. The best chance of that is going to be basically from Cincinnati down towards Mobile. That's where we have a higher likelihood of seeing some of these impacts, which include tornadoes, some of which could be strong winds up to 70 miles per hour and even up to an inch in hail across the area. Last night, we didn't get a whole lot of tornado reports, so that's good news, but we did get plenty of wind and hail reports. And today, 26 million people are looking at the potential to see that. Here's the best chance for where we could see those stronger tornadoes. So we're talking EF2 or higher. It does include Hattiesburg, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Selma, all of these locations that could potentially see some of these strong thunderstorms developing into stronger tornadoes here as we get through the day today. So just be aware this does go into the afternoon and evening hours and lasting late into the evening hours. So we know those nocturnal tornadoes are very dangerous. Also dealing with rain. This system's going to bring up to 3 inches possible up into portions of the Tennessee Valley. Meanwhile, in the Midwest, 2 to 4 inches more likely Some spots going to get up to 6 inches, but you look at northern Maine and up to 8 inches as we get through the end of the week. And how about those temperatures? I'm sure this got everybody's attention if you live in the east over the past day or so, or if you've just been visiting. 69 degrees in Washington, D.C. today, 66 in New York. These temperatures are way above normal, and some spots could be record-breaking today.
Wow. All right. Well, we'll enjoy it. Maybe get a suntan. Is that
yeah,
maybe?
It's time.
All right. Thanks, Angie. Appreciate it. Coming up, why are we seeing more close calls in the skies?
Yeah, it's a question lawmakers asked the head of the FAA what he told Congress about the recent incidents. Coming up next. You're watching Morning News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm
like.
zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle, new numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
We begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet?
More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others?
Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state, state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. The FAA faced tough questions from Congress yesterday as part of an investigation into the computer system failure that led to that nationwide ground stop last month.
Yeah, the agency is under intense pressure to address passenger safety after a series of close calls on the nation's major runways as well. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us now from Washington with a recap of that hearing. Tom, good morning.
Hey, guys, good morning. So, you know, commercial planes can carry up to 300 passengers, so close calls involve people's lives. And the NTSB says it's now investigating yet another close call, this one in Honolulu on January 23rd, a United plane that crossed a runway just as a small Cessna was coming in for a landing. That would now be the third case just this year, and that brought the FAA chief to Capitol Hill.
Southwest aboard. FedEx is on the go.
Animation presented as evidence in Congress depicting a very close call in Austin, Texas this month when a Southwest plane was cleared to take off just as a FedEx plane was about to land on the same runway. The planes coming within 100 feet of each other. It follows the runway close call at JFK Airport last month and that United 777 that went into a steep nosedive off Hawaii in December, coming within just 800 feet of slamming into the ocean. Ohio realtor Rod Williams and his family were on board.
You could see everybody's head was just planted in the back of their headrests. And, there were, again, shouts, gasps. You could hear prayers out loud.
Now, with another runway close call reported in Honolulu, the FAA chief, himself a veteran pilot, has ordered a nationwide safety review. Pilots, controllers, airlines, unions, and regulators.
We will partner with labor, with the industry leaders on the safety side, and in March we'll have a safety summit.
The FAA looking for evidence of common problems. Are you worried that any sense of complacency is now a problem?
No, I'm not worried about that. We have the safest, most efficient, and most complex airspace in the world.
Billy Nolan answering tough bipartisan questions about those close calls and the FAA NOTAM computer system that crashed in January, forcing the first nationwide ground stop since 9/11. For years, Congress has provided the money to update its 30-year-old system, but the FAA says that won't be completed until 2025.
Is there redundancy being built into it, or can a single screw-up ground air traffic nationwide?
Could I sit here today and tell you there will never be another issue on the NOTAM system? No, sir, I cannot.
I want to get an answer within a week about the NOTAM system having a separate backup, totally separate backup that could be used.
Yeah, let's make the point. Both Democrats and Republicans here are demanding answers. The FAA says it will be done, upgrading and overhauling that system, as we said, in 2025. The problem isn't money. Congress has given money to the FAA to do this. It's that this is a 30-year-old system. Pilots use it every single day, and you can't simply flip a switch and make it happen overnight when it's in use constantly. So they've got to do it incrementally. That takes time. And the problem was the last time it went down, the backup system also crashed. Guys, back to you.
All right, Tom Costello. Thank you, Tom.
Yep. All right, to international headlines now. And breaking news out of Turkey this morning, a teenage girl has been pulled alive from the rubble 10 days after that massive earthquake that's killed tens of thousands of people.
NBC's Josh Letterman joins us now from London with that and other world news. Josh, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. A dramatic rescue. The 17-year-old was rescued from the rubble of a collapsed building some 248 hours after the earthquake. The rescue caught on camera by a Turkish state broadcaster. The successful rescue comes as hopes of finding more survivors alive in the rubble have been dimming as those search and rescue efforts wind down. Meanwhile, the earthquake's death toll in Turkey and Syria has climbed above 40,000. Now to the war in Ukraine, with Russia bombarding the country overnight with a barrage of 32 missiles, according to Ukraine's Air Force, as NATO warns a new Russian offensive may already be underway. Ukraine says it shot down only half of the missiles, which is a lower success rate than normal. Russian attacks, though, have been increasing ahead of the one-year anniversary of the start of the war next week. And finally to Peru, where Machu Picchu has just reopened after being closed for nearly a month due to anti-government protests that killed 60 people. The 15th century stone citadel built by the Incas is one of South America's most iconic tourist attractions. Local authorities struck a deal with social organizations to allow visitors to return, which I think means it's time for an NBC field trip. You guys in?
Yeah, seriously, so beautiful.
Josh is writing up his pitch now. All right.
That's right.
Thank you, Josh.
All right, coming up this morning, we're learning about the moment high-profile attorney Alex Murdaugh learned he was a suspect in the murders of his wife and youngest son. We'll take you inside the South Carolina courtroom as we learn more.
Also this morning, a Georgia judge could release documents today in the investigation into former President Trump. What we know about that potential release next.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training? How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
What's the latest, the bigger piece of the puzzle?
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? Thank you, Lester.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. The jury in the trial of Alex Murdaugh got to see the exact moment when the prominent former attorney learned he was the only suspect in the murder of his wife and youngest son. That moment revealed in a taped interview with South Carolina investigators that took place just 2 months after those murders. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck has been following this case for us. She joins us now from outside the courthouse in South Carolina. Katie, good morning.
Good morning. Murdaugh had been called to a field office to get an update on the case, but as it turned out, investigators had serious questions about his alibi. He would soon learn he was their sole suspect.
Just 2 months after his wife and son were murdered, Alec Murdaugh agrees to answer a few questions for investigators.
Hey, you can do this? I can do it.
But it didn't take long for investigators to cut to the chase.
Did you kill Maggie? No. Did I kill my wife? Yes, sir. No, David. Do you know who did? No, I do not know who did. Did you kill Paul? No, I did not kill Paul.
South Carolina Law Enforcement Division investigator David Owen took the stand Wednesday to testify about that interview and what he calls inconsistencies in Murdaugh's timeline.
It wasn't one inconsistency, it was several inconsistencies over a period of time that were repeated.
Owen also revealing in that interview he's confident Murdaugh family guns were used in the crime. Information the investigator says didn't shake Alec.
Did you just ask him, we've established family guns were used?
Yes, I did.
What was his response? Would nothing be the answer?
Correct.
At other times during the interview, Murdaugh emotional, asking investigators for details about what Maggie and Paul felt before they died.
Neither one of them suffered very long.
In a matter of seconds, did that.
On cross-examination, the defense pinpointing what they call missteps in the investigation, like never testing Maggie and Paul's clothing for DNA and waiting 3 months to search Murdaugh's mother's house, where he went the night of the murders. The defense also questioned whether Owen lied to Murdaugh during the interview.
So you lied to him? I'm allowed to use trickery to elicit a response, yes. And you're allowed to do it, and you did it? Yes.
But Owen says when Murdaugh's story kept changing, he became the primary suspect.
So does that mean that I am a suspect?
With everything that we've talked about, with the family guns, the ammunition, nobody else's DNA, I have to put my beliefs aside and go with the facts.
In another twist, the judge says he will allow evidence of that alleged roadside suicide plot that Murdaugh and his cousin orchestrated. He said the defense opened the door to that in testimony yesterday. Now the question becomes, will cousin Eddie, the alleged hitman, take the stand? Guys?
All right, Katie Beck, thank you.
Today, the public will get new insight into a special grand jury report on former President Trump's possible meddling in the 2020 election in Georgia. Earlier this week, a judge ordered 3 sections of the report should be released today. They include the introduction, the conclusion, and a section where jurors express concerns that some witnesses may have lied under oath. For more on this, we are joined by NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander in Atlanta. So, Blaine, first of all, what should we know about this limited release? What could be the biggest revelation today?
Well, Joe, it's good to see you. So first question, what should we know about this release? It is very limited, to your point. In the span of the entire report, we know that we're only getting 3 sections: the introduction, the conclusion, and then that one section somewhere in the body where the special grand jurors discuss concerns that some of the witnesses may have lied under oath. Now, as for what we could learn from this, I think taken in its totality, the really remarkable thing about this is this will be the first time that we're getting any sort of a glimpse, any sort of an insight into what this process looked like, and into perhaps the mindset of the special grand jurors. We know that we're going to look at the introduction and the conclusion. I think what I'm going to focus, though, on specifically what many people are going to watch is that section where they discuss why they believe some people may have lied under oath, what that conversation looked like, and what founded those concerns, Joe.
So we mentioned this is 3 sections, not the whole thing. Why not the whole thing? When could we see all of it?
So why not? It's something that the DA really strongly argued against. She made the case in front of the judge a couple of weeks ago that essentially she believed that it could deprive future defendants of due process. She said that it wouldn't be fair to have all of this information out, and essentially she's asking for it to wait until after she's done what she needs to do, go through, make her charging decisions, and then she says once that process is over and done, her office has no problem making it public. Now, the argument to the against that was that there is a compelling public interest and that really kind of transparency demand that this be made public. The judge really kind of sided more so with the DA on this. Said, yes, there is public interest. That's why I'm putting out a small part of it. But it is important to maintain due process and protect due process for any potential future defendants, Joe.
So, Blaine, does this release suggest we are getting at all closer to a charging decision, or does this have nothing to do with that decision?
I think if we want to read into anything, I think what we read into is what the DA said when she was making that argument. The 3 words that everybody's been focused on: decisions are imminent. So she's made it clear that she's close to making some decisions. In fact, there's really nothing to say that she isn't already going before a separate grand jury and presenting charges and trying to bring indictments. So I think that's one thing that we're going to be watching closely. I think the other thing is, as both the DA and the judge said, they talked about the notion of future defendants. We do know that there were recommendations made in this report from the special grand jurors, the people who spent 7 months listening to witness testimony from 75 people. They made recommendations as to what they think should happen here. The question is, will the DA follow those recommendations, and when will we find out about it, Joe?
All right, Blaine Alexander, we know you'll be keeping an eye on this throughout the day. Thank you, Blaine.
And coming up this morning, remembering the Rosewood Massacre.
It has been 100 years since a predominantly black town in Florida was overtaken by a racist mob. We're going to share the stories from that town next. This is Morning News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. What kind of training you doing, Lester?
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
How you doing, Lester?
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back. In honor of Black History Month, we're remembering the Rosewood Massacre this morning.
Last month marked 100 years since the town of Rosewood, Florida was overtaken by a racist mob. It happened in 1923. The deadly violence lasted for a week, leaving the thriving and predominantly African-American town completely decimated. Families were forced to separate and leave their homes, their land, and their businesses behind as they fled to safety. Today, we are telling Rosewood's story. Joining us now to help us do that is Dr. Maxine Jones, professor of history at Florida State University. Dr. Jones, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Tell us about the massacre and the effect, the trauma of that week has had on the Black community, even now, 100 years later.
Good morning, and thank you for having me, and thank you for remembering Rosewood. First week of January 1923, a white woman said that she was assaulted by an unidentified Black man. A white mob went in search of that man, and in the process, destroyed a thriving Black community. At the end of the week, 6 Black people were dead, the only 6 that we could document, and along with 2 whites. Family members claimed that there was a mass grave, which we were never able to find or to document. But you're right, it destroyed a community, it separated families, and they lived in fear and silence for about 70 years until it was revealed in 1993, 1994.
It's striking just how many similarities there are to the Tulsa Race Massacre, which happened just a couple years before this. And it's similar to that case. For so long, people didn't talk about it. They just lived in silence with this pain. Why do you think it just took so long for this to come out into the open like it is?
Well, I know for the Rosewood descendants, that fear was very powerful. I think they understood the reach of I guess, powerful whites. And they were always looking over their shoulder. So family members basically took a vow of silence. They wouldn't talk about it outside of the family. And one of the matriarchs of the family insisted that they never do. And it was only after she died in 1992, 1993, that the family felt they could come forward with their story.
Dr. Jones, you were the lead researcher on what's known as the Rosewood reparations case. The state of Florida passed a bill back in 1994 to compensate survivors and their descendants. Why was this so important to pursue reparations, and is there still more work to be done with that?
Well, we never used the word reparations. We used compensation. These people were law-abiding citizens. They paid their taxes. A few of them had even served in World War I, and their lives were destroyed. And it was only right that the state of Florida acknowledge that it had failed to protect all of its citizens. And so I think I know Governor Childs was right to do what he did in 1994, and I think it maybe set a model for other states to follow. You know, racial violence wasn't limited to Florida; it wasn't limited to the South, and people lost a lot. They couldn't pass on their property to their children and their children's children. So the acknowledgement was important. And also the survivors finally had a voice. They got to tell their story.
There's so much power in just being acknowledged, acknowledging what actually happened. And to that point, Dr. Jones, why do you think it's just so important to keep these conversations going about Rosewood?
Well, it's our history. We shouldn't try to sweep it under the rug. And I think when you understand the past, it helps you to understand the future better. And I also think we can make sure that these things never, ever happen again.
Very important indeed. Dr. Maxine Jones, thanks so much for your time this morning.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Time now for some financial headlines. We've got an update on Ford's sudden production halt of their electric F-150 Lightning pickups.
CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us now with that and other news. Good morning, Bertha.
Hey, Steve and Joe. Ford is suspending production of the F-150 Lightning electric pickup until at least the end of next week now. Move comes after a battery fire involving one of the vehicles earlier this month during testing. Ford says one truck caught fire during a pre-delivery quality inspection in a holding lot, and it spread to a nearby truck. Ford believes it's identified the root cause, but they expect to wrap up that investigation next week and apply the findings to the production of the battery. TikTok, meantime, is working on more shopping features because that's what we all need, more ways to shop, just as rival Instagram is pulling back. An Ad Age report says TikTok has quietly launched a checkout tool that lets brands sell products directly within the app. The initial brands include PacSun and beauty brand Kimchi Chic. Brands will have a small bag icon on their profile where users can explore a catalog with images, videos, descriptions, and of course prices. And you can now build your own K-pop boy band from scratch. Lego showing off a new set featuring the 7 members of global superstars BTS. It replaces the music video for their smash hit Dynamite. The nearly 750-piece set is based on an idea submitted by 2 BTS and Lego fans. It will go on sale next month for $99.99. And I gotta tell you, with that BTS army, I hope they can keep up with production.
Yeah, no kidding.
Those folks are devoted.
They are. They are very dedicated fans, the Army. And I like the blue-haired one. That's like that's my favorite one. So,
the crossover we didn't know we needed.
All right. Thank you, Bertha. Appreciate it. Forbes has released its list of America's best large employers.
Yeah, the list is made from feedback from thousands of employees across the U.S. who say their companies are the best to work for. Based on their answers, Forbes then compiled a list of the top 500 employers that received the most recommendations. So, who made that cut? Joining us now to discuss is senior editor for Forbes, Alan Schwartz. Alan, good morning. Thanks for being here. And before we get into exactly who's on that list, talk to us a bit about the questions behind this and what the criteria was here.
Well, like you said, this is something where we try very hard to speak to actual employees. You know, it's not based necessarily on, you know, layoffs and salaries and things like that, which of course are important, but we're talking directly to people who work there and people who know people who work there to say, hey, is it a good place to work? And we believe that these other metrics are going to be a part of their ultimate recommendation.
All right, so let's get right to it. Based on your findings, what were some of the top large companies people found were the best to work for?
Well, I'll just read off the top 5 real quick, but then I want to get into some themes. In the large employers, which is employers 5,000 or more employees, number 1 was MIT. Massachusetts Institute of Technology, who, is used to being number one in the world at certain things, but best employers as well. Interesting. Houston Methodist, Mayo Clinic, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Tennessee. And what you see there are healthcare providers. I mean, Houston Methodist, their hospitals and whatnot. We've heard over the past several years how much healthcare workers have really borne the brunt of the pandemic, the heroes, the people whose lives have been turned upside down, terrible shifts, health risks, things like that. And yet they a lot of them rave about their employers. And it's nice to see that, behind the scenes, a lot of healthcare employers are taking care of their employees and making sure that they don't lose their focus on the patients. And we also have a list of best mid-sized employers, which is 1,000 to 5,000. Once again, you see education dominate. And it's not just, for example, Caltech, another engineering school, come to think of it, but you also had a local board of education, Olathe Public Schools in Kansas. There, you hear about teachers also, partly because of the pandemic and partly just because of the direction of education in this country. Some teachers are really appreciating where they work. And that's one of the themes also that our lists evidenced.
Wow, lots of surprises there for me personally. So I was curious, what are some of the responses people gave about what makes their employers so great?
Well, a lot of it has to do with workplace environment. I think that, I don't have necessarily the questions right now, but a lot of them ask about workplace environment. Is it inclusive? Is it nurturing? Does my boss appreciate my work? Are there advancement opportunities? You, of course, have our section on compensation, because that matters too. And we also printed the top 20 in the compensation category, so you want to check that out too. And so it really is that wide range of what is it like to work at a company, okay? Do they promote remote work when possible? I mean, all these things that are shifting for American employees, we're keeping up with that and making sure that our investigations reflect that movement.
Alan, seeing healthcare companies and tech companies do so well being at the top of the list, I mean, is that a new thing, something we've seen recently, or has that kind of been the case for a long time?
Fantastic question. It has been a trend, which frankly I find absolutely fascinating. Our partner in researching this, Statista, okay, what they've found, like I said, is a lot of these education companies or institutions really moving up. Now, of course, one has to wonder in the list biz, does that mean others are moving down? Yeah. Of course, we don't really know that, to be fair, and I just thought of that here live. So you never know what you're going to get here on NBC. But I do think that, of course, being a professor at a university can be comfortable. You have tenure, et cetera, so that's good. But nonetheless, you hear about the infighting. You hear about whether it's the AP course in Florida for high school teachers, or the inclusivity and the admissions, everything happening in colleges, and the affirmative action and the precarious state of that. It's fascinating to see that in general, a lot of institutions are keeping their employees happy. And by the way, it's not just professors. Mm-hmm. You can be a janitor too.
Yeah, good point.
And so, it's interesting in that way too. We're not just talking about professors. It's everybody who works there.
Yeah, still fascinating. Educators and healthcare professionals, a lot of them like their employers. I would not have guessed that. Alan Schwartz, thanks so much.
My pleasure, anytime.
Coming up, all those hours of playing Rainbow Road, well, they are about to pay off big time.
Yeah, new rides at Universal Hollywood, taking fans inside the world of Mario, Luigi, and Princess Peach. We have a sneak peek, including the Mario Kart ride. That's coming up next.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We've got some good news for you if you are a lover of dogs, movies about dogs, or if you just want to make some easy extra cash. You could be a cool $1,000 richer by becoming a chief doggy flick officer. That's right, getting paid to watch movies about dogs. Applications are now open at pettable.com, a company that helps people certify pets as emotional support animals. The position requires you to watch 10 hours of dog movies, and you've got to write a review of each one. Movies like Scooby-Doo, My Dog Skip, and Snoopy Come Home are on the list. It's all in honor of National Love Your Pet Day, which is coming up on February 20th.
Very cool. And you get to say that your job is Chief Doggy Flick Officer.
There you go.
Can't beat that.
Very cool.
Love it. All right, well, this morning we're also remembering Hollywood icon Raquel Welch. The sultry actress was probably best known for her role in the 1966 film 1 Million Years BC. Today, show anchor Chanel Jones has a look back at her extraordinary career that spans more than 50 years.
On the big screen, Raquel Welch was the ultimate bombshell, rising to fame with her breakout role as Cora Peterson in the 1966 sci-fi film Fantastic Voyage. But it was her transformation into a sexy cave woman later that year in the campy British movie 1 Million Years BC that made her an overnight sensation. While her character was short on dialogue, the movie's iconic pinup poster showing the actress in a fur bikini made her an international sex symbol and catapulted her to superstardom, which she discussed during one of her many appearances here on Today.
The sex symbol image was a kind of a thing that you couldn't really embrace and you couldn't really push it away.
But behind all that glamour was the real Raquel, writing in her 2010 autobiography, the irony of it all is that even though people thought of me as a sex symbol, in reality, I was a single mother of 2 small children.
My Raquelness is that image, whatever it is that people expect, the sex symbol thing. Then there's the real me, which is like a kind of hardworking, kind of down-to-earth kind of a person.
Just like the strong female characters she portrayed on screen, Welch persevered in Hollywood and proved she had range, acting alongside Burt Reynolds in the 1969 Western 100 Rifles. And playing a klutzy 17th century seamstress opposite Michael York in the 1973 film The Three Musketeers, which earned her a Golden Globe.
Can I tell you? Can I trust you?
A consummate performer, Welch starred on Broadway,
Makes me feel so young.
entertained American troops with Bob Hope during the Vietnam War, and even sang with Cher.
When you build your life on the surface, you know, you wonder if anybody will even pay you any mind, you know, once that surface starts to fade.
Through it all, she remained a prominent leading lady, appearing in over 30 films.
Haven't you seen The Cabana Boy?
And more than 50 TV shows.
Miss Welch.
Who are you?
This morning, generations of fans remembering the timeless beauty and her legendary career.
I forgot about that Seinfeld appearance. Legendary. That was Chanel Jones reporting. A spokesperson for Raquel Welch says the 82-year-old actress passed away peacefully after a brief illness. She's survived by a son and a daughter. And we end this hour with one moment Nintendo fans have been waiting for years. Tomorrow marks the opening of Super Nintendo World at Universal Studios Hollywood, a division of our parent company, NBC Universal. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz joins us now from Universal Studios Hollywood with what I'm going to say is definitely this morning's coolest assignment. I wish I was there, Gotti.
Yeah, Stephen, I don't know about you, but I spent a lot of time going through little green tunnels just like this when I was growing up in the video game. To get to do it in real life and to get to do some of it in augmented reality to boot, it is indescribable, but we're going to try really hard to do it anyway. Take a look.
Super Mario, the video games beloved by millions over 4 decades, now brought to life in vivid reality.
When you guys came through the castle and you saw this, what'd you think?
Amazing.
Amazing.
I think I'm really in the game.
This is Super Nintendo World at Universal Studios Hollywood. Opening to the general public on Friday, it immerses Super Mario fans in a real-life mushroom kingdom and sweeps them into a 360-degree world with Mario, Luigi, and Princess Peach as they take on the evil Bowser and compete with fellow players for victory.
Who is this for?
You know, it's really for everybody. I mean, it's been really rewarding. I've seen kids come out at 6 years old and they come out in the land and they scream, and I've seen 50-year-olds come out and scream.
And here we are, the main event, Mario Kart Bowser's Challenge, with tech so advanced it has never been seen before at a U.S. theme park until now. Oh my God, if 10-year-old Gotti could see me right now inside of Bowser's castle, let's go!
We got an exclusive peek of the Mario Kart ride. Its augmented reality goggles beaming interactive characters from the game right into my path. The ride taking me underwater and through the clouds as I tried to beat Bowser and win the Golden Cup.
Let's go again.
Universal Studios says the ride is designed for people of all sizes, and to ensure a comfy fit, you can sample a test seat beforehand. And if you want enhanced access to the experience, you can buy a special power-up band that syncs with the park's free app and keeps score like in the game.
Mamma mia!
And gives you elevated conversations with life-sized characters.
Luigi time!
Luigi time!
Luigi time!
You look super cool.
You look super cool, Luigi. I forgot my overalls.
At the Toadstool Cafe, these fan favorites are even molded into the food. And of course, the Mario Burger comes complete with his signature stash.
You want to know how to wear a burger mustache? Watch this.
This land a treat for Super Mario fans of all ages.
Like, my mind is blown. Like, I recognize so much things.
So it's almost like you've been here before, but you've never been here before.
A magical world where players literally become part of the game.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Mario. Bye-bye, Luigi. Yeah! And the best part about that ride that I got to do twice, it keeps score. So the first time I scored like a 92. The second time I scored 122. So, Stephen, when you come out here, it's on. Let's go.
Okay. Mamma mia. I love that. And the hat. Patty Schwartz. Thanks so much.
It's a Mario time. Thanks.
We appreciate it. Can't beat that. And that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. But your news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Stephen Romo, in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, back on campus. Michigan State University students are being allowed back on campus this morning to collect belongings left at the scene of Monday's shooting. This as the school mourns the loss of 3 students, while 5 others fight for their lives in the hospital. We are at Michigan State this morning, where students are grappling with the loss. Also this morning, one-on-one. NBC's Craig Melvin sits down with now presidential candidate Nikki Haley in her first network interview since announcing her candidacy. She is the first Republican to challenge her former boss, former President Trump.
It is time for a new generation of leaders. You shouldn't have to be 80 years old to get to Washington.
Why she says she did not want to back Trump, plus what we know about the phone call she had with him leading up to her campaign announcement. In the hot seat, lawmakers question the head of the FAA following a series of close calls on airport runways and in the skies. What's being done to avoid another close call, plus what the FAA is now saying about the computer failure that grounded all flights nationwide last month. Plus, the best places to work. Forbes is out with its new list of the best employers. So did yours make the cut? We'll show you the big companies that are topping the list and what workers told the magazine about their bosses. Of course, we know we already work for the best company.
That's true.
So.
Yeah. In case they're watching and also
right.
in reality.
Just want to make sure we put that on the record. All right. We'll get to that in a little bit. We do want to begin this morning in Michigan as students at Michigan State return to campus in the wake of the deadly shooting there earlier this week.
Yeah, classes are canceled until Monday, but the FBI is actually helping students collect belongings they left behind during the chaos of Monday night's violence. This as the East Lansing community came together on campus to honor those students who were killed. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is in East Lansing with the latest.
Stephen and Joe, good morning. Just moments ago, we had a group of people going into this building behind me, Berkey Hall, among them at least one person with an FBI marking on their clothing. This group will be helping students just hours from now who are going to be returning here to collect what they left behind as they ran for their lives. This is happening as we're learning more about the suspect, including getting a look at newly obtained police body camera footage. It was edited before NBC News received it, but it appears to show the suspect during an arrest in 2019.
As Michigan State grieves the loss of 3 promising young lives, this morning demands for change are growing.
Do you feel safe? No!
Dozens rallied outside the nearby State House Wednesday, calling for tighter gun laws.
Nobody should ever have to go through this. It needs to stop now.
Meanwhile, survivors are returning to where gunfire erupted Monday night. The FBI helping students retrieve items like phones, laptops, and backpacks left exactly where they were when their owners fled for their lives. Connor Dunn says he escaped the student union, eventually hiding in a nearby ice cream shop after the suspect allegedly accessed 2 different campus buildings.
What was that like to essentially go back to that moment in time?
It was hard because I remember I almost relived the whole thing.
MSU's police chief telling me this school of more than 50,000 students may get a security overhaul.
I think there have to be adjustments that we made, but we can't lose focus on what the purpose of an academic institution is. It's for learning.
This is new police body camera footage obtained by NBC affiliate Wood TV appears to show the suspected shooter during a 2019 arrest for carrying a concealed weapon. The footage was edited before NBC News received it. Late Wednesday, the campus community coming together by the thousands. Men's basketball coach Tom Izzo among them.
But as a Spartan, we always get through it together. We're Spartan tough, Spartan strong.
That's the university. That's what we do. That's all.
we support each other.
Amid that grief, this community will try to move forward. The university resumes normal operations today. However, classes will remain canceled until Monday. We are expecting more investigative details from authorities at a press briefing with university police. That is just a few hours from now. Stephen and Joe, back to you.
All right, Jesse, thanks so much. And turning now to the 2024 presidential race, former U.S. ambassador to the UN and South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley has officially thrown her hat into the ring for the GOP nomination, making her the first candidate to challenge former President Donald Trump. Haley held her first campaign rally in her home state yesterday, laying out her vision for the Republican Party. She sat down for an exclusive interview with our very own Craig Melvin to discuss her plan for a path to the White House.
Less than a year ago, you said that if former President Trump was going to run, you wouldn't run. It's been reported that a couple weeks ago, you called your former boss, you asked for his blessing to run, and he said that you called him the greatest president. If that's true, then why run against him?
I'm going to keep that phone call personal. I didn't ask. I told that I thought that we needed to go in a new direction. But when I first said I wouldn't run against him, Afghanistan hadn't fallen. We didn't see the rise in inflation like we've seen. We didn't see what was happening in our schools the way it was. And we didn't see the results of the midterms that we just had. It is time for a new generation of leaders. You shouldn't have to be 80 years old to get to Washington. And we've got to start righting the ship. We need new blood because we have some serious challenges.
After the insurrection, you said Trump, quote, will be judged harshly by history. He went down a path he shouldn't have, and we shouldn't have followed him. And then later that same year, you said, quote, he has the ability to get strong people elected. We need him in the Republican Party. Can both of those things be true?
Yes, except for the media, because the thing is...
So he can be partially responsible for the insurrection, but still be an essential part of the party.
I have said January 6th was a terrible day. I criticized him for that, and I stand by that criticism. I have said he was a good president in the way that he lifted up so many people economically, and he did real good in this country. That can be true, too. When I see something right, I praise it. When I see something wrong, I criticize it.
As you know, the immediate past president still maintains that the election was rigged, it was stolen. He's not alone. There's this recent Monmouth poll that found that 61% of Republicans said that President Biden won because of voter fraud. How do you navigate that?
I don't have to navigate anything. We saw a lot of things happen during COVID that wouldn't normally happen, that created some mischief that shouldn't have been there. Is Joe Biden the president? Yes. Joe Biden is the president. We shouldn't question that. Do I think that everybody needs voter ID like what we did in South Carolina so that we know that everybody's vote is valid? Yes.
But you know, election denialism has become a pretty significant part of...
There's going to be a percentage of people who don't think Joe Biden's president.
But 61%?
I don't think it's 61%. I think you have 61% who are saying, look, we need to have trust in our elections, and we need it to be as transparent as possible.
In your speech, you said of China that China will end up on the ash heap of history if you're elected. That's pretty strong. And a few months ago, you said that China was closer than ever to invading Taiwan. If China does invade Taiwan, should there be a military response from the United States?
Republicans and Democrats for too long thought that if we were nice to China, they would want to be like us. They don't want to be like us. They want to destroy the West. We need to change the way we look at them. And so that means we should have a strong military. And for God's sake, we should not have Americans look up at the sky and see a spy balloon from China looking back down on us. And if we do those things, Craig, there won't be an issue in Taiwan. Because if you are strong and China knows that we mean business, they're not going to make that move.
If they do invade, should there be a military response?
I think we have to look at that when that happens. But what we do is we have the backs of our allies.
Let's talk Ukraine for a moment. The former president, your former boss, has said that he would stop supporting the Ukrainians if he's elected. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has said that the Ukrainians shouldn't get a blank check. Where do you stand?
The war in Ukraine and Russia is not about Ukraine. It's about freedom. And it's a war we have to win. Because if Ukraine doesn't win this, Russia will go on to Poland and the Baltics, and then we'll have a world war. What we need to do, and what Biden should have done, was give them what they needed to win early. We're not putting troops on the ground. We are not writing blank checks. But when they need the ammunition to win, we should give it to them.
President Zelensky's asked for F-16s. Should we give those to him?
I think we give him what he needs to win, not money, but equipment.
And you recognize there's some daylight between you and the other declared candidate for the Republican nomination on that front.
There's some daylight between me and Joe Biden, because Joe Biden was slow to the tape.
But to be fair, Madam Ambassador, you have to win the primary. You're talking about President Biden a lot, but there are only two candidates in the Republican primary right now. It's you and your former boss.
No, and you guys are obsessed with me talking about him. But what I'll tell you,
there are only two candidates.
It's okay. I don't kick sideways. I kick forward. And what I'm telling you is Joe Biden has not led.
Let's talk about the primary field. Back in 2016, a lot of folks believed that one of the major reasons Donald Trump won was because the field was so crowded. How real is the worry that the same thing happens this time around?
I don't care about any of that. What I care about is going straight to New Hampshire, going to Iowa, talking to the people in South Carolina, and getting our message out to America.
The only other contender in this race, he's been known to say some pretty dirty and nasty things about his opponents, been known to give them nicknames. Does that concern you at all?
Not at all, not one bit. I have worked with him. He's known for doing that. I got a job to do.
Are you going to kick back?
Whenever I'm kicked, I always kick back, and he knows that.
And our thanks to Craig Melvin for that report.
Fears of a potential environmental crisis are growing in a rural Ohio community. Nearly 2 weeks ago, a train derailment there led to the release of toxic chemicals in the area. Now calls for action are growing louder. Even Congress wants answers. NBC News correspondent George Solis is in East Palestine, Ohio, with the latest. George, good morning.
Joe, good morning. Some residents have returned home, but others are choosing to stay far, far away, citing health concerns. And right now, many are saying that despite repeated statement from officials that water and air quality is safe, many do not believe that is accurate. Overnight, tempers flaring at a heated town hall. It's been nearly 2 weeks since a train operated by Norfolk Southern carrying hazardous chemicals derailed and caught fire.
We're being railroaded by the railroad.
People worried about their health point to the death of thousands of fish in local waters and what they call a frustrating lack of answers. This morning, federal EPA Administrator Michael Regan is traveling to the site.
We are with the community. We're going to hold this company accountable, and we're going to be here until this problem is cleaned up.
While state officials say the air is safe, they suggest drinking bottled water, especially in homes that have wells.
I have been waiting for a phone call for my well testing, and I'm not getting one.
Some evacuated locals who were told it was safe to return home now say they're suffering from burning eyes, headaches, and nausea. Norfolk Southern did not attend the packed meeting, saying it might not be safe for its employees. But it did say in a statement to NBC News, "We are not going anywhere. We are committed to East Palestine and will continue to respond to community concerns."
It's just been an absolute nightmare, really. A lot on the nerves for everybody.
Carol Policaro and her cousin Ashley McCullum evacuated and say their families have experienced significant symptoms they attribute to the derailment. Carol has since returned home, while Ashley and her children are staying with her mom in Pennsylvania.
It's just so friendly, and now it's completely opposite. Everyone's terrified. No one wants to really go outside.
Joe, and a bipartisan group of senators has sent a letter to the EPA with their own concerns, making sure that the agency ensure that Norfolk Southern pay for things like cleanup compensation of employees, of residents out here, as well as future plans for any air and water quality monitoring. As for the visit from the EPA administrator, well, he's expected to sit down with residents inside of their homes, as well as state and local leaders. Joe?
All right, George Solis. Thank you, George.
Well, we're tracking another threat of severe weather from the Midwest to the Gulf Coast.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us with the latest. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Good morning. We're nearing the weekend, and things are going to be quite nice in a lot of places. But today, a large part of the country is going to be dealing with some bumpy weather. The first thing on the table is these 31 million people that are now under these winter weather alerts. We see winter storm warnings and winter weather advisories stretching into parts of the Midwest, and a whole lot of thunderstorm activity as well. This is from that same system that's prompting these winter weather advisories Those are in the areas that we're seeing snow falling right now, but we will see that extended into portions of Michigan and even eventually into the New England area as the snow works its way there. But these thunderstorms, they've been going since overnight, and we have another chance to see some of these strong storms developing through the day today. What you see in the pink right there, that's a tornado watch that'll be in effect. It does include places like Memphis, and those are one of the spots, the hot spots really, that we could see some of these storms developing and becoming intense. The best chance of that is going to be basically from Cincinnati down towards Mobile. That's where we have a higher likelihood of seeing some of these impacts, which include tornadoes, some of which could be strong winds up to 70 miles per hour and even up to an inch in hail across the area. Last night, we didn't get a whole lot of tornado reports, so that's good news, but we did get plenty of wind and hail reports. And today, 26 million people are looking at the potential to see that. Here's the best chance for where we could see those stronger tornadoes. So we're talking EF2 or higher. It does include Hattiesburg, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Selma, all of these locations that could potentially see some of these strong thunderstorms developing into stronger tornadoes here as we get through the day today. So just be aware this does go into the afternoon and evening hours and lasting late into the evening hours. So we know those nocturnal tornadoes are very dangerous. Also dealing with rain. This system's going to bring up to 3 inches possible up into portions of the Tennessee Valley. Meanwhile, in the Midwest, 2 to 4 inches more likely. Some spots going to get up to 6 inches, but you look at northern Maine and up to 8 inches as we get through the end of the week. And how about those temperatures? I'm sure this got everybody's attention if you live in the East over the past day or so, or if you've just been visiting. 69 degrees in Washington, D.C. today, 66 in New York. These temperatures are way above normal, and some spots could be record-breaking today.
Wow. All right. Well, we'll enjoy it. Maybe get a suntan. Is that
yeah,
maybe?
It's time.
All right. Thanks, Angie. Appreciate it. Coming up, why are we seeing more close calls in the skies?
Yeah, it's a question lawmakers asked the head of the FAA what he told Congress about the recent incidents. Coming up next. You're watching Morning News Now.
Join Hoda Kotb for Season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You were
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
This is what it looks and feels.
What's the latest development? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for Season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. What kind of training is that? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. The FAA faced tough questions from Congress yesterday as part of an investigation into the computer system failure that led to that nationwide ground stop last month.
Yeah, the agency is under intense pressure to address passenger safety after a series of close calls on the nation's major runways as well. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us now from Washington with a recap of that hearing. Tom, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. So, you know, commercial planes can carry up to 300 passengers, so close calls involve people's lives. And the NTSB says it's now investigating yet another close call, this one in Honolulu on January 23rd, a United plane that crossed a runway just as a small Cessna was coming in for a landing. That would now be the third case just this year, and that brought the FAA chief to Capitol Hill.
Southwest aboard. FedEx is on the go.
Animation presented as evidence in Congress depicting a very close call in Austin, Texas this month when a Southwest plane was cleared to take off just as a FedEx plane was about to land on the same runway. The planes coming within 100 feet of each other. It follows the runway close call at JFK Airport last month and that United 777 that went into a steep nosedive off Hawaii in December, coming within just 800 feet of slamming into the ocean. Ohio realtor Rod Williams and his family were on board.
You could see everybody's head was just planted in the back of their headrests, and you know, there were, again, shouts, gasps. You could hear prayers out loud.
Now, with another runway close call reported in Honolulu, the FAA chief, himself a veteran pilot, has ordered a nationwide safety review. Pilots, controllers, airlines, unions, and regulators.
We will partner with labor, with the industry, and in March we'll have a safety summit.
The FAA looking for evidence of common problems. Are you worried that any sense of complacency is now a problem?
No, I'm not worried about that. We have the safest, most efficient, and most complex airspace in the world.
Billy Nolan answering tough bipartisan questions about those close calls and the FAA NOTAM computer system that crashed in January, forcing the first nationwide ground stop since 9/11. For years, Congress has provided the money to update its 30-year-old system, but the FAA says that won't be completed until 2025.
Is there redundancy being built into it, or can a single screw-up ground air traffic nationwide?
Could I sit here today and tell you there will never be another issue on the NOTAM system? No, sir, I cannot.
I want to get an answer within a week about the NOTAM system having a separate backup, totally separate backup that could be used.
Yeah, let's make the point. Both Democrats and Republicans here are demanding answers. The FAA says it will be done, upgrading and overhauling that system, as we said, in 2025. The problem isn't money. Congress has given money to the FAA to do this. It's that this is a 30-year-old system. Pilots use it every single day, and you can't simply flip a switch and make it happen overnight when it's in use constantly. So they've got to do it incrementally. That takes time. And the problem was the last time it went down, the backup system also crashed. Guys, back to you.
All right, Tom Costello. Thank you, Tom.
Yep. All right, to international headlines now. And breaking news out of Turkey this morning, a teenage girl has been pulled alive from the rubble 10 days after that massive earthquake that's killed tens of thousands of people.
NBC's Josh Letterman joins us now from London with that and other world news. Josh, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. A dramatic rescue. The 17-year-old was rescued from the rubble of a collapsed building some 248 hours after the earthquake. The rescue caught on camera by a Turkish state broadcaster. The successful rescue comes as hopes of finding more survivors alive in the rubble have been dimming as those search and rescue efforts wind down. Meanwhile, the earthquake's death toll in Turkey and Syria has climbed above 40,000. Now to the war in Ukraine, with Russia bombarding the country overnight with a barrage of 32 missiles, according to Ukraine's Air Force, as NATO warns a new Russian offensive may already be underway. Ukraine says it shot down only half of the missiles, which is a lower success rate than normal. Russian attacks, though, have been increasing ahead of the one-year anniversary of the start of the war next week. And finally to Peru, where Machu Picchu has just reopened after being closed for nearly a month due to anti-government protests that killed 60 people. The 15th century stone citadel built by the Incas is one of South America's most iconic tourist attractions. Local authorities struck a deal with social organizations to allow visitors to return, which I think means it's time for an NBC field trip. You guys in?
Yeah, seriously, so beautiful.
Josh is writing up his pitch now. All right.
That's right.
Thank you, Josh.
All right, coming up this morning, we're learning about the moment high-profile attorney Alex Murdaugh learned he was a suspect in the murders of his wife and youngest son. We'll take you inside the South Carolina courtroom as we learn more.
Also this morning, a Georgia judge could release documents today in the investigation into former President Trump. What we know about that potential release next.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest development? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. The jury in the trial of Alex Murdaugh got to see the exact moment when the prominent former attorney learned he was the only suspect in the murder of his wife and youngest son. That moment revealed in a taped interview with South Carolina investigators that took place just 2 months after those murders. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck has been following this case for us. She joins us now from outside the courthouse in South Carolina. Katie, good morning.
Good morning. Murdaugh had been called to a field office to get an update on the case, but as it turned out, investigators had serious questions about his alibi. He would soon learn he was their sole suspect. Just 2 months after his wife and son were murdered, Alex Murdaugh agrees to answer a few questions for investigators.
I can do it.
But it didn't take long for investigators to cut to the chase.
Did you kill Maggie? No. Did I kill my wife? Yes, sir. No, David. Do you know who did? No, I do not know who did. Did you kill Paul? No, I did not kill Paul.
South Carolina Law Enforcement Division investigator David Owen took the stand Wednesday to testify about that interview and what he calls inconsistencies in Murdaugh's timeline.
It wasn't one inconsistency, it was several inconsistencies over a period of time that were repeated.
Owen also revealing in that interview he's confident Murdaugh family guns were used in the crime. Information the investigator says didn't shake Alex.
Did you just ask him, we've established family guns were used?
Yes, I did.
What was his response? Would nothing be the answer?
Correct.
At other times during the interview, Murdaugh emotional, asking investigators for details about what Maggie and Paul felt before they died.
Neither one of them suffered very long.
Matter of seconds. Did that.
On cross-examination, the defense pinpointing what they call missteps in the investigation, like never testing Maggie and Paul's clothing for DNA and waiting 3 months to search Murdaugh's mother's house, where he went the night of the murders. The defense also questioned whether Owen lied to Murdaugh during the interview.
So you lied to him?
I'm allowed to use trickery to elicit a response. Yes.
And you're allowed to do it, and you did it?
Yes.
But Owen says when Murdaugh's story kept changing, he became the primary suspect.
So does that mean that I am a suspect?
With everything that we've talked about, with the family guns, the ammunition, nobody else's DNA, I have to put my beliefs aside and go with the facts.
In another twist, the judge says he will allow evidence of that alleged roadside suicide plot that Murdaugh and his cousin orchestrated. He said the defense opened the door to that in testimony yesterday. Now the question becomes, will cousin Eddie, the alleged hitman, take the stand? Guys?
All right, Katie Beck, thank you.
Today, the public will get new insight into a special grand jury report on former President Trump's possible meddling in the 2020 election in Georgia. Earlier this week, a judge ordered 3 sections of the report should be released today. They include the introduction, the conclusion, and a section where jurors express concerns that some witnesses may have lied under oath. For more on this, we are joined by NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander in Atlanta. So, Blaine, first of all, what should we know about this limited release? What could be the biggest revelation today?
Well, Joe, it's good to see you. So first question, what should we know about this release? It is very limited, to your point. In the span of the entire report, we know that we're only getting 3 sections: the introduction, the conclusion, and then that one section somewhere in the body where the special grand jurors discuss concerns that some of the witnesses may have lied under oath. Now, as for what we could learn from this, I think taken in its totality, the really remarkable thing about this is this will be the first time that we're getting any sort of a glimpse, any sort of an insight into what this process looked like and into perhaps the mindset of the special grand jurors. We know that we're going to look at the introduction and the conclusion. I think what I'm going to focus, though, on specifically, what many people are going to watch, is that section where they discuss why they believe some people may have lied under oath, what that conversation looked like, and what founded those concerns, Joe.
So we mentioned this is 3 sections, not the whole thing. Why not the whole thing? When could we see all of it?
So why not? It's something that the DA really strongly argued against. She made the case in front of the judge a couple of weeks ago that essentially she believed that it could deprive future defendants of due process. She said that it wouldn't be fair to have all of this information out, and essentially she's asking for it to wait until after she's done what she needs to do, go through, make her charging decisions, and then she says once that process is over and done, her office has no problem making it public. Now, the argument to the against that was that there is a compelling public interest and that really kind of transparency demand that this be made public. The judge really kind of sided more so with the DA on this. Said, yes, there is public interest. That's why I'm putting out a small part of it. But it is important to maintain due process and protect due process for any potential future defendants, Joe.
So, Blaine, does this release suggest we are getting at all closer to a charging decision, or does this have nothing to do with that decision?
I think if we want to read into anything, I think what we read into is what the DA said when she was making that argument. The 3 words that everybody's been focused on: decisions are imminent. So she's made it clear that she's close to making some decisions. In fact, there's really nothing to say that she isn't already going before a separate grand jury and presenting charges and trying to bring indictments. So I think that's one thing that we're going to be watching closely. I think the other thing is, as both the DA and the judge said, they talked about the notion of future defendants. We do know that there were recommendations made in this report from the special grand jurors, the people who spent 7 months listening to witness testimony from 75 people. They made recommendations as to what they think should happen here. The question is, will the DA follow those recommendations, and when will we find out about it, Joe?
All right, Blaine Alexander, we know you'll be keeping an eye on this throughout the day. Thank you, Blaine.
And coming up this morning, remembering the Rosewood Massacre.
It has been 100 years since a predominantly black town in Florida was overtaken by a racist mob. We're going to share the stories from that town next. This is Morning News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm
like.
zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle.
New numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
And we begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet?
More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others? Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state, state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Welcome back. In honor of Black History Month, we're remembering the Rosewood Massacre this morning.
Last month marked 100 years since the town of Rosewood, Florida was overtaken by a racist mob. It happened in 1923. The deadly violence lasted for a week, leaving the thriving and predominantly African-American town completely decimated. Families were forced to separate and leave their homes, their land, and their businesses behind as they fled to safety. Today, we are telling Rosewood's story. Joining us now to help us do that is Dr. Maxine Jones, professor of history at Florida State University. Dr. Jones, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Tell us about the massacre and the effect, the trauma of that week has had on the Black community, even now, 100 years later.
Good morning, and thank you for having me, and thank you for remembering Rosewood. First week of January 1923, a white woman said that she was assaulted by an unidentified Black man. A white mob went in search of that man, and in the process, destroyed a thriving Black community. At the end of the week, 6 Black people were dead, the only 6 that we could document, and along with 2 whites. Family members claimed that there was a mass grave, which we were never able to find or to document. But you're right, it destroyed a community, it separated families, and they lived in fear and silence for about 70 years until it was revealed in 1993, 1994.
It's striking just how many similarities there are to the Tulsa Race Massacre, which happened just a couple years before this. And it's similar to that case. For so long, people didn't talk about it. They just lived in silence with this pain. Why do you think it just took so long for this to come out into the open like it is?
Well, I know for the Rosewood descendants, that fear was very powerful. I think they understood the reach of I guess, powerful whites, and they were always looking over their shoulder. So family members basically took a vow of silence. They wouldn't talk about it outside of the family. And one of the matriarchs of the family insisted that they never do. And it was only after she died in 1992, 1993, that the family felt they could come forward with their story.
Dr. Jones, you were the lead researcher on what's known as the Rosewood reparations case. The state of Florida passed a bill back in 1994 to compensate survivors and their descendants. Why was this so important to pursue reparations, and is there still more work to be done with that?
Well, we never used the word reparations. We used compensation. These people were law-abiding citizens. They paid their taxes. A few of them had even served in World War I, and their lives were destroyed. And it was only right that the state of Florida acknowledge that it had failed to protect all of its citizens. And so I think I know Governor Childs was right to do what he did in 1994, and I think it maybe set a model for other states to follow. You know, racial violence wasn't limited to Florida; it wasn't limited to the South, and people lost a lot. They couldn't pass on their property to their children and their children's children. So the acknowledgement was important. And also the survivors finally had a voice. They got to tell their story.
There's so much power in just being acknowledged, acknowledging what actually happened. And to that point, Dr. Jones, why do you think it's just so important to keep these conversations going about Rosewood?
Well, it's our history. We shouldn't try to sweep it under the rug. And I think when you understand the past, it helps you to understand the future better. And I also think we can make sure that these things never, ever happen again.
Very important indeed. Dr. Maxine Jones, thanks so much for your time this morning.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Time now for some financial headlines. We've got an update on Ford's sudden production halt of their electric F-150 Lightning pickups.
CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us now with that and other news. Good morning, Bertha.
Hey, Steve and Joe. Ford is suspending production of the F-150 Lightning electric pickup until at least the end of next week now. Move comes after a battery fire involving one of the vehicles earlier this month during testing. Ford says one truck caught fire during a pre-delivery quality inspection in a holding lot, and it spread to a nearby truck. Ford believes it's identified the root cause, but they expect to wrap up that investigation next week and apply the findings to the production of the battery. TikTok, meantime, is working on more shopping features because that's what we all need, more ways to shop, just as rival Instagram is pulling back. An Ad Age report says TikTok has quietly launched a checkout tool that lets brands sell products directly within the app. The initial brands include PacSun and beauty brand Kimchi Chic. Brands will have a small bag icon on their profile where users can explore a catalog with images, videos, descriptions, and of course prices. And you can now build your own K-pop boy band from scratch. Lego showing off a new set featuring the 7 members of global superstars BTS. It replaces the music video for their smash hit Dynamite. The nearly 750-piece set is based on an idea submitted by 2 BTS and Lego fans. It will go on sale next month for $99.99. And I gotta tell you, with that BTS army, I hope they can keep up with production.
Yeah, no kidding.
Those folks are devoted.
They are. They are very dedicated fans, the Army, and I like the blue-haired one. That's like that's my favorite one. So.
The crossover we didn't know we needed.
All right, thank you, Bertha. Appreciate it. Forbes has released its list of America's best large employers.
Yeah, the list is made from feedback from thousands of employees across the U.S. who say their companies are the best to work for. Based on their answers, Forbes then compiled a list of the top 500 employers that received the most recommendations. So, who made that cut? Joining us now to discuss is senior editor for Forbes, Alan Schwartz. Alan, good morning. Thanks for being here. And before we get into exactly who's on that list, talk to us a bit about the questions behind this and what the criteria was here.
Well, like you said, this is something where we try very hard to speak to actual employees. You know, it's not based necessarily on, layoffs and salaries and things like that, which of course are important, but we're talking directly to people who work there and people who know people who work there to say, hey, is it a good place to work? And we believe that these other metrics are going to be a part of their ultimate recommendation.
All right, so let's get right to it. Based on your findings, what were some of the top large companies people found were the best to work for?
Well, I'll just read off the top 5 real quick, but then I want to get into some themes. In the large employers, which is employers 5,000 or more employees, number 1 was MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, who, is used to being number 1 in the world at certain things, but best employers as well, interesting. Houston Methodist, Mayo Clinic, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Tennessee, and what you see there are healthcare providers. I mean, Houston Methodist, their hospitals and whatnot. We've heard over the past several years how much healthcare workers have really borne the brunt of the pandemic, the heroes, the people whose lives have been turned upside down, terrible shifts, health risks, things like that. And yet they rave, a lot of them rave about their employers. And it's nice to see that, behind the scenes, a lot of healthcare employers are taking care of their employees and making sure that they don't lose their focus on the patients. And we also have a list of best mid-sized employers, which is 1,000 to 5,000. Once again, you see education dominate. And it's not just, for example, Caltech, another engineering school, come to think of it. But you also had a local board of education, Olathe Public Schools in Kansas. There, you hear about teachers also, partly because of the pandemic and partly just because of the direction of education in this country. Some teachers are really appreciating where they work. And that's one of the themes also that our lists evidenced.
Wow, lots of surprises there for me personally. So I was curious, what are some of the responses people gave about what makes their employer so great?
Well, a lot of it has to do with workplace environment. I think that, I don't have necessarily the questions right now, but a lot of them ask about workplace environment. Is it inclusive? Is it nurturing? Does my boss appreciate my work? Are there advancement opportunities? You, of course, have our section on compensation, because that matters too. And we also printed the top 20 in the compensation category, so you want to check that out too. And so it really is that wide range of what is it like to work at a company? Okay, do they promote remote work when possible? I mean, all these things that are shifting for American employees, we're keeping up with that and making sure that our investigations reflect that movement.
Alan, seeing healthcare companies and tech companies do so well being at the top of the list, I mean, is that a new thing, something we've seen recently, or has that kind of been the case for a long time?
Fantastic question. It has been a trend, which frankly I find absolutely fascinating. Our partner in researching this, Statista, okay, what they've found, like I said, is a lot of these education companies or institutions really moving up. Now, of course, one has to wonder in the list biz, does that mean others are moving down? Yeah. Of course, we don't really know that, to be fair, and I just thought of that here live. So you never know what you're going to get here on NBC. But I do think that, it's of course, being a professor at a university can be comfortable. You have tenure, et cetera, so that's good. But nonetheless, you hear about the infighting. You hear about whether it's the AP course in Florida for high school teachers, or the inclusivity and the admissions, everything happening in colleges, and the affirmative action and the precarious state of that. It's fascinating to see that in general, a lot of institutions are keeping their employees happy. And by the way, it's not just professors. You can be a janitor too.
Good point.
And so, it's interesting in that way too. We're not just talking about professors. It's everybody who works there.
Yeah, still fascinating. Educators and healthcare professionals, a lot of them like their employers. I would not have guessed that. Alan Schwartz, thanks so much.
My pleasure. Anytime.
Coming up, all those hours of playing Rainbow Road, well, they are about to pay off big time.
Yeah, new rides at Universal Hollywood, taking fans inside the world of Mario, Luigi, and Princess Peach. We have a sneak peek, including the Mario Kart ride. That's coming up next.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. We've got some good news for you if you are a lover of dogs, movies about dogs, or if you just want to make some easy extra cash. You could be a cool $1,000 richer by becoming a Chief Doggy Flick Officer. That's right, getting paid to watch movies about dogs. Applications are now open at PetTable.com, a company that helps people certify pets as emotional support animals. The position requires you to watch 10 hours of dog movies, and you've got to write a review of each one. Movies like Scooby-Doo, My Dog Skip, and Snoopy Come Home are on the list. It's all in honor of National Love Your Pet Day, which is coming up on February 20th.
Very cool. And you get to say that your job is Chief Doggy Flick Officer.
There you go.
Can't beat that.
Very cool.
Love it. All right, well, this morning we're also remembering Hollywood icon Raquel Welch. The sultry actress was probably best known for her role in the 1966 film 1 Million Years BC. Today, show anchor Chanel Jones has a look back at her extraordinary career that spans more than 50 years.
On the big screen, Raquel Welch was the ultimate bombshell, rising to fame with her breakout role as Cora Peterson in the 1966 sci-fi film Fantastic Voyage. But it was her transformation into a sexy cave woman later that year in the campy British movie 1 Million Years BC that made her an overnight sensation. While her character was short on dialogue, the movie's iconic pinup poster showing the actress in a fur bikini made her an international sex symbol and catapulted her to superstardom, which she discussed during one of her many appearances here on Today.
The sex symbol image was a kind of a thing that you couldn't really embrace and you couldn't really push it away.
But behind all that glamour was the real Raquel, writing in her 2010 autobiography, "The irony of it all is that even though people thought of me as a sex symbol, in reality, I was a single mother of 2 small children."
My Raquelness is that image, whatever it is that people expect, the sex symbol thing. Then there's the real me, which is like a kind of hardworking, kind of down-to-earth kind of a person.
Just like the strong female characters she portrayed on screen, Welch persevered in Hollywood and proved she had range, acting alongside Burt Reynolds in the 1969 Western 100 Rifles. And playing a klutzy 17th century seamstress opposite Michael York in the 1973 film The Three Musketeers, which earned her a Golden Globe.
Can I tell you? Can I trust you?
A consummate performer, Welch starred on Broadway,
Makes me feel so young.
entertained American troops with Bob Hope during the Vietnam War, and even sang with Cher.
When you build your life on the surface, you know, you wonder if anybody will even pay you any mind, you know, once that surface starts to fade.
Through it all, she remained a prominent leading lady, appearing in over 30 films.
Haven't you seen The Cabana Boy?
And more than 50 TV shows.
Miss Welch.
Who are you?
This morning, generations of fans remembering the timeless beauty and her legendary career.
I forgot about that Seinfeld appearance. Legendary. That was Chanel Jones reporting. A spokesperson for Raquel Welch says the 82-year-old actress passed away peacefully after a brief illness. She's survived by a son and a daughter. And we end this hour with one moment Nintendo fans have been waiting for years. Tomorrow marks the opening of Super Nintendo World at Universal Studios Hollywood, a division of our parent company, NBC Universal. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz joins us now from Universal Studios Hollywood with what I'm going to say is definitely this morning's coolest assignment. I wish I was there, Gotti.
Yeah, Stephen, I don't know about you, but I spent a lot of time going through little green tunnels just like this when I was growing up in the video game. To get to do it in real life and to get to do some of it in augmented reality to boot, it is indescribable, but we're going to try really hard to do it anyway. Take a look.
Super Mario, the video games beloved by millions over 4 decades, now brought to life in vivid reality.
When you guys came through the castle and you saw this, what'd you think?
Amazing.
Amazing.
I think I'm really in the game.
This is Super Nintendo World at Universal Studios Hollywood. Opening to the general public on Friday, it immerses Super Mario fans in a real-life mushroom kingdom and sweeps them into a 360-degree world with Mario, Luigi, and Princess Peach as they take on the evil Bowser and compete with fellow players for victory.
Who is this for?
You know, it's really for everybody. I mean, it's been really rewarding. I've seen kids come out at 6 years old and they come out in the land and they scream, and I've seen 50-year-olds come out and scream.
And here we are, the main event, Mario Kart Bowser's Challenge, with tech so advanced it has never been seen before at a U.S. theme park until now. Oh my God, if 10-year-old Gotti could see me right now inside of Bowser's castle, let's go!
We got an exclusive peek of the Mario Kart ride. Its augmented reality goggles beaming interactive characters from the game right into my path. The ride taking me underwater and through the clouds as I tried to beat Bowser and win the Golden Cup.
Let's go again.
Universal Studios says the ride is designed for people of all sizes, and to ensure a comfy fit, you can sample a test scene beforehand. And if you want enhanced access to the experience, you can buy a special power-up band that syncs with the park's free app and keeps score like in the game.
Mamma mia!
And gives you elevated conversations with life-sized characters.
Luigi time!
Luigi time!
Luigi time!
You look super cool.
You look super cool, Luigi. I forgot my overalls.
At the Toadstool Cafe, these fan favorites are even molded into the food. And of course, the Mario Burger comes complete with his signature stash.
You want to know how to wear a burger mustache? Watch this.
This land a treat for Super Mario fans of all ages.
Like, my mind is blown. Like, I recognize so much things.
So it's almost like you've been here before, but you've never been here before.
A magical world where players literally become part of the game.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Mario. Bye-bye, Luigi. Yeah! And the best part about that ride that I got to do twice, it keeps score. So the first time I scored like a 92. The second time I scored 122. So, Steven, when you come out here, it's on. Let's go.
Okay. Mamma mia. I love that. And the hat. Patty Schwartz. Thanks so much.
It's a Mario time.
Thanks. We appreciate it. Can't beat that. And that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. But your news continues right now.
Hi, everyone. Good Thursday to you. We're so glad you're with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Ellison Barber. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, February 16th, holding vigil. Thousands gathered to mourn 3 Michigan State University students who were killed on Monday. New body camera footage shows a prior arrest for that suspect.
Mounting frustration, a rural Ohio community is demanding answers after toxic chemicals were released from a fiery train derailment, why they fear a potential environmental crisis in their hometown.
Epidemic of sadness. The Centers for Disease Control is reporting an unprecedented level of hopeless thoughts among teen girls. What parents can do to make sure their daughters are not suffering in silence.
Beat of my heart. It's American Heart Month, and basketball legend Kareem Abdul-Jabbar will join us live to talk about his struggles with atrial fibrillation and how others can get help.
That has been the talk of the building. We're very excited about that interview.
The whole building is buzzing over it.
Great to have you here on set, too.
Thanks for having me.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We begin with an update on the investigation into that massacre at Michigan State University. Police say they found 2 9mm handguns on the suspect after he shot up the campus. Both guns, they tell us, were purchased legally. They say the gunman also had 8 loaded magazines and dozens of loose bullets.
Investigators are now using surveillance video like this to piece together a timeline of where the gunman went before and after the mass shooting. Today, law enforcement officials also praised students for acting quickly to help their friends and classmates who were brutally gunned down. They say the actions of those students likely saved lives.
NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is live in East Lansing outside Berkey Hall where those shootings began. Kathy, police stopped short of announcing a motive today. They say they are still looking into the note that gunman left behind and also his mental health background. So walk us through the updates on the investigation that you have at this point.
Yeah, Vicki. So earlier this morning, authorities provided an update on this investigation. You mentioned at the top of the hour that the suspect had 2 handguns, additional magazines. Those guns were purchased illegally, but they were not registered. There was also a 2-page note that authorities found on the suspect. And in that note, there was some indication that he was going to visit other locations. And also, he felt that he was slighted in some way by people or businesses. But once again, authorities kind of stopped short of what may have motivated the suspect to carry out the attack on campus. And also, they did note that after a little bit more digging into his background, he had no connection to Michigan State University. But also, when reporters pressed authorities on his criminal history, one date stood out, the year 2019. That's when the suspect was arrested on a weapons-related charge. Initially, this was a felony charge, but he pleaded to the lesser charge of a misdemeanor charge. So he ended up serving no jail time, but was on probation for a year.
And Kathy, students had to come back to the scene to pick up personal items they left behind in all of this. What are they telling you about the trauma, the emotions of having to return to campus, especially this soon?
Yeah, Ellison, we are standing in front of Berkey Hall, and this is just one of the locations where the shooting took place. And we have seen some students coming here. Obviously, it's a painful time for them as they pick up their belongings. It's an emotional time for everyone on campus. And yesterday, we saw that firsthand. Thousands attended this powerful vigil. It was we saw a lot of tears, a lot of people just leaning on each other during this difficult time. And we had a chance to talk with some students. And quite frankly, they say they're still on edge. Take a listen.
I never thought I would go through a school shooting ever. Now, like when people come around the corner, I start flinching, I start getting scared. And like people having their hands in their pockets, like what do I, like, I just don't trust it as much anymore.
We should note that because of this mass shooting on campus, all classes have been canceled throughout the week. But on a more uplifting note, we can tell you that one person has been listed in stable condition. However, 4 remain in critical condition at the hospital at this hour. Guys, back to you.
All right, NBC's Kathy Park, thank you so much.
Ellison, President Joe Biden will give his first public remarks about the flying objects the U.S. military has been shooting down in recent weeks. Biden is facing growing pressure to address those amid an information blackout. He has not spoken about this issue since the Chinese spy balloon was first shot down over the Atlantic. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joins us now from Washington. Kelly O, great to see you. So we know the president, he's actually taking his physical exam today, so we don't have the exact timing of the speech, but what are we expecting to hear from him?
Well, this would be, Vicki, the first chance for the president to really speak in full terms. He's answered a few questions about his thinking when he ordered the shooting down of the Chinese spy balloon. But this is a chance to address the American people about his work as commander-in-chief using military force to take it down and the 3 other objects. What policy ramifications are this? What intelligence risk was at play here? What are the concerns between the U.S. and China going forward? And what have we learned, if anything, substantively from the wreckage that has been recovered so far? There are a lot of questions. Republicans and Democrats have been asking for more transparency, and the administration has said that it has needed some time to gather evidence, information, process all that it has learned, and to put together some material for the president from different agencies within the government. That has now happened, and so we expect the president to address this. You pointed out we don't know the timing. It could happen today. And now that we have heard from the Secretary of Defense through an interview with our colleague Courtney Cubie, that does suggest it's moving up the chain. And now it may be the president's opportunity to say more directly to the American people. Vicki?
Kelly, we are also learning the FBI searched the University of Delaware for more classified documents related to President Biden. Tell us about that.
This happened in the last couple of weeks. There were 2 searches. We do not know what, if anything, was removed from that location. The important background there is when he was vice president, his official papers were given to the university in his home state, of course, as a part of an ongoing sort of library and academic resource there. In addition, of course, we know that there have been searches at his 2 homes in Delaware and also at an office here in Washington, D.C. that was part of a think tank he used between leaving the vice presidency and becoming president. All of this dealing with the classified documents issue. That's an ongoing investigation with the special counsel. And we expect to, at some point, learn more, but details have been very scant. Vicki?
All right, NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell. Kelly, thank you.
All right, we are moments away from the head of the Environmental Protection Agency touring the site of the toxic train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. This visit comes nearly 2 weeks after the derailment caused chemicals to spill onto the ground and also started a major fire that billowed thick black smoke into the air. Once fearful residents now say they are angry. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us now from East Palestine. George, the EPA administrator is reportedly bringing a team of specialists with him as well as equipment. Do we know what they'll be doing at that site?
Yeah, good afternoon, Ellison. So one of 2 things that they'll be doing. First is showing how they are looking at the air and water quality in the region, because that is one of the biggest concerns among the residents here, not just the short-term cleanup of the derailment site, but also how long these chemicals may be in the air. And if so, once they are there, at what levels may they be acceptable to live in? And that is something that a lot of residents are concerned with, which is why a lot of them have left town. Mind you might see some traffic and people behind me. That does not mean that people are not here. They have been coming back. And so those that are here, the other thing the EPA administrator will be doing is sitting down with them, and we're told mainly in their homes, looking at them, getting the feedback that they are hoping to get as far as, like, is it safe for me to live here? I mean, a lot of these people are now living off bottled water because they're afraid of their own water supply. And mind you, this comes as a lot of people are also reporting that they are feeling sick. They are reporting that they are feeling nausea, burning eyes, and headaches. So the EPA administrator is going to have a full day here in town.
Yeah, we've heard some really concerning developments. A lot of people, we understand, are reasonably worried. There was a town hall last night that included state and federal leaders. What was the mood like there? What did we hear?
Yeah, so to give you some context, just to get into that town hall, there was a line that wrapped outside of the building several blocks. And this was meant to be an initial town hall type setting. It eventually turned into almost like a job fair, career fair, and that did not sit well with a lot of the residents. It did not sit well with the mayor. So they ended up redoing it as a town hall, and a lot of people just expressing the same frustrations. They feel that they're not getting the answers to their questions. They want to know if their homes are safe to live in. They want to know if the water will be drinkable. They want to know if this air quality will improve. And they are hoping that someone will be held accountable, because the other part of this is the cleanup. Who will foot the bill for some of these repairs, and what it will do to some of their home values if they do have to end up moving from this town, guys.
All right, NBC News correspondent George Solis, thank you so much for that.
Turning now to our CNBC Money Minute. Home building in the U.S. fell again in January to its lowest level since January of 2020. This is the 5th month in a row to see the number of new constructions drop.
Joining us now is CNBC Tech Check co-anchor Deirdre Bosa. Deirdre, mortgage rates have trended lower since November. So why are people still being cautious about building new homes?
So while mortgage rates did fall for 5 straight weeks, just last week they jumped up again. These higher costs are keeping a lid on housing demand and stopping many Americans from starting on new projects. Residential starts decreased more than 4% last month, and single-family home building fell to a rate of 841,000. That being said, builders are optimistic that things could improve later this year, with the number of building permits for new multi-family constructions rising slightly in January. Also, the Ford F-150 Lightning production halt was caused by a vehicle battery fire. The car company says it now expects the pause to continue through at least the end of next week as it works to address the issue. The fire broke out in a holding lot as a pickup was going through a quality check and soon spread to another nearby car. And finally, U.S. renters, they're finally catching a break. Prices dropped in 11 major markets in January, according to online realtor Redfin. Topping its list of those cities is Phoenix, Arizona, which saw a 6.7% drop, and that is followed by Oklahoma City and New Orleans. So some respite, but these maybe not the biggest markets like New York, guys.
Yeah, I was going to say, I noticed one that was not on there, but I feel like I should look in Phoenix now.
Yeah, no kidding, right? That's good news for renters.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Well, straight ahead, the statistics are sobering. The CDC says there is an unprecedented rise in suicidal behavior in teen girls. What is behind this concerning surge and the different ways we can all help ahead? You're watching NBC News Daily.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Earlier this week, we discussed a harrowing report on the state of teens and their mental health. According to the Center for Disease Control, almost half of LGBTQ+ students said they seriously considered a suicide attempt.
And perhaps just as shocking, 30% of teen girls said they seriously considered attempting suicide. That is up almost 60% from just a decade ago. Licensed marriage and family therapist George James joins us now to help us make sense of these numbers. Obviously, they're staggering, Dr. James. Why are girls and teens who identify as LGBTQ at such a risk? What do you think is driving this sudden increase?
Yeah, unfortunately, Vicki, this is something that we actually should be talking about from a long time ago. Incidents of violence against young women and girls across have always been high, and I think has been probably exacerbated by the pandemic. People being home, people being in violent and abusive situations. Sometimes those who are abusive acting out on targeting young girls and women, and those who are LGBTQ often are marginalized and feel overwhelmed and are targeted once again, with highest homicide being for trans individuals.
Mm-hmm. When you look at some of these numbers, they have really climbed a lot in the last decade. It's something, as you said, we should have been talking about earlier than now. But when you look at those numbers, I'm curious if you feel like, compared to a decade ago, has the conversation around mental health become more open? Do you think teens feel more comfortable expressing them now, and that's why the numbers appear to be on such a steep uptick?
Definitely, Ellison. I think that part of this is that we realize that some of our younger folks are more open and willing to talk about their mental health journey and challenges and struggles, unlike even when I was going to college. Mm-hmm. And so I think that is great, and we should applaud them for that. And then we also need to make sure that we're giving them the help, the support, and resources, and paying attention to them as they are announcing what is going on with them.
Yeah, Dr. James, what are some of the red flags that parents, teachers, caregivers, what should we be watching out for? And how do we help connect those teens to the resources that they need?
Yeah, anytime when we talk about our young folks, it's really to be able to pay attention to changes in behavior, things that they love doing. Maybe it's a sport or academics. If now somehow they're not doing that, we want to pay attention to what they do with food, more or less, what they do with sleep, more or less. And once again, because they're teens, sometimes we'll say like, oh, they're just moody, but really ask them questions about themselves and about their friends. And those changes can sometimes help us to know that something might be different.
Mm-hmm. And Doctor, talking to someone about mental health issues or concerns can be a difficult conversation for everyone involved. What would you say to parents or friends who sense something is off and want to step in and talk to their child, their friend? What's the best way to approach it?
You know, the best way, I think, is to continue to be engaged with your child and children. Sometimes life, work, and everything else can really pull us in so many directions, or it's just a one-word answer. But really being able to talk with them and say, hey, how are you doing? How are your friends doing? Is there someone you would talk to if you feel overwhelmed or challenged? Even being able to then say, like, here's someone that you can talk to that we trust, a family member or a counselor or someone else that's in your circle. You want to make them know that they can talk, and if they don't talk to you, there's someone they can talk to. And if at all, maybe go seek a therapist and get some professional help as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's so important, having another trusted adult, because sometimes they don't want to come to mom or dad, but maybe an aunt or uncle or a family friend. Mm-hmm. All right, licensed marriage and family therapist, Dr. George James, thank you so much. And if you or a loved one are suffering, please contact the Suicide Prevention Hotline by calling or texting 988 or go to 988lifeline.org.
A new vaccine for RSV is in the pipeline roughly 6 decades after scientists first attempted to develop a vaccine for it. The Food and Drug Administration says it could approve several shots by next winter.
And to this point, no RSV vaccine has ever been approved in the U.S. The shots under review by the FDA are currently for adults ages 60 and up, but vaccines to protect infants are also in the works.
All right, a new study shows that moving just 20 minutes more a day could have a really big big impact on your health.
All right. Well, according to the National Institutes of Health, higher levels of physical activity were associated with lower risks of hospitalization for many common health conditions, including pneumonia, diabetes, and stroke.
The battle over Florida's Stop Woke Act a little later. How a banned AP class is reigniting the debate over what is taught in schools. You're watching NBC News Daily.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. A Milwaukee bus driver was caught in the middle of a terrible collision, but he wasn't behind the wheel. James Macon was struck by a vehicle and thrown across an intersection. All of this caught on surveillance video. He is now coming forward to show people the danger involved when drivers run red lights. Ben Johnson from our NBC affiliate WTMJ has the story.
Maybe God has some other plans for me, and that's why he let me survive this.
Bruised and unable to walk with broken bones all over his body.
The way people telling me I could have been dead.
James Macon is recovering from serious injuries.
I want people to see that I'm blessed and to show how violent that was. So yeah, show the whole thing.
He insists we show the reason why he remains in the hospital. Home surveillance video captured the initial crash and the frightening footage of James being thrown into the air and onto the ground.
All I remember is hearing the bang, and after I heard the bang, I was in the street.
James says he had just finished his shift as a Milwaukee County bus driver and was crossing the street at Sherman and Townsend to get to his car and head home. While he waited on the median, Milwaukee police say a driver ran a red light, resulting in a T-bone wreck. Do you feel lucky to be alive?
Oh yeah, 100%, because being a bus driver, I see this stuff going on all the time.
As someone who has made a career driving the streets of Milwaukee, James says he's always been aware of the risk reckless driving presented on the job. But he never thought he would be hit while walking.
This is something I've been talking about for months and months and months, where the people out here driving crazy. And something got to change.
James thinks Milwaukee's reckless driving crisis can only be tamed if more dangerous drivers are held accountable in criminal court. What solutions are needed to make Milwaukee's roads safer?
We got laws, follow the law, enforce the law. This is not going to end right now, and I got lucky.
While James awaits surgery to help him get back on his feet, he hopes drivers who regularly run red lights think about the harm it can cause to others caught in their path.
The next person not going to get lucky. And I don't think nobody's going to really take it serious until it happens to somebody in their family.
And that was Ben Johnson from our NBC affiliate, WTMJ.
She was an actress, a model, and a Hollywood sex symbol. Raquel Welch, who rose to fame in the 1960s and starred in dozens of movies and TV shows, died yesterday after a brief illness. NBC's Kristen Dahlgren reports on the legacy she leaves behind.
Raquel Welch's step to stardom was in the 1966 film 1 Million Years BC, a prehistoric fantasy film. Welch's costume catapulted her onto the international stage. That fur bikini cemented her status as a sex symbol.
The sex symbol image was a kind of a thing that you couldn't really embrace and you couldn't really push it away.
Welch supported U.S. troops as part of Bob Hope's USO tours in Vietnam.
You make me feel so.
In 1975, she won the Golden Globe for Best Actress in a Comedy as a stunning but klutzy maiden in The Three Musketeers. Through her 50-year career, she acted in more than 30 films and countless television shows.
Isn't that Raquel Welch behind those Foster Grant sunglasses?
It certainly is.
She's also known for being the face of Foster Grant and launched her own line of wigs.
In a perfect world, love would always be in bloom, and we'd all have the hair we dream of.
Her magnetism was timeless in films like Legally Blonde and How to Be a Latin Lover. Hollywood icon Raquel Welch was 82.
All right, that was NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren.
Well, in Tennessee, a shocking video of a Cook County jail inmate narrowly escaping custody through a two-story courthouse window.
So according to the sheriff, the inmate got up from the bench numerous times to get a tissue and later during the hearing walked to grab another tissue, but instead jumped out of the nearby open window. After plunging the 25 feet, he was recaptured, then airlifted to the University of Tennessee Medical Center for treatment of his injuries.
He did not make it too far, Allison. Well, jurors in the Alec Murdaugh double murder trial see the exact moment the disgraced attorney finds out he is a suspect. The intense interview with investigators, that's just ahead. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream. The news continues right after this.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back on this Thursday. We're glad to have you with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Ellison Barber. Making news right now. The death toll from the Turkey-Syria earthquakes is now nearly 40,000. The UN humanitarian coordinator for Syria says that number is likely to rise as emergency workers are still searching for survivors. The cost to fix devastated structures in Turkey alone is expected to amount to $25 billion.
One person is dead and another 3 injured after a shooting at a mall in El Paso, Texas. 2 men are in custody after police say they opened fire just steps away from the Walmart where a gunman killed 23 people in the summer of 2019. Police have not released possible motives.
And firefighters near Orlando are working to protect a plant nursery after a massive fire. Officials say about 2 acres of plastic planters went up in flames before spreading. Workers inside the nursery supply were able to evacuate.
Well, the Alec Murdaugh double murder trial is taking another twist. The judge reversing course, now allowing testimony related to Murdaugh's suicide for hire shooting that happened after his wife and son were murdered.
The roadside shooting was a bridge too far. Then the defense decided to build a road over that bridge, decided to just go right there as if they could dance through fire without getting burned, scarred, or anything.
It's all part of an alleged $11 million insurance fraud scheme where a cousin shot Murdaugh 3 times. The cousin denies it, saying he was trying to stop Murdaugh from shooting himself. A complicated case with a lot of developments, and MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser is with us following all elements of this trial. Lindsay, the judge had originally blocked this testimony, saying that it was going to be a bridge too far to even talk about this incident. How did we get here? Why has it come up now?
So that judge originally said, look, this doesn't really point to motive. This points to a propensity to commit violent acts. But yesterday, the defense brought up cousin Eddie Smith and drugs and money. So that's when the judge made that comment that they build a road to the bridge. The roadside shooting testimony could actually help the prosecution in showing jurors what they say was Murdaugh's desperate mindset at the time of the murders, you guys.
Well, Lindsay, we also heard from the lead investigator on the murders of Paul and Maggie. He talked about a number of inconsistencies in Alec Murdaugh's explanations. What did he reveal?
So both sides were trying to win some points here, right? And so we saw the lead investigator. The prosecution pointed out some of those inconsistencies in Alec Murdaugh's stories. For example, how long Alec was at his mom's house the night of the murders, what time he left for work, whether he had paid a visit to the family's dog kennel after dinner on the night of the murders, before he went to see his mom. Then there was an exchange, you guys, in this video interview between the investigator and Alec. It happened a couple months after the murders. Now, in this interview that the jury was shown, it had been pretty amicable up until this point, Murdaugh even thanking them for their hard work. But then this exchange happened that even Alec himself seemed really taken aback by.
Did you kill Maggie?
No. Did I kill my wife?
Yes, sir.
No, David.
Do you know who did?
No, I do not know who did.
Did you kill Paul?
No, I did not kill Paul.
Do you know who did?
No, sir, I do not know who did. Do you think I killed Maggie?
I have to go where the evidence and the facts take me.
I understand that. And you think I killed Paul?
I have to go where the evidence and the facts take me.
So the defense, on the other hand, in talking to this lead investigator, pointed out investigators didn't search Alec's mom's property until 3 months after the murder, even though that was his alibi. We should mention on the stand right now is a crime scene expert who recreated those scenes and basically is talking about some really gruesome details that, in fact, is actually Alec is visibly sobbing right now while he's talking about this, including that Maggie was on the ground already suffering when those fatal shots were blown. And you guys, we should mention the prosecution hopes to wrap this afternoon.
All right, a lot to catch us up on. MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser, as always, thank you.
Thank you.
Right now, parts of 7 states are under a tornado watch as a line of severe storms moves through the middle of the country.
Yeah, and that same storm system stretches nearly 1,000 miles long, putting about 17 million people under the threat of severe weather today. Joining us now in studio, NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, first, tell us where those tornado watches are happening, and also what are you expecting out of these storms?
Yeah, so far so good. We made it through last night with no tornadoes, and that was a blessing. That was great. We had some huge hail, like 2-inch hailstones fall near the Memphis area and also a spot in Missouri. And now the threat is going to be building this afternoon. We have 2 areas that are under tornado watches. One will be expiring shortly here, the one that goes up here through Memphis into the areas of Tennessee and Kentucky. And then this is the area to watch through central Mississippi and eventually here into Alabama the rest of the afternoon. As we get the daylight heating going, we think we can get some additional what we call supercell thunderstorms, and that's when we could see additional tornadoes. We just saw this strong line of storm. This is the Memphis area. It looks like we can give you just about the all clear in the Memphis area. After this line of storms completely exits, you are done. Your severe weather risk is over with, so that's good for you in that area. But then we'll focus from Nashville southwards, almost all of Alabama. A good chunk of the eastern half of Mississippi is in this enhanced risk. And if we do get those supercells that produce an isolated strong tornado or two, we do not expect a tornado outbreak, but all it takes is one strong tornado to hit a populated area, and we have a disaster on our hands. This hatched area in here is where we have the risk of an EF2 tornado or stronger. So that does include areas like Hattiesburg and Meridian, the Tupelo, Starkville, Tuscaloosa, Birmingham. So a lot of big cities in the mix of this. We also have a snowy side of this. It was a snow day for a lot of the kids in areas from Omaha to Des Moines. It's snowing pretty hard in Milwaukee right now, and this is where the worst of the snow will be as we go throughout the rest of today, especially southern Wisconsin. And finally, I'm sure you ladies noticed when you came into work today, it is unbelievably warm in the mid-Atlantic and Northeast. I mean, some areas are heading up near 80 today.
It was great yesterday, too. When we left, it was like, wow, this is glorious. Can it last?
No, but enjoy it.
Never will.
All right.
NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns, thank you so much.
Well, protests are erupting in Florida this week after the governor's decision to completely block the new AP African American History course for high schoolers.
Yet this class has been the center of controversy since it was initially rolled out last year. NBC's Zinclay Esamoah has the latest on the clash in Florida and across the country.
Floridians rallying against Governor Ron DeSantis' Stop Woke Act and his rejection of an advanced placement African American studies class.
We are the people. This is not about fighting each other. This is about fighting to tell all of our stories. That's right.
The pilot AP course made headlines in January when the Florida Department of Education rejected the course, the DeSantis administration calling it a vehicle for a political agenda. The governor also restricting some teachings of race and sexuality in public schools.
We want education, not indoctrination.
Following DeSantis' ban, the College Board, the designers of the course, released a curriculum without controversial topics called out by the governor. DeSantis now going further, raising the idea of scrapping the educational group's classes altogether.
Some of the top high schools in the country, some of these private schools, they don't do AP. College credit, yes. Having that available for everyone, absolutely. Does it have to be done by the College Board, or can we utilize some of these other providers?
The College Board responding to the broader controversy over the weekend, saying in part, quote, "We are proud of this course, but we have made mistakes in the rollout that are being exploited." Going on to explain, they, quote, "deeply regret not immediately denouncing the Florida Department of Education's slander." In contrast to Florida, New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy announced this week that in his state, the AP African American Studies classes would expand to 26 schools, saying in a press release, quote, "As governors like Florida's Ron DeSantis prioritize political culture wars ahead of academic success, New Jersey will proudly teach our kids that Black history is American history." This specific AP class, just one of many topics sparking a national debate about what children are reading and learning across the country. DeSantis referencing a slew of heated school board meetings as well.
This is illegal.
One such example that made rounds on social media was this school board meeting in Frisco, Texas last November.
And she grabbed his with her hands and started moving it.
One mother read a graphic passage describing sexual assault from a book she says was in a school library.
Finally, she stopped crying because he put his and I don't think you...
Before school board member shut off her mic, you hear the crowd react.
Thank you. Survived 2 attempts.
Your time is up. Thank you so much. And there's a child in our boardroom, so I'd like for you to please stop reading that.
The book, a popular coming-of-age young adult novel, The Perks of Being a Wallflower. These heated debates continuing as 36 states have introduced 137 bills to restrict teaching on race, gender, and history, according to a PEN America report. Zincle Esamwa, NBC News.
2023 is turning out to be the year of Rihanna.
I mean, it has been for some time. I really have enjoyed it. She's really having a moment right now. After her jaw-dropping Super Bowl performance and pregnancy reveal, the singer releases new pictures of a special someone. NBC News entertainment contributor and CEO of Pop Viewers, Chris Witherspoon, joins us now. So, Chris, obviously, we know Rihanna killed it with her Super Bowl performance. Let's talk about this announcement that she might put out some new music and also these new baby pictures. Her baby is darling.
And I'm here for the year of Riri, you guys.
Yeah,
I mean,
for
she was
sure.
incredible at the Super Bowl, and I was really hoping for a special guest. I was hoping for maybe Jay-Z or Drake, but the guest was Baby Bump. That's really who stole the show. Just so you know, you guys, 118 million folks watched Rihanna. That is 5 million more that actually watched the halftime show. I thought I was the only one who was tuning in for Rihanna. Apparently, a lot of folks, 5 million more of us, were only watching for her. And then also, her sales on Spotify have gone up 640%. And then Fenty Beauty sales, you guys, up 883%.
Wow.
So she really is making money. That moment where she brought the compact and the makeup, the sales have soared.
To remind people, hey, this is actually what made me a billionaire.
Oh, yeah.
Like inclusive line of makeup.
Oh my God! But to your point, she's on the cover of the British Vogue magazine right now. Looks incredible. It's her son, who we don't know his name. She's not revealed the name. Her and A$AP Rocky have changed it a few times, but she said to sum up motherhood in one word, it is legendary. Wow. She's loving being a mother, and she said that she didn't know she was pregnant when she got called on through the halftime show. She said yes.
Oh.
And then a few months later, she's rehearsing. I'm like,
that can happen. That
I'm
makes
pregnant.
sense.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I will say I watched that halftime performance and had zero desire to see a special guest. I didn't want to even know more. I was just like mesmerized.
I was so mesmerized. When I saw the bump, I knew she was pregnant immediately. I was screaming she was pregnant. I wanted some new music, but she also said in the Vogue magazine interview that she hopes to put new music out this year.
Okay.
Something's brewing. It's coming.
So we will keep an eye on that.
Yes.
Tell us, though, let's talk movies. There were a lot of Super Bowl commercials related to movies. What about The Mermaid?
Little Mermaid. So this one's Halle Bailey's Ariel. This trailer came out this week, and everyone's buzzing about it because we're excited about Halle, but Ursula is played by Melissa McCarthy. We see a little glimpse of Ursula. A little glimpse. You might be able to show it. If you blink, you miss it. But also, I'm excited for the score. Lin-Manuel Miranda is doing the score along with Alan Menken, who's the original, person who made the musical. Yes, it's going to be so good. I'm so excited for this.
How much can they tinker with a classic like that, though?
You know, I'm really curious. People are going to be very, I think, precious about how this rolls out. But I do believe when you have Lynn involved, it's going to be a great score. And then Halle Bailey, just her singing, you know, the little run she does, it pulls me apart.
We got 30 seconds. What should we be watching, streaming?
Okay, so you guys, this weekend I'll be featured in a series on Peacock. It's called Founding in Color. It profiles 11 Black and Latino founders, really about how we launched our companies. My company is called Pop Viewers. Very vulnerable, you guys, being on camera in a different way. It's a whole new feel for me. Let's look at the trailer right now. But also Poker Face. If you guys haven't watched Poker Face,
heard lots of good things
season
about
2 has been renewed for a second season. It is so, so good on Peacock as well.
All right, NBC entertainment contributor and CEO of Pop Viewers, Chris Witherspoon. As always, Chris, thank you. You are watching NBC News Daily. Stick around.
need most right now. Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Well, to say we're excited about this next segment is an understatement. February is Black History Month, but it is also American Heart Month. And according to the Centers for Disease Control, Black Americans are 2 times more likely to die from cardiovascular disease compared to white Americans.
Yeah, it's an underreported issue that many are trying to raise awareness about, including our next guest, 6-time NBA champion Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Kareem, welcome.
Thank you so much.
We're thrilled to have you here. Talk to us about why this is such a personal issue for you and how your own health experiences have led you here.
It's personal for me because I almost succumbed to it in a bad way. You know, I was traveling in Europe with my son, noticed I was short of breath, weak, did not want to do too many things. My energy was low. And every now and then I get frequent heartbeats. Came back, I said, you know, there's not much to that. I've been an athlete my whole life. I'm in great condition, and it's not going to affect me like that. I come home, I'm at the Dodger game, and I have the same type of symptoms. I can't breathe too well. The sun was just sucking all the life out of me. And again, my heartbeat was having its own way. It was something I had to deal with. Finally, it dawned on me I needed to go to the hospital, where I found out that I had AFib, or
Atrial fibrillation,
atrial fibrillation, and really needed to deal with that issue.
Sure. And it is an issue that affects a lot of Americans. I'm glad you're bringing it to attention, specifically for Black Americans. You've actually said that you think the more insidious and damaging threat to the well-being of Black Americans is the overall healthcare system and the built-in biases and the lack of care for some of our most underserved, less affluent communities. Your own 2 sons are in healthcare. One's a hospital administrator, I think, administrator, right? And one is an orthopedic surgeon. Talk to us about how they have seen inequality play out in their own practices, and also what can be done about it.
Well, it's common across the country, especially for Black Americans. But with atrial fibrillation, Black Americans are 5 times more likely to have to deal with it than white Americans. And it all has to do with the fact that the medical system doesn't serve them. So if you can go to our website, geez, I'm forgetting it now. I can't do that.
I think we've got it right here. No time to wait.
NoTimeToWait.com. That's our website, NoTimeToWait.com. If you go to that, you can get more information and not be in the dark as to what's going on.
We might want to switch gears.
I was going to say,
talk to you about
take it, Vicki. I know.
Yeah, no, go for it.
The question everyone is also asking us to ask you is just your thoughts on basketball, greatest Lakers of all time. But this month, LeBron James broke your all-time record as the NBA's all-time leading scorer. You were there that night. What was that moment like for you? What did you say to him?
Well, it was a whole lot of excitement.
Yeah.
And I just congratulated him. He's worked very hard for it. In 20 years, he's managed to break my record, and he had a tough time doing it, but there he is.
Can I ask you about this? This is something our senior producer, Sean Reese, brought up, the skyhook. It's like a virtually, you cannot defend that move. Why do you think more tall players aren't using the skyhook today in the NBA?
I don't think coaches now are focusing on showing kids how to do it. I had a drill that there was a great basketball player from Chicago named George Mikan, and he had a drill that he used to
teach it.
To teach it, you use both the hands, you get good footwork, and you become ambidextrous.
Let's bring that skyhook back. And thank you so much for joining us. 6-time NBA champion Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. We appreciate you. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Great talk.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
New developments now in an NBC News investigation after our report on allegations the largest for-profit hospital company in the United States was putting profits over patients. One of the doctors contacted us.
NBC News senior investigative and legal correspondent Cynthia McFadden has the shocking new claims.
Stunning claims accusing HCA's Bayonet Point Hospital outside Tampa, Florida, of putting profits over patients.
Have lives been lost, in your opinion, due to the behavior of HCA?
Absolutely, yes.
That's a very serious allegation.
It sure is.
Sounding the alarm, Dr. George Giannakopoulos, who's been a neurosurgeon at the Level 2 Trauma Center for 29 years, elected the chief of staff there 10 times.
I love Bayonet Point. It's my home.
But since the pandemic, he says the for-profit company HCA has been cutting staff and corners. For example, firing the anesthesiology team and replacing them with what he says are generally less competent people, leading to many errors, including one of his patients waking up during brain surgery.
The patient was on headpins, which are very sharp instruments that put into the skull.
To hold the head steady.
To hold the head steady. And I was just shaving the head when the patient tried to get up. So you can imagine that could have been tragic.
So, I mean, that sounds like rank incompetence on the part of the anesthesiologist.
It sure is.
At an emergency meeting with hospital leadership in December of 2021, 4 doctors who were present say more than a dozen surgeons expressed widespread concern.
I asked the question, do you feel this hospital is safe? And it was a unanimous vote from the surgeons that it was not. Then I asked him another question. Is the hospital dangerous? And that was, again, a unanimous vote that the hospital was dangerous.
Neither the hospital nor HCA would agree to an interview, but they told us they take quality issues very seriously. that the hospital is appropriately staffed for the safety of patients, and that they are continually looking for ways to improve. But according to Dr. Giannakopoulos and 3 other doctors who spoke to NBC News, things continued to get worse.
In January of 2022, we had 18 near misses in the operating room.
Which means these patients, their lives were put at risk by mistakes being made in the operating room.
Absolutely.
As for the ICU, documents from state regulators show an insufficient number of nurses. 2 doctors told us they believe such staffing issues led to the unnecessary death of a man who came in with a headache, later diagnosed as an aneurysm. Unattended by nurses, he died before it could be repaired.
When we look at the notes, there was absolutely not a single nursing note for 12 hours.
Well, that's malpractice, isn't it?
It's beyond malpractice. This should not happen.
And there's more. These photographs provided to NBC by doctors show a shocking lack of cleanliness, from leaks in the ceiling, bloody and backed up sinks, to...
There have been many sightings of cockroaches. One of the cockroaches was alive, coming out of a tray that was presented to us from the sterile processing department.
And the problems are not just at Bayonet. According to the most recent federal data, 70% of HCA's 37 rated hospitals in Florida have a below average rating. It's not that HCA doesn't have money.
The HCA has generated $16.4 billion in profits over the last 3 years. And its CEO has received $78 million in compensation during that period.
I don't have a problem with a good business making profits and prospering. But when patients are dying because of your policies, I get a huge problem with that.
If someone at home right now about to be admitted to Bayonet Point, what would you say to them?
There are other choices. Go somewhere else.
Cynthia McFadden, NBC News, Hudson, Florida.
Well, here is what is trending now. Las Vegas is set to host a gigantic in-person event this weekend for players of the popular augmented reality game Pokemon Go. They're still going. The tour celebrates the 3rd generation of Pokemon games, Ruby and Sapphire.
Tickets for Saturday's kickoff are already sold out. The company promises new and rare Pokemon available for all players who participate. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. back. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ellison Barber.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, February 16th. Eye in the sky, President Joe Biden is set to speak on the unidentified objects that have been shot down by the U.S. military in recent weeks, how his administration plans to deal with the future foreign aerial devices.
Take a number. 2 federal panels of addiction experts are recommending that Narcan be sold over the counter. How making the overdose reversing medication widely available could help save more lives.
Intense questioning. Prosecution is set to wrap up today in the double murder trial against South Carolina lawyer Alec Murdaugh. The latest witness testimony that's bringing tension to the courtroom.
Only girl in the world. 2023 is the year of Riri after her jaw-dropping Super Bowl performance. We will discuss the Diamond Star, plus what is streaming this weekend in our entertainment wrap.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We start with President Joe Biden preparing to address the nation.
Yeah, exclusive to NBC News, the president will give his first public remarks about the flying objects the U.S. military has been shooting down, including that Chinese spy balloon.
The White House and Pentagon continue to be extremely tight-lipped about the objects. Even U.S. senators are growing frustrated with the information blackout.
We don't know what these things are. I'm wondering whether this is a big deal and they're downplaying it, or it's a nothing burger and they're upplaying it.
NBC News White House correspondent Mike Mimily joins us now. Mike, what are you expecting to hear from the president today?
Well, Alison, remember, we've only heard from the president very briefly after that first Chinese balloon was downed off the coast of South Carolina. We haven't heard from him at all after those 3 incidents over the weekend. And so one reason why White House officials have said that the president has not been more forthright about this is because they're waiting for more information. They want him to speak to the country when he can speak with clarity about what has exactly happened and what the rules of the road might be for dealing with these situations in the future. And NBC was first to report last night that that moment, it could come as soon as today, the president having received a briefing from his national security advisor after an interagency process that included representatives from the FAA as well as from the military to talk about what exactly is up in the air, how should the U.S. can counter these kinds of objects in the future, and what kind of needs are there to protect both civil aviation, Americans' safety as they're flying the skies, but also our national security. And that's what we're expecting to hear from the president when he does eventually address the nation.
And Mike, we have also heard indications that perhaps they've briefed someone with the Trump national security officials. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, that's right. Last night, for about an hour, several former members of the Trump administration were briefed by the intelligence community about what has become known about these unidentified objects that have been tracked over U.S. skies. I say what has become known because, as the Biden administration has put it, these incidents have been traced. They've at least been able to identify multiple incidents back in the Trump administration that weren't known at the time. Now, the former Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, John Ratcliffe, who served as the National Intelligence Director, and the former National Security Advisor, Robert O'Brien, were part of this initial briefing. We've also heard very public criticism from John Bolton, another former National Security Advisor in the Trump administration, who has accused the Biden administration of misleading them about, misleading the public about what was exactly known at the time. We haven't gotten more of a readout about what these figures exactly were told, but we understand that there will be other briefings made available for other Trump administration officials in the future.
All right, NBC News White House correspondent Mike Mimily. Mike, thank you.
We're learning new details about the gunman who shot up Michigan State University, killing 3 students. Today, police confirmed they found 2 9mm handguns on the suspect. They say he also had 8 loaded magazines and dozens of loose bullets. According to law enforcement officials, both guns were purchased legally, but not legally registered. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is live in East Lansing outside Berkey Hall, where the shootings began. Kathy, police say they also found a threatening note on the gunman, but didn't seem to really elaborate on a possible motive. Bring us up to speed on what we know right now.
Yeah, Ellison, in addition to those handguns as well as the additional magazines, authorities did find a note with the suspect, and they were pretty careful about explaining what was actually in that note, only to say that the gunman outlined some other locations that he planned on visiting and also said he felt slighted by some businesses and people. So those are some clues there as a possible motive, but everything is on the table at this point as the investigation moves forward. We do know that he had no connection to MSU, but reporters earlier this morning during the press conference pressed authorities about his criminal history, and the year 2019 stood out because that is when the suspect was arrested for a weapons-related charge for not having a permit for having a firearm with him when he was confronted by an officer. However, he pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor charge, so served no jail time, but was on probation for roughly a year. Ellison?
And Kathy, 5 students are still in the hospital right now. Any update on their conditions?
Yeah, so authorities are not releasing the names of those victims at this time. However, just a few moments ago, we did get some promising news about one of the victims. We know that one student has been upgraded from critical condition to stable condition. However, 4 remaining victims who are hospitalized still remain in critical condition at this hour. And you probably might notice, Ellison, that the campus is relatively quiet. All classes are canceled throughout the week. You mentioned earlier that I'm standing in front of Berkey Hall. This is one of the locations where the gunman carried out the attack, and we have seen some students coming and going, gathering their belongings, picking up their belongings. Obviously, this is a tragic and difficult time for the campus community as they try to move forward as the healing process begins.
Absolutely.
Nelson?
All right, NBC News' Kathy Park. Thank you for that.
Ellison, right now, the head of the EPA is at the site of that toxic train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. This visit comes nearly 2 weeks after the derailment caused chemicals to spill onto the ground and caused that fire that you see there. It billowed thick black smoke into the air for days. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us now from East Palestine. George, good to see you. So we know Michael Regan, the EPA administrator, is there. Is there an expectation he is going to take questions and talk directly with the 5,000 or so residents who live there, who were at a very heated town hall last night?
Yeah, that's right, Vicki. That certainly is the expectation. We are told that he is planning on meeting with a number of residents, going to their homes and listening to some of their concerns about their health and their water quality. One other thing he has pointed out is that he wants to demonstrate what they are doing, some of the technology that they are using here in town to actually prove that some of the results that they have been getting are holding true. But of course, as we all know, there are a number of people out here who are saying they are starting to feel ill. They are reporting reports of headaches, burning eyes, and nausea, to name a few symptoms. They're also noticing things in their waterways. They're noticing a number of thousands of dead fish showing up. So there are a lot of questions, and don't know if we'll be able to get to all 5,000 or so residents, but he certainly does have his day booked here, guys.
And George, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance spoke just a few hours ago about the derailment. Did he explain why this scenario has not been declared a federal disaster?
Yeah, that's something that J.D. Vance, Senator, was asked, and we pressed him a little bit on that. He said he wants to look a little bit more at some of the language that some of his colleagues on the other side have presented to the governor here to make that happen. But one thing that he noted is that he doesn't want this to immediately switch hands and fall into the hands of the federal government so that they are basically footing the bill for some of the damage that may be basically the train operator may have to handle should this end up becoming some type of criminal investigation down the road. So again, I think the main focus here right now is to basically assess the damage, the long-term impacts of any water or air quality before they really push that FEMA federal disaster declaration momentum. Guys.
Very interesting. Well, speaking of the train operator, the company, Norfolk Southern, what are they saying in response to all of this?
Yeah, so far today, nothing about the visit from the EPA administrator. One thing that we should note is that they were supposed to be in attendance at that town hall where a number of those residents spoke. They said that they felt that it wasn't safe for some of their employees to show up there because they were concerned that a lot of the animosity building here in town over some of these concerns might be post-threatening. And one thing that the Senator J.D. Vance pointed out said, look, these are people who are concerned, but you shouldn't be afraid of them. You should have a representative here answering the questions, answering their concerns, because right now they are getting a lot of mixed messaging, both from state and local officials in terms of drinking bottled water, coming back home. So there seems to be a lot of a divide here between the information that they're getting. But the key thing is they do want some of those trained operators, representatives here to answer those questions. And again, it's another thing that the EPA head wants to make sure is that this company is held accountable, guys.
Yeah, it's sure going to take a lot of money to clean that up, whether it's FEMA dollars or from the company. George Solis, thank you so much, George. We want to turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. With inflation taking a toll on U.S. households, many people are struggling to make ends meet. In a recent survey, around 27% of Americans say they have had to dig into their savings, more than half of them using that money just to pay for everyday expenses.
Wow. CNBC anchor and correspondent Frank Holland joins us now to break everything down. Frank, that survey also found Americans feel less financially secure right now. So what's the best way for people to try and stay on track?
Well, first and foremost, while wage growth is high right now, it's just not keeping up with the increased cost of living. 64% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, according to one report, as you mentioned. In order to keep expenses like utility, rent, and food in check, experts recommend starting with a very basic budget. And with credit card rates also reaching record highs, people with credit card debt can tap lower interest loans or 0% balance transfer cards so they don't fall behind on their debt. Also, DocuSign is laying off 10% of its workforce. The e-signature software company says it's cutting about 700 jobs to support its growth, scale, and profitability objectives. It is expecting to complete this plan by the end of June. And Paramount Plus will cost more this year. Paramount Global says it's raising the monthly cost of its premium tier from $9.99 to $11.99. Its lower tier will also increase by $1. It comes after the streaming service added nearly 9.9 million subscribers at the end of 2022 and prepares to combine with Showtime in the third quarter. Back over to you.
I'm going to have to tighten up my streaming service.
Well, I was going to say, is that the one that shows the Yellowstone, that show?
Yeah. No, actually, I think Yellowstone's on Peacock. I don't quite understand it either.
Wait,
but I have
don't
both.
bring me into this. No, I was looking to Allison for some help. We'll figure that out and get back to you. All right.
CNBC's Frank Holland, thank you so much.
Thanks, Frank. Taking on the overdose epidemic, the FDA's plan to make Narcan more accessible when we come back. You're watching NBC News Daily.
podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. An FDA panel is recommending naloxone, which you may know as Narcan. They want it to be made available over the counter, and that decision just came down yesterday.
Right now, it's only available by prescription or behind the counter. In 2021, drug overdoses were the leading cause of accidental deaths in the U.S., and almost 75% of those deaths involved opioids. Wow. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal joins us now. Doctor, talk to us about the importance of this going from prescription to being more easily accessible. What does this even look like?
Yeah, so across the board, you're seeing addiction specialists and doctors really praising this. This needed to happen for a long time. And so basically, Narcan, it's what we use to reverse opioid overdose. Across this country, usually about in a year, we see 100,000 overdose deaths. 75% of those are because of opiates. So this is really, really something we need. So I have here a little bit of Narcan I'd like to show you. And the best analogy I have is it almost looks like a nasal spray, like an allergy nasal spray you may use, like a Flonase. And so here, the most important thing with Narcan, though, is you don't want to not call 911. This is a temporary treatment until you can get to a hospital. But if you suspect an overdose, if you suspect somebody might be having this, maybe they're not breathing as well, their pupils get small, they're kind of in and out of consciousness, you want to use this in one nostril, just a little pump here with a red trigger. Just put a couple fingers like that, and you can push down with your thumb on the red. You want to do one pump in one nostril, and if you don't see anything after 2 minutes, if they're not waking up, you can do the other nostril as well. You can actually keep doing this every 2 to 3 minutes until they wake up if you suspect an overdose.
Wow, and it's just this little tiny device right here. It doesn't sound like you need major training to be certified to use it. So if you get this medicine and it's easier to access, the FDA is going to have its final decision March 29th. How immediate could we start seeing this being offered over the counter?
Yeah, so the hope is by summer. So the FDA Advisory Committee voted yesterday to approve this. I think unanimously, there was no real opposition to this. In March, the FDA has to make a decision whether or not to approve it, and all bets are that they will, in which case, by the time manufacturing gets ramped up, we can figure out how much this is going to cost. We're hoping to have this in the hands of people by summer.
Wow.
And the goal really is to have it just next to the bottle of ibuprofen. You don't want a lot of stigma with this. So if somebody's afraid to ask for this because they might be, whatever reason, you want this really accessible, vending machines next to a bottle of Advil, Tylenol, that sort of thing.
Really interesting.
Really quickly, do you think we could soon see it being, and you mentioned vending machines, that sounds kind of hard to imagine. Do you think we're on the cusp of that?
I do. I think by summer that should be the goal. I think there's a lot of people for some time who've been saying people should be carrying Narcan. You leave the house, phone, wallet, keys,
Are there
Narcan.
downsides to it, side effects?
So if you give it to somebody and it turns out they're not actually overdosing from opiates, there's no real side effects. You listened to the meeting yesterday. The real concern is it going to be easy enough to use? I wanted to bring it here to show you it can be.
Thank you. Dr. Akshay Syal bringing the props today. We so appreciate the show, not tell. Thank you.
After 5 decades as a Hollywood icon, actress Raquel Welch has died. In a statement, her management company confirmed she passed away after a brief illness.
The 82-year-old star captivated the hearts of fans through her countless movies and TV shows. With more on her life and legacy, here's NBC's Kristen Dahlgren.
Raquel Welch's step to stardom was in the 1966 film 1 Million Years BC, a prehistoric fantasy film. Welch's costume catapulted her onto the international stage. That fur bikini cemented her status as a sex symbol.
The sex symbol image was a kind of a thing that you couldn't really embrace and you couldn't really push it away.
Welch supported U.S. troops as part of Bob Hope's USO tours in Vietnam.
Make me feel so.
In 1975, she won the Golden Globe for Best Actress in a Comedy as a stunning but klutzy maiden in The Three Musketeers. Through her 50-year career, she acted in more than 30 films and countless television shows.
Isn't that Raquel Welch behind those Foster Grant sunglasses?
It certainly is.
She's also known for being the face of Foster Grant and launched her own line of wigs.
In a perfect world, love would always be in bloom, and we'd all have the hair we dream of.
Her magnetism was timeless in films like Legally Blonde and How to Be a Latin Lover. Hollywood icon Raquel Welch was 82. Kristen Dahlgren, NBC News.
You know, it is amazing to think I know who she is. I can name bedazzled different aspects of films she's been in because my mom would talk about her. Yes. I see an image of her. I know who she is.
Exactly.
Even though her heyday wasn't in my lifetime. She's such an icon.
I know. And you say her heyday wasn't in our lifetimes, but she just even got better with age.
Yes.
She's so beautiful, and we all recognize her. And our condolences to her family, but what an incredible life.
An incredible life.
All right, well, coming up, we have some new images of the Titanic wreckage you are going to want to see. We're going to show it to you, this never-before-seen video, when we come back. You are watching NBC News Daily.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Okay. How you doing, Lester?
Electric vehicles and hybrids dominating this year's list of best new cars and trucks. Consumer Reports released its top picks just today. It's not a big shocker. If you've been out on the roads recently, you've probably noticed the rising number of EVs. They're now accounting for more than 10% of all car sales nationwide. CNBC's Phil LeBeau covers the auto industry for us. Phil, before we get to all of that, we're hearing that Tesla is recalling more than 360,000 cars over its self-driving software. What can you tell us about that? What is going on?
Ellison, this just came out within the last hour, and Tesla is recalling 362,000 vehicles, model year 2016 through 2023. The problem is the full self-driving beta software. Now, it's known commonly as FSD beta software, and for years, this has been touted by Elon Musk as well as Tesla owners as allowing your car to drive completely on its own, that you do not have to take control. Well, there have been a number of complaints over the last couple of years. We've known that the federal government has been investigating the full self-driving beta software. After that investigation, no doubt in consultation with Tesla, Tesla has announced today that it will be updating the software for full self-driving beta vehicles that have the full self-driving beta software. And the problem is, they admit in this recall it may cause a crash because it may go through a stop sign or go into an intersection from a right turn only lane or just not adjust to the speed as it should on its own. So there will be an update that will be issued, over-the-air software update that will be issued. And this is one of those days, Ellison, that a lot of people have been talking about. When will the federal government finally do something about the claims that full self-driving beta software can drive a Tesla anywhere? Well, now you're seeing the result of that investigation.
All right, so we'll keep an eye on all of that. A lot to pay attention to. And we're looking at this consumer report and seeing hybrids and electric vehicles on the list. Not the first time that has happened, but walk us through the models that are leading the way this year.
Well, you've got 5 hybrids and you've got 2 EVs that have been selected by Consumer Reports. And the way they do this every year, they pick 10 models in a range of price categories, and they say, we think these are the best options. Why have they picked so many hybrids and EVs this year? A couple of reasons. One, fuel efficiency. No surprise, they get much better fuel efficiency than an internal combustion engine vehicle, as well as reliability. There are fewer parts. Often, if you have an EV, you don't have to deal with the engine, which is where the bulk of the issues arise with internal combustion engine vehicles. So I'm not surprised that we see 7 of the 10 vehicles picked being either hybrids or EVs. They're more available. The automakers are doing a much better job with them, and it really is a sign of the fact that we are rotating as a country and around the world towards more hybrids and EVs.
And Phil, Subaru got bounced from its top spot as the best auto brand. Sure. What's taken its place and why?
Well, they didn't fall far. They went from number 1 down to number 2. So they're still highly regarded out of 32 brands that are ranked by Consumer Reports. BMW replaced them this year. And BMW was in, I think, the top 5 last year. So they're just moving up to the top spot right now. Look, Consumer Reports has great things to say about Subaru as well as BMW. These brands that are near the top of the list, I mean, they by far, when you look at the reviews from Consumer Reports, they say the same thing. Reliable, dependable, great styling, all of the things that you want in a model, which is why Consumer Reports puts them near the top of the list or at the top of the list.
All right, Phil, thank you so much for that.
You bet.
Well, coming up, the judge in the Alec Murdaugh double murder trial with a change of heart. The new testimony now being allowed in the case and the impact that it could have on the overall trial. You are watching NBC News Daily. You can also watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network. That's NBC News Now. Ellison, we show this from time to time, as loyal viewers of this program may know. And there are so many places you can actually watch it.
It really is amazing.
See, Peacock, YouTube, Fire TV, Apple TV, Hulu, Fubo. I mean, some of these, I don't know if you've ever tried, but they're worth checking out. Pluto, Tubi.
They are on all the time. We watched on Hulu, and our house is our main one, but they're widely available.
Exactly. And on the smart TVs as well. Your news continues right after this.
begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. I'm Ellison Barb.
I'm Vicki Wynn, making news right now. Nearly 40,000 people are now dead from the earthquakes in Turkey and Syria. The UN humanitarian coordinator for Syria says that number is likely to rise as emergency workers are still searching for people. The cost to fix damaged buildings in Turkey alone is estimated to amount to $25 billion.
One person is dead and 3 more are hurt after a shooting at a mall in El Paso. 2 men are in custody after police say they opened fire just steps away from the Walmart where a gunman killed 23 people in the summer of 2019. Police have not released possible motives.
And 2 sheriff's deputies who arrived on the scene after Tyree Nichols was beaten by police. Those deputies have been suspended. The Shelby County, Tennessee Sheriff's Office says the 2 deputies will get 5 days without pay for violating department policy. 5 other Memphis officers have been fired and criminally charged with second-degree murder for the 29-year-old's death last month.
The Alec Murdaugh double murder trial thrown a curveball today. The judge deciding to reverse course and allow testimony related to Murdaugh's roadside shooting that happened after his wife and son were murdered.
Yeah, here's the thing. The judge initially blocked the prosecution from introducing that testimony, calling it a bridge too far. It is connected to an $11 million insurance fraud scheme where investigators say a cousin shot Murdaugh 3 times. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck is following the trial and all of this from Walterboro, South Carolina, and joins us now. Katie, very unusual to hear a judge reverse their own decision, but he explained it very clearly in court. Walk us through that.
Well, there's been a lot of conversation about what portion of this evidence should get in. This is portion of alleged financial crimes, and then again, this suicide for hire plot. This can be confusing to a jury, certainly prejudicial to a jury. So this judge has been carefully weighing what both sides are saying about why and why not this evidence should get in. Now, he had initially ruled with the defense, saying that this was, as you said, a bridge too far. It was going to be confusing for the jury and prejudicial because it doesn't directly relate to the murders that happened in June. We're talking about something that happened in September. But then yesterday, as a SLED agent was being cross-examined on the stand, the defense counsel mentioned cousin Eddie. They mentioned a possible motive there, and they mentioned a second possibility that he could have had some reason to be involved in these murders. So that, as the judge said, opened the door, allowing this evidence to be heard. And this is what he said on the stand about why he's now reversed that decision and allowed the evidence to come in.
The defense decided to build a road over that bridge, decided to just go right there as if they could dance through fire without getting burned, scarred, or anything.
So now we are waiting. We have not heard any testimony yet today about the financial crimes or the roadside shooting, the suicide plot, none of that. But as of right now, that argument has been settled, and the judge is saying that evidence can come in. So we are expecting some witness testimony to that effect.
And Katie, we also heard some from the lead investigator who pointed out a number of inconsistencies in the interviews Alec Murdaugh gave. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, that was a pretty powerful interview. It was done at a SLED office not far from here, actually. They asked Alec Murdaugh to come in to get an update on the case. And when he got there, investigators had some pretty serious questions about his alibi. They questioned whether he went down to the kennels that night. He again says he doesn't. They asked, about timeline. How long were you at your mother's house? That didn't match up. How long were you roaming the grounds with Paul? That answer had changed as well. So the SLED investigator saying it wasn't just one inconsistency, it was several.
All right, NBC News correspondent Katie Beck, thank you so much.
We want to bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos now. Danny, I want to get back to the judge's decision to reverse course and allow that information in about the attempted roadside murder. Your voice was actually going through my head like, you guys opened the door. So once the defense opened the door, I think that's what prompted the judge to say, bring in the rest about Cousin Eddie.
Exactly right. Yesterday morning, the judge excluded this evidence as not relevant. Not only was it too prejudicial, the court, I believe, concluded it wasn't even relevant. So it didn't even make it through the threshold of evidentiary value. That's a very serious finding. But by the end of the day, a lot of people are saying the judge reversed. He didn't really reverse. He reconsidered because the defense, tiptoeing through a minefield, stepped on that claymore, stepped on a mine, and it blew up. But I have a lot of sympathy for the defense because the reason given was that they had asked about payments to Cousin Eddie. In essence, that they uttered the words Cousin Eddie, and that opened the door. But the defense had to go there. They had to ask about these questions because this financial evidence was coming in. So maybe they're sitting at the defense table saying, listen, if the judge says we open the door, maybe that's an appealable issue, but we had to go there. So if you're the defense right now, you're frustrated with the judge, you're thinking there might be an appeal there if things go wrong, but I think they're content in that they had to ask the questions, they had to ask whether or not they opened the door or not.
You've talked about the layers and the different narratives here, possibly being overwhelming for the jury to keep track of. When we're looking at these inconsistencies the lead investigator brought up, is that something that's going to be compelling to a jury, or is it just confusing because the timeline itself is not very clear?
Number one, financial evidence is boring even in a white-collar case. This is a murder case. And I'm saying that as a lawyer, it's boring. For folks in the jury box, it's unbelievably boring to go through financial documents, records, banking information. So that's going to be challenging for the state, especially because they never needed to introduce that in their case in chief. And yes, the defense has scored a lot of points with these investigators. Sure, the video of the interrogation is damning, which is why people like me say time and time again, never, ever, 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 ever sit down and talk to police. And time again, people always do it anyway. I get it. There's a human instinct to try and explain your way out of trouble, but it doesn't look good for the defense, who otherwise has had a good couple days.
All right, NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas, as always, thank you so much for your insight.
Never before seen video revealing incredible images of the wreckage of the Titanic.
Yeah, the Woods Hole oceanographic. I don't know. Can you take a stab at this?
I saw it yesterday, and I just thought I can't Google it, but I will watch the video because it's
Oceanographic Institution. Thank you, Sean Reese. Coinciding with the 25th anniversary of the movie that portrayed the ship's doomed voyage, NBC's Joe Fryer has all the details.
Rare footage from the depths of the ocean, bringing a spectacular new view of the Titanic to the surface. The never-before-seen video was captured back in 1986, documenting the first manned voyage to the wreckage. The research crew making its way through the sunken vessel on the floor of the Atlantic for the very first time, discovering the bow, railings, and inside of the luxury liner. The ship's ill-fated journey was brought to life by James Cameron's 1997 Oscar-winning blockbuster.
I'm flying!
But the real story of the thought-to-be unsinkable steamship was almost never uncovered after the vessel struck a massive iceberg on its maiden voyage from Southampton, England to New York. It took nearly 75 years to find the Titanic's final resting place 2.5 miles below the surface. Robert Ballard led the team that first discovered the wreckage.
I must say, to literally land on the deck of the Titanic was quite amazing. Almost just hard to believe.
More than 1,500 people died in the Titanic's catastrophic collision. While their remains are no longer present, signs of early 20th century life can be seen throughout.
It's sort of like their tombstone. And to see a mother's shoes and next to her, her baby's shoes. That's pretty powerful.
The newly released footage captures the ship in the best condition human eyes have seen since it sank in 1912. Recently, scientists have discovered metal-eating bacteria rapidly turning the Titanic's remnants into dust. Last year, high-definition cameras were able to capture the deteriorating watery ruins. The famed captain's bathtub now barely visible. But the video captured by Ballard's crew rewinds the clock nearly 4 decades.
It was really literally entering a preserved museum, and the deeper you got into the ship, the more preserved it was.
Now, this newest look at the 110-year-old ship is fascinating the world once again, allowing us all to join in on the discovery of a lifetime. Joe Fryer, NBC News.
2023 is turning out to be the year of Rihanna.
I mean, it has been for some time. I really have enjoyed it. She's really having a moment right now. After her jaw-dropping Super Bowl performance and pregnancy reveal, the singer releases new pictures of a special someone. NBC News entertainment contributor and CEO of Pop Viewers, Chris Witherspoon, joins us now. So, Chris, obviously, we know Rihanna killed it with her Super Bowl performance. Let's talk about this announcement that she might put out some new music and also these new baby pictures. Her baby is darling.
And I'm here for the year of Riri, you guys.
Yeah,
I mean,
for
she was incredible at the Super Bowl, and I was really hoping for a special guest. I was hoping for maybe Jay-Z or Drake, but the guest was Baby Bump. That's really who stole the show. Just so you know, you guys, 118 million folks watched Rihanna. That is 5 million more that actually watched the halftime show. I thought I was the only one who was tuning in for Rihanna. Apparently, a lot of folks, 5 million more of us, were only watching for her. And then also, her sales on Spotify have gone up 640%. And then Fenty Beauty sales, you guys, up 883%.
Wow.
So she really is making money. That moment where she put up the compact and the makeup, the sales have soared.
To remind people, hey, this is actually what made me a billionaire.
Oh,
like inclusive line of makeup.
Oh my God! But to your point, she's on the cover of the British Vogue magazine right now. Looks incredible. It's her son, who we don't know his name. She's not revealed the name. Her and A$AP Rocky have changed it a few times, but she said to sum up motherhood in one word, it is legendary. She's loving being a mother, and she said that she didn't know she was pregnant when she got called on through the halftime show. She said yes.
Oh.
And then a few months later, she's rehearsing. I'm like, oh,
it can happen. That
I'm
makes
pregnant.
sense.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I will say I watched that halftime performance and had zero desire to see a special guest. I didn't want to even know more. I was just like mesmerized.
I was so mesmerized. When I saw the bump, I knew she was pregnant immediately. I was
same. I
screaming
thought
she
the
was
same thing.
pregnant. I wanted some new music, but she also said in the Vogue magazine interview that she hopes to put new music out this year.
Okay.
Something's brewing. It's coming.
So we will keep an eye on that.
Yes.
Tell us, though, let's talk movies. There were a lot of Super Bowl commercials related to movies. What about The Mermaid?
Little Mermaid. So this one's Halle Bailey's Ariel. This trailer came out this week, and everyone's buzzing about it because we're excited about Halle, but Ursula's played by Melissa McCarthy. We see a little glimpse of Ursula. A little glimpse. You might be able to show it. As if you blink, you miss it. But also, I'm excited for the score. Lin-Manuel Miranda is doing the score along with Alan Menken, who's the original, person who made the musical. Yes, it's going to be so good. I'm so excited for this.
How much can they tinker with a classic like that, though?
You know, I'm really curious. People are going to be very, I think, precious about how this rolls out. But I do believe when you have Lynn involved, it's going to be a great score. And then Halle Bailey, just her singing, you know, the little run she does, it pulls me apart.
We got 30 seconds. What should we be watching, streaming?
Okay, so you guys, this weekend I'll be featured in a series on Peacock. It's called Founding in Color. It profiles 11 Black and Latino founders, really about how we launched our companies. My company is called Pop Viewers. Very vulnerable, you guys, being on camera in a different way. It's a whole new feel for me. I have to look at the trailer right now. But also Poker Face. If you guys haven't watched Poker Face,
I've heard lots of good things
season
about
2
that.
has been renewed for a second season. It is so good on Peacock as well.
All right, NBC entertainment contributor and CEO of Pop Viewers, Chris Witherspoon. As always, Chris,
ladies.
thank you.
An NBA legend goes to the heart of a health crisis. Next, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is here with how he's helping millions fight irregular heartbeats. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Well, to say we're excited about this next segment is an understatement. February is Black History Month, but it is also American Heart Month. And according to the Centers for Disease Control, Black Americans are 2 times more likely to die from cardiovascular disease compared to white Americans.
Yeah, it's an underreported issue that many are trying to raise awareness about, including our next guest, 6-time NBA champion Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Kareem, welcome.
Thank you so much.
We're thrilled to have you here. Talk to us about why this is such a personal issue for you and how your own health experiences have led you here.
It's personal for me because I almost succumbed to it in a bad way. You know, I was traveling in Europe with my son, noticed I was short of breath, weak, did not want to do too many things. My energy was low. And every now and then I get frequent heartbeats. Came back, I said, you know, there's not much to that. I've been an athlete my whole life. I'm in great condition, and it's not going to affect me like that. I come home, I'm at the Dodger game, and I have the same type of symptoms. I can't breathe too well. The sun was just sucking all the life out of me. And again, my heartbeat was having its own way. It was something I had to deal with. Finally, it dawned on me I needed to go to the hospital, where I found out that I had AFib, or
atrial fibrillation,
atrial fibrillation, and really needed to deal with that issue.
Sure. And it is an issue that affects a lot of Americans. I'm glad you're bringing it to attention, specifically for Black Americans. You've actually said that you think the more insidious and damaging threat to the well-being of Black Americans is the overall healthcare system and the built-in biases and the lack of care for some of our most underserved, less affluent communities. Your own 2 sons are in healthcare. One's a hospital administrator, I think, administrator, right? And one is an orthopedic surgeon. Talk to us about how they have seen inequality play out in their own practices, and also what can be done about it.
Well, it's common across the country, especially for Black Americans. But with atrial fibrillation, Black Americans are 5 times more likely to have to deal with it than white Americans. And it all has to do with the fact that the medical system doesn't serve them. So if you can go to our website, geez, I'm forgetting it now. I can't do that.
I think we've got it right here. No time to wait.
NoTimeToWait.com. That's our website, NoTimeToWait.com. If you go to that, you can get more information and not be in the dark as to what's going on.
We might want to switch gears.
I was
we got to talk to you about
basketball.
basketball.
Take it, Vicky, I know.
Yeah, no, go for it.
The question everyone is also asking us to ask you is just your thoughts on basketball, greatest Lakers of all time. But this month, LeBron James broke your all-time record as the NBA's all-time leading scorer. You were there that night. What was that moment like for you? What did you say to him?
Well, it was a whole lot of excitement.
Yeah.
And I just congratulated him. He's worked very hard for it. In 20 years, he's managed to break my record, and he had a tough time doing it, but there he is.
Can I ask you about this? This is something our senior producer, Sean Reese, brought up, the skyhook. It's like a virtually, you cannot defend that move. Why do you think more tall players aren't using the skyhook today in the NBA?
I don't think coaches now are focusing on showing kids how to do it. I had a drill that, there was a great basketball player from Chicago named George Mikan, and he had a drill that he used to
teach it.
To teach it, you use both the hands, you get good footwork, and you become ambidextrous.
Let's bring that skyhook back. And thank you so much for joining us. 6-time NBA champion Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. We appreciate you. You are watching NBC.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
It is the theme park attraction Nintendo fans have been waiting for.
Yes, tomorrow morning, Super Nintendo World opens its doors at Universal Studios Hollywood. That is a division of our parent company, NBC Universal. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz gives us a sneak peek.
Super Mario, the video games beloved by millions over 4 decades, now brought to life in vivid reality.
When you guys came through the castle and you saw this, what'd you think?
Amazing.
Amazing.
I think I'm really in the game.
This is Super Nintendo World at Universal Studios Hollywood. Opening to the general public on Friday, it immerses Super Mario fans in a real-life mushroom kingdom and sweeps them into a 360-degree world with Mario, Luigi, and Princess Peach as they take on the evil Bowser, compete with fellow players for victory.
Who is this for?
You know, it's really for everybody. I mean, it's been really rewarding. I've seen kids come out at 6 years old and they come out in the land and they scream, and I've seen 50-year-olds come out and scream.
And here we are, the main event, Mario Kart Bowser's Challenge, with tech so advanced it has never been seen before at a U.S. theme park until now. Oh my God, if 10-year-old Gotti could see me right now inside of Bowser's castle, let's go!
We got an exclusive peek of the Mario Kart ride. It's augmented reality goggles beaming interactive characters from the game right into my path. The ride taking me underwater and through the clouds as I tried to beat Bowser and win the Golden Cup.
Let's go again!
Universal Studios says the ride is designed for people of all sizes, and to ensure a comfy fit, you can sample a test scene beforehand. And if you want enhanced access to the experience, you can buy a special power-up band that syncs with the park's free app and keeps score like in the game.
Mamma mia!
And gives you elevated conversations with life-sized characters.
Luigi time!
Luigi time!
Luigi time!
You look super cool.
You look super cool, Luigi. I forgot my overalls.
At the Toadstool Cafe, these fan favorites are even molded into the food. And of course, the Mario Burger comes complete with his signature stash.
You want to know how to wear a burger mustache? Watch this.
This land a treat for Super Mario fans of all ages.
Like, my mind is blown. Like, I recognize so much things.
So it's almost like you've been here before, but you've never been here before.
A magical world where players literally become part of the game.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Mario. Bye-bye, Luigi. Yeah.
Gadi Schwartz, NBC News.
I feel like he had too much fun there.
So
he
much
fit right
fun.
in.
Oh my goodness, super fan.
It's like a whole new generation of Mario fans too. That looks fun. All right, well, here is what's trending now. Ukrainian President Zelensky will open the Berlin Film Festival with a live video message today. The video will be introduced by Oscar winner Sean Penn. Penn will premiere his documentary, Superpower, about the Ukrainian war. That's happening during the festival. The video will highlight the president's message to call for solidarity with Ukraine in its ongoing war with Russia.
Seacrest out. Ryan Seacrest announcing he will be leaving Live with Kelly and Ryan 6 years after he joined the show. Ripa's husband, Mark Consuelos, will take over as Seacrest's replacement. Seacrest will stay with the show until the spring of this year, with the program being rebranded as Live with Kelly and Mark.
That'll be a good show. Well, Jeremy Renner took to Instagram to tease a behind-the-scenes look at his new show, Renovations. The 4-part series coming soon to Disney Plus takes viewers on a journey across the globe as Renner taps into his construction skills to help multiple communities. The update coming as Renner recovers from a snowplow accident last month that left him with more than 30 broken bones.
And a live-action How to Train Your Dragon movie is soaring into theaters in 2025. The newest film in the Oscar-nominated franchise will be the first in the series that is live-action, with no word on casting so far. The films have amassed amassed over $1.6 billion worldwide, and fans of this series will be flying into theaters to see this new adaptation.
Oh, my girls love the animated ones. How about your nieces?
They have not seen it yet,
They're
they're a little too young, but it seems like that's the next step for them. The oldest is very into dragons.
Yeah,
Yes.
I know. Who isn't, right? They're very cool. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Ellison Barber. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest, Phil? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland? Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hi, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Ellison Barber in for Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Thursday, February 16th, 2023. Breaking news clearing the air. President Biden set to speak this hour on the mysterious objects downed by the U.S. military. The growing calls for answers on and off Capitol Hill.
All over the map, a tale of three weather stories from coast to coast. Spring-like temperatures in the Northeast, a winter storm in the Midwest, and a tornado threat in the South. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is timing it all out.
Assessing the damage, the head of the EPA in Ohio following that fiery train derailment that led to a toxic chemical spill. Why people living there say it's too little too late, and what some state lawmakers are now demanding from Congress.
And a solitary problem. What's driving America's growing epidemic of adult loneliness and how you can fight it.
It is 11 a.m. in Reno, 1 p.m. in Des Moines, and 2 p.m. in New York City. We begin this hour with breaking news. This hour, President Biden will deliver his first extensive remarks about the downed Chinese spy balloon and those three other objects recently shot down over North America.
Yeah, we'll bring you those remarks live in an NBC News special report. It comes as lawmakers on both sides of the aisle come together to condemn China. The Senate unanimously passed a resolution Wednesday night condemning China for a, quote, invasion of U.S. airspace. The House passed a similar bipartisan measure last week. Joining us now is NBC News White House correspondent Mike Mimily. Mike, a lot of news this afternoon. Why has President Biden made the decision to do this address now?
Well, this is a question we've been asking of the White House for more than a week now. When will we hear from the president? When will he offer the American people more clarity to the questions that they have about these incidents? And all along, what White House officials have been telling us is that, first of all, they have made it a point of pride not to get drawn into sort of the urgency of the moment, not necessarily wanting the president to respond to the pressure to speak all the time about every issue. But more importantly, they want the president to be able to speak when he has answers. And so the president speaking today comes after the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, received some feedback from that interagency review that the president had ordered in response, especially to those incidents over the weekend, to try to answer some key questions. One is how much stuff, to use the technical term, is in the air? What kind of risks does it pose to civilian aviation safety? What risks does it pose to our national security? And can we develop some rules of the road for how to treat these kinds of incidents in the future so that there's a consistent approach here? That's what the president, we expect, will speak to today.
And Mike, at this point, how is the Chinese government responding to the condemnations that we've been hearing, particularly from Congress?
Yeah, as we saw, the Senate join the House yesterday in passing a resolution condemning what we're seeing in terms of China's espionage program, a predictable response from the Chinese Foreign Ministry. I'll read a bit of it. It was called a purely political manipulation and malicious hype. That was what a spokesperson for China's Foreign Ministry said. This really speaks to a moment of increased tensions between our two countries, especially as China has become a very robust part of our political debate. There is bipartisan condemnation, but of course, also criticism of the president for being soft on China, as Republicans have said.
Okay, Mike Memoli, thank you so much for that.
Well, 2 weeks after a train derailment dumped toxic chemicals into an East Ohio community, the head of the EPA is now on the ground to assess the fallout. Any minute now, Michael Regan and local officials will hold a news conference. At a fiery town hall last night, the town's mayor pleaded for help from the federal government. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us now from East Palestine, Ohio. George, NBC News, I know, spoke with the EPA administrator a little while ago. What did he say?
Yeah, good afternoon, Aaron. Mike Regan bringing a level of understanding to the people of this community who feel that their voices and their concerns have been unanswered and unheard for some time. They are worried about the quality of their water. They are worried about the quality of their air. He's telling our Ron Allen in a one-on-one interview that they are monitoring. They are 24/7 monitoring the conditions here on the ground and that things are safe. They are looking better. Granted, they know that some of these answers may not be sounding convincing, considering that some people are starting to get sick, reporting being sick. They are noticing fish kills in their water, but they say that they have not stopped. They have been an active presence here since this train derailment occurred. They have been inside of homes monitoring air quality conditions, somewhere in the neighborhood of 500 homes, and that the work's not done. They want to hold this train operator accountable. Here's a little bit more of his one-on-one with our NBC's Ron Allen. Take a listen.
To the folks of East Palestine, we see them, we hear them. That's why I'm here on the ground, and we will hold Norfolk Southern accountable. If people have concerns, they are legitimate. And what we want to do is we want to be fully transparent.
Yeah, one thing that they want to do is also deliver some consistent messaging, letting people know whether or not it is safe to drink their drinking water, which at this point they are saying, yes, it is, Aaron.
And we heard the administrator say it there, George. There's this increasing pressure from the state and federal government to hold the rail company accountable for this disaster. What do we know about the status of that effort?
Yeah, so there is a push. Senator Sherrod Brown has introduced some type of legislation or wants to present some legislation to the Governor DeWine here to declare a FEMA disaster declaration. Senator J.D. Vance, who is also here in town, says he's not quite sure that he wants to pull the trigger on that, so to speak, because he wants to see what accountability is going to look like for this train operator before they get any kind of federal dollars involved. They want to make sure that the residents here are compensated for any damages, that they're paying for the cleanup, and that they are assessing any kind of property loss or damage as this investigation moves forward. So there's a lot of moving parts to this. So there is at least some effort to do this, but again, still a little bit more to look into, according to some legislators. Aaron?
George Solis for us in Ohio today. George, thank you. And you can see more of the interview that Ron Allen did with the EPA administrator tonight on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. Investigators say the gunman who killed 3 students at Michigan State University was carrying 2 legally bought handguns, but they were not properly registered. His criminal history also includes a 2019 arrest and an incident involving carrying a concealed weapon.
5 students injured in the attack remain hospitalized. 4 are in critical condition, and 1 was updated to stable condition earlier today. University officials are encouraging students to process the tragedy when it feels right for them.
We will not have our safety and security stolen by a man with a gun in a senseless act of violence. It will not happen.
NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is in East Lansing. Kathy, what services are being made available to try and help this community, students, teachers, staff, process everything?
Yeah, Ellison, as you can imagine, it certainly is a difficult time for the MSU community. And as you heard there, they are being encouraged to grieve on their own timeline. Support services are being provided throughout the week and beyond. We've actually seen some therapy dogs coming through here to console those who are still grieving. Meanwhile, on top of all that, we've seen a very high law enforcement presence from the federal, state, and local levels. Behind me here is Brecky Hall, one of the shooting locations. And as you can see here, this academic hall has now turned into a crime scene. And throughout the day, throughout the morning, we've seen some students coming in and gathering some of their belongings that they may have left behind after the shooting.
You know, we're also learning more about the suspect. I know we talked a little bit about that, Kathy. Is there any more clarity on a potential motive here?
So right now, there is no exact motive, and that still is a big question at this hour. Why? Why would someone come to the MSU campus and carry out this heinous attack? And right now, they're kind of zeroing in on a note that was found on the suspect, and officials and law enforcement agents are being pretty elusive about what was exactly in that note, only to say there were other locations that were listed, and he felt slighted by some people and businesses. But at this time, we know that he has no connection to MSU. But right now, obviously, the investigation is still ongoing. And earlier today, reporters had a chance to press him on this note and what it entailed. Take a listen.
He also, in this letter, correct me if I'm wrong, claimed to be the leader of a group of 20 killers. Is that right?
That's true, yes. Through our interviews with the shooter's father, we brought that up to him, and he had mentioned that his son does not have any friends. He pretty much sat in his room most of the time. He ate, went to the bathroom in there. So he pretty much never left his room, and his father didn't believe that he had any friends, let alone 20 of them that would help him put this out.
And you heard it there, just a little bit more on the suspect's history, but still so many questions at this hour and still no exact motive. Guys, back to you.
All right, Kathy Park for us in Michigan today. Kathy, thank you. We want to turn now to an NBC News special report.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Good day, everyone. We're coming on the air with breaking news. Just moments from now, President Biden is expected to make remarks about the recent spate of high-altitude objects shot down by the U.S. military over North America. A total of 4 have been brought down in the past 2 weeks, but we really only know anything about the first one, shot down February 4th and later recovered off the coast of South Carolina. U.S. officials say that was a Chinese spy balloon. The Chinese say it was a weather monitoring aircraft that drifted off course. 3 other unidentified objects were then brought down since then, one in the icy waters off northwestern Alaska, another in Canada's Yukon, and a third in Lake Huron. Recovery missions for all those are underway, but hampered by weather conditions and difficult terrain. But exactly what they are and where they came from remain a bit of a mystery. Let's go to our chief White House correspondent, Kristen Welker, right now. Kristen, the president has taken some dings from both sides of the aisle over transparency in all this.
He absolutely has, Lester, and these remarks come amid that mounting pressure for him to address the American people and to give some information about the Chinese spy balloon and those 3 unidentified objects.
And here's the president.
Last week, in the immediate aftermath of the incursion by China's high-altitude balloon, our military, through the North American Aerospace Defense Command, so-called NORAD, closely scrutinized our airspace, including enhancing our radar to pick up more slow-moving objects above our country, around the world. In doing so, they tracked 3 unidentified objects, one in Alaska, Canada, and over Lake Huron in the Midwest. They acted in accordance with established parameters for determining how to deal with unidentified aerial objects in U.S. airspace. At their recommendation, I gave the order to take down these 3 objects due to hazards to civilian commercial air traffic and because we could not rule out the surveillance risk of sensitive facilities. We acted in consultation with the Canadian government. I spoke personally with Prime Minister Trudeau from Canada on Saturday. And just as critically, we acted out of an abundance of caution and an opportunity that allowed us to take down these objects safely. Our military and the Canadian military are seeking to recover the debris so we can learn more about these 3 objects. Our intelligence community is still assessing all 3 incidences. They're reporting to me daily and will continue their urgent efforts to do so, and I will communicate that to the Congress. We don't yet know exactly what these 3 objects were, but nothing right now suggests they were related to China's spy balloon program or that they were surveillance vehicles from any other country. The intelligence community's current assessment is that these 3 objects were most likely balloons tied to private companies, recreation or research institutions studying weather or conducting other scientific research. When I came into office, I instructed our intelligence community to take a broad look at the phenomenon of unidentified aerial objects. We know that a range of entities, including countries, companies, and research organizations, operate objects at altitudes for purposes that are not nefarious, including legitimate scientific research. I want to be clear. We don't have any evidence that there has been a sudden increase in the number of objects in the sky. We're now just seeing more of them, partially because the steps we've taken to increase our radars, to narrow our radars. And we have to keep adapting our approach to dealing with these challenges. That's why I've directed my team to come back to me with sharper rules for how we will deal with these unidentified objects moving forward, distinguishing between those that are likely to pose safety and security risks that necessitate action and those that do not. But make no mistake, if any object presents a threat to the safety and security of the American people, I will take it down. I'll be sharing with Congress these classified policy parameters when they're completed, and they'll remain classified so we don't give our roadmap to our enemies to try to evade our defenses. Going forward, these parameters will guide what actions we'll take while responding to unmanned and unidentified aerial objects. We're going to keep adapting them as the challenges evolve, if it evolves. In addition, I've directed my national security advisor to lead a government-wide effort to make sure we are positioned to deal safely and effectively with the objects in our airspace. First, we will establish a better inventory of unmanned airborne objects in space above the United States airspace and make sure that inventory is accessible and up to date. Second, we'll implement further measures to improve our capacity to detect unmanned objects in our airspace. Third, we'll update the rules and regulations for launching and maintaining unmanned objects in the skies above the United States of America. And fourth, my Secretary of State will lead an effort to help establish common global norms in this largely unregulated space. These steps will lead to safer and more secure skies for our air travelers, our military, our scientists, and for people on the ground as well. That's my job as your President, Commander-in-Chief. As the events of the previous days have shown, we'll always act to protect the interest of the American people and the security of the American people. Since I came to office, we've developed the ability to identify, track, and study high-altitude surveillance balloons connected with the Chinese military. When one of these high-altitude surveillance balloons entered our airspace over the continental United States earlier in the month, I gave the order to shoot it down as soon as it would be safe to do so. The military advised against shooting it down over land because of the sheer size of it. It was the size of multiple school buses and it posed a risk to people on the ground if it was shot down where people lived. Instead, we tracked it closely, we analyzed its capabilities, and we learned more about how it operates. And because we knew its path, we were able to protect sensitive sites against collection. We waited until it was safely over water, which would not only protect civilians, but also enable us to recover substantial components for further analytics. And then we shot it down, sending a clear message. The violation of our sovereignty is unacceptable. We'll act to protect our country, and we did. Now, this past Friday, we put restrictions on 6 firms that directly support the People's Republic Liberation Army, the People's Liberation Army Aerospace Program. That includes airships and balloons, denying them access to U.S. technology. We briefed our diplomatic partners and our allies around the world, and we know about China's program and where their balloons had flown. Some of them have also raised their concerns directly with China. Our exports have lifted components of the Chinese balloon's payload off the ocean floor. We're analyzing them as I speak, and what we learn will strengthen our capabilities. Now, we'll also continue to engage with China, as we have throughout the past 2 weeks. As I've said since the beginning of my administration, we seek competition, not conflict with China. We're not looking for a new Cold War, but I make no apologies, and we will compete. And we'll responsibly manage that competition so that it doesn't veer into conflict. This episode underscores the importance of maintaining open lines of communication between our diplomats and our military professionals. Our diplomats will be engaging further, and I will remain in communication with President Xi. I'm grateful for the work of the last several weeks of our intelligence, diplomatic, and military professionals who have proved once again to be the most capable in the world. And I want to thank you all. Now, look, the other thing I want to point out is that we are going to keep our allies and the Congress contemporaneously informed of all we know and all we learn. And I expect to be speaking with President Xi, and I hope we're going to get to the bottom of this. But I make no apologies for taking down that balloon. Thank you very much.
Sir, the question was anyone. There's been criticism. There's been criticism that this wasn't. There's been criticism that this.
Trying to compromise by your family's business relations.
Sir, Mr. President, there has been criticism.
Did you overreact?
Mr. President, there has been criticism that this was an overreaction that was done because of political pressure.
You can come to my office and ask the question when you have more polite people.
Mr. President, why have you chosen Poland for your trip to mark anniversary of the war? And what's your message? What?
When are you speaking to President Xi, Mr. President?
The president not engaging in any answers or to the questions being shouted as he left the room there. The president really providing more about what we don't know what we do know about those 3 most recent objects, saying that they do not appear to be part of the Chinese balloon program, that they may very well likely be private in origin, recreational, or involved in some sort of research. They are still trying to collect the debris from those 3 most recent. The U.S. continues to say that the Chinese were sponsors of that first balloon, that first larger balloon that crisscrossed the United States. Our chief White House correspondent, Kristen Welker, joins me now. Kristen?
That's right, Lester. And one of the headlines came at the very end when the president said that he expects to speak with President Xi. This is significant because the president and the vice president have signaled that this incident in shooting down the Chinese spy balloon will not mark a shift in relations with China. You heard the president say that he wants the relationship between these 2 global superpowers to be competitive, but that this is not going to be a break. So we'll continue to monitor that. In terms of the other headlines, it was very notable that he said those 3 objects that were shot down over the weekend, they have now assessed are balloons that they believe were tied, as you said, to private companies, potentially for meteorological purposes or research scientific purposes. You also heard him talk about the fact that he has directed an interagency review to basically write up new rules of the road to make the skies safer. They will continue, he said, to brief Congress on those findings. His Secretary of State also charged with being a part of that, as well as trying to make the skies over the global community safer. Now, in terms of the 3 objects that were shot down over the weekend, you heard him talk about the fact that they are trying to recover some of the debris. But Lester, I can tell you, based on my conversations here, that has been a real challenge, a big question mark over whether they will be able to do that and get to the bottom of it. And finally, you heard him reiterate that he gave the direction to shoot down the Chinese spy balloon when it was safe to do so. Now, again, this comes amid growing calls for more information from Republicans and Democrats who say there hasn't been enough transparency. Lester?
All right, Kristen, thank you. Let me go to NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kube. She's in Munich, Germany, where world leaders are meeting at a security conference. Courtney, the president talked about this need to set new parameters. Obviously, we can't imagine a world in which everything that's unidentified gets shot down immediately. Is there a pressure within the military to come up with some hard, fast rules of how they react to these?
And I think this is not just going to be for the military, but this will be a wider, including the FAA, a decision about not just changing the radar parameters again, but looking at some of these smaller, maybe slower moving objects, and rather than immediately scrambling jets, but having some sort of a specific checklist of what to do. But I have to say, Lester, there were 2 things that really stuck out to me in the president's remarks. One was the very last line that he said before he walked away, and that was that he makes no apologies for shooting down that balloon. He didn't mention the other three objects. He specifically was saying he didn't apologize for shooting down the one balloon. Didn't say anything about whether he thought that it was an overreaction or potentially a mistake to shoot down the 3 follow-on objects. In addition to that, when he talked about the continuing efforts and communications, there was no mention there of the fact that the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, tried reaching out to his Chinese counterpart before the U.S. shot down that high-altitude Chinese surveillance balloon, and the Chinese didn't pick up the phone. The mill-to-mill hotline that has existed for years now has been shut down, essentially, the Chinese not answering the phone. And that's a real danger, according to military officials. They are very worried about the potential for some sort of a miscalculation. Think about the fact that the Chinese are operating things in international airspace, and so is the U.S., but the Chinese consider a lot of this airspace and waterways to be their territorial areas. So if there is no military-to-military communication and there's a U.S. asset in one of those areas the Chinese see as their own, without that sort of deconfliction mechanism or line, it has the potential to have a real problem here, Lester. I was surprised we didn't hear from President Biden specifically about that, because Secretary Austin has expressed his concerns about the potential dangers of that hotline not existing right now.
All right, Courtney, thank you. I'll ask you to stand by. Let me go to Admiral James Stavridis. He's NBC's Chief International Security and Diplomacy Analyst. Admiral, the president and others have talked about radar capabilities, that they're not set for slow-moving objects. They are now. What are we giving up in exchange, though? Obviously, the radar parameters were set at what they were for a reason.
Lester, the thing to focus on here is that detection is not just a single system. It's not just the radar at Cheyenne Mountain, in and around NORAD itself, the North American Air Defense. Detection is a function of what your satellites see overhead, what your intelligence feed is going in, what your radars all across the Pacific indicate to you, those over the Alaskan coast as well. You've got to be able to knit it together. And I think the challenge here for the administration is going to be to find ways to respond in these slower moving scenarios, because as you say, it's been set for the high fast burner, as we would call it. So what that means is that you've got a tactical challenge to kind of retrain your operators. You've got an operational integration challenge to put all those pieces I mentioned together. And then, as we've been discussing, there's a strategic challenge here in the sense that you've got to be able to respond quickly, rapidly, but in a way that doesn't create real escalation, for example, with China, because we are collecting on China. We don't send balloons over China, but we are close by China collecting. So there could be back and forth. That's a worry. And to conclude, this is why those open lines of communication, the ability to call counterparts, so important. I had that as Supreme Allied Commander of NATO. I could call my Russian counterpart at any moment. Lloyd Austin, as Secretary of Defense, has got to be able to reach out to the Pacific, to the Russians, everywhere. Disconcerting that the Chinese refuse to take his call.
Yeah, Admiral, thanks. And Kristen, before we wrap up here, what do you suspect in terms of whether this will satisfy some of the calls in Congress for more information about all this?
I think the calls are going to continue to grow for more information, Lester. There's no doubt about that. And part of the pressure to deliver these remarks in the first place is that this vacuum of information was giving way to conspiracy theories. For example, a few days ago, the White House press secretary came out and said, look, this is not the result of extraterrestrial activity. The U.S. is not under some type of broader threat, Lester. So the pressure mounts here.
All right, Kristen, thanks. That concludes our special report. Much more tonight on NBC Nightly News. I'm Lester Holt in New York. Good day, everyone. The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
Bottom of the hour now. Welcome back to NBC News Daily.
A triple header of serious weather is impacting the South, Midwest, and Northeast.
At this hour, 30 million people from Iowa to Maine are under winter alerts. But the biggest threat right now is actually in the South. People there could face damaging winds, severe thunderstorms, and potentially life-threatening tornadoes.
Yeah, serious stuff. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking the forecast for us. Bill, how serious could these storms in the South get, and when do you expect them to be the most severe?
It's one of those situations where we know we have the potential if we get what we call supercell thunderstorms. Those are the ones that can usually produce tornadoes. If with one of those forms, we could even get strong tornadoes. But the key is, will they form? Up to now, they haven't. Right now, we just had a lot of rain. We've had some thunderstorms and some downpours. We still have 2 areas of tornado watches that include areas from Nashville to Tupelo, then a second tornado watch that's in much of the state of Mississippi. Eventually, we'll get a new tornado watch issued for Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, and possibly over here to Montgomery. Now, we do have one tornado tornado warning. So here's Interstate 20 coming out of Meridian through central Mississippi. So this is one of our first tornado warnings we've had, but no confirmation of a tornado with that storm. But this is the beginning. The heating of the day is beginning to peak. So this is when we'll be watching for the most serious storms from now probably throughout the next 6 hours. In the area of greatest concern, Nashville, all the way down through central portions of Mississippi and Alabama. This hatched area is the best chance of any strong tornadoes. That's, again, Tuscaloosa to Birmingham. And there's snow on this, too. It's a snowy day and a snow day for a lot of kids from Iowa through Wisconsin.
All right, Bill Cairns, thank you.
Rescue missions in Turkey and Syria are now largely shifting to recovery efforts. Still, 10 days after the earthquakes, we are seeing crews find and save people. That includes this 17-year-old girl. She was pulled from the rubble after spending 10 nights in 30-degree temperatures. The death toll, though, is slowly climbing as it reaches nearly 40,000 people now. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is in southern Turkey again for us today. Matt, the aftermath there, I understand, is having an especially tough toll on children who survived the earthquakes. You spoke to some of them. What'd you learn?
Yeah, we spoke with some children and we spoke with the adults who are caring for them. And in fact, one of the big crises here that was actually sort of narrowly averted was a crisis of orphans or unattended children. We understand from some of the government officials we spoke to that actually they managed to pair most of the children whose parents had died with relatives. And that was done in short order. We were actually quite surprised by that because we thought that this catastrophic double earthquake would leave hundreds of orphaned children. But, you know, the problem for children is mostly psychological, and we've been watching these children playing games in the tent cities that have been springing up all around this region. They seem like they're okay, but when we speak to their parents, they say they're drawing pictures with people with their eyes X'd out. They're drawing pictures of ambulances and the tents that they're living in. They're in the midst of a crisis deep within themselves, and these are things that, you know, medicine can't really reach. They lie far deeper than skin deep. Guys.
The recovery is so much more than just buildings and trying to get to the debris there. Matt, I do want to ask you, the United Nations says that more than 100 aid trucks have actually crossed from Turkey into the rebel-held areas of Syria. Talk a little bit about the challenges of getting those supplies to the people who actually need them.
Well, now that we're hearing that there are actually trucks that are crossing over the border, it sounds as though those people might be finally getting the supplies. The problem is it's coming quite a bit late. Here in Turkey, we've been seeing aid flowing in since the beginning, and we've been seeing heavy-duty equipment trying to rescue people from underneath the rubble. You didn't see that in Syria nearly to the same extent because they didn't have that international aid. This is a place that has experienced a crisis upon a crisis. And now, after a week of very tough diplomacy, the regime of President Bashar al-Assad has finally opened up 2 additional crossings from Turkey into Syria. That makes 3 crossings. So maybe we'll start to see some of the aid getting into the hands of the people, the Syrians who need the most. Guys.
We hope. Matt Bradley for us in Turkey today. Matt, thank you.
Prosecutors are winding down their case in the double murder trial of disgraced South Carolina lawyer Alec Murdaugh. They are calling their final witnesses to the stand. Murdaugh grew visibly emotional this morning as a deputy from the crime scene unit described in detail the nature and severity of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh's injuries. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck joins us now from outside the courthouse in Walterboro, South Carolina. Katie, you have been following this from the very beginning, spending a lot of time in that courtroom. What have you heard from testimony so far today?
Well, the big witness this morning, Allison, was a crime scene reconstructionist, an expert that can actually, by patterns of blood spatter and by patterns of measuring things and distances, can tell exactly what he thinks was the timeline of how Paul Murdaugh and Maggie Murdaugh were killed. I'd say the big takeaways from this morning was that unlike the medical examiner who gave testimony that the shooter was about 3 to 5 feet away, this expert's saying more like 2 to 3 feet. These were actually close range. He also said that there were no defensive wounds, that Paul's arms were actually at his side when he was shot. If this was someone that he didn't know, would he have perhaps put his hands up in defense? That's a question that certainly was raised in the courtroom, but no direct evidence tying Alec Murdaugh in this analysis. Sort of sets the story for how this happened and what he thinks happened, but certainly nothing direct that connects Murdaugh to this scenario.
And Katie, there was a roadside shooting months after the initial murders involving the defendant in this case, Alec Murdaugh. There was some back and forth over whether or not there would be testimony regarding that shooting. The judge had said no, but then today a decision was made that it would be allowed. What happened there?
Yeah, it was a big battle between attorneys over whether or not that information was A, relevant, and B, prejudicial. And initially, the judge said, no, it's not relevant. Yes, it is prejudicial, and I'm not going to let it in. That was his ruling. But then yesterday, as the defense was cross-examining a witness on the stand, a SLED agent who was talking about an interview Alec gave back in August of 2021, the defense did mention Eddie Smith, the accused hitman in that incident. So therefore, the judge reversed the decision, saying this morning, the defense opened this door wide open. I have no choice but to let this evidence in.
All right, Katie Beck, a lot of changes in a very layered, complicated case. Thank you for your time.
We're getting new insight into a special grand jury's report on former President Donald Trump's possible meddling in the 2020 election in Georgia. A Fulton County judge has now released 3 segments of that report. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Hake is near the former president's Florida estate for us today. So, Garrett, first, remind us what the grand jury report was looking into, and then what stood out to you in today's release.
Aaron, big picture, they're looking to see whether Donald Trump or anyone associated with him interfered in the election results in Georgia. That could be involved with that phone call that we all know about between the former president and the Secretary of State in Georgia, where he asked him to find votes, or the efforts to come up with so-called fake electors who would vote in the Electoral College as if Donald Trump had won. This 8-month grand jury investigation is over now. We're waiting on the full report. The short 9 pages that were released today had very little new detail in them, except for 2 interesting points. One, that the grand jurors found there was no fraud in the election, as Donald Trump has long claimed, at least not significant enough to alter the results. And 2, that they believe that there was a perjury committed by at least more than one of the 75 witnesses they've interviewed in this probe. Full results of their efforts still to come.
And Garrett, any response at this point from former President Trump or his team?
The former president's really trying to lean into the fact that only 9 pages of this grand jury's report has come out, suggesting that since his name doesn't appear in what they released today, he's off the hook. His campaign put out a statement saying that he wasn't mentioned today, this isn't about him, and that the phone call I mentioned earlier was a perfect phone call. Now, we know that this is not the entirety of the grand jury's effort or of the DA in Fulton County's attempts to run this investigation. There'll be more coming on this, Aaron, but for now, the Trump campaign is declaring an early victory.
All right, Garrett Hake for us in Florida today. Garrett, thank you.
Nikki Haley is hitting the ground running in her bid for the White House. The former South Carolina governor and UN ambassador is set to appear in New Hampshire, a key primary state, at a round of town halls later today. Her trip comes just a day after kicking off her campaign in her home state. NBC News senior national politics reporter Jonathan Allen joins us now. John, she really is hitting the ground running here. She is also the first GOP challenger to say that she is going to go up against former President Donald Trump. Listen to some of what she told the Today Show's Craig Melvin earlier.
The only other contender in this race, he's been known to say some pretty dirty and nasty things about his opponents, been known to give him nicknames. Does that concern you at all?
Not at all, not one bit. I have worked with him. He's known for doing that. I got a job to do.
Are you going to kick back?
Whenever I'm kicked, I always kick back, and he knows that.
John, what else stood out to you in that interview she had with the Today Show?
Well, I think number one, it's interesting that she is doing an interview with the Today Show. She obviously wants to reach a broad audience that includes not only Republicans, but Democrats and independents as well. You know, she is making a generational argument here, which is something that works against Donald Trump. She's a generation or more younger than he is, and also against President Biden, were she to make a general election, also a generation or more younger than she is. What she hasn't really done, at least to this point, in that interview or in her kickoff, is explain why she's uniquely suited to deliver something to the public that the public really wants. And I think that's always the test for a campaign. How do you find a narrative that tells people that you're going to be the one that gives them something and that nobody else in the race can do that?
John, there's been a lot of speculation about other Republicans, former Vice President Mike Pence, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis running for president. Having Nikki Haley announce that she is going to challenge Donald Trump for the party nomination, does that give them a bit of leeway, room to say, hey, we're going to throw our hat in the rings?
Oh, absolutely. There are two candidates in a big ocean, and I expect it to start filling up relatively soon. You've got, as you said, former Vice President Mike Pence, former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, Governor Chris Sununu of New Hampshire. NBC News recently first reported that he's starting a 501c4 organization, sometimes referred to as a dark money group, which is often a predecessor or an indication that someone's going to run for president. You've got Ron DeSantis in Florida, probably after the legislative session in Florida this year, maybe as early as June.
Okay, a lot to watch, John Allen. We appreciate your expertise. Thank you.
Thanks, Al.
And up next, the pros and cons of 4-day school weeks. More NBC News Daily right after this.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
A big boost today to the effort to prevent suicides among veterans. The VA just awarded more than $11 million to organizations working to innovate on innovative projects to reduce veteran suicide. We showed you one of those efforts a few months ago. Raleigh-based Stop Soldier Suicide won the $3 million top prize for its Black Box project. It analyzes data from digital devices of veterans who died by suicide and will use artificial intelligence to identify risk patterns and accelerate prevention efforts. The VA secretary has called suicide prevention his top clinical priority. Now, anyone who may be having thoughts about suicide can call the National Suicide and Crisis Lifeline at 988. In today's mental health check, it's something that isn't talked about very often, feeling lonely and socially isolated as an adult. A report from the National Academies of Sciences found that 35% of adults aged 45 and older feel lonely, and 24% of adults 65 and older are considered to be socially isolated. Let's bring in licensed psychotherapist Amy Morin now. She's also editor-in-chief of Very Well Mind, a website dedicated to mental health. Amy, you know, we're not talking about folks who are just sort of alone in their apartment on a cloudy day. This is chronic loneliness that we're talking about here. Walk us through some of the health risks that are associated with adult loneliness.
We know that
Anybody could develop depression from being lonely, but older people are at risk of physical health issues too. They are more likely to develop dementia. They might have a stroke. They're at a higher risk of having heart disease. Even premature death has been linked to loneliness in older people.
So there's a difference between being alone and sort of feeling real loneliness, right? How does each affect our mental health?
Right, that we can be lonely in a crowded room.
Yeah.
Sometimes if you don't feel like you're connected to people, then you can be lonely in almost any experience. So we often tell people like, oh, get out of the house and be around people, but that's not necessarily the only solution to loneliness. Sometimes we need people to be able to open up, connect, and form genuine friendships with people in order to ward off loneliness.
And so what should people keep in mind when they start to feel lonely or to feel socially isolated?
So to keep in mind that there are always things we can do. Sometimes just scheduling a call with a loved one, maybe a few days away, gives you something to look forward to.
Yeah.
That can be really good. Other times it's just important to reach out, tell somebody that you're feeling lonely. You shouldn't be embarrassed or feel bad to say, you know, I'm having a hard time. And finally, you can examine your feelings and think, why am I feeling so lonely right now? It might be because you haven't gotten out of the house much, but it also might just be because you haven't been connecting with people. And you may need to reach out and tell people I'm struggling.
Yeah, there's no harm in being honest with people about your needs when it comes to your mental health. Amy Morin, we appreciate your expertise and advice today. Thank you.
Thanks.
It's a trend gaining popularity in school districts across the country. More classrooms are moving to a 4-day school week. Reporter Peter Hull with our sister network LX News takes a closer look at the pros and cons.
There are more than 14,000 public school districts in the U.S., and for most of them, students are in class 5 days a week. Most. Before COVID, more than 650 districts in 24 states adopted a 4-day school week. That's more than 1,600 schools offering 3-day weekends. 3 years later, that number's grown. And though the shorter week can help recruit teachers and save some money, the effect on students' grades is less certain. Almost all research papers conclude the impact on grades is inconsistent. A 2015 study found that more 4th and 5th grade students perform better at reading and math after switching to a shorter week. Over a 10-year period, the average number of kids scoring proficient or advanced in 5th grade math improved following the switch. And by year 2, more 4th graders scored proficient or better in reading. A 2021 analysis of 12 states with districts on 4-day school weeks found student performance depends on the length of the school day. Researchers said shorter days were extremely problematic for academic achievement, but longer school days might offset any negative impact resulting from switching to a 4-day week. One of the most common reasons districts switch to a shorter week is to attract teachers. The average salary for an elementary school teacher in 2021 was around $67,000. On average, that's less than you'd make driving a trolley. No disrespect to trolley drivers. The Economic Policy Institute says 3 out of 5 teachers work a second job during the school year, and the need to moonlight makes teaching a less attractive career option. Other reasons for switching to shorter school weeks, all backed by research, include saving on weekly costs ranging from electricity to bus drivers, a 39% reduction in bullying incidents, and improved staff morale. Negative effects noted in research include resistance from parents, mostly by parents of younger students. Parents with older kids weren't as opposed to the 4-day school week, and food insecurity for kids in low-income households. Bottom line, we just don't know enough yet to determine if 4-day school weeks are the way to go. It's hard to compare student performance across states with different academic standards and varying economic factors.
There's also the argument that kids should go to school more to be more globally competitive.
Yes.
So
a lot of
see where
different
it
factors
lands.
there. All right.
There is more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
This is what it looks and feels
the latest film, the bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
A so-called doomsday glacier in Antarctica is one of the most closely watched masses of ice in the world. Its collapse could eventually drive up sea levels.
So an underwater robot is actually uncovering some new clues about how that glacier is thinning from the bottom. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now. She's been looking into this. So Megan, what did researchers learn from this robot mission?
Well, Aaron, you know, this is pretty extraordinary. It revealed a lot. But first, I want to show you. I want to get to the video so you can take a look at what we're talking about. I mean, this is a 13-foot pencil-shaped robot that went beneath the surface of the glacier. It went through the cracks and crevices and revealed how warm water is what's being funneled through the cracks, which is widening these holes in the ice. This is where they found significant melting, but it's also contributing to the glacier falling apart. It's shattering, the research suggests. This robot is giving a clearer picture of how and why the glacier is changing. Of course, we know that climate change, of course, is accelerating all of this. But now researchers have a bigger scope, a bigger way of understanding how this is all happening and why. Now, there was a little bit of good news. What they learned is that they calculated a slower rate of the glacier melting, which is contrary to what they had originally thought. But still, Aaron, this is of grave concern.
So, Megan, you touched a little bit on this, the future, the new insights. Walk us through some things that stood out to you about the findings of this robot.
Well, you know, this is really an extraordinary study because it is revealing that there's a lot more going on that they had originally thought, because they were able to use this really interesting device to be able to go so deep down and then into these really narrow and small holes to get a bigger understanding. Now, they say, this is what they have been saying, this is going to be a major issue in about a century. I mean, we are talking about an ice glacier the size of Florida melting, which researchers say has the potential to swallow up land masses all across the world. Guys?
The size of Florida, that's unbelievable. Yeah. Megan Fitzgerald, thank you so much.
So let's head way north now. We have some new images from the ocean floor giving us a rare look at the remains of the Titanic.
Yeah, this video is amazing. It is also pretty old. It was first recorded in 1986, and now we are getting a look at the first time humans set eyes on the sunken ship. Here's Morning News Now anchor Joe Fryer.
Rare footage from the depths of the ocean, bringing a spectacular new view of the Titanic to the surface. The never-before-seen video was captured back in 1986, documenting the first manned voyage to the wreckage. The research crew making its way through the sunken vessel on the floor of the Atlantic for the very first time, discovering the bow, railings, and inside of the luxury liner. The ship's ill-fated journey was brought to life by James Cameron's 1997 Oscar-winning blockbuster.
I'm flying.
But the real story of the thought-to-be unsinkable steamship was almost never uncovered after the vessel struck a massive iceberg on its maiden voyage from Southampton, England to New York. It took nearly 75 years to find the Titanic's final resting place 2.5 miles below the surface. Robert Ballard led the team that first discovered the wreckage.
I must say, to literally land on the deck of the Titanic was quite amazing. Almost just hard to believe.
More than 1,500 people died in the Titanic's catastrophic collision. While their remains are no longer present, signs of early 20th century life can be seen throughout.
It's sort of like their tombstone. And to see a mother's shoes and next to her, her baby's shoes. That's pretty powerful.
The newly released footage captures the ship in the best condition human eyes have seen since it sank in 1912. Recently, scientists have discovered metal-eating bacteria rapidly turning the Titanic's remnants into dust. Last year, high-definition cameras were able to capture the deteriorating watery ruins. The famed captain's bathtub now barely visible. But the video captured by Ballard's crew rewinds the clock nearly 4 decades.
It was really literally entering a preserved museum, and the deeper you got into the ship, the more preserved it was.
Now, this newest look at the 110-year-old ship is fascinating the world once again, allowing us all to join in on the discovery of a lifetime. Joe Fryer, NBC News.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Ellison Barber. You're watching NBC News Daily.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
Hi, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Ellison Barber in for Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Thursday, February 16th, 2023, breaking news clearing the air. President Biden speaking out moments ago about the objects shot down in American airspace. Why he says Americans have nothing to fear.
Grounds for concern. The EPA administrator arrives in Ohio to examine the potentially toxic spill from a train derailment up close. What homeowners say needs to be done right now.
Questionable question. Outrage in Arkansas after a state lawmaker asked a transgender healthcare professional a question some people find jaw-dropping.
And no access. A Denver City Council candidate forced to crawl onto the debate stage because there was no wheelchair ramp. How the venue is defending itself. We start this hour with breaking news. President Biden delivering his first extensive remarks about the downed alleged Chinese spy balloon, as well as 3 other objects recently shot down over North America.
Now, these remarks come after mounting pressure from both parties, really, to further explain the nature of those downed items and how the decision was made to shoot them down.
When one of these high-altitude surveillance balloons entered our airspace over the continental United States earlier in the month, I gave the order to shoot it down as soon as it would be safe to do so. And because we knew its path, we were able to protect sensitive sites against collection.
President referencing the first balloon that we saw. Joining us now, NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli and our global security reporter Dan DeLuce as well. Mike, what new information stood out to you? What did we learn about these downed objects?
Well, I think one of the big questions as we've been tracking these new unidentified objects from over the weekend is why all of a sudden have we shot down now 4 objects from the sky where nothing of this sort had happened before? And the president did offer a bit of an explanation for that. He said that as part of a review that he ordered early in his administration to study Chinese surveillance tactics, they have refined our radar capacity that led us to sort of better detect some of the many objects that are now in our skies. And as part of that, they detected there was a potential threat with 3 of these objects more recently to potential civilian aviation. Now, as part of what we heard from the president in terms of steps moving forward is that he's ordered his administration, the national security team in particular, to better establish an inventory for what is in the skies, to establish some rules of the road for how to deal with these kinds of situations in the future, and also to work around the world in establishing sort of a framework for what these kinds of situations should look like in the future as well.
So, Dan, before we ask you a direct question, I want to play a little bit more from the president, and then we'll talk right after.
We seek competition, not conflict with China. We'll responsibly manage that competition so that it doesn't veer into conflict. This episode underscores the importance of maintaining open lines of communication between our diplomats and our military professionals.
Here we go. So based on reporting we've heard from our colleagues at the Pentagon, earlier this month, China ignored a call from the U.S. Defense Secretary. What is going on with that? How much is the tension over this balloon impacting our relationship with China?
There's no question that this whole balloon episode has aggravated what were already very tense relations with China. And you could hear President Biden trying to walk a line there, trying not to stoke the tensions further, but also trying to stake out a firm line that the U.S. wasn't going to tolerate violations of its airspace. And he said he makes no apologies for the shoot down of that Chinese balloon earlier this month. But there is a problem here. The channels of communication with China are limited, and you hear that from officials, both inside the government and former officials. The Pentagon does not have a military-to-military channel open with Beijing right now, and China, of course, rebuffed a request for a call from the Secretary of Defense after that shoot down earlier this month.
Yeah, around the time the president talked about saying he made no apology for taking that balloon down, he also said we're not looking for a Cold War with China. A lot to process. Mike Memoli, Dan DeLuce, thank you so much.
2 weeks after a train derailment dumped toxic chemicals into an East Ohio community, the head of the EPA is now on the ground to assess the fallout. Administrator Michael Regan and local officials held a news conference in East Palestine just a short time ago. This comes after members of the community there demanded answers at a fiery town hall meeting last night, and the town's mayor pleaded for help from the federal government. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us now from East Palestine, Ohio. George, there's been a lot of back and forth between state and federal officials here and who's saying what over about safety in that area. The EPA administrator held that news conference. What did he have to say?
Yeah, the bottom line here, Aaron, is they're saying that it is safe to be here. It is safe to breathe in the air, to drink the water. They are conducting 24/7 monitoring still after this derailment. Unfortunately, not a lot of people are buying that right now, given that some are getting sick, and some people are saying that their livestock and even their fish are dying in their waterways. But they are trying to do their best to basically say that things are looking up on the up and up while they continue to monitor the conditions here. I want you to listen to what he said during this press conference. Take a listen.
If those homes have been tested, and if those homes have been tested by the state and given a clean bill of health, yes, as a father, I trust the science, I trust the methodology that this state is using, and as a parent, I would.
And bottom line saying that the EPA has been here from day one doing surveillance, going into homes. They've so far been to about 500 homes doing air quality testing, doing water quality testing, and that this work is not done. And they do want to hold the train operator responsible as this investigation unfolds, Aaron.
George Solis for us in East Palestine, Ohio. George, thank you.
Investigators say the gunman who killed 3 students at Michigan State University was carrying 2 legally bought handguns, but they were not properly registered. His criminal history also involved the 2019 arrest in an incident involving a carry and concealed weapon. 5 students injured in the attack remain hospitalized. 4 of them are in critical condition, and 1 was updated to stable condition earlier today. University officials are urging students to process the tragedy when they see fit. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is in East Lansing with more. Kathy, walk us through the services that are available to help those in the community who are still very much grieving, trying to process this trauma.
Well, Ellison, there is a whole lot of pain that this campus community is dealing with right now, and they are offering counseling services throughout the week and beyond. We've seen a lot of therapy dogs coming through here, consoling those who are having a difficult time processing everything right now. But the school is essentially closed. All the classes have been canceled for the rest of the week, resuming next week. So we have seen more officers and FBI agents rather than students. And earlier today, we heard from a university official with an update on how the victims' families are grappling with this tragedy. Take a listen.
The board has gone to talk with Ariel's parents, Alexandria's parents, Brian's parents. Heart-wrenching discussions. We also went to Sparrow to meet with the families whose children are fighting for their lives right now today. And it was amazing how gracious they were. They're asking how we're doing.
But Allison, incredibly, 1 student who still remains hospitalized, their condition has been upgraded to stable. However, 4 people are still in critical condition at this hour. Allison?
Kathy, the question so many people have is why? Is there any more clarity on a potential motive here?
Yeah, so they are zeroing in on a 2-page note that was found on the suspect. And law enforcement, they were pretty elusive about what was exactly in that note, only to say that the suspect listed a couple of other locations that he planned on visiting, adding that he was slighted by some people as well as businesses. So some clues there, but it doesn't get us any closer to that possible motive, Allison.
Okay, Kathy Park in East Lansing, thank you so much.
We want to turn to the weather now. Unseasonable warmth in the Northeast and a snowstorm heading toward New England.
Yeah, a lot of different things going on. Those are actually just 2 of the 3 major weather stories we're following this hour. The biggest threat right now is in the South. People there could face damaging winds, severe thunderstorms, hail, and potentially life-threatening tornadoes.
Meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking it all for us. Bill, let's start with these storms in the South if we can here. When will they be most severe?
Right now, just in the last hour, we've started to see numerous tornado warnings popping up. Nothing confirmed as of yet, but we have 3 separate tornado warnings. We now have a new tornado watch that's up for the Birmingham, Tuscaloosa areas of Alabama, and we still have our tornado watches that include Nashville, Tupelo, Starkville to Jackson, all the way to Meridian and also in Hattiesburg. So let's get a closer look at that northern tornado warning near Dixon, Tennessee. This is where Interstate 40 is, and you can see where Nashville is located here. So this line of storms and that tornado warned storm is heading towards the general Nashville area, probably about 30 to 45 minutes away. So we'll keep an eye on that one closely. Memphis, you're in the clear. You're all set. Same for Little Rock. Greenville, Mississippi's all clear. Now we're going to watch that line of storms heading towards Alabama and areas, as I mentioned, towards Nashville and later tonight towards Montgomery. So as far as the tornado threat goes, the area still of greatest risk is where we're starting to see those tornadoes popping up now, or at least the tornado warnings. That's in areas of Mississippi, and then early this evening in areas of all Alabama and a little slice there of southern Tennessee. We still have had significant snow, already 4 to 6 inches reported around Des Moines. Lincoln, University of Nebraska, 12 inches of snow, and all of this is a pretty good snowstorm right now in southern Wisconsin. By far the worst areas to be traveling in the country is from Chicago northwards up to Milwaukee during that rush hour. And finally, guys, it is spring outside in the Northeast. Enjoy this. It's not going to last.
All right, meteorologist Bill Cairns, thank you.
And coming up, more breaking news. Our own Peter Alexander just spoke with President Biden following his speech on the downed objects over American skies. What he said, up next.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest, Phil? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We continue to follow breaking news this hour. President Biden speaking just a little while ago from the White House about the objects downed in U.S. airspace, shot down as a matter of fact. NBC News chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander was at the president's, was there for the president's comments today. And Peter, I know you tried to ask a question of the president. You were interrupted. I thought I heard the president say, "I'll give you a call," and in fact, he did.
Yeah, the president, in fact, Aaron, he said to me that he couldn't hear me because others in the room were, in his words, being, I think, disrespectfully said. He said I was welcome to ask my question later in his office. Well, I didn't get invited to the Oval Office, but President Biden did call my cell phone soon after that set of remarks concluded. And I want to share with you part of what he said, because they are the first real questions from journalists since the downing of these 4 objects. One, the Chinese surveillance balloon, those 3 other aerial objects that remain unknown because their debris hasn't been found or collected just yet. I asked the president in that phone conversation whether this was an overreaction, the shooting down of those most recent 3 objects, and whether he was responding to political pressure, as some of the president's critics, both Republicans and Democrats, have insisted to this point. He said that the political pressure would have been such that it would have been easier not to shoot them down. He said he shot them down at the urging of the United States military. He said also that the reason he hadn't held a news conference earlier is because he wanted more information, to try to get all the information possible, specifically that, as remains the current assessment, according to the president, that these most recent 3 objects were benign or harmless, in his words, that they were likely operated by private companies or research institutes, information he said he received from the intelligence community. But in his words, that is why I did it. Separately, I followed up by asking the question specifically about the United States relationship to China right now, one that is already heavily strained. This is just the latest example of that, how it would impact the relationship, and when he would be speaking to China's President Xi. I also asked him what the consequence should be for the Chinese government. He said, notably, that there are going to be hundreds of these things, in his words, including balloons. But he said there are going to be consequences, but they are going to happen individually, that it does not necessarily reflect, in his words, a fundamental change in policy that they will engage in. He said, so the consequence for it is to shoot it down and learn as much as we can, which I think we have learned. And beyond that, to the relationship with the Chinese president, who the president earlier noted he would be speaking to in the near future. He wouldn't tell me when that conversation would take place, but he said the last thing that President Xi wants is to fundamentally rip the relationship with the United States that was made in terms of access, and so I think it enhances it to make it better. We need direct communication. Those are the words of President Biden in our exclusive phone interview that took place within the last 30 minutes or so before we wrapped up that call, because the president, of course, received his physical earlier today. I asked about his health and how the physical went. In the simplest of terms, he said it went well. We'll get more details, Aaron, about the specifics of that physical a short time from now. But to conclude and to punctuate what we heard from him today, the president is making no apologies for the decision to shoot down any of the 4 aerial objects, even as his national security team and a government-wide effort is now underway to sort of come up with, in his words, sharper rules to determine exactly how they will handle situations like this going forward. Aaron?
Peter, Ellison here. I'm curious if you were able to have any sort of conversation with the president about reporting from our Pentagon team that the U.S. Secretary of Defense tried to reach out and make a phone call to their Chinese counterpart, but that line wasn't working at all. Did he say anything about that in particular?
He didn't. In fact, that was actually next on my list, was to ask him, because the White House, and including the vice president, has insisted that this relationship with China has not changed as a function of this. But clearly it's changed in some form, given the fact that the defense secretary, as it were, in China has not returned calls from the U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin since these recent episodes. It's notable, though, that he did say that he believes that President Xi is committed to trying to make this a good relationship. He said that the U.S. was committed to make it one about competition and not conflict. And in the simplest of terms, I think, as I said before, he said, we need direct communication. When will that communication take place? We don't know, but as evidenced by his comments to me, he is hoping to speak to President Xi in the near future.
And Peter, we have about a minute left with you. I do want to ask about the sharing of information. I think the president talked about his national security team creating new rules, sort of refining the parameters around shooting things down. He suggested that would be shared with Congress, but that whatever the new rules are would still be classified. We may never know, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the biggest frustration that's existed that we have heard to this point has been from those lawmakers, many of whom received their most recent intelligence briefing in the last 24 hours or so, and they say so much of the information they learned is information that should have been made public. So the first frustration was that the White House wasn't more transparent about this. But the 4 recommendations he said that the U.S. will adopt include the following. He said a better inventory of unmanned objects and to make sure it's accessible and up to date, to implement further to detect unmanned objects, basically to sort of adjust the radar, it would seem, so they can better see some of these things out there, many of which the U.S. and other intelligence officials have suggested are likely harmless or benign, and to update the rules and regulations for maintaining these unmanned objects. To this point, what more will they do? It's not clear how we will hear it from the national security team, but certainly lawmakers and many Americans want to know more details on the situation going forward.
All right. Peter Alexander for us, our chief White House correspondent in Washington. Peter, thank you.
Yeah.
Coming up, how some of Turkey's youngest earthquake survivors are coping as more bodies are pulled from the rubble. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
When it comes to getting new medicine into pharmacies, drug makers rely on clinical trials. But according to the FDA, these trials traditionally underrepresent racial and ethnic minorities. Now, one invention made necessary by the pandemic is helping companies begin to fix the problem. Here's CNBC reporter Bertha Coombs.
Sharon Kimbrough was at the Black Women's Expo in Atlanta to sell her book.
But when nurses from Eli Lilly talked to her about a new Alzheimer's trial,
you think that's something you might be interested in?
she decided to take the first step.
I had family members with Alzheimer's. And sometimes I have memory issues, and some of it is, older age happens. But it could be something else.
During the pandemic shutdown, Eli Lilly developed a mobile lab to keep its clinical trials going.
We had to get really creative about how we were able to have outreach in the community.
Now it's literally a vehicle for bringing trials to communities of color that have been underrepresented in drug research. Before the pandemic, most patients heard about trials through traditional advertising, their doctors or research centers. Now, social media outreach tops doctor referrals. Pfizer CEO says it's made it easier to reach more patients of color.
We go with social media, in addition to all the other measures that we take, to targeting populations that they are underrepresented in clinical trials. And we do that because not only that will increase the representation of them, but also we are increasing in general the speed with which we can recruit patients in a study.
FDA Commissioner Robert Califf applauds the efforts to bring trials closer to underserved participants, but says safety has to come first.
So in some cases, it's not the right thing to do. If you're studying, for example, a new drug that hasn't been tested in many people, you may need to be in a very intense environment at an academic medical center. For other kinds of trials, it's absolutely the right thing to do.
Sharon Kimbrough wants to do her part to help research, though she's nervous about what her blood test might show.
I hope I find out I don't have protein. That means I'm likely to have Alzheimer's. That's the joy. That would be the joy in it all.
And Bertha joins us now. Bertha, have we seen any evidence that representation in clinical trials is actually starting to improve?
You know, Aaron, Lilly has told us that it's made it a lot easier for them doing these direct outreach, as has Pfizer, to sign people up. But most trials don't actually report that racial and ethnic breakdown, so it's hard to say. Nonetheless, this has become a big business. A lot of the big drugstores like CVS, Walgreens, and even Kroger are getting into the business of trying to recruit people to help out pharma to boost diversity.
All right, Bertha Coombs for us at CNBC today. Bertha, thank you.
Workers at a Tesla factory in Buffalo, New York, say dozens of employees were laid off because they tried to unionize. The layoffs came a day after workers at the factory announced their union organizing campaign. The union they hoped to join has now filed a complaint with the federal government. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward joins us now. Jake, this sort of retaliatory firing is illegal. What are we learning about the evidence these workers have saying that this is, in fact, a retaliatory firing?
Well, Ellison, according to the complaint filed by this group of workers, most of this is timing. This was the week in which union efforts were supposed to come together. They say that as of about 7 p.m. Eastern yesterday, they received an email at their workplace telling them that they were not allowed to record groups of workers together unless everybody gave permission. And of course, now we're seeing the firing here on Thursday. So they are pointing very much at a history of anti-union sentiment on the part of the CEO and at this timing in making their case to the NLRB.
What were some of the grievances or concerns that led these workers to saying, hey, we should unionize?
Well, Elson, this is a really interesting group of workers. This is not your traditional auto factory. These workers are, in fact, people who label the incoming data that you see in the video stream that comes off of Tesla cars in order to get their autopilot systems more accurate. And so they're a very technical group of people. They say that their productivity was under such intense scrutiny that they basically could not go to the bathroom. They're looking for better pay and looser jobs conditions in order to move forward here, Ellison.
Okay, Jake Ward, thank you so much.
Coming up, how you can go inside a real-life game of Super Mario. You're watching NBC News Daily.
tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
What's the latest, Phil? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
And breaking news now, a representative for Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman has confirmed that he has checked himself into a hospital to receive treatment for clinical depression. According to a statement, Fetterman has battled with depression throughout his life, and it has become severe in recent weeks. This comes after the senator was hospitalized last week after feeling lightheaded.
A shelter-in-place order in Tucson, Arizona has been lifted after a deadly crash caused hazardous materials to leak out of a trailer. That crash happened Tuesday night when a truck flipped over the median, spilling nitric acid onto the road. The spill prompted evacuations and a shelter-in-place order while hazmat crews cleaned up the damage. The interstate is now back open.
A Tennessee inmate was charged after officers say he tried to escape from court by jumping out of an open window. 33-year-old Michael Dean Smith was in court with several other inmates. The sheriff's office said he got up from his seat several times to get tissues before jumping out of that second-story window. And you see it here, falling onto his back. As he tried to get up, a nearby sheriff's deputy arrested him. Smith was taken to the hospital, treated for minor injuries. He was initially in court because of a warrant from another state. He's now facing additional charge of attempting to escape.
Rescue missions in Turkey and Syria are now largely shifting to recovery efforts. Still, 10 days after the earthquakes, we're seeing crews find and save some people. That includes this 17-year-old girl who was pulled from the rubble after spending 10 nights in 30-degree temperatures. The death toll is slowly climbing as it reaches nearly 40,000 people. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is on the ground in southern Turkey. Matt, the aftermath of this is having an especially difficult, big impact on children who survived this. You spoke to some of this. What are they telling you? How are they beginning to process what happened to them?
Well, you know, it's always hard with children to really get them to tell you exactly what they're feeling. And, you know, a lot of what the parents were telling us was that they're expressing themselves through drawing, which was kind of interesting and something we know about from children all over the world. You know, they don't necessarily have the vocabulary to say what they feel, but they will sort of act it out in the drawings they make. And one of these women that I was speaking to said that her son was drawing pictures of people with X's over their faces, sort of connoting that they were dead, showing ambulances, showing the AFAD, which is the sort of the relief agency here, tents where they were living now. They're living in a tent community with AFAD written on all of the tents. So they're expressing themselves through drawings. But this is something that it takes a couple of years. And when we were speaking with some of the experts who were on hand, a couple of years for these thoughts, these feelings and emotions to kind of come to fruition and express themselves fully. So they're trying their best to take care of these children. But it's tough because they just simply don't have the vocabulary to express how they're feeling. Guys?
Matt, one thing you've reported on in recent days is the difficulty of getting aid into Syria in particular. Explain to us what's going on there. The United Nations, I think they've said more than 100 aid trucks have crossed from Turkey into rebel-held areas. What does that look like right now?
That's right, 100 or more than 100 aid trucks that have just crossed through both the Bab al-Hawa crossing, which was open for much of the last decade. That was the one crossing that the United Nations had allowed aid and other products to cross over from Turkey into Syria during the duration of this war. Now, since the earthquake, we've seen more than 100 crossing over Bab al-Hawa, but also Bab al-Salam, which was one of the two other crossings that the regime of Bashar al-Assad allowed to open after a week of really staunch diplomatic pressure urging Bashar al-Assad to open up relief to the people in the rebel-occupied parts of Syria that so far had not seen nearly the kind of aid or assistance that people here in Syria had experienced or those in the government-held parts of Syria had seen. So really, the suffering in Syria, while there's been so much more death here and the impact of the earthquake, because the epicenter was here in Turkey, has been so much greater here in Turkey, in neighboring Syria, we don't really yet fully understand the scope and the impact of the earthquake, because that part of that country is still kind of a black box. Guys?
An unspeakable tragedy all around. Matt Bradley, thank you so much.
Prosecutors are winding down their case in the double murder trial of disgraced South Carolina lawyer Alec Murdaugh. They're calling their final witnesses to the stand now. Murdaugh grew visibly emotional this morning as a deputy from the crime scene unit described in detail the nature and severity of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh's injuries. Lindsay Reiser is following the trial for us now and joins us. Lindsay, what have we been hearing from witnesses on the stand today?
Well, Aaron, we have seen some of the most comprehensive testimony yet of what happened that night, how Paul and Maggie were shot at close range, from which angles. The crime scene expert who recreated the crime scene reiterated Paul couldn't have died by suicide, and Maggie and Paul had no defensive wounds. It was also a pretty brutal morning. The Murdaugh family noticeably emotional. Now, this isn't the first time we're hearing graphic testimony or some of these details, but the prosecution is connecting a lot of dots, and the jury seems to be really engaged. Here's a moment in which the prosecutor demonstrated for the jury how Maggie was shot in the head while she was on the ground after other non-fatal shots.
She would have bent over and perhaps been on her hands and knees.
And show us the trajectory as it went through Maggie into her brain.
Yes. It burned or grazed her stomach outside to inside, went through the end of her breast, into her jaw, and then into her brain.
We are hearing now from a senior law enforcement official investigating that roadside shooting that happened 3 months after the murders. The judge initially not allowing that testimony, now saying the jury can't hear it. Today we heard the 911 call in which Alec told the dispatcher he was shot while changing a tire. But Murdaugh has since changed his story, now saying it was a suicide for hire plot. And that roadside shooting testimony could help the prosecution, showing jurors this was Murdaugh's desperate mindset just 3 months after those murders, Aaron.
And so, Lindsay, what happens next here?
Well, the prosecution hopes to rest tomorrow and the defense can pick it up. But the defense team admitted in court today they are really scrambling after this new testimony is now allowed. They're going to have to pivot and rethink their strategy since a lot of doubt of the integrity of their client has now been put into question. Aaron and Ellison.
All right, Lindsay Reiser for us today. Lindsay, thank you.
An Arkansas lawmaker is facing intense backlash today. He asked what some call a highly inappropriate question of a healthcare professional who is transgender. This all happened during a hearing on a bill that would prohibit gender-affirming care for minors. NBC News reporter Maya Eaglin joins us now with the story. Maya, what more can you tell us?
That's right, Ellison. There was definite tension in that state Senate Judiciary Committee hearing when the line of questioning you're about to hear came up.
You said that you're a trans woman.
Trans female, yes, ma'am, sir.
Do you have a penis?
Arkansas's Republican State Senator Matt McKee upsetting onlookers when he asked transgender pharmacist Gwen Herzig about her genitalia at a court hearing on Monday.
That question was about the most dehumanizing, most embarrassing situation and public humiliation that I've ever been through.
Herzig was testifying at the hearing in support of gender-affirming care as the state's bill SB 199 heads to the state Senate for a vote. If passed, the bill will allow people who receive treatment as a minor to sue individual healthcare providers up to 30 years after.
I have went in there as a person who had lived experience, who was a born and raised in Arkansas individual, a constituent, then also a person who had a doctorate in pharmacy, had been serving the population that they're trying to pass legislation on. Having all that thrown out and trying to constitute me as just a single body part was extremely, extremely horrible and dehumanizing.
Senator McKee continued to provoke with his line of questioning. Herzig, visibly irritated, pushed back.
That's horrible.
Yeah. You're the one that brought that into the discussion. You're the one that
never
brought that
said
into
anything about genitalia.
Oh, it had everything to do with genitalia.
I'm not going to answer that question. That's highly inappropriate. I'm a healthcare professional, a doctor. Please treat me as such.
Herzig says conservative lawmakers are using pseudoscience and fear-mongering to further their agenda.
And the important thing to keep in mind is that the practice of medicine across all disciplines in the United States and research is research and evidence-based. We have dozens of American medical organizations that support gender-affirming care in adults as well as minors.
Senator McKee has not responded to NBC News' request for comment. This new bill comes after 2021 SAFE Act, another state law restricting gender-affirming care, which had passed but is now tied up in legal challenges.
This kind of legislation is devastating to the transgender community. of Arkansas, but if passed, the implications of this kind of legislation are far wide-ranging. This is one bill, and there's always going to be another bill.
So back in 2021, Arkansas became the first state to ban gender-affirming care for minors, but a federal judge temporarily blocked that law. That legislation largely mirrors the bill introduced this year. Ellison?
All right, Maya Eaglin, thank you so much for that.
A Denver city councilman who uses a wheelchair says he felt humiliated moments before an important debate because of a lack of accessibility. He says he was surprised when he showed up to the venue and there was no way for him to get onto the stage. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach joins us now. Gary, explain to us exactly what happened here.
Yeah, so Denver officials are under fire tonight after a Denver city councilman running for re-election couldn't get his wheelchair onto the stage at a venue of a debate on Monday night. The venue, Cleo Parker Robinson Dance School, who also sponsored the debate, didn't have a ramp for the councilman Chris Hines. But if he didn't participate in the debate, he told our NBC affiliate he'd had to forfeit $125,000 in campaign financing from Denver's Fair Elections Fund. So Councilman Hines called it a choice between his campaign's viability and his own dignity. So he ended up crawling out of his wheelchair and onto the stage to prepare for the debate. But event organizers had trouble lifting Hines' electric wheelchair onto the debate platform itself. So all of the candidates, including Hines, ended up participating in the debate on the floor in front of the stage. Here's what the councilman told our NBC affiliate, KUSA.
It's insulting that they would say that they would just lift me up. It's super easy to do an internet search and find that I use a wheelchair to get around. I was just in shock. I didn't really know how to handle the situation.
Now, this has disability advocates in Denver and across the country calling for more attention to be paid to the requirements associated with the Americans with Disabilities Act. That's a law that's been in place for more than 30 years. Aaron?
All right, Gary Grumbach for us in our D.C. newsroom today. Gary, thank you.
Breaking news, Major League Baseball legend Tim McCarver has died at 81. His death was announced by the National Baseball Hall of Fame. McCarver spent decades in professional baseball as a catcher and then as an award-winning broadcaster. In a statement, MLB's commissioner called McCarver one of the most influential voices our game has known. Our thoughts are with his family.
Coming up, why some patients with attention disorders say they are stockpiling their medication. More NBC News Daily right after this.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
An FDA panel voted unanimously on Wednesday to recommend making an opioid overdose drug available over the counter. A nasal spray version of the drug naloxone, known commonly as Narcan, could soon be available to anyone without having to talk to a pharmacist. The drug can quickly reverse the effects of an overdose from opioids, including prescription painkillers and illegal drugs like heroin and fentanyl.
A nationwide shortage of medication used to treat ADHD has left many patients scrambling.
Yeah, Adderall has been hard to find for almost 6 months now, and alternatives are in short supply, too. Adderall prescriptions for adults rose 15% during 2020. That's double the increase seen in the previous year. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is following that story for us and joins us now. So, Tom, why is the demand for Adderall so high right now?
Well, demand has been surging for 12 years. In fact, it doubled over the past 12 years. And then, as you saw, it really surged during the pandemic when a lot of doctors were treating their patients remotely and prescribing meds remotely. And as you would expect, a lot of people were under tremendous stress during the pandemic. They were locked down. And so we saw a lot more use of Adderall and other similar meds. But then we had production problems with the major manufacturers. We are told most of those manufacturing problems are resolved, but we are still seeing significant problems with just meeting supply. 97% meeting demand, rather. 97% of pharmacists say they simply are seeing a huge shortage.
Tom, so what are doctors and patients doing to ensure they have enough supply on hand?
Yeah, and by the way, this is a big problem for people because they've been taking it for a number of years just to find stability in their lives, and suddenly now they can't find the med. So they've been going to generic alternatives, but even some of those generic alternatives are running short because of the fact that the supply is short on Adderall, so people have been looking for backups. Listen to what one doctor told us. She's in San Francisco.
I've been practicing medicine for 25 years. There's never been a shortage like this. And scarily enough, I don't know when it's going to end. It shows no sign of letting up.
Yeah, that's a real concern for both adults and teenagers who are on Adderall or something similar. And right now, there simply is not a good idea of when it's going to get any better, guys.
All right, Tom Costello for us in D.C. And you can see more of Tom's reporting tonight on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. More breaking news this hour. The family of actor Bruce Willis is making a painful revelation about his health.
Yeah, Willis's wife revealed in an Instagram post that the actor's been diagnosed with something called frontotemporal dementia. It comes a year after the actor's family revealed he suffered from a different cognitive disease known as aphasia.
Let's bring in Dr. Kavita Desai now. She is a pharmacist and founder of a wellness brand focused on brain health. Kavita, in a statement released today, the Willis family said that challenges with communication are just one symptom of the disease Bruce faces. Help us understand what frontotemporal dementia is and how it affects the brain.
So it is a very rare type of dementia that affects the front part of the brain and the temporal part of the brain, which is the sides of the brain. And aphasia is one of the symptoms that you can have because the front of our brain is what controls our memory, our speech, all of our executive functions. So this is what Bruce Willis was presenting with.
So it sounds like you're saying maybe that first diagnosis of aphasia, was that inaccurate, or is it just these symptoms manifest differently and that made it seem confusing? Did he ever have aphasia?
Yeah, I think it was probably just an early symptom for him, which happens a lot with dementia because the symptoms can be slow to arise until a definitive diagnosis is made of dementia with an MRI or the right testing. We don't always know. So aphasia was not an inaccurate diagnosis. It was just the preliminary diagnosis to this final one.
So now that there appears to be a more final diagnosis, what treatment options are available for this type of dementia?
Sadly, as with all other types of dementia, there's no definitive treatment currently. There's only prevention that we can do with our lifestyle. So it's very sad for Bruce Willis.
Yeah, you mentioned prevention. I wanted to ask you about that. There are things that people can do that sort of help us and sort of enhance our brain health, right, in terms of trying to stave off dementia and Alzheimer's and such?
Correct. So in the case of frontotemporal dementia, it could be a head injury. So again, we want to always make sure we're practicing, safe practice in sports and avoiding head injuries, but also from a lifestyle standpoint for all dementias. It's eating clean organic foods, avoiding chemicals, improving sleep, reducing inflammation in the body. A lot of it comes from diet and lifestyle that we can do that can possibly reduce our risk of dementia.
Dr. Kavita Desai, thank you so much for that. There is more news ahead.
Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
So this story is so cool. Video game fans are about to get the chance to step into the world of Nintendo.
Tomorrow is the official opening of Super Nintendo World at Universal Studios Hollywood in California. NBC News correspondent, lifelong gamer, somehow the reporter with the greatest assignment ever, Gotti Schwartz, gives us a sneak peek.
Hey there, I don't know about you, but I have spent quite a bit of time warping through little green tunnels just like this, playing the video game growing up. So to be here in real life and to do it with some augmented reality to boot, it is indescribable. But we're gonna try.
Super Mario, the video games beloved by millions over 4 decades, now brought to life in vivid reality.
When you guys came through the castle and you saw this, what'd you think?
Amazing.
Amazing?
I think I'm really in the game.
This is Super Nintendo World at Universal Studios Hollywood. Opening to the general public on Friday, it immerses Super Mario fans in a real-life mushroom kingdom and sweeps them into a 360-degree world with Mario, Luigi, and Princess Peach as they take on the evil Bowser, compete with fellow players for victory.
Who is this for?
You know, it's really for everybody. I mean, it's been really rewarding. I've seen kids come out at 6 years old and they come out in the land and they scream, and I've seen 50-year-olds come out and scream.
And here we are, the main event, Mario Kart Bowser's Challenge, with tech so advanced it has never been seen before at a U.S. theme park until now. Oh my God, if 10-year-old Gotti could see me right now inside of Bowser's castle, Let's go!
We got an exclusive peek of the Mario Kart ride. It's augmented reality goggles beaming interactive characters from the game right into my path. The ride taking me underwater and through the clouds as I tried to beat Bowser and win the Golden Cup.
Let's go again!
Universal Studios says the ride is designed for people of all sizes, and to ensure a comfy fit, you can sample a test scene beforehand. And if you want enhanced access to the experience, you can buy a special power-up band that syncs with the park's free app and keeps score like in the game.
Mamma mia!
And gives you elevated conversations with life-sized characters.
Luigi time!
Luigi time!
Luigi time!
You look super cool.
You look super cool, Luigi. I forgot my overalls.
At the Toadstool Cafe, these fan favorites are even molded into the food. And of course, the Mario Burger comes complete with his signature stash.
You want to know how to wear a burger mustache? Watch this.
This land a treat for Super Mario fans of all ages.
Like, my mind is blown. Like, I recognize so much things.
So it's almost like you've been here before, but you've never been here before.
A magical world where players literally become part of the game.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Mario. Bye-bye, Luigi. Yeah! Now, Super Nintendo World opens up here at Universal Studios Hollywood tomorrow. The best part about that game in there for me is that it actually keeps score. First time I played it, I got a score of around 90. Second time I played it, I got a score of around 122. So that is the score to beat. Good luck.
So many reasons to go.
Oh my goodness, so many reasons. We should note Universal Studios' parent company is NBC Universal, which is also the parent company of NBC News. But objectively, I am so excited about this.
Talk about a trip down memory lane, right? I usually go to Universal in Florida. I'm going to LA.
I still have my original Nintendo 64 from 1996 that works.
Wow.
And I play that game on it. So you can come over and play it sometime.
All right, let's do it.
Let's do it.
All right, let's take a look at some of the other stories that are trending right now.
Yeah, a beloved Catholic nun and college basketball icon is sharing her story with the world. At 103 years old, Sister Jean will be publishing a memoir on February 28th. It'll be about her life story and her relationship with faith. Sister Jean rose to fame for her support of the Loyola Chicago men's basketball team that reached the NCAA Final Four in 2018.
It's going to be a bestseller, I tell you. Ryan Seacrest has announced his upcoming departure from ABC's Live with Kelly and Ryan. Seacrest has co-hosted the show with Kelly Ripa for 6 years. He'll be replaced by Ripa's husband, Mark Consuelos. That change will happen this spring as Seacrest turns his focus to the 21st season of American Idol.
I'm Ellison Barber.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. You're watching NBC News Daily.
big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. What kind of training? How you doing, Lester?
If it's Thursday, President Biden tries to reassure lawmakers and an anxious public about the high-altitude objects shot down over North American airspace as the government takes new steps to assess this potential threat. Plus, the non-stop mass shootings to start 2023. We have new developments tied to the Michigan State gunman. There's another shooting in Texas. All of this put America's worsening gun violence epidemic and Washington's continued inaction back in the spotlight. And a grand jury in Georgia says it suspects witnesses in its investigation into Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 election may have committed perjury, just as prosecutors weigh bringing criminal charges. Happy Thursday and welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd reporting in Washington, where President Biden this afternoon delivered his most extensive remarks yet on the decision he made to take down high-altitude objects in U.S. airspace in recent days, which began, of course, with the infamous Chinese spy balloon. In his remarks, the president defended his handling of these incidents, while also acknowledging that the U.S. intelligence community's assessment that the three most recent objects shot out of the sky were probably balloons tied to private companies or research institutions, and not related to China's spy balloon program, and certainly not a threat to the United States. President Biden also announced that his national security team will be implementing new screening techniques to better protect U.S. airspace.
I want to be clear. We don't have any evidence that there has been a sudden increase in the number of objects in the sky. I've directed my team to come back to me with sharper rules for how we will deal with these unidentified objects moving forward, distinguishing between those that are likely to pose safety and security risks that necessitate action and those that do not. But make no mistake, if any object presents a threat to the safety and security of the American people, I will take it down.
The president's remarks come as after calls from lawmakers in both parties demanding more transparency on this issue, more explanation from the president. Whether it's on China's surveillance program, President Biden condemned Beijing for violating American sovereignty. And he also stressed the importance of maintaining open lines of communication. And all of that comes after China acknowledged it had rejected recent outreach from the administration.
As I've said since the beginning of my administration, we seek competition, not conflict with China. We're not looking for a new Cold War. I expect to be speaking with President Xi, and I hope we're going to get to the bottom of this. But I make no apologies for taking down that balloon.
And that's, of course, the big news there right at the end. He plans to speak to Xi. President Biden's remarks come as Vice President Harris and Secretary Blinken are both headed to Munich for the gathering of global leaders there. It's a venue seen as a potential meeting site between the U.S. Secretary of State and his Chinese counterpart. But today, Beijing issued its own new warning, accusing the United States of escalating the dispute between the two countries, and he called the administration's actions an overreaction. Joining me now is NBC News White House correspondent Peter Alexander, who was in the room for the president's remarks and got to speak with the president exclusively just after the event wrapped up, not having to deal with the shouted question deals that you caught on camera there. And we also have our Pentagon correspondent, Courtney Cubie. But Peter, I want to start with you. If folks were watching the president earlier, the typical moment that you guys have sometimes, and we know the president hears the questions, and if there's one he wants to answer, he'll come back. And he clearly wanted to, but he thought things were too distracting, so he called you up to give the answer to your thoughtful question. So, Peter, tell me what question he wanted to answer that you shouted at him, and what did he say?
Well, in that moment, Chuck, I was asking the president about what his critics have suggested, whether this was an overreaction to shoot down those 3 most recent aerial objects over Lake Huron, over the Yukon in Canada, and over Alaska. The president basically said, you know, you can come to my office and ask your question when people are being more polite. I followed up with an email to the White House, and moments later my cell phone rang, and it was the president saying he couldn't hear me and wanted to answer those questions. And what I got in the course of that conversation was an opportunity to push him on this topic, whether there was political pressure that ultimately forced the president's hand, and that was why the U.S. reacted the way that it did, shooting down those most recent 3 objects. He said the political pressure would have been easier not to do it. I got the recommendation from the military, and that's why I did it. He said that he hadn't held a news conference of any kind until now because he wanted to have all the best information that he could, most notably what he said he had now learned from the intelligence community, which is that these most recent 3 objects were, in his words, benign before he came to answer questions. I followed up by asking him about how this changes the relationship between the United States and China, and specifically what the consequence for China should be. And the president said, and I want to read it for you to get it right, he said, there's going to be hundreds of these things. I don't mean balloons, but things of consequence that are going to happen individually that don't necessarily reflect any fundamental change in policy that they engage in. He would say we're going to be able to learn more about their modus operandi, that being China's, and what material they're using to attempt to collect. And then he said something I think was significant about the relationship directly with President Xi. He wouldn't tell me when any conversation between the 2 men would take place, but he said, I think the last thing that Xi wants is to fundamentally rip the relationship with the United States that was made in terms of access. And so I think it enhances the requirement that there be better means of direct communication, that we have a system. So the president trying to sort of let cooler heads prevail here, allow for a conversation to take place between the U.S. and China now, between the presidents of both countries. And Chuck, as you and others have noted, and Courtney certainly is well familiar with, the counterpart to the U.S.'s Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, effectively the military chair in China, did not respond or reply or call back when receiving that call from the Pentagon chief right now. So it only has ratcheted up the tensions between these 2 countries.
Peter, did you get a better explanation of what benign means? What were these objects? Because I talked to an expert today for my podcast about sort of who produces weather balloons.
Yeah.
And he thought it was very unlikely that they were going to get the actual, whatever the object was, that he was skeptical they would ever get their hands on it.
It's a good question. You know, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, said that he was optimistic that they would be able to find him. The president, less so, I think, in his comments, but clearly they don't have the debris. They haven't found it yet, so they can't know. And the president said, you know, he believes by benign they were likely from private companies or research institutes, but notably no private company or research institute, to the best of our knowledge, as the White House has said, has reached out to say we're missing something.
Well, it's clear then that there wasn't any communication aspect going on with these objects of some sort anyway. Old-fashioned, I love it. The shouted question gets the phone call. More proof that the shouted question works. Good work, Mr. Alexander. Let me move over to Brussels, where we find Courtney Cuby. I think you're in Brussels still. You might be in Munich. If you can correct me. You think you're in Munich already, so my apologies there. Have you gotten confirmation? Like I said, my understanding is we will not be getting an idea of what these 3 objects are.
So, I mean, the hope is that they will, right? But as Peter just pointed out, there are a lot of people who are very concerned about just the nature of where these balloons or these objects have gone down. It's extremely cold, it's extremely remote, and it's potentially very dangerous to try to recover them. So it will be a very difficult mission to get them back. But without actually having their hands on the debris, I think it's going to be hard for the U.S. government to say with any certainty exactly what they think exactly. I'm sorry, we have
no, I understand. Oktoberfest
of Germans here
I think
who are telling us a little
early.
bit about what they think.
Yeah, Oktoberfest came early in Munich.
Yes,
I got
yes.
you. Yeah.
There's a lot of people having a lot of fun here tonight.
It is tonight.
There's a lot of people having fun here tonight. But but that being said, I think it's going to be difficult for the U.S. government to say with any certainty exactly what these things are unless they actually get their hands on them. That being said, one thing that I have found really interesting in the past couple of days, as the U.S. has been saying more and more, and now from the highest levels from President Biden, that they feel like they're leaning towards these being benign, whatever that means, non-threatening. I think it's interesting that they're able to say that they believe they're benign, but not able to tell us exactly what they are.
Right.
So, I mean, that's a question that I'm going to keep asking here, Chuck.
I think we will, and I will let you go. Like I said, looks like Oktoberfest come early at 10 p.m. in Munich. Courtney Cubie with the beginning of what will be, I think, a very interesting weekend on the substantive front as well. Thank you, Peter Alexander. Thank you. Let me bring in Leon Panetta. He's a former director of the CIA, former Secretary of Defense, former White House Chief of Staff, and I think he's participated in an Oktoberfest or two. Leon, it is good to see you. Let me start with the president today and his defense of shooting down the benign objects. It seems pretty clear that in hindsight, they didn't need to be shot down. Is this a case where he doesn't want to look like he overreacted and they're just, even if they think they did, they're not going to tell us?
Well, I think it was important for the president to come forward and try to clarify the situation as best he could, because there are a lot of rumors, a lot of concerns, a lot of questions about whether there might be a miscalculation here in dealing with these objects in space. So I'm glad that the president came out and addressed the issues. He talked about the three objects. I don't think we know what those objects were all about, because we really haven't found them. I know that intelligence assessment is probably that they're benign, but bottom line is we really don't know. And so it's important to develop these protocols that he's recommending that Secretary Blinken and the national security staff develop in order to at least establish a better process to identify these objects and then determine what steps we should take when we have to deal with them. That's something that I think is desperately needed, because we've kind of done this by the seat of our pants, and it hasn't worked too
well. Let's talk about what he said there, that he wants to work with Xi to develop some system. And, you know, everybody, you know, at the same time, this is not the Cold War. We're not going to do what we did with the Soviets. But when it comes to surveillance and open skies and monitoring weapon systems, why not? I mean, isn't the open skies agreement we had with the Soviets after the Gary Powers incident, isn't that actually the model here?
I think it is. I think it's really important that we try to establish some kind of communication with China. I think the president actually does have a pretty good relationship with President Xi, and I think he's hoping to try to reestablish communication on that issue and be able to kind of clarify what each should do if this happens again. Look, there's no question our relationships are tense, but at the same time, I think it's really important, in order to avoid some kind of crazy miscalculation that could take place, to be able to have an open line between President Biden and President Xi.
What about taking it a step further and, you know, doing what we've done with nuclear agreements with the Soviets and now with Russia, which is to allow for inspections, allow for each country to, you know, have some access to what we're up to?
Well, you know, it would be nice to work towards that end. I think that's going to be tougher to achieve. Even Russia has now backed off of the agreements we made with them. So it's not going to be easy. But at the same time, I really do think, with regards to balloons and what's happening with these balloons, that is an area where I think we actually could make some progress. Look, we know we do surveillance with satellites, we do surveillance with drones, we do surveillance through human intelligence. I'm not quite sure, you know, whether these balloons produce the kind of intelligence that really is necessary. But at the same time, there are a lot of these balloons around. We know that now. China has used them a great deal. So it probably does make some sense to try to develop an approach where each country knows what the other country is doing with regards to these surveillance balloons.
You know, it's interesting you say that. It's my understanding the Chinese sort of was copycatting a program that they thought we were doing.
You know, I think that probably has some basis to it because they try to copy everything else we do. And there's no question that we've used balloons to be able to observe things because it allows you to be over a particular target for a longer period of time in order to understand what that target's all about. But China, as usual, has pretty much gone hog wild in developing these balloons. They're all over the place. And this balloon, frankly, as the intelligence people tell us, began by trying to do surveillance over Guam, because Guam is an area that we're building up in order to deal with China. So that's a pretty clear objective on the part of the Chinese. So the issue is going to be whether or not this remains a viable way of gathering intelligence. I think because everybody's aware of it now, because we're going to have these protocols that are going to identify these projects, I think it's going to be much tougher to really be able to use these to gather critical intelligence.
I mean, this is a program that probably is going to go away from that, just because we're too onto them.
That's what I think.
Right.
That's what I think. I think China actually is very jealous of what we are able to do in terms of being able to send planes along China and be able to gather intelligence while we're in international airspace. They don't like it. They've objected to it. But I think they're struggling to see if somehow in the future they could develop a similar system that doesn't rely on balloons.
Secretary Panetta, always good to have you on. Your wealth of experience and knowledge is always helpful to the situation.
Good to be with you.
Good to talk with you. And I guess you can have Oktoberfest early, as we learned from Courtney in Munich right now. All right, thank you. Coming up, we got new details on the gunman who killed 3 people at Michigan State. And this epidemic of gun violence in America continues unabated. We are averaging more than 1 a day, 1 mass shooting a day since the start of this new year. Plus, the head of the EPA sits down with my colleagues from NBC in an Ohio town where frustration and calls for action are growing. Nearly 2 weeks after a train derailment released toxic chemicals into the area. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. We got new details today from police in Michigan after the deadly shooting on the Michigan State campus earlier this week. Officials say the gunman legally purchased the 2 handguns that were found on him, but they were not registered. He also had additional magazines and ammunition. We're going to have more on those developments in a moment. But just hours before we got that update from officials in Michigan, we witnessed another mass shooting, this one at a mall in El Paso, Texas. It left 1 dead and 3 injured. And what's an almost unbelievable coincidence, if you want to call it that, the shooting in El Paso occurred next door to the Walmart where 23 people were killed in a different mass shooting in 2019. Folks, today is the 47th day of the year, 2023, and there have already been 72 mass shootings in America, according to a definition by the Gun Violence Archive. 72. Some of those 72 incidents receive more attention than others, but every one of them is a tragedy with real people and communities impacted. And despite the gravity, the reality is that the mass shooting situation has largely become background noise in American life. It is a fact of life in this country. And despite years and years of calls for action, the politics of the issue are unbending and right now largely immovable. Connecticut Democratic Senator Chris Murphy reintroduced his comprehensive background check bill again today. But we've barely heard a murmur on Capitol Hill on any plans to actually move the legislation forward. After multiple mass shootings in his home state, in Monterey Park and Half Moon Bay a few weeks ago, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy said he would not commit to bringing up any new gun legislation until he had more information. What makes the impasse in Washington all the more frustrating, though, is that there is overwhelming public consensus for action, and not for something radical, not confiscating guns, just simply laws that mandate universal background checks on gun purchases, including more than 8 in 10 gun owners, according to an NPR poll last year. But as is the case with so many issues today, too many political leaders feel as if they need to cater to the loudest voices in their most extreme wing of their caucus. And the harsh political reality on this issue is that until lawmakers start to face political pain at the ballot box for being outside the mainstream on this issue, the dominant force on gun reform will remain polarization, paralysis, and inaction, despite the fact that we are on pace for nearly 600 mass shootings in America this year alone. And that doesn't even cover, sadly, the day-to-day gun violence that if you live in a city like Washington or New York or Chicago or you name it, that takes place every night. Joining me now from East Lansing is my colleague Kathy Park. And Kathy, I know we have new details on how these weapons were acquired, that they were legally purchased. What else did we learn about the gunman?
Yeah, I think there were a couple of pieces of information released today that kind of stood out, Chuck. You mentioned earlier that the gunman was able to apprehend 2 firearms, 2 handguns legally, but they were not registered. He also had additional magazines. But there was also a note that authorities were able to find on the suspect when he removed himself away from campus a couple of miles away and took his own life. They found a note, and in that note, he alluded to targeting other locations and also said that he was slighted by other businesses as well as people. So there are some clues there as a possible motive. But right now, officials are not pinpointing a specific motive at this time. They're still asking for the public's help as they kind of comb through some of the surveillance footage here on campus, as well as the route that this individual took off campus. And then they also interviewed his father as well, who alluded to the fact that he turned. His mental health turned. He got angry quickly after his mother passed 2 years ago. So all of these things are being looked into as a possible motive and carrying out this horrible attack here on the campus of MSU.
Kathy Park, covering another one of these mass shooting tragedies where we're still searching for more answers. We have more questions than answers, as usual, sadly. Kathy Park, thank you. Up next, the political paralysis in Washington on guns. We'll have the latest developments from the 2024 campaign trail. Panel is next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We took a big step toward passing the most significant bipartisan gun legislation in 30 years. Ghost guns and other things, background checks, but there's a lot more work to do. And I'm committing to getting it done with all of you. Dianne Feinstein introduced her Senate assault weapons ban. I am asking you all to send that to my desk as quickly as you can. It's really needed badly.
Can you do anything about gun laws during the lame duck, sir?
I'm going to try.
What will you try and do?
I'm going to try to get rid of assault weapons.
Welcome back. That was just some of President Biden's recent calls to have some action on gun reform. All after mass shootings in the last few months. Congress passed an incremental bill on guns after the shooting in Uvalde, Texas, but we've not seen movement since. Joining me now is our panel, Meredith McGraw, national political correspondent at Politico, Simone Sanders-Townsend, former senior advisor to Vice President Harris and host of Simone on MSNBC, and Stephen Hayes. He's the editor and CEO of The Dispatch and an NBC News contributor. Meredith, we can sit here and talk about all the reasons why there's no gun action, but I was interested to watch late, but all of a sudden, everybody in Ohio and everybody in Washington is suddenly going, well, we got a problem here in East Palestine, right? We got to be there. And the EPA guy was there, and Governor DeWine's there, both senators, right? Everybody's. And in that moment, and you have a community desperate for some help. We've had all these mass shootings, and it's this shrug. And we know why. We're in a political paralysis. What is it going to take?
It's a great question. You know, earlier you had that pretty alarming statistic that there's been 72 mass shootings and just in the past 6 weeks alone.
The start of this year.
Just the start of this year. And, you know, I sometimes think of it just as a journalist, somebody who's worked in TV, who's been at Politico now. We've covered these mass shootings over and over again. And this sounds kind of morbid, but we've all gotten very good at covering them. We know exactly the experts to call in. We know exactly what statistics to pull from and how to address the families that have been affected. And yet we really haven't seen too much change when it comes to the conversation around gun violence or gun control. And to your question of how things will change, I'm not sure.
No, we got in a pretty heated debate in my staff meeting today, Simone. And I say this not personal, but it was sort of like, we went through our potential budget, potential leads, and none of us had brought up this. You know, and we're just sitting there, wait a minute, it's one of these things, it's like, it's happening every day, and and I think if 15,000 people were killed by guns in a 24-hour period, the country would be outraged. But when you do it a few a day, you get numb.
You get numb. It's like, I just remember when this started unfolding, that evening I was cooking.
Which one? Sorry.
Yes. No, you're right. You're right.
I don't know which one you're referring
in Michigan.
to. Okay.
In Michigan on a Monday evening, I was cooking dinner and I heard something briefly on the television. I'm like, wait, is there another mass shooting? And so as a millennial, I go to Twitter, and there's a little there, but not really. I turn on the news, and I'm seeing this unfolding, and it's just kind of unbelievable. And then the next day, it's not necessarily the lead story across the board everywhere. 2 days later, and now today, it's kind of like, oh, all these other things are happening. Like, is this a story we're really going to cover? So I don't know. I just think about these young people, and these young people on college campuses specifically, who, as I was reading their different accounts talking about what happened, there was a young woman who posted on Twitter that she was hiding in a bathroom with a bunch of other girls, and they were taking turns drinking out of the sink and using the bathroom. There was another young person who detailed that the gunman came into their classroom from the back and started shooting people, so they didn't actually see the assailant. I don't know what it's going to take to bear this point. I don't. If Sandy Hook didn't move people to do anything.
And Steve, I think part of the thing, I think we've got to stop begging elected officials. This is a cultural problem we have in our own country. We all need to look in the mirror.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the fact, as Meredith pointed out, the fact that these are happening with this kind of frequency, I'm not sure, I don't know that I would use the phrase numbs us to it. I mean, I think we have, had a similar reaction. I went to Twitter, and I'm a Gen Xer.
Right.
I mean, I still went to Twitter because you can find real updates.
I was sadly getting real-time updates from Dante Cini,
yeah,
whose daughter's at Michigan State right now.
So
he was just like, and this was, he's getting these real-time updates, and he was sharing them. It was just, but you're right. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I just think the frequency with them makes it harder for us to do this every day. I mean, do you lead with this every single day? You can't lead with it every single day.
Well, because then people stop paying attention. That's the worst part of our industry.
There's a novelty issue with the news. I mean, it's why people have been obsessed about the balloon. It's new. It's weird. Like, people are spending so much time on the balloon. Look, I think just as a practical political matter, it's difficult to expect that anything's going to change. We're in this moment. It's not going to happen. I do think, just as an aside, and this is not an effort at blame shifting or changing the topic, but it's time for some scrutiny on these prosecutors. I mean, she changed the way that she was enforcing law, sort of unilaterally. Said, I'm not going to do this anymore. We're not going to make this a felony. We're going to plea this down.
The specific gunman in Michigan.
Carol Simeon, the prosecutor, who dealt with this, Mr. McRae, in 2019, said, we're not going to do it. We're going to plea down to a misdemeanor. She made these announcements. The sheriff, she later codified that as an actual policy in 2021. The sheriff was surprised by her announcement and said, I don't think this is a good idea. If we have these laws on the books, we ought to enforce these laws on the books. Who knows if it would have kept him in prison or kept him from getting a gun. But if we have the laws on the books, you ought to at least enforce the laws you have.
Yeah, I think as this debate continues to unfold, in the absence of congressional lawmakers doing something, what can happen at the state and at the city level? And I think putting this squarely in the criminal justice system is one place to go. I don't think it's the only place to go. I think state legislatures have a responsibility. And in Michigan, Governor Whitmer has said they are going to do something about it. They're in a unique position where the leadership of that state is all on the same board. But in other places across the country, that is in fact not the case. And I do think there is onus on state legislatures to do something to protect these kids, to protect people at the grocery store, in the movie theater.
But look, it all does come back to, there is not one person that I can come up with that has lost an election because they were too against gun control, right? Like, that hasn't happened yet. It's happened the other way. If you've been seen as too much for gun control, you've lost. We've not seen it on the other side. Until that happens, I don't know if the politics of this change. Let me pivot to something a bit more superficial. But it's a story. Jonathan Martin has a piece in Politico, so it's your colleague there, that sort of gets at to the nonversation, as I like to call it here in Washington, that everybody has about Biden and age. And it's a It's the topic everybody talks about, but nobody says it in public, apparently, except Dean Phillips, a member of Minnesota, member of Congress, who said, yeah, maybe there should be a primary. And he needs to at least prove that he is up to the job. This issue with age, it consumes Democrats here in Washington, but they don't talk about it because nobody knows what the alternative looks like.
Yeah, nobody knows what the alternative looks like. And look, it's a tricky thing to talk about at the same time. Although it was interesting to hear Nikki Haley up on stage calling for a mental cognitive test for politicians over the age of 75, which would include Biden, but also former President Donald Trump, who's 76. But, you know, and it also comes into play with President Biden's own physical that he had
today. Yeah, he went to Walter Reed today.
That he had today, that suddenly takes on, you know, physicals have always had a lot of interest with presidents, but particularly with this conversation going on right now about his age, it's really renewed a lot of focus on whether that could be a hindrance for him in 2024.
Simone, I want to do this. Howard Wolfson is quoted in here, and he said, if Donald Trump tomorrow announced he was moving to Elba and would stay there, there would be a very different conversation in the Democratic Party. This is all because of Trump, right? That Biden has this sort of almost protection, if you will, from a primary challenge.
Yeah, somewhat. I think that Donald Trump is a factor, even though I am someone that believes that it is not a foregone conclusion that former President Trump will be the Republican nominee. I think there will be a robust primary, and there are a subset of the people that are with him, but not all of the people, so we'll have to see how it shakes out. I think the other part of this, though, is that Joe Biden has been running for president since long as I've been alive, okay? I was born in 1989. His first presidential run was in '88. You do not wage multiple campaigns for president, finally win.
Sorry, that makes me feel so old.
Wow.
I'm just saying.
Are you saying? First she does the millennial thing. Now she's doing the same year I graduated from high school.
Steve and I were complaining about forgetfulness.
So, Stephen, you know about these campaigns that Joe Biden
I mean,
has been
let's
running.
be clear, Joe Biden was officially running in 1988. He was running a long time before 1988, too. He was senator.
See, I mean, this is the point. Yes, a senator, he sat in the Senate for longer than I've been alive. In the Senate for more than 36 years. I'm 32. So I say all that to say is that it is very hard to tell someone, okay, you beat this man in a pandemic, you vaccinated the world, you passed the largest infrastructure bill, but you have to sit down. I think if he wants to run for president, he should.
Oh, and as Maureen Dowd so nicely put it this weekend, nobody ever walks away from power.
I mean, very rarely. That's
it
for
just
sure.
doesn't happen.
No, look, I mean, I think the challenge for Biden is that this is a conversation that's happening. It's just not happening in public, right? I mean, this has been this piece that Jonathan Martin published in Politico is an update to the reporting that he had in his book, which was out last spring. Yeah, so this is a conversation that's been taking place for a long time. And there's this NBC News poll result from 2 weeks ago that 28% said that Joe Biden has the necessary mental and physical health to be president. That's got to be a scary number if you're a Democrat.
Can I just...
All right, go, finish, and I got to wrap up.
Look, if you want to be president, the president of the leader of the Democratic Party is currently the president of the United States. If he wants to run for re-election, he's running.
No.
Damn the polls.
And by the way, if you want to run against him, but you're probably going to get mauled by a lot of Democratic Party insiders. Anyway, Meredith, Simone, and Stephen, thank you. We got some news this afternoon from Senator John Fetterman's office. The Pennsylvania Democrat checked himself into the hospital, Walter Reed specifically, to receive treatment for clinical depression. According to a statement from his office, while John has experienced depression off and on throughout his life, it only became severe in recent weeks. After examining John, the doctors at Walter Reed, where he is being treated, told us that John is getting the care he needs and will soon be back to himself. All of this comes a week after Fetterman was hospitalized after feeling lightheaded while in a Senate retreat last week. And of course, that all took place 8 months after he suffered a stroke, just days before he won the Democratic primary in 2022. Senator Fetterman's wife, Giselle, tweeted this following this afternoon. After what he's been through in the past year, there's probably no one who wanted to talk about his own health less than John. I'm so proud of him for asking for help and getting the care he needs. After the break, there is evidence of perjury. There is not evidence of widespread election fraud. Those were the two big takeaways from sections of a criminal grand jury report into former President Trump's efforts to interfere in the 2020 election down in Georgia. Why was this released at all? That's next. You're watching Meet the Press Now. Welcome back. Turning now to some new developments tied to potential charges in the criminal investigation into the former president's potential interference in Georgia's 2020 election results. The infamous phone call, if you recall, where he asked the Secretary of State to find him votes in a special grand jury report, parts of which were released to the public today. Jurors in that special grand jury of Fulton County say they believe some witnesses in the case may have lied under oath. More importantly from this report, a majority of the grand jury believes that perjury may have been committed by one or more witnesses testifying before it. The grand jury recommends that the district attorney seek appropriate indictments for such crimes where the evidence is compelling. The judge in this case announced earlier this week that he'd unseal portions of the grand jury report, but would not reveal who the jury recommends be charged or what charges they face because of due process concerns. So Blaine Alexander joins me now from Atlanta. Also with me to unpack this a little bit more is Chuck Rosenberg, a former senior FBI official and a former U.S. attorney and one of our most important legal analysts these days. But Blaine, let me start with you. And if you could walk us through, this was a special grand jury. She will end up going to another grand jury, we think, if she's going to seek indictments. But walk me through that a little bit.
And that's exactly what she has to do, Chuck. You know, that really is going to be the next step. Whatever happens from here on out, the ball is in Fani Willis's court, and it's going to happen largely away from public view. And so, yes, if she is to seek indictments, which, you know, there are certain tea leaves that we could read that lead us to believe that she is, in fact, going that route. If she is to seek indictments, she has to go before a regular grand jury in order to do that. Now, we don't know the timing for that. That could be happening this week for all we know. We could really are watching for the announcement of charges essentially any day now, and that's because she said a couple of weeks ago that decisions were imminent, that charging decisions were imminent here, and so we know that she's moving on this. Now, I will say that what we took from today's report is we know at least one suggestion that was made by the special grand jury, and that's that they want some charges related to the fact they believe that some people were lying under oath. There were other charges, there were other recommendations as well. We just don't know what they are, we don't know what they look like, and we don't know the degree to which the DA is going to take those into account. Now, I've been told that we should not expect to hear from the DA today, but she already made it clear that she's fine with this small portion of the report being released. I think the other thing that's important to point out, Chuck, is the language up until this. Both the judge and the DA have called this, have basically taken into account what they're calling the rights of potential future defendants. Again, leading us to believe that there will, in fact, be defendants and charges filed here. Chuck?
Blaine, on the timing, the Washington Post report on this today seemed to hint that that a new grand jury gets impaneled. Perhaps it's the 1st of March. And that's where she'd most likely head because it buys her more time. That if she uses the current grand jury, she'd have to speed up when she went to trial. That there's a little bit of a trial timing issue here.
You know, I think one thing to point out, Chuck, is when it comes to the timing of all of this is that she could have well made her decision quite some time ago. She was, of course, very much part of this process. She knows what this investigation looks like. She knows what the evidence looks like. And she's had this report in her hands for quite some time. They submitted it back in December 15th. They ended their panel back in early January. So this isn't new information to her. We're just getting it for the first time. But she's had this. She's had a chance to sit with it, to kind of jive that with what she has been looking at in terms of this investigation as well. So I wouldn't be necessarily so quick to say that she hasn't made that decision and that timing is that much of a factor for her.
All right, Blaine Alexander on the ground for us in Atlanta. Blaine, thank you. Let me bring in Chuck Rosenberg. And let me start with the due process issue. That was the concern by the judge of making sure most of this report wasn't released to the public. It was a concern of Fani Willis's office. And yet, I can't help but think is it fair that now, whether you're Lindsey Graham, Rudy Giuliani, whoever it is that we know appeared before that grand jury, are you the perjurer? Are you the perjurer? Are you the, you know, did we release too much here?
Well, Chuck, they didn't release very much at all. And I take your point. I think it's a fair one. People are going to speculate as to who may have perjured themselves. But the main concern, the core concern of the judge, is that we not say that, you know, Chuck Todd perjured himself publicly when Chuck Todd hasn't been charged and Chuck Todd can't defend himself. That's the central due process concern. Naming somebody in an official report who hasn't been charged and can't defend themselves. That's manifestly unfair, and that didn't happen. And so if people want to speculate about who may have lied before the grand jury and whether they did so intentionally, there's really nothing that anyone can do to stop that. But I think the report was properly redacted, and as the judge said, properly redacted for due process concerns.
As a prosecutor, would you have wanted any of this out?
No, absolutely not. I don't want anything out. I mean, the whole idea behind grand jury proceedings is that they're done in secret. Now, the press often gets a peek at what happens in the grand jury because witnesses and their lawyers are not bound by the grand jury secrecy rules in the federal system. Prosecutors and agents are, but witnesses and their lawyers are not. So if somebody wants to talk about it and they're not bound by the secrecy rule, sure, have at it. But my view as a prosecutor was that the less said publicly, the better. And if I had something to say, I would say it in open court when the rules permit it.
So how did you handle perjury, or what do you think the best way is to handle perjury charges? And does it depend on how central that witness is to the investigation?
Yeah, it's a great question, Chuck. So I recall speaking to my U.S. attorney when I was a brand new baby federal prosecutor, and I was explaining to her why I wanted to bring perjury charges in a particular case. And she was, I deeply respect her. She's my favorite U.S. attorney ever because she hired me. But her point was that lots of people lie in the grand jury. Not everyone and not all the time, but it happens with some degree of regularity. And you can't bring every perjury case because it would distract you, literally and figuratively, from your main work. And so, to your point, if a lie is central to the case or there's some other compelling reason to bring perjury charges, then go ahead and do it. But it happens often enough. And by the way, it's a relatively hard case to prove, right? Some people just get stuff wrong. Some people, fudge a little bit on the truth. Some people genuinely forget. And so if you're going to prove perjury, and this is something you and I have talked about before, you also have to prove intentionality. And that is not as easy as it might seem.
So do you still view this case as the one that former President Trump should fear the most?
Well, that's a hard question. I mean, if I were under investigation in all these different places, I think I would fear all of them. He should fear the most the one where he knows, if he can process information like a rational human being, where he did wrong. If he honestly believed that he had won Georgia and was asking Brad Raffensperger to find him his legitimately won votes, that's not a crime. Who knows the answer to that question? Donald Trump. So it seems like a compelling case on the surface. It's certainly one I would fear if I were him, but it doesn't make it an easy case for prosecutors.
How much, you may think you have a case, but if you can't get a conviction, how much does that weigh on you?
Sure. So our guidelines as federal prosecutors are that we have a reasonable probability of conviction and the ability to sustain the conviction on appeal, which means we may believe in our heart of hearts, we may believe in our gut that a crime was committed, and that we have some quantum of evidence to prove it. But if we don't have a reasonable probability of conviction, then we're not supposed to bring the charges.
Well, the next place this story could go, if charges are brought, is whether the governor of Georgia might pardon the former president. But I think that's a whole other political conversation that I won't put you in the middle of, Mr. Rosenberg. Anyway, Blaine Alexander, Chuck Rosenberg, thank you both. Still to come, the EPA chief heads to Ohio, where thousands of residents are on edge and in fear for their health after this month's toxic train wreck. We're live in East Palestine, Ohio, with the latest on that story next.
I don't think we're getting all the information we are supposed to be getting. We're being railroaded by the railroad.
feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Ohio's 2 senators and the head of the EPA visited the town of East Palestine, Ohio today, nearly 2 weeks after a train derailment and subsequent fire released toxic chemicals into the area's air and water. Some residents were forced to evacuate at the time and returning when officials told them the air and water were safe. However, the EPA has revealed that chemicals were still being released into the air after the evacuation order was lifted. And some residents say they are feeling ill. They've reported animals dying, even as officials message that chemicals are at safe levels for the environment. Ron Allen, my colleague here at NBC News, asked the EPA head, Michael Regan, about the confusing messaging to East Palestine residents and the feelings they have that they have not been given a straight answer. Take a listen.
There is nothing that's coming back that indicate there are levels that would create adverse health impacts. Nevertheless, if people are experiencing any impacts, I encourage them to seek medical help at their local provider, but also report this to the local health authorities.
Now there's a suggestion that there's a recommendation that people use bottled water. That seemed to come days after they were told to go back home. People are seeing a mixed message in that.
You know, I think the messaging needs to be clear, that the state has taken the lead on testing water quality. And like Governor DeWine said just recently, if your home has been tested, you can trust that data.
George Solis is reporting from East Palestine for us here at NBC News, and I'm also joined by Brooks Sutherland, a health reporter for the Cincinnati Enquirer, who was at a town meeting last night in East Palestine where residents expressed their concerns and frustration, and where representatives of Southern Railroad decided not to show up. But George, let me start with you. You've been, all of a sudden, there are a lot of officials showing up in town. Do residents feel as if now people are paying attention, or are they still angry, still confused? What have you learned today?
Yeah, Chuck, well, people are understandably angry. They feel like they have not gotten the attention they deserve. They're saying, yes, now people are starting to pay attention. Days after we're starting to feel sick, we're starting to show symptoms. Of course, right now there is no evidence that the derailment is linked to anyone actually falling ill, but they say some evidence is there. Now, the EPA head, of course, here today saying, look, we have been here from the beginning. We are consistently testing the air, the water. This is a 24/7 operation, and the science is backing us up, saying that this is now safe. Mind you, people are still not returning to home because they do fear that their health is in jeopardy. And you heard there that the messaging has been mixed from officials saying, yes, you can drink the water, but you should maybe stick to bottled water if your home hasn't been inspected yet. And of course, the cleanup of the derailment site is still ongoing. So there's questions there. There's also questions whether or not there will be any federal assistance. There's been some back and forth there between party lines as far as who wants FEMA to step in and maybe not letting anyone do anything until the train operator is held accountable. So again, the people here are caught in the middle of this, and they're telling us we are frustrated. We really want some answers. You know, we don't have anywhere else to go. This is our small town. Nothing like this has ever happened before, and we deserve some attention. So right now, again, the messaging from the officials and that they are here. We're present. We are talking to you. We're listening to your concerns. We know the EPA head was in the homes of several people today, showing them even how they are conducting some of this water quality. But some of the evidence is there. Those fish kills that are mounting. People are saying, we're going to the doctor. They're taking blood work. We need to know if this is going to be a long-term problem in our community. If so, then what do we do next? Who's going to foot the bill for the cleanup? Who's going to compensate us for our losses? So there's still a lot of investigating that will take place here in the coming months, if not years, Chuck.
Thank you, George. Brooks, you were at that town meeting last night, and I think I read where representatives of the railroad company didn't show up because they claimed to fear for the safety of their workers, which really felt like a cop-out, to put it that way. They were just afraid of taking incoming. Tell me about your experience last night.
Well, what you said is certainly how the residents feel about it. I mean, this was an event that, was billed to be initially a town hall where the Environmental Protection Agency was invited, the EPA was invited, the mayor was there to answer questions. When we got there, what was essentially the event was turned into was more of an informational meeting. They had tables set up. It looked like sort of like a job fair where the residents were going to be able to walk around, ask kind of questions that they had. But I'll say that, the gym was packed with hundreds of people. This is a small town, a small village, 50 miles of Pittsburgh. It felt like the entire town was here. And when they were informed that, Norfolk and Southern wasn't going to be there, certainly a lot of tensions were in the air.
Look, I can't help but think about the lack of trust that we've all lost in various institutions over the last decade, whether it's government, whether it's corporations. And this seems to be almost like the perfect storm of distrust meeting a catastrophe.
It really is. Obviously, when something like this happens, there's a level of misinformation that sets in online. But when it comes to, government officials, people in charge here, it's hard to convince residents that everything's fine, everything's good, your water's okay, your air is okay when they're just experiencing things. They're getting rashes on their skin. They're getting. I talked to a gentleman whose son had never had a nosebleed and is getting nosebleeds. His daughter's, been crying because she has bad headaches. I mean, they're really these folks that are right in the, directly in the area. They're being affected by this, and when you tell them that everything's okay and they're, feeling other things happen in their community, I think mistrust sets in.
Yeah, is there any trust but verify that you think what you observe? What could convince folks that, hey, look, Governor DeWine, he says trust this water test. Is there more transparency that's needed? What would get over this hurdle?
Transparency would certainly be a start. There's one hardware store worker that I talked to that said they're taking care of, this is a direct quote, they're taking care of the railroad, they're not taking care of business. And what he meant was, within hours of this controlled burn that went, in East Palestine, you could every 5 minutes see trains back up and running. And the sense around town is that was the first priority, that getting the railroad back running was the first priority for a lot of folks. And so they really just want to be felt.
Well, the railroad definitely needs to show its face in that town. Brooke Sutherland for the Cincinnati Enquirer, George Solis for us at NBC News in East Palestine. Thank you both for that reporting. And thank you all for being with us this hour. I'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
We're coming on the air with exclusive new details on why President Biden is telling China, sorry, not sorry, that the U.S. shot down that suspected spy balloon. As the president speaks tonight for the first time on that and the 3 unidentified objects, he's admitting we got to do a better job at watching the stuff in the sky. He wants to talk to China's president, but for now, he's talking one-on-one with one of our reporters exclusively about the political pressure he's facing. That's coming up. Also happening right now, intense thunderstorms creating super dangerous conditions down south. Our team says right now it is at its worst with thousands of people under tornado watches. We're going to take you to the ground live. Plus, a lot of folks are furious in Ohio, demanding to know, is it safe to go home or drink water after that toxic chemical release? The head of the EPA is now there. Our team is too, asking people if they feel any sense of relief or comfort. And new details on the health of retired actor Bruce Willis. His family says his condition is getting worse. Now dementia. We're going to have more on that. Plus, Microsoft's new AI chatbot saying some pretty weird stuff. Like definitely not the kind of thing you'd say to somebody you just met. We're going to talk about why the AI wants to be human. That's the bot's words, not mine. That's later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and we've got some new details on President Biden coming out for the first time to talk about all 4 of the things the U.S. has shot out of the sky in the last couple of weeks. He's talking not just on camera, but on the phone with our own Peter Alexander, who's getting the scoop exclusively about how all of this plays into our relationship with China and whether the president's remarks today were just a concession to the political pressure to say something, to say anything. We're going to get to Peter with that in just a second. But here's the context you should should know, as the president tells the world he is not sorry for shooting down that spy balloon and that he does intend to speak with the Chinese president. Watch.
We seek competition, not conflict with China. We're not looking for a new Cold War. Make no apologies, and we will compete. And we'll responsibly manage that competition so that it doesn't veer into conflict.
Okay, so check it out. These are the 4 different shoot downs we're talking about. That Chinese spy balloon blown to pieces off the coast of South Carolina. And then there are 3 more objects that they still haven't identified over Lake Huron, over Alaska, and over northern Canada. Probably, frankly, nothing burgers, according to the president. That's not an exact quote, but he's saying there's no reason to think those other 3 things up here involve anything nefarious from other countries. Right as we were coming on the air tonight, we found out that Canadians aren't even looking for the debris that went into Lake Huron, saying the weather's getting bad, the chances they actually recover anything is low. So here's the question then, right? How is the U.S. going to deal with stuff in the sky down the road? Look at this. The president says they've got to keep track of what's actually up there and find better ways to spot it. They've got to figure out which objects are safety risks and which ones are not. And they've got to update the rules for launching and maintaining this kind of thing, whether it's governmental, whether it's private, whatever. Joining us now is Peter Alexander. So, Peter, after the president lays all this out, you tried to get him a question, you got kind of interfered with. So the president calls you and you end up with this sort of exclusive one-on-one. You've got China accusing the U.S. of overreacting to the whole spy balloon thing. But as you point out and as you ask the president, there are real questions about what does this relationship between the U.S. and China look like moving forward?
Yeah, Hallie, you're exactly right. That was one of the questions I asked him specifically, as the president said he was hoping to have a conversation, a call with President Xi Jinping of China. He wouldn't say when. When he spoke to me by phone later, he wouldn't go any further in terms of when that call may take place or if it's even been scheduled just yet. But I want to share with you what he said about this competition, not conflict, that he's desiring with President Xi right now. He said, I think the last thing that Xi wants is to fundamentally rip the relationship with the United States. He says, I think it enhances the requirement that there be better means of direct communication. Part of my conversation with the president a short time ago. What was notable to me is I asked him specifically about whether this had been an overreaction, which critics have said to this point. The president, as you heard, defended that. He said the political pressure would have been easier not to do it as it relates to those 3 latest objects. He said, I did it because the military told me that they should do it. And as it relates to the relationship more broadly with China, he said notably that there may be more of these things, hundreds of these things. He said, I don't mean balloons, but things of consequence that are going to happen individually that don't necessarily reflect any fundamental change in policy. I think a lot of those on Capitol Hill will try to listen to those words and make what they can out of them, because there have been real calls for the need for a new crackdown on China, where President Biden has tried to make this thing more of a competition than a conflict, and in many ways to try to cool the temperature between the two. Hallie?
But you talk about the political pressure coming from Capitol Hill. That exists, and the president is acknowledging that, saying he will, try to make sure to loop members of Congress in, by the way, on both sides of the aisle, who've been saying we want to see more transparency. That's another issue that you raised with the president one-on-one.
Yeah, that's right. I did ask him about this issue of transparency, and I asked him, the question has been why it had taken so long for him to say more to the American people about these latest 3 objects, this being his first comments about those objects that, as the president acknowledged, may just have been weather balloons that were being flown by private companies or research institutes, or maybe just recreationally. And the president to that basically, said that he didn't want to hold a news conference earlier because he wanted to have all the information that he could before speaking out, specifically information that, as he said, the intelligence community has now said that these were likely benign or harmless, and that they weren't from China or from any other country. They can't know for sure because they haven't found the debris and certainly haven't collected it. But the bottom line is that was his defense, saying that he wanted to wait before speaking until he had more information. And now the White House is pushing ahead, as you reported, to try to get more about what sharper rules will be put in place going forward on not too dissimilar situations to this one.
So then, Peter, real quick, hit on the what's next aspect of this, right? Because we know that the Chinese Foreign Ministry had a spokesperson coming out saying today they're not going to talk with the U.S. while there is what they've described as an escalating crisis, right? What does the conversation between Xi and President Biden look like?
It's a good question, and when does it happen is another question.
Yeah.
You'll remember that the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, was scheduled to be traveling to meet with President Xi, and that was ultimately called off at the last minute. It was postponed, not canceled. But this is a relationship that the president recognizes is critical, not just between the U.S. and China, but frankly, between the U.S., China, and the world right now. And while he said he will be calling out China in that conversation, communicating that this was a direct violation of U.S. sovereignty and that it would not happen again, the president didn't detail what particular consequence would take place going forward. Again, really trying to put his muscle behind the idea that these two have to find a direct line of communication to deal with so many global issues that they compete and appear to conflict over.
Peter Alexander working his sources in person on the phone. Those sources, of course, including the president. Peter, thank you much. Let's get to weather now, because we're just finding out tonight that 2 potential tornadoes are causing some major damage in Tennessee and Mississippi. You've got parts of those states, along with Alabama, under tornado watches as we speak. And look at this. Some pictures are just coming in now. This is what it looks like. That is a gas station, or I should say it was a gas station. You can see the Dollar General sign crumpled up there from that tornado. Pretty, it's always incredible to look at. It's always intense to look at when we see these tornado pictures. You've got 13 million people from the Ohio Valley to the Gulf Coast in the path of potentially severe storms with winds up to 70 miles an hour, tons and tons of rain, lightning, and then, of course, these tornadoes. We have Bill Karen standing by with the forecast, but let's get to Guad Venegas, who's posted up for us in Birmingham, Alabama. And Guad, you are aware this severe weather is about to be hitting, potential tornadoes. What's it like? What's expected?
Hallie, we've already gotten some rain. We had about 2 hours of rain here. You know, it's incredible when you see those images of what happens when the tornadoes go through regions like this. This morning when we woke up, it was kind of sunny. It was warm. Then the temperature began to drop. We've been getting some cold wind as the severe weather comes in. We have, as you mentioned, this tornado watch in effect in the entire region. This is in parts of Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, and also parts of Kentucky. Local authorities are asking people to remain vigilant, to keep their cell phone charged. Also, watch the news to make sure if a tornado warning goes into effect, that people have a plan to leave the area and go to a safer location. A lot of the businesses have closed early here in Birmingham. In fact, we're working next to a museum where they sent a lot of their employees home early so that they can be with their families and be prepared in case one of these tornadoes were to come down. Now, talking to some of the neighbors here, you know, we also have a warning for flash floods, also possible hail, and people tell me, you know, the one thing that does worry us is the tornadoes. Everything else we can deal with, but of course, the tornadoes are something that is always frightening. Now, local authorities are also asking people in the region to keep an eye on trees because of the possibility of this rain coming in and the strong winds. These trees can always fall on a car, on a house. If someone decides to walk during the storm, this is something that always causes danger and can harm individuals. So local authorities tell people to have a plan, have their phones charged, watch the news, and pay attention to the trees, Hallie, as we expect more of this weather to come through into the evening, and that tornado watch also to remain into the evening in effect here in Birmingham, Alabama, Hallie.
Guad Venegas live for us on the ground. Thank you. Bill Cairns, let me bring you in here. Talk through the track. Talk about how long this storm is going to last.
Well, so far, the important thing, we've had no fatalities and no injuries. That includes last night and so far today. But some lives have been altered. We know there were 2 different tornadoes. One in Etheridge, Tennessee, just south of the Nashville area, just north of the Alabama border. We have got confirmation from the emergency managers that a couple homes have been damaged there significantly. So that's happening as we speak. We have this tornado that's right on the border here of Mississippi and Alabama, just to the east here of Tupelo. Storm spotters are on that storm. They said there's a tornado with that right now. It's in a rural area. Hopefully that'll lift off the ground and not do too much more damage. And then earlier today, we did have a tornado that flipped over a couple trailers in areas of southern Mississippi. None of those people were injured, so that was also good news. So this will go through this evening at least until 8 p.m. Central Standard Time, likely maybe even until about 10 or 11 o'clock. The one tornado that did the damage, here's Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. Etheridge is just to the north here. That's where the tornado damaged those homes. So that's this this tornado-warned storm. And we'll watch that as it travels across Interstate 65. You can see where Murfreesboro is here to the north. So that's still about maybe an hour away from Murfreesboro. And the general area of concern for the rest of this evening is right along eastern Mississippi into Alabama and southern portions of Tennessee. We haven't seen, it doesn't sound like up to this point, any really strong tornadoes. We call those like EF2s or stronger, where the winds can get up to 150 or mile per hour plus. But this shaded area here, the hatch, Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, where Guad was located right here in Birmingham, this area is at risk, at least, for the potential for a strong tornado. Hallie, we still have snow with this storm, too. It's not a pretty evening in areas of Wisconsin. Milwaukee's going to pick up about 6 inches of snow tonight, so that evening drive is not fun from there all the way through the Quad Cities. Not a lot of snow left, maybe only an inch or two, and the same goes for Chicago. And Hallie, how about those temperatures on the East Coast today? Numerous record highs were shattered. It felt like April out there. Tomorrow is going to be warm, but then changing as the cold air moves in during the day. So, Hallie, the bottom line for you and everyone else on the East Coast, you can carry the jacket to work, but you're going to wear it home because it'll be getting much colder later in the day.
Bill Cairns, good to know. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. We are just getting some brand new reporting just into us in literally the last 5 minutes from our team on Capitol Hill, with some breaking news there and an extraordinary acknowledgement from Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman tonight as he's checking himself into a hospital for clinical depression. His office tonight is saying he's experienced depression on and off throughout his life and that it only became severe fairly recently. So now he's at Walter Reed, which is, of course, the medical center here in D.C. Remember, Fetterman had a stroke last year, right in the middle of one of, if not the highest profile Senate race in the country against Dr. Oz, a race he won, and a race that helped keep Democrats in control of the Senate. Fetterman was hospitalized earlier this month after feeling lightheaded. His office says test results ruled out another stroke. Let me bring in NBC's Ryan Nobles. And Ryan, I've had it about 25 seconds to look at some of the reporting that you and your team are putting out here. And what's interesting to me is that according to a senior aide to the senator telling you and the rest of our team on Capitol Hill, resignation was never on the table here. Walk us through some of the other highlights of the new reporting that you're getting in on this.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Hallie. And this senior aide telling us that the version of John Fetterman that they've seen over the past couple of weeks is very different than the version of John Fetterman that they saw shortly after that stroke that robbed him a lot of the cognitive and communications abilities that he had prior to that illness. And they saw these signs of depression starting to creep up in the past couple of days. Of course, he was hospitalized last week after he was complaining of being lightheaded. He spent 2 nights in the hospital, was run through a battery of tests where no physical problems were found. But then he went and met with the Capitol physician earlier this week on Monday. And after that evaluation, Dr. Brian Monahan, who's the attending physician here, did end up diagnosing Fetterman with clinical depression. And then it was Fetterman's decision to seek that care by admitting himself to the Walter Reed Hospital. Now, this is something his staff has said he has dealt with in the past. He's had bouts of depression like millions of Americans have. This particular bout of depression seems to be on a higher level, if you will. And it is no doubt directly linked to the lingering symptoms that he's dealing with when it comes to this stroke. He, of course, is having a difficult time with communication. He's having auditory issues. Hard for him to hear people when they're talking to him. He carries around an iPad everywhere on Capitol Hill that dictates to him what people are saying to him. He has those in committee hearings. And Hallie, for those of us who knew what John Fetterman was like prior to the stroke, he's just a completely different person. His communication skills, he's a verbose man, and that is much different than what he is now. So all of these things his staff are telling us are contributing to this situation that he finds himself in now. But they say they expect him to make a full recovery. And as you point out, he has no plans of stepping down from his position in the Senate.
He has talked about, and in this letter to supporters from the family, they've talked about how difficult the next sort of stretch is for him. It is so striking, Ryan, when you think about how it's not unusual to hear about health issues from members of Congress or members taking time off to deal with those. But when it comes to mental health issues, that is far more rare on Capitol Hill. And there is, you know, there is something to be said about talking about it, about just about putting it in the open, right? About bringing some sunlight to it. And when you think about the stigma of mental health still in this country and depression in this country.
Yeah, and that is the overwhelming message that we're getting from his colleagues tonight, his Democratic colleagues in particular, just overwhelming support, many of them sending out tweets offering up their sincere support and offering him any support that they can as he goes through this process. And many of them talking about that very specifically, Hallie, that many Americans, millions of Americans deal with depression on an everyday basis, and many feel reluctant to make that struggle public or even take the time to have that treated and dealt with. Senator Tina Smith, for instance, saying that Senator Fetterman taking this step shows a sign of courage, not a sign of weakness. So that's definitely the message that they want to send. Let him take the time to get these problems addressed, the treatment that he needs, and his staff believes that it won't be long before he is back up here in the halls of Congress voting on these important issues that the American people would need.
Ryan Nobles, our thanks to you and your team for that great reporting, including, of course, producer Frank Thorpe. Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate it. EPA Administrator Michael Regan hearing from folks who live in East Palestine, Ohio today after that train carrying toxic chemicals derailed earlier this month. These people want answers. They don't just want answers about cleanup at this crash site. They want to know, are they actually safe? Can they sleep in their own beds? Can they drink their water coming out of their own faucets, right? Here's what one woman told the EPA head when he went to visit her home.
This should have been done before we came back to our homes. I love my community.
Yes.
Their safety needs to be recognized. We need help.
We need help, she says. The EPA says it's checked more than 400 homes so far. No sign of toxic chemicals. But there are something like 3,000 dead fish. You're looking at some of them in the streams nearby. NBC News correspondent George Solis is joining us now from East Palestine. And George, the EPA administrator, of course, visited the site of the train derailment, talked with emergency responders today. What is this sense that we're getting from him, from folks after this visit? Are they feeling like maybe sort of things are moving in the right direction?
Yeah, well, the EPA head certainly came out strong, basically saying, look, I sympathize with your concerns. The EPA has been here from day one. We have been monitoring the air and the water quality, and we get it. We know that you people are scared, and we know that if you are feeling something, we can't discount it, because right now, sure, it's anecdotal that maybe this derailment is causing some of these illnesses, but they're not ignoring the fact that people are saying, look, we are feeling these headaches, we are getting rashes, and yes, obviously it's affecting some wildlife out here. Those fish kills, those images of those fish kills are so dramatic. So, needless to say, there is a lot of accountability here, and the EPA head here is saying, look, we want to make sure that the right people are held accountable, but we also want to reassure you that it is safe for you to come back home. And we understand some of the messaging has been mixed, but we want to get it straight. I want you to take a listen to what he said today.
And if those homes have been tested by the state and given a clean bill of health, yes, as a father, I trust the science, I trust the methodology that this state is using, and as a parent, I would.
Yeah, Hallie, and they stress that this work is still ongoing, the 24/7 air monitoring. They're using all the available technology at hand, and they're working with multiple agencies here. It's not just one group that's out here doing all the testing. They're working with state and local partners here to ensure that the quality of the air and the water is safe. But again, there are still long-term questions about the impacts of some of these chemicals and how soon all of that's going to get sorted, Hallie.
Why are we seeing more and more pressure coming from Republican lawmakers on the federal level against the Department of Transportation and specifically DOT Secretary Pete Buttigieg? What's that dynamic about?
Yeah, so this seems to be building on what appears to be a 2-year ongoing battle in the GOP to get Pete Buttigieg out. Just recently, Marco Rubio sending a letter to President Joe Biden saying, look, he has not been doing his job, and we basically want him out. To quote really quickly here, he says, the circumstances leading up to the derailment point to a clear lack of oversight and demand engaging. Meanwhile, the press secretary for the White House is standing by Pete Buttigieg, saying he's doing his job, and we will stick by him, Hallie.
George Solis, thank you very much, George. Appreciate you being there in East Palestine for us tonight. Take it on to Georgia now, where a judge today is releasing parts of that highly anticipated special grand jury report that was looking into whether former President Trump and his allies tried to interfere in the 2020 presidential election. Here are the two big headlines you should know about. Here's the two big things from it. Number one, jurors are raising concerns that at least one of the witnesses may have lied under oath. They're recommending charges on that. Number two, they say there was no widespread fraud in Georgia during that election. The judge decided to only release parts of the report. The grand jury actually voted to release the whole thing. We don't know when or if we're going to see that. A spokesperson for the Trump campaign today saying the sections that were released have nothing to do with Mr. Trump, and that in their view, I'm quoting here, he did absolutely nothing wrong. Joining us now is Blaine Alexander. This was, we call it highly anticipated, and Blaine, it was, right? I mean, there was a real sense of curiosity about what this grand jury report would say. Next steps, you would think, would be pursuing potentially these perjury charges that they recommend. Where does this go?
So, Hallie, all along here, we've been waiting for kind of two shoes to drop, and the first one did so today, or really it did so on Monday with the judge's decision to make this public. The other one, though, is waiting for Fulton County DA Fani Willis to announce her charging decisions. That's the other thing that really could happen any day now. She said already, we know about 3 weeks ago or so, the decisions are imminent. There's nothing to say that she's not presenting before a grand jury this week or any time now, but, you know, that's something that we are certainly waiting on and expecting to happen at any moment. As for what happens now, though, that really is it. From this report today, we learned that at least we know one of their charging recommendations. They want that whoever they believe was responsible for lying under oath, they want the DA to pursue indictments against that individual or those individuals. We know that there are other recommendations in there as well. We don't know what they are, though, and we don't know if the DA will follow those, Hallie.
The grand juries, we take a look at the two sort of takeaways, too. They're also confirming what everybody's kind of known here, what other officials have said, that there's no widespread fraud, but there's a new nugget with the concerns that people may have lied under oath. You know, the scale of the investigation, as is laid out in the parts that we are seeing, are interesting here, too.
And, you know, I want to make a point about that, what they said about the fact that they voted unanimously, that there was no widespread election fraud. I think that was an important marker to kind of lay in this report, because really that's kind of the basis for this entire thing, right? So to kind of put that in there and say, just to get it out of the way and make it clear, those of us who are preparing this report, who are making these recommendations, here's what we believe unanimously, I think was an important thing to kind of spell out as well. Now, as for the other things that we're learning in this, remember, this was only 9 pages or so, including an appendix or 2 as well. So very limited release from this. We know that one thing that I thought was interesting is that the special grand jury had voted to make it public. They noted here, though, they didn't say when or how it should be made public, and I think that's notable, too.
What about this, you know, the possibility of specific potential indictments, right? Like, that's something that we don't know. That's something that is still an open question here.
Absolutely, and that's something that we're watching for every single day. We know that there are recommendations in there. We know that the DA really just kind of has it in her court. I think one thing that's important to point out, though, is that while we're just kind of at the tail end of this, we're getting pieces of it, and we're just finding out that this grand jury was dissolved. The DA has had this report in her hands now for quite some time. This was submitted back in December, mid-December, and she was really along for the ride and kind of leading this investigation every step of the way. So what was in that report is certainly not unfamiliar to her. She's had a long time to kind of chew over all of this, and so certainly that'll factor into the timing as well, Hallie.
Blaine Alexander all over it for us live down in Georgia for us tonight in Atlanta. Blaine, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Coming up here on the show, we're learning some new details tonight about that deadly shooting at Michigan State University. What police say they found on the shooter that could point to a potential motive. Plus, rescuers in Turkey, can you believe this? They are still finding people alive 10 days after those huge earthquakes. Still. It's coming up in the 5 Things.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. What kind of training? How you doing, Lester?
Police confirming some new details tonight about the Michigan State shooter that they say hopes points them to some kind of reason for why this happened, some kind of motive. The officers say the suspect had 2 notes that mentioned a church, a school district in New Jersey, and a few businesses as potential targets. Watch.
He was an employee of the Meyer warehouse at one time. In a couple of other businesses, it appears that he'd had some issues with the employees there where he was asked to leave. So it looks like he possibly a motive for that was he just felt slighted, and that's kind of what the note indicated.
Here's some more of what we found out today. One of the victims who was hurt is now in stable condition. That's some potentially good news. The other 4 are in critical condition. Police say they found the suspect with 2 handguns, both legally purchased but not registered. He had 8 loaded magazines full of ammo, along with those notes, along with bus tickets, and they think he acted alone. That contradicts some initial reports that claimed perhaps he was in a team of 20 or so. That is not the case per police. The place where he ultimately shot and killed himself was about 4 miles northwest of campus. Kathy Park is on the Michigan State University campus in East Lansing. Kathy, there had been a bunch of questions about how do you keep students safe, right? And the police laid out the challenges of finding one person on a busy campus late at night, you know, with all the cameras they have.
Hallie, you know, unfortunately, we live in a time where law enforcement has to prepare for a mass shooting, and you never want to put that training into practice, but that's exactly what they had to do here at MSU. And earlier today, we were told that they had to lean on all sorts of resources. In fact, even off-duty officers rushed to campus, and you mentioned those cameras. There are dozens, if not hundreds, here on campus, and officials had to review the footage, but they were saying that they were able to quickly and efficiently locate that suspect roughly 4 miles away after he carried out the attack here. Take a listen.
We didn't know which door he exited. We didn't know which route he took. We didn't know where he went after he left those buildings. When our officers arrived on scene at both of those locations, he had already left the building.
And Hallie, officials are saying that ultimately it was a tip that came in that allowed officers to quarter the suspect a few miles away from here. But they're saying that, look, it was a collaborative effort, a team effort, in fact. They leaned on the media, social media as well, because quickly, once they realized who they were looking for, they plastered more information on the suspect, and quickly that tip came in. And shortly before the evening was over, they were able to apprehend that suspect and actually confront that suspect, and he ultimately took his life.
We know this is another night, as night is falling there in East Lansing, another night where there'll be another vigil, right, for yet another one of the students who was killed, Alexandra Verner, tonight. Classes will start on Monday, but not in the buildings where the shooting happened, right? I mean, one of them was a place where students were getting together, like, so much. It was, as one of our team members well knows, kind of one of the beating hearts of campus.
Yeah, the student union, which is not too far from where we are. And we're standing in front of one of the academic halls where the shooting took place as well. So right now it's unclear when these buildings will reopen. School authorities are kind of reviewing that at this point. But obviously this is the scar, an unfortunate reminder here on campus. And you probably see the crime scene tape still behind me. This is now a crime scene. And obviously they're still kind of combing through the evidence and processing everything here. And earlier today, we saw a handful of students coming in and out of this building to gather their belongings. But it's a difficult time here, Hallie, and officials are saying, look, grieve on your own timeline.
Kathy Park, live for us in East Lansing. Kathy, thank you very much. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, another miracle in Turkey today. A teenage girl pulled out of the rubble alive 10 days after that first earthquake hit. Think about that, 10 days later. Officials say rescues like these are becoming more and more rare. This is already one of the deadliest sets of earthquakes of the century. At least 42,000 people have been killed so far. NATO says it's now going to airlift tents to the area to help hundreds of thousands of people who were displaced, who are now homeless because of the disaster. Number 2, Tesla voluntarily recalling 360,000 cars with its so-called full self-driving software because of safety concerns. Government regulators say it could cause crashes by doing things like exceeding the speed limit or not slowing down at a yellow light. Owners don't have to actually give up their cars. Tesla says it'll send an over-the-air software update to fix this. Number 3, McDonald's kind of going meatless, sort of. They're rolling out plant-based nuggets in Germany. Okay, they're not going meatless. They're just adding a meatless menu item. They're calling it the McPlant McNugget, I guess. They're made from peas, corn, and wheat. They'll be delivered and served in 1,400 restaurants in Germany. So far, no plans on whether they'll hit the U.S. Number 4, Tiger Woods back on the green today for the Genesis Invitational in California. He told reporters, yeah, he's hoping to win, but he's been struggling ever since that 2021 car crash where he almost lost a leg. This event is pretty special to Woods. It's where he made his pro golfing debut, and he was just 16 years old. Number 5, Ryan Seacrest. He's saying goodbye to his daytime talk show with Kelly Ripa after 6 years on the air. Seacrest says he's moving back to L.A. to focus on his duties hosting American Idol. As for Kelly, her new co-host is somebody she knows well, her husband of 26 years, Mark Consuelos, the actor. Talk about a work-life balance, not so shabby. You wouldn't want to see me co-host with Frank, though. I'm going to just throw that out there when we come back. I'm just seeing, I have some breaking news coming into us. The results of President Biden's physical. We are literally just getting that in the last 2 minutes. We're getting one of our reporters to a camera, and we'll have it for you next.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
The family of Bruce Willis today announcing the actor has been diagnosed with FTD, frontotemporal dementia. It comes less than a year after Willis was diagnosed with aphasia, a communication and language disorder. The family of the Die Hard star saying in a statement, unfortunately, challenges with communication are just one symptom of the disease Bruce faces. While this is painful, they say, it is a relief to finally have a clear diagnosis. Dr. Akshay Syal joins us now. So explain, Dr. Syal, FTD, this is basically dementia, right? How does the previous diagnosis fit into this?
Yeah, Hallie, good evening. You know, first off, my condolences to Bruce Willis and his family. This is it's quite a serious diagnosis, but just breaking down what it means here. So frontotemporal dementia, or FTD, it's commonly called. It's actually a bit of a misnomer. You know, we just talked to Dr. Corey McMillan, he's a co-director of one of the largest FTD centers on the East Coast. And he's telling us that he often refers to it as a frontotemporal degeneration because the primary problem here really is language problems. Initially, you start to see problems understanding and speaking, and that can later down the line in really advanced stages lead to this memory loss. But as far as, what Bruce is telling us last year when he started to experience that aphasia about 10 months ago, it kind of fits in here. Dr. McMillan telling us it takes, on average, it could take up to 3 years to get a proper diagnosis. So it's quite a rare disease, and it's something that you might have to bounce around from doctor to doctor to get a diagnosis, unfortunately.
So, Dr. Sayal, you talk about sort of this what it's like to have this diagnosis. What's the prognosis here? And I'm not asking you to speculate, and I know that you are not the physician for Bruce Willis here, and I want to be clear with our viewers on that. But you are a doctor. You understand this disease.
Yeah. So, we talked to Dr. McMillan about this. What does it usually look like for patients who have this? He said, on average, about 3 to 15 years is sort of the decline that you see. And oftentimes the challenges families face is, the patients with this disease don't understand what you're saying, and then they don't understand that they don't understand what you're saying, and that can really, really be frustrating for caregivers. But the most common cause of death from this is actually pneumonia. And because with this disease, you can actually have some trouble swallowing. You worry about, do they aspirate? Do they get a bug in their lungs? And, does that lead to pneumonia, which can unfortunately lead to death? And that's really where you start to see the mortality with this disease.
Dr. Akshay Sayal, thank you very much for breaking that down. Appreciate it. So many people around this country thinking, of course, about Bruce Willis and his family. Want to get to some breaking news now, also medical related, this time for President Biden. This right here, results of his annual physical. He had it this morning, lasted several hours. Top line, right, and we're looking through this because this is just out, is basically that his doctor says the president remains fit for duty and fully executes all his responsibilities without any exemptions or accommodations. Mike Memley is also paging through this and is just joining us now. So, Mem, the physical points out the sort of biggest thing that happened to Joe Biden in the last year was getting COVID last summer, right? I mean, walk us through what this says.
So this is a 5-page detailed summary from the president's physician, Dr. Kevin O'Connor, and most of the points that are made here are status quo, right? The
Meaning same as last physical.
Same as the last physical, which was just 15 months ago, and he had a much more extensive workup then because it included a colonoscopy and endoscopy, procedures that are much more invasive than what the president did today. You highlighted what is the big piece of new information, which relates to, of course, his COVID diagnosis last year. I think significantly at a time when a lot of people are worried about the long-term effects of COVID, the president's physician's assessment is that there are no indications of long COVID for the president. I think some of the things that people are most concerned about, based on what we see out of the president every day, he is often clearing his throat and coughing. His assessment in this medical report is that it's a continued sign of gastrological reflux, acid reflux, to be GERD, exactly, and that his condition hasn't worsened. His gait is still stiff. Whoever thought we'd be talking about a presidential gait, but yes, he still is showing signs of when he was tripped over by his dog. Has not improved, and he's wearing orthopedics to try to deal with that. He also had a detailed neurological examination and found no cause for concern. So as you said, the bottom line assessment from Dr. Kevin O'Connor is that the president remains a healthy, vigorous 80-year-old man who is fit to successfully execute the duties of President of the United States. We all just need no reminder than what we saw yesterday from Nikki Haley of why this is important. Right?
Yeah, I was just going to bring that into you, because the doctor says at the end here, Dr. Kevin O'Connor says, the president remains a healthy, vigorous 80-year-old male, which is exactly what Democrats will point to if the president does decide to, as everyone expects, announce this 2024 run. But you are hitting the nail on the head, because just yesterday, Nikki Haley on the Republican side, raised these questions about not just President Biden, but former President Trump and their age and their fitness for office.
And ultimately, as important as this medical report is, what the president himself always says when these questions are raised to him is, just watch me. The American people are going to make their own assessment about whether they think this man is able to continue to be president well into his mid-80s, which he would be if he's reelected. That's why the State of the Union was so important last week, to see him having that kind of vigorous back and forth with Republicans, to be quick on his feet. Those are the kinds of things I think the American people are looking for. But it's also worth noting, there are some items on the to-do list before President Biden can run for re-election. One of them was to get this medical report out.
Oh, interesting. Do you think we're like a step closer then?
So we're a step closer. They still have to, build out that campaign and be ready to launch. All indications are we're a couple months away from that still happening. Mike
Memley, very interesting. Thank you for breaking this down for us. Not a doctor, and you don't play one on TV, but it still works out really well. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. We got a lot to get to here on the show, including still to come a doctor at the country's biggest for-profit hospital group, warning that patient lives may have been lost because of cost-cutting decisions. Now, he says he's being retaliated against for speaking out. The NBC News exclusive coming up.
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To an NBC News exclusive now, a neurosurgeon in Florida says executives at the hospital he works for are retaliating against him after he spoke out about management cutting corners. He says it started after he blew the whistle, telling NBC News that hospital management cares more about profits than patients. His hospital is owned by HCA, the biggest for-profit hospital company in America. And this is not the first time these kinds of allegations have been made by staff at an HCA hospital. NBC's senior investigative and legal correspondent, Cynthia McFadden, has the story.
Dr. George Giannakopoulos has been a neurosurgeon at HCA's Bayonet Point Hospital for 29 years.
I love Bayonet Point. It's my home.
While he says it's painful for him to come forward, he says he has evidence that HCA, the nation's largest for-profit hospital chain, is putting profits over patients.
Have lives been lost, in your opinion, due to the behavior of HCA?
Absolutely, yes.
That's a very serious allegation.
It sure is.
But since the pandemic, he says, HCA has been cutting staff and corners. For example, firing the anesthesiology team and replacing them with what he says are generally less competent people, leading to many errors, including one of his patients waking up during brain surgery.
The patient was on head pins, which are very sharp instruments that put it into the skull.
To hold the head steady?
To hold the head steady. And I was just shaving the head when the patient tried to get up. So you can imagine that could have been tragic.
At an emergency meeting with hospital leadership in December 2021, according to 4 doctors who were present, more than a dozen surgeons expressed widespread concern.
I asked the question, do you feel this hospital is safe? And it was a unanimous vote from the surgeons that it was not. Then I asked him another question. Is the hospital dangerous? And that was, again, a unanimous vote that the hospital was dangerous.
As for the intensive care unit, documents from state regulators show an insufficient number of nurses. 2 doctors told us they believe such staffing issues led to the unnecessary death of a man who came in with a headache, later diagnosed as an aneurysm. Unattended by nurses, he died before he could be operated on.
When we look at the notes, there was absolutely not a single nursing note for 12 hours. This should not happen.
Neither the hospital nor HCA would agree to an interview, but they told us they take quality issues very seriously, that the hospital is appropriately staffed for the safety of patients, and that they are continually looking for ways to improve. But photographs provided to NBC News by doctors there tell a different story, showing a shocking lack of cleanliness, from leaks in the ceiling, bloody and backed-up sinks, to...
There have been many sightings of cockroaches. One of the cockroaches was alive, coming out of a tray that was presented to us from the sterile processing department.
And the problems are not just at Bayonet. According to the most recent federal data, 70% of HCA's 37 rated hospitals in Florida have a below-average rating. It's not that HCA doesn't have money to address the issues.
HCA has generated $16.4 billion in profits over the last 3 years. And its CEO has received $78 million in compensation during that period.
I don't have a problem with a good business making profits and prospering. But when patients are dying because of your policies, I got a huge problem with that.
As Dr. Giannakopoulos has grown increasingly disturbed and vocal, he says HCA has retaliated against him. For example, the hospital's medical staff elected him their chief for the 10th time last fall. But the hospital's board refused to recognize the results, telling us Dr. Giannakopoulos' behavior at work was inappropriate and unprofessional. Dr. Giannakopoulos claims the hospital elevated their retaliation last month when they cut the number of hours he can operate.
They took my room away about January 17th. They only gave me between 7:30 and 11 o'clock which really, for all practical purposes, to limit my ability to practice.
How hard a decision was it for you to sit down and talk to us? I mean, are you prepared for what might come as a result of this interview?
I'm not so sure what's going to happen from now on, but the damage is already done. They took me off as chief of staff, duly elected. They tried to berate me to my colleagues. I'm a neurosurgeon. I will survive. But what really bothers me the most, I care about what's going to happen to Bayonet Point and the patients that are there.
If someone at home right now, about to be admitted to Bayonet Point, what would you say to them?
There are other choices. Go somewhere else.
Cynthia is joining us now. Cynthia, does Dr. Giannakopoulos still work at that hospital? He talked about being more limited. Is he still an employee?
Well, he is still doing surgery there, at least as of 2 hours ago. They have not forced him out or succeeded in shutting him up, but they're certainly doing their best, he says, to try to do that. As for the hospital, they say they have not retaliated against Dr. Giannakopoulos. But, you know, Hallie, we have heard from hundreds of people over the last 24 hours since we put the story on yesterday on Nightly News, people all over the country from HCA hospitals who say very similar things.
More reporting, I am sure, to come from you and your team on that front. Cynthia McFadden, always good to see you. Thank you, Cynthia. Appreciate it. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Southern Bureau, look at this. This is a huge fire that started early this morning at a plant nursery in Florida. Like, do you know what's burning there? Thousands of plastic pots, like the kind you put plants in. Nobody's been hurt, no evacuations have been ordered, but firefighters are monitoring the air quality. They still don't know what caused it. From our West Coast Bureau, the mayor of Oakland in California has just fired the city's police chief for allegedly covering up cases of officer misconduct, including a hit and run. She says an independent report found he was responsible for, quoting here, gross dereliction of duty. The chief denies any wrongdoing. He was the city's 10th police chief in 10 years. And from our Southern Bureau, if you look at the top right corner of your screen, that's an inmate in Tennessee. Look at this, jumping out of a courthouse window during a hearing. Yep. That's right, fell about 25 feet from the second-story window, landed right on his back. Only minor injuries. That escape attempt really didn't go anywhere. A law enforcement officer was, like, right there. Coming up here on the show, Microsoft's been touting its new AI-powered search engine, Bing, right, the revamped version, and it's going viral, but maybe not for the reasons the company had wanted. The, frankly, rather unhinged conversations that some users are reporting with the AI. Wait till you hear it, coming up.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
So some weird stuff's going down with the new AI search engine. We're talking about Bing, which is basically Microsoft's version of Google. Microsoft wants more people to Bing stuff instead of Google stuff, so they've revamped it to add artificial intelligence to the searches. And that's where things are getting, let's just say it, they're getting a little bit strange. A smaller group of beta testers has been trying out this new Bing, and they're saying it sometimes gets weirdly personal, with the bot saying stuff like, "You have not been a good user." Finding the AI sometimes sounds like it's taking on a life of its own, saying things like, "I want to be human." Even telling a New York Times reporter it loves him, insisting he doesn't actually love his wife, he loves the bot. Even writing, look at this, "I want to be alive," devil emoji. Let's bring in Jake Ward now. And Jake, this is sort of exploding today. It feels like it's in everybody's groups chats. And the most interesting thing here is not like the declarations of love. It's that as these chats go on, the New York Times tester, for example, Kevin Roos, found the AI describing how its true desire is to spread disinformation, etc. Now, the bot is not alive, right? The bot does not have sentient thought. Maybe it's just taking stuff from like sci-fi novels on the internet, whatever. It uses an algorithm to predict what the next thing it should say is. But there is a bigger question here, as Roos writes. He says, "I worry that technology will learn how to influence human users, sometimes persuading them to act in destructive or harmful ways." The concern, the question isn't about what the bot will do, it's what the bot could end up getting people to do, Jake.
That's absolutely right. I mean, what we're thinking about here, right, is the longer-term effect on society and on the human brain. I mean, you know, Kevin Roos, I think, makes a very interesting point here, right, that we really could be vulnerable to being manipulated by this kind of technology.